Arc 20 Chrysalis 20.1. I stepped out of the shower, but I didn't dry off. It was hot out, and the cold beads of moisture on my skin offered something of a reprieve. I felt acutely aware of the breeze blowing into the room, as it traced frigid lines against my body. My hair was wet, plastered to my neck, shoulders, and back, and water ran down from the individual locks of hair in thin streams. More than anything, the cool sensation of the wet hair on my head was a contrast to the workings inside my skull. It wasn't even 7 in the morning, and in purely mental terms, I was hitting the ground running. Had to. I leaned over the sink, letting the droplets fall from my eyelashes and run down my face. I reached out, and my toothbrush found its way to my hand, as much as my hand found it. The toothpaste was much the same, maneuvered to my hand by a dozen threads and twice that many insects. I took 2 minutes brushing, another minute to use some mouthwash, and then stood straight, stretching. My skin felt tight, contracted by the temperature. Like the act of rubbing one's stomach while patting their head, I was moving out of sync. I held out one hand for the hairbrush, closed my fingers around it, then set to tugging the plastic bristles through the tangles and knots, slow, strong, deliberate movements, a patient, calming exercise. My mind? I was watching, studying, sensing and experiencing 10,000 things at once, an engine going full bore. I could follow my dad as he moved through the house, picked work clothes out of his closet, threw away a sock and its matching pair. I watched every entryway into the house, the windows and doors, tracked the movements of the neighbors, and our neighbors' neighbors. With fleas, I could track the movements of the neighbor's outdoor cat, a surprisingly violent creature with a sizable body count of local frogs and mice, many killed purely for sport. I could track each of these details for roughly 1,000 feet around me, to the point that I was aware of every person and every piece of terrain in the area. There were bugs crawling inside walls and the dark corners of houses all up and down the street, and I had only to pay attention for a moment to grasp the layout of each house and home. I could feel the worms crawling through the earth, the ants navigating the surface, struggling but surviving in the humid heat of the outdoors. I could feel the maggots that were devouring one of the cat's abandoned victims, the ants working to collect the food before descending into their labyrinthine hive. And I thought of my own hive, of jobs that needed doing and positions that needed filling, of threats and threat assessment. I was prioritizing, knowing it would be impossible to do every job in the time I had. I had to check in with everyone, to look after the individual groups, get more information on construction and finances, to make sure everything was running smoothly. Each and every task could potentially be interrupted at a moment's notice, so I had to ensure I had people at hand that I could delegate to in a pinch. It was a lot to take in, a jumble of half-formed thoughts that I only considered for moments at a time before categorizing them, making or postponing a decision. There were too many I wouldn't be able to address yet. Tasks that I needed eyes on, people I needed to talk to for information. I toweled my hair dry, brushed it again, had the bugs clean up the silk strands that littered the bathroom, and then wrapped a towel around myself to venture to my bedroom and get dressed. By the time my dad descended to the ground floor, I was already halfway done preparing breakfast, standing by the stove with my damp hair tied back into a loose ponytail, wearing a strapless top and loose-fitting, lightweight cargo pants. Preparing breakfast was another of those routine activities, rubbing my stomach. I was still patting my head, thinking of how to address one sensitive issue. When my dad entered the scene, though, I made a deliberate attempt to break from that mode of thinking, to shift mental gears. "You're going to school wearing that?" my dad asked. "I'm going running like this," I replied. "In this heat? Take some water with you." I pointed at the kitchen table, where I'd set 2 water bottles by the salt and pepper shakers. "Good. Crepe?" I asked. "And fruit salad? We have some left over from last night." "Please." I slid the crepe out of the frying pan and onto a plate, then handed it to him. I dropped some butter on the pan, poured more batter on, and then tilted it until the batter was spread thin over the surface. "You're usually out the door by now, and back fairly late." "Trying to do my part," I said. "And I wanted to talk." "Okay. I like talking," he said. "Unless this isn't the kind of conversation we look forward to." He made a face as he eased himself down into his chair. "He's still not completely recovered." I admitted, "It isn't." "Ah," he said. His expression was placid, his eyes watching me carefully. I was thinking. I don't think I'll go back to school. I turned my eyes to the crepe. I poked the spatula at the corner to verify it was more solid, lifted it, then flipped the thing over. I could hear him pouring orange juice. Flies hidden on ledges and on a shelf between cookbooks could see the vague movement as he raised the glass to his lips and drank before he spoke. "It's a month and a half of classes. Everyone will be catching up, not just you. We couldn't ask for better circumstances. A new environment, new people, a new dynamic. You're different." "I am," I said. I slid the crepe onto a plate. I didn't use the fruit salad, but instead went straight for the blueberries I'd defrosted, adding a spoonful of cream. I rolled it up, spooned some fruit salad onto the side of the plate, collected my mug of tea by the side of the stove and then sat down opposite my dad. He looked so old. 2 serious sets of injuries, one he hadn't fully recovered from, and a measure of stress that I was partially responsible for, all adding up to artificial years. I felt a pang of fondness mixed with regret. "If I asked you to, would you?" he asked. "Hypothetically. If you did, I would," I admitted. "But it's not where I want to be right now." He nodded, taking a bite. A dribble of fruit juice ran down from the corner of his mouth, and he thumbed it away. I reached for a roll of paper towels, tore one off and handed it to him. "Thank you," he said. It wasn't a response to my statement. If he asked, I'd find a way. Work things out. Reprioritize, filter out the non-essential tasks, shift things around. Everything would take longer, there would be issues in countless areas, more things I couldn't do and people I couldn't protect. But I'd do it. What will you do instead? What I've been doing. I'll work, I said. There's cleanup work, still. It pays pretty well, all things considered. It's not easy, he said. I'm tough, I said, flexing an arm. I had some muscle, but it looked pretty sad on my thin arm. I let my arm drop. At least it's not all heavy lifting. But it wears you out. I won't say it's bad work, we both know how many hundreds of people I've worked with who are employed along those lines. I've been employed along those lines. But you're smart. Your mom and I both expected you to go on to college. The idea that you might never graduate high school never crossed our minds. Bringing mom into it. I sighed. I will graduate. I promise. But I can wait a year, study online. Why? Why put things off and study for half a year to a year, when you could pass 10th grade in 2 months? He didn't sound angry or upset, only confused. Prioritizing, weighing every action against the costs involved. Spending most of my day at school, everything else takes a back seat. Like you said, I'm different than the person I was, I replied. He looked up at me, met my eyes, and I could feel my blood run cold. That searching, studying look. He knows? You are, he said, simply. Not a confirmation of my fears, not dismissing them either. It was only an admission of what we both knew as truth. If you want me to go, you can tell me to go. I will. You're my dad. You can tell me to do something, and I have to do it. No, he said, shaking his head. We both know that's not true. I took another bite of my crepe instead of replying. Being a parent, there's always that niggling fear, that notion that maybe one day your child will realize you're not all-knowing, not all-powerful. That they don't really have to do anything you say. But you spend years growing up together, parent and child. As a parent you get accustomed to acting like you're in power, believing it as much as your daughter does. For some, for most, that confidence gets worn down after the child hits adolescence, and the parent changes from being one of the most important figures in their child's life to being an embarrassment. You were never embarrassing to me, I said. I know, he said. But that makes it harder, doesn't it? For all those other parents, it's a transition, a transformation, as their children gradually test their authority and discover how very fragile a thing it is. For me? I didn't have nearly enough time to get used to it. One night, one conversation, and you decided I didn't have any say in your life anymore. You do, I said, feeling alarmed, in a way I couldn't articulate. I want you to have a say. I'm saying you can set curfews or demand that I go to school, and I will. I might complain or argue, but I'll listen. I'll let you have a say. He reached across the kitchen table, taking my hand. He pulled it towards him, and I let him stretch my arm out straight. He bent over and kissed the fingers. His voice was quiet. I hope that, if and when you ever have a child of your own, you never have to hear them say anything like that. He released my hand, and I withdrew it. You're sure you don't want to go to school? He asked. I nodded. It's your decision, he said. Yours, not mine. Where would you work? The boardwalk, I said. It's close, it's good pay, good food, and it's safe. A little more directly involved with the local supervillain in power than I'd recommend for any employees of mine that were looking for a job, my dad replied. I didn't have a response to that. I ate the last bite of my crepe. Will you still be there at lunchtime? I nodded. I'll meet you. Things are busy, things are good, but I'd like to set aside a block of time. We can pick up lunch, or I'll bring something. How's that? It was awkward on a dozen different levels. Even staying here caused me any number of problems. It removed me from a place I needed to be, it made for awkward transitions between my civilian and costumed life, and every conversation with my father stressed me out, left me wondering if he could guess. Or maybe when I stepped in the door, I might find out that the local heroes had recognized me, using one of the mutant clones that had been running around, or any number of other possibilities. My dad waiting to ambush me with the fact that he'd received a telling phone call, like he had when I'd skipped school, only he'd be backed up by superheroes. The last big conversation in that vein had done irreparable damage. Enough that I found myself checking my house and making sure there wasn't an ambush waiting for me on the other side. On my dad's side of things, well, we'd just discussed that in some depth. Our relationship wasn't any better for it. Taking time away from everything else I had to do, to eat lunch, to fill in the details and arrange things so my dad didn't discover I was bending the truth yet again? To have another awkward conversation? I was willing. I'd really like that. He smiled. I grabbed the notepad by the phone that we usually used for writing down numbers and put down my cell number. Call me when you're coming around, so we can find each other. Your cell phone? Yeah. He looked sad for a brief moment, then perked up a little. I suppose you need it if you're going to stay in touch with the others. Yeah, I said. I should go. I want to get a light run in and maybe catch up with some people before I start working. Take care of yourself. I'll be in touch around 11 or 11:30. I nodded. I gathered a billfold with some ID and cash, a fresh tube of pepper spray, and then a sheath knife from the backpack that hung by the back door. It wasn't my good knife, I wouldn't be able to explain how I had a knife of that kind of quality. This one was serviceable for self-defense, the kind that was currently being worn by countless people around the city. I glanced at my dad, but he seemed to be going out of his way to avoid looking as I did everything necessary to prepare myself for venturing out into the city. Was it him suppressing his worry for my well-being, or were my doubts on target? Did he suspect, and simply not want to know for sure? I couldn't ask, couldn't hint, or try to get clarification, not without potentially seeding the idea in his mind, or prompting him to give me an answer I didn't want to hear. I stepped outside, and the hot air was like a physical barrier. I'd known it, had anticipated it with the knowledge my bugs provided me, but there wasn't anything quite like that first faceful of 85-degree weather, so humid it went straight through both skin and clothing. The second I was out of sight of the house, I had my phone out. I rechecked the messages that had come in last night and this morning. 20 in total. Charlotte. I know it's already pretty late, not a big deal, but was wondering if you wanted to go out and grab ice cream? Terry's craving some. We can grab jelly beans and a chocolate for my brother on our way back. Charlotte. Eric stopped by. No drama. You should say hi while he's around. Forrest. Saw Eric too NITE. Should say hi. Forrest. N/Mchar already sent you message. Charlotte. Taking my little brother to school today. If I don't see you, have a good day, we'll see you tonight. All code. Mostly code, anyways. The names dropped were a shorthand for specific kinds of situations and people. Eric was trouble. Little brother meant the kids Charlotte was looking after. Terry was the catch-all term for people in my territory. There were two for me, as well. You and you, as odd as it sounded. People were probably craving some luxuries in the food department and some treats for the kids wouldn't hurt. There was some kind of trouble while I'd been out, but it was handled and I should pay a visit in costume to make sure it was resolved. Charlotte would be going to school, taking all the little ones with her. There were other messages. Among them, there was a mess of some sort. One of the side streets hadn't been cleaned up and Terry had been complaining. There were some vague concerns about the food supplies for lunch later today, and Lisa had called about a nebulous party. I ran the rest of the way to the boardwalk. There weren't many people up and about yet. Some cars on the road, the sounds of construction starting to get underway, and some parents with kids to see off to school and no cars getting an early start. I passed by my headquarters and found someone unfamiliar inside, in the main room with Charlotte. She was helping a little boy put a shirt on. Forrest was in the kitchen, mass-producing kids' lunches with the supplies I had brought in yesterday. I made my way to the beach, entering the storm drain that led, in a roundabout way, into my base. The original plan, as far as I was aware, had been for this entrance to be temporary. Work would continue on the boardwalk, and it was inevitable that someone would run into the storm drain, either where it was deliberately blocked off or entering from the beach as I was. It would have changed, with Coyle leveraging his resources to set up something else that would serve as a covered entrance. I'd have to contact Tattletale, though she was probably busy enough that my to-do list looked trivial. Bugs flowed down the stairs, surrounding me as a thick cloud that would hide me from sight. I could sense the kids reacting as I made my appearance. Fearful starts and backing away, taking shelter behind Charlotte. I singled out a handful of butterflies and sent them towards the kid nearest me. They flew in formation, forming a circle around her hand. She stretched it out, and one butterfly landed on her thumb. As other children reached out, I settled butterflies on their hands as well. The distraction was good enough that I could walk past them and head upstairs without causing anyone to burst into tears. I locked the door behind me and quickly changed. I draped the shawl cape over my armored shoulders, and then covered it in bugs. Wearing black in the summer would be uncomfortable, especially with the added heat and weight of the bugs, but maybe I could provide myself with some shade using a swarm overhead. It would make me a target to any heroes paying a visit, though. The PRT had recognized the potential for trouble that surrounded the door. Tattletale's improvised portal to another universe, and out-of-town capes were being given permanent positions on the local wards and protectorate teams. It said something, given the state of the PRT these days, that they were willing to devote the manpower. A pair of villains from the Fallen were lurking somewhere in Imp's territory, and their presence meant that Haven felt obliged to send 2 or 3 capes our way as well. Until the Fallen were dead or gone, Haven would have something of a local presence. I'd done my part to try to help find the 2 Fallen, just a few days ago, but even with Tattletale's help in identifying the general area, I hadn't been able to root them out. Her gut told her that one of the 2 was Valifor. Despite the intimidating names and the fact that they called themselves an Endbringer cult, the Fallen didn't pose a grave threat. They were thieves and vandals, allegedly committing incest in the belief that it would guarantee that their entangled family produced more kids with powers, but only a few people in the controlling body of the family were demonstrably capable of murder. They were far from being the Slaughterhouse 9. Still, both Imp and Valifor were what the PRT termed strangers. Capes with abilities that tended towards subtlety and subterfuge. That wasn't a fight I wanted to get caught up in. I would if it came down to it, if people were in danger or Aisha needed my help, but I was perfectly content to not be in a position where I was looking over my shoulder every few seconds. I'd dealt with that enough. All of that wasn't even touching on the other villains seeking a foothold in the city. The ambassadors were looking for a slice of the Brockton Bay pie, and both Gru and I were tentatively willing. The group of villains was willing to play by our rules and participate in our alliance. They would add their own strength to ours, and they were more interested in shady but legitimate dealings and preying on other villains than they were on causing trouble or bucking with the local authorities. I couldn't be entirely sure whether that was because of their general ethos or because they were recuperating from being nearly wiped out, but their simple existence and their membership in our alliance would help scare off troublemakers. It all added up to making the ambassadors as ideal a partner group as we could hope for. The only sticking point was that their leader was a thinker, and Tattletale almost automatically disliked him. It would take a great deal more convincing to get her to play along. The Teeth had tried to take a bite out of Parian's territory. They had a history in the Bay, and like the ambassadors they had been nearly wiped out, only it was nearly a decade ago. They'd settled elsewhere while they bounced back, with the turnover rate high enough that none of the original members persisted. There was only the name, and an ethos of violence, anarchy, and profit at any cost, not unlike the ABB. Parian seemed to be making a point of not asking for our help, and I wasn't intending to offer it until she did. I had others to take care of, and I could only trust that she knew what she was doing. Skitter, Charlotte said, as I returned downstairs. I could see the other girl, plump, with a shorter haircut that only seemed to accentuate the roundness of her face. She seemed more scared of me than the kids were. Forrest, by contrast, was almost bemused. He leaned over the kitchen counter. He had a barrel chest, a burly build, a natural glower, a thick black beard and coarse, unkempt hair. He might have looked savage if it weren't for the tight-fitting striped polo shirt and the nerdish thick-framed glasses. It hadn't been that long ago that he'd helped sway the outcome of my fight against Mannequin, putting his life on the line to help take down a monster that even some top-tier capes had been scared of. I'd asked Charlotte to find someone who could serve as my second-in-command. I considered it serendipitous that she'd nominated him. Any urgent issues? I asked. She shook her head. I let myself relax a touch and gestured toward the new girl. Who's this? Charlotte looked guilty. She's an extra set of hands. Don't worry. Forrest and I blindfolded her while bringing her here. I didn't think I'd be able to manage looking after the kids all by myself, and I was okay with paying her. I can cover that cost, I said. No trouble on that front? Taking care of the kids. We're just about ready to go, she said. Kids are washed, fed, and clothed, lunch is nearly finished. They have their bags. Good, I said, the school bus is arriving soon. Can you spare a minute to fill me in? I can't even remember all of the stuff that's been going on. I'm kind of frazzled. I felt a pang of sympathy. This was the cost of me staying with my dad. The pertinent points only, then. Who or what is the Eric? Forrest can explain. Some thugs were causing trouble for some people living further north. Your guys caught them. The mess in the alley. The garbage trucks couldn't get down the road. Shale Avenue is still in rough shape, and nobody told the residents they shouldn't put their trash on the sidewalk there. It's piled up and it's hot, so it's smelling. I'll resolve it. Wasn't so long ago this whole city stank, and people weren't complaining this much then. The lunch supplies. One of the pallets of vegetables you ordered was in bad shape. Past ripe. I'd planned to have something done last night that Forrest could warm up for people's lunches today, but I couldn't work with what I had, and I thought you'd want something better than a thin soup. Then I was occupied looking after the kids and forgot. I'm sorry. It's fine, I said. You've done an excellent job. Better than I could have hoped. I'll figure something out for lunch. Maybe reach out to a local business. What's a food most people would enjoy, which we haven't had available for a good while? Pizza, one boy in Charlotte's herd of children piped up. Pizza it is, I said. With luck, there's someone trying to get set up somewhere in the North End. We can order a batch for everyone that's working here, then another batch for tonight, for the kids. If they're good in school and they do their homework. The children almost crowed, and one literally jumped with glee. Forrest, I said. Can you see them off to the bus stop? I need to have a word with Charlotte. Wordless, Forrest stood straight, gathered up the paper bag lunches in two hands and then approached the kids. Like magnets, two kids gravitated to his legs and clung to him, and he walked stiff-legged to the front door with them hanging on him and the rest trailing after him like my bugs trailed after me. My bugs kicked into motion, blocking the line of sight to the door. No use giving Charlotte's friend a view of the street outside and a clue about our location. She made a small frightened sound and backed away. Did Charlotte honestly bring in someone who's afraid of bugs? I glanced at the two girls. Charlotte's eyebrows were knitted in concern. Her friend, by contrast, looked terrified, her fingers were knotted together, her eyes wide. Jessie's still wetting the bed, I see, I noted. My bugs could feel the damp on one of the bunk beds in one of the other rooms. Something mundane, so we don't frighten the new girl further. Charlotte's eyes widened. Shit. I was so busy trying to get things organized. It's fine, I said. I'll handle it. You shouldn't have to, she said, Fern. That's the other thing I wanted to mention. Your friend. I glanced at the girl. She didn't look any less spooked. Why did Charlotte bring her here if she's going to be so afraid? Did Tattletale vet her? It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I know it was sorta dumb, but... I don't want to be hard on you, I said, but this is something I'm going to be strict about. Someone comes here, they have to be vetted first. I'll be more careful. Please. And are you sure there isn't anything I can do to thank you for your help? You're paying me more than enough. Let me know if anything comes to mind. In the meantime, pizza and some candy for the kids tonight. It's tough, going back to school, trying to get back to something even resembling a normal routine. They'd appreciate it, I think. Okay, I said. Don't mention the candy. Let it be a surprise. I think the bus is coming, so you should head to the stop. Blindfold on, Fern, Charlotte said. A minute later, they were gone. I sighed and set to tidying up. Bugs carted away the unused paper bags and scraps of lettuce. And everyone's off to school, I thought. I felt a pang of regret. A part of me wanted to go, to prove to myself that I'd grown past it, to have another normal thing in my life, like breakfast with my dad. At the same time, there were so many reasons not to. My face having been exposed in a roundabout fashion, the presence of the ward somewhere in that school, the time it took away from other things that needed doing. Better to keep out of it. Forrest returned. Want to see him? I nodded, and we ventured out into my territory. All around us, the boardwalk and what had been the shadier parts of the docks were coming together. New streets, new sidewalks, new buildings. There were more people out and about than there had been just 10 or 15 minutes ago, and everyone present was getting ready to work or even starting early. Building something as a community. Conversations died as I approached, power tools were turned off, and heads turned. My bugs followed behind me like the trail of a fancy gown, rising from my shoulders and hair like pitch-black sparks from a fire. Image. I'd done what I could to earn the loyalty of my people. I'd tried to be even-handed, tried to be generous, but image and attitude was a big part in keeping that loyalty. I was put in mind of my dad's thoughts on a parent's authority. Was this so different? The attackers were leftovers from the Chosen, Forrest explained. I'm not even sure they were full members. Is the family okay? They're okay. Scared, they lost a few possessions, but nothing really valuable. The little things matter most when you have the least, I said. Profound. I couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or not, and I couldn't see his face without glancing over my shoulder, so I didn't say anything. The cells were hidden in one building, much like my base was. A few of the Odalis were lingering at the front. They stood at attention as I approached. The closest thing I had to foot soldiers. A Japanese couple stood nearby as well. The man had a bandage across his nose, blood crusted around his nostrils. Bruises stood out on both of them. I walked past them to step inside, and looked at my prisoners. 3 thugs, no younger than 15, nor older than 25. They wore so much face paint I couldn't make a good guess beyond that. My soldiers and the couple had followed me inside. You came for revenge? I asked. And no, the man said. I came to ask for leniency. Fuck you, faggy-ass faggus, one of the people in the cell shouted. For them? I asked. Yes. They hurt you. Out of ignorance, he said. You're ignorant, asphagot. My wife and I consider ourselves good Christians, the man said. He would want us to show mercy, to turn the other cheek. Why don't you spread those cheeks and get fucked, faggot? Quiet, I said. A handful of bugs flowed into the cell, the boy opened his mouth to retort and choked on a fly. To the man, I said, you're tying my hands here. I can't let them leave unscathed. It would send the wrong message, and that would do everyone in this territory a disservice. You, me, them, everyone else. People need to know they're safe, especially after everything that's happened. The police can take care of them. Call it a citizen's arrest. We won't mention your name. And if they go free? If the police decide there's not enough evidence, or the officers are too busy to give your case their full attention, and these 3 get to go on and hurt others. If that's the cost of having a system that otherwise works. I glanced at the 3 thugs, and my bugs flowed over them. Silk was threaded in strategic locations, and bugs deposited where they wouldn't be able to reach. Open the cells, I said. I could see the fear on the faces of the couple as they backed away. Forrest pulled the switch, bidding the 3 iron-barred doors along the hallway to slide open. One of the thugs glared sullenly at me, but he was smart enough to not mouth off. There's a small police office nearby, I said. You 3 can head down Shale Avenue, stop 1 block short of Lord Street, and turn left. It's a tent, and there's 2 officers in a police car there. They'll take you into custody. Right. We'll totally turn ourselves in, a second guy said. Do I need to repeat the directions? Nah, the first one smiled. Go, I said. My bugs cut the silk threads binding them to the bars. If they'd lunged or tried to attack us, they would have fallen short, possibly choking or tripping. Seriously? Forrest asked. Cool shit, the lead thug commented. He gave Forrest the finger as he headed to the door. Forrest moved as if he was going to hit the punk, and the thug flinched, but there was no follow-through. They bolted the second they were out of sight of the Odalis who were stationed at the front of my miniature jail. I commanded the bugs I'd planted on the 3 thugs to bite, then gestured for the contingent of people around me to follow me. All 3 boys were still lying on the ground, writhing, when we arrived. One was screaming as though he'd been jabbed with a hot poker. Another was arching his back, as though his ribcage was trying to force its way free. What did you do? Forrest asked, in mixed horror and awe. The 3rd thug screaming joined his friends. Bullet ants, I said. Their bites topped the scale in terms of sheer pain caused. People have compared their bites to being shot. Thus the name. The thug was still screaming, albeit with less volume and more intermittent whimpers. It's also known as the 24-hour ant, I added. Why? That's how long the pain lasts. Get up, I ordered them. Now, or you get bitten again. It took them a second, but they were making a half-hearted effort, and I didn't follow through on my threat. They stood, one of them hunched over, 2 moaning audibly. They glared at me. You brought that on yourselves, I said. This is your second chance. Get yourselves to the police station and turn yourselves in. This time, I'll have them bite each of you periodically to hurry you along. What the fucking? He broke off mid-sentence as he screamed and fell to the ground, thrashing. If you think of doing anything but admitting your full crime to the police officer right then and there, I'll try figuring out how many times those ants can bite you before they run out of venom. Now go. Run. 2 of them ran, stumbling as they twitched and flinched at the continuing pain, while the third crawled. I had an ant bite the mouthiest one when he was only a few paces away, to hurry them along. I turned to the others. The Japanese-American man was staring at me. You should go to the police too, I said. Give your side of the story, let them take photos. I will, he said, his tone curt. He turned to leave, then paused. I asked you to be lenient. How can I even explain? I've seen the worst of the worst. I want to protect each and every one of you from it. The system won't stop them, not all on its own. But if I explained, they would argue, and every counter-argument would make me look weaker, damage my image and hurt people's confidence in me. There were people who would be happy with a firm hand being used to deter criminals, there were others who wouldn't be happy, but they'd accept it as the price that came with everything else I had to offer. I didn't like it, but I'd do it. He was still staring at me, his question lingering. I asked you to be lenient. I was all I said. I returned to my lair, and took the time to strip out of my costume. It stuck to my skin as I pulled it off. I'd need to design something lighter for the warmer months. More porous, while still offering protection, maybe a paler color, if I could manage it and still have it blend into the swarm. The major tasks were done. I'd called Lisa, and through her I'd gotten caught up on all the other essential details about what was happening around the city. She and Gru had a meeting with an ambassador, not the leader of the ambassadors, which I was thankful for. I would have wanted to be present for a meeting that volatile. As it was, I could hope that Gru was in a good enough headspace to keep Tattletale on course. I'd contacted everyone necessary to clear garbage out of the alley, to order pizzas for lunch and to order more food in to make up for the bad batch of vegetables. I'd shown my face as Skitter and now a swarm clone lingered on a rooftop, standing in plain view of the people on the street, overlooking a construction in progress. Skitter would appear here and there over the course of the day, just to reassure others she was here. Which she was. I was. I stripped out of the rest of the costume. I laid out a grungier change of clothes. I hadn't been lying to my dad when I said I'd work. I'd put in the hours, work alongside the other members of my territory. It was easier to do my share and be working here on a legitimate basis, even part-time, than to try to sustain the lie. Before I started, I had only one minor chore. I headed downstairs and I pulled Jessie's mattress off the bunk bed, dragging it into an open space so I could clean it. The mattresses were thin, and would dry after a day in this heat. The humidity was a problem, but I could put it in direct sunlight. My phone buzzed, still in the utility compartment upstairs. My bugs brought it to me. Charlotte. I met someone in class. I think it could be Big Eric. Big trouble? I contemplated sending a reply, but the next text wasn't far behind. Charlotte. Says he's an old classmate of yours. Asking where you are. Loud, insistent, intense. Wouldn't believe that you weren't at school. Sounds like he might want to talk to you. I didn't miss the distinction. You meant Taylor. You was Skitter. If this person was careless enough that Charlotte had caught on. Fuck. Chrysalis 20.2. It couldn't be easy. No. Everything was finally starting to settle down, and then this. Inconvenient timing, inconvenient in every way. It had to be at the high school, of all places. Tattletale and Gru would be meeting with the ambassadors soon. That took them out of the running, as far as people I could call. Forrest was just a little too old and a little too attention-grabbing to be seen lurking around the local high school. Regent, imp, or bitch. I was trying to fix the situation, not make it worse. I pressed Charlotte for more information. RT. You see him? Charlotte. No. No bars here. Had to leave to make call. Right. Arcadia was one of the schools that had a Faraday cage, if I was remembering right. Something to stop kids from texting and making calls in class. RT. What was he doing? Charlotte. Asking about you in hallways, checking with PPL to see if you were around. Charlotte. I approached him and asked how he knew you. He said he didn't. Seemed too intense for that, so I called you. RT. GJ. All in all, almost exactly what I might have told her to do if I'd been in direct contact with her at the time. RT. This is Eric with blonde hair? Blue eyes? Talks like he's going to run out of breath and pass out? Charlotte. Yes. My suspicions were confirmed. Greg. Charlotte. Is break tween class ATM. Have to go soon. What should I do? No time to think or plan. It was annoying how these codes and protocols that Tattletale and I had come up with were costing us precious seconds. RT. Go back inside to see if there's drama. Tell him I'm not at school, if you can, but that I can meet him later. Charlotte. K. While I waited, I patted the mattress dry where the cleaner had soaked into it, then dragged it upstairs. My phone buzzed before I'd dressed to take it out to the balcony. Charlotte. He gone. Class starting. No drama I can see. Damn. Not as bad as it could be, but the situation wasn't resolved. RT. What's your next class? Charlotte. Ang. RT. Go. I'll see if I can track him down. We'll find you if I need you, but don't worry. Good job. I'd let her return to business as normal. I didn't want her too caught up in this. There was something to be said for having good help. I felt more than a little guilty. Much like Sierra had during the worst periods, Charlotte was picking up my slack. In managing my territory while I was going home to sleep at my dad's house, she was earning her wage twice over. I would have increased her pay, but she didn't want me to, claiming it would arouse suspicion. Maybe I could get Tattletale to arrange some kind of scholarship for her. We had funds. Tattletale had acquired everything Coil had owned, and it had been easy enough to assume his false identities and take over the dummy corporations. Now that the city was starting to pick up and people were talking about the potential the portal in the downtown area had, the land was skyrocketing in value. Not to mention that the ambassadors had given us a healthy lump of cash when they'd arrived in Brockton Bay, and were paying rent in the thousands of dollars, so we'd be copacetic with them just being around. Apparently that was villain protocol, in a way, doing jobs or giving gifts when intruding on another's territory. I could see why. It let one ask for permission and show respect while still giving evidence to a measure of power. If these guys were willing to hand over tens of thousands in the same way other people gave gift baskets, it showed they had that kind of money to spare, and they were confident. The side benefit for us specifically was that it kept Tattletale from complaining too loudly. With luck, there would be others like them. Which wasn't to say I trusted them. I dressed, pulling on my running shoes, a tank top and the lightweight cargo pants I'd worn to run. I left the grungier clothes laid out on the bed, and made doubly sure I had my cell phone, identification, and my knife. I doubted I could have it in plain sight, so I stuck it in my sock and pulled my pants leg down around it. It was 9:50 in the morning, and I figured I had an hour and 45 minutes before the second class of the day ended and the lunch hour began. I had to find a way to drag Greg out of class and talk to him without alerting others. That, or I'd have to wait until lunch started and postpone plans with my dad. Inconvenient. The bus was running on a reduced schedule. There were fewer intact vehicles, fewer drivers in the area, and routes were longer with the detours that they had to take. It wasn't as bad as it might otherwise be, a 20-minute wait. I stewed in my own frustration. There had been occasions in the past where I'd had to leave my territory to handle greater threats. It irritated me more than it should have, to be forced to leave for this. Such a minor thing, but prickly enough that it had the potential to become something major if ignored, and awkward overall to handle. How did I even approach the conversation? I've faced down a handful of the scariest sons of bitches in the world. I've been intentionally trapped in a burning house, blinded, had my back broken, I've been paralyzed and at the mercy of no less than 2 lunatic tinkers, and I've killed a man, I thought. And going back to school stirs up old feelings of anxiety. I could feel the building tension and a shift back to old ways of thinking, and the ridiculousness of it made me smile. It was the middle of the morning, the bus was almost empty, and I stretched as though I were just waking up. 1 or 2 people glanced my way, and I allowed myself to not give a fuck. It helped, as though I were physically shrugging off the old burdens that were settling on me. The wind from the open windows of the bus stirred my hair, and I exhaled slowly, turning my face into the sun, letting it warm me even as the breeze cooled me off. I couldn't do anything about the time it took to get there, so I might as well take the opportunity to get a breather. Arcadia High. I'd seen it in the midst of some of Brockton Bay's worst days, but effort had been expended to fix it up and get everything sorted out. New windows, that caught the light in a way that made them look almost like compound eyes. Some kind of sublayer or something worked into them that made for a number of quarter-sized hexagons. The front gate had been rebuilt, cracks paved over, and vandalism cleaned up. It was pristine, with panels of white tile and glass that almost glowed in the morning light. The thing that caught me off guard was the people. Classes had started, but there were 40 or so students gathered around outside, sitting and talking, texting, or simply enjoying the sun. A half-dozen adults in outfits that were uncomfortably similar to the enforcers of the old boardwalk were stationed at the gates and at points around the school grounds that let them keep an eye on things. Security? Volunteers? That wasn't the entirety of it. The students fell into 2 groups. One was very much what I might have expected, kids in new clothes or casual summer wear, smiling and talking. Months ago, I might have felt like the smiles and periodic laughs were directed at me, and not in a flattering way. I'd always rationally understood that they weren't, but not to the point that I could convince myself. Now I reveled in my anonymity. I knew what it was to have every set of eyes on me, people covertly trying to gauge who I was and what I was doing every time I moved a finger. This wasn't it. The other, larger group of students, adding up to maybe 35 of the 40 kids present, was something else. They were the Sierras, the Charlottes, the Ferns, and the Forests. They were the Jessies and Bryces, the Taylor and Danny Heberts. The people who had stayed. I just had to look at them, and I knew it. Some had dressed in new clothes, but others wore the clothes that had weathered the last few weeks and months, worn and frayed at the edges. Physically, some were frayed. They had lines in their face that spoke to weeks with a bare minimum of sleep, and both skin and hair bore the coloration that resulted from days spent outdoors. 1 or 2, I noted, carried weapons. One had a knife displayed visibly at his hip. A girl with a burly frame very similar to Rachel's was sitting beneath a tree, eyes closed, her hands on a stick with an electrical tape grip. There wasn't anything definable, only little clues that added up, and a general atmosphere about them. I didn't miss the division between the 2 groups. The 5 or so fresh-faced teenagers weren't hanging out with the ones who had stayed. You just arriving? One of the enforcers at the gate asked me. Yeah, I said. He studied me just long enough that I felt acutely aware of my bare shoulders and arms, and how my top clung to my stomach. I glared at him, and he met my eyes with an ease that suggested he didn't care I'd caught him looking. Creepy. Got a weapon? He asked. Yeah, I replied. Can't keep it if you want to go inside. I was only keeping myself armed as a matter of practice, and I was aware I wasn't alone on that front, or I wouldn't be doing it so casually. I reached into my sock and withdrew the sheathed knife. It says something that we can even take this conversation in stride. I handed it to him. It wasn't worth the time it would take to argue. What's with these people outside, here? He shrugged. Easing into it. We asked if we should round them up and take them inside, but the principal said we should give them a few days to depressurize if they wanted it. Depressurize? I said. He glanced at the knife. All I know is we're not enforcing a lot of rules yet. Sometimes a few take a break and come outside, smoke, talk, get some fresh air and sun. Those ones don't tend to stay long. He was looking at one group by the front door, 3 of the ones who didn't have that weary, worn, and wary sense about them. The ones who'd no doubt fled the city when things turned ugly. I'm not the only one who sees the distinction, I mused. I think they're intimidated. Or you and I see it as a nice sunny day and they see it as being outside in a shithole of a city. When I didn't keep the conversation going, he shrugged. If you're going in, you'll want to go to the office. They'll sort out where your classes are. Okay, I said. There was no need to explain that I wasn't here for classes. By the time I'd reached the front door, a trio of teenagers younger than me had already approached the same guard. It would be another litany of questions. It did something to explain why the guards were there. The 2 kids who hadn't been willing to part with their weapons were no doubt another part of that. The whole dynamic was skewed, now, and they were mediating the worst of it. I'd been in Arcadia High once, and it had been more of a life or death situation, one where I had been able to tentatively use my bugs. In this unfamiliar territory, with 1,000 or more students throughout the building, I had to actively work to suppress the powers I'd been using on an almost automatic level. I couldn't be sure that a small cloud of flies would go unnoticed as they traced the contours of a hallway. Much like I'd seen outside, there were a handful of students who hadn't yet made their way to class, or had stepped out for a breather, congregating in pairs and trios, or standing alone. I knew I could have asked them for directions, but I wasn't keen on approaching people who were in the process of avoiding socializing. The men and women in uniforms that were stationed at the intersections where the halls met? More of a possibility, but there was no need. Directions were posted on the wall. I glanced at a note on the wall. One sentence, with no punctuation, and a big black arrow pointing one way. New students go to front office. If I'd had a little bit of hope that things were working out here, they faltered some when I saw the typo. I noticed another set of papers that were arranged on the wall, not because of what it said or the title, but the cartoon etched on the wall in permanent marker. The heading of each of the sheets read "Know where you are." The paper with the graffiti was Rachel's. A crude drawing of a dog was violating one corner, which had been torn slightly to accommodate the dog. A speech balloon over the smiling dog's head read "You don't know shit." Fitting, if it was one of Rachel's followers. I headed in the direction of the office, feeling strangely out of place. This entire thing was surreal. There were the hallways with gleaming floors smudged by the passage of hundreds of feet, the bright primary colors in trophy cabinets and on bulletin boards, all contrasted with the security guards that were set up and standing to attention as though they expected a fight to break out any moment, and the innumerable teenagers who were being allowed to roam the grounds, some hanging around with weapons at hand. But more than anything else, it was the notion of where I fit in the grand scheme of things. Growing up, attending school, there had always been this general sense of the local gangs and powers and their influence. It was the little things. The gang tags scrawled on walls, the posters informing Asian students of who they could contact if the ABB started pushing them to join or pay tribute. There had always been the rougher kids who wore certain colors and symbols of their affiliation. It had meant something when a teenager wore yellow, or when an adult had an 8-ball tattooed on them. I was aware that Arcadia High had been scrubbed clean, and that things wouldn't become fully apparent until people had gotten more settled and more comfortable. Even with that, though, it was unsettling to notice that for the first time since I was 11, I couldn't see anything relating to the hostile gangs in the area. There were no real gangs except for ours. Gru, Tattletale, Bitch, Regent, Imp, Parian, and I were the vague, intimidating forces that people worried about crossing. We weren't as bad as some of the ones that had come before us, sure, but people still saw us as something to warn others about. I'd seen all the people working for me, sensed them with my bugs. I'd read about myself on Parahumans online, and in news articles. At the same time, high school was sometimes described as a microcosm of the world at large. There was something else about being in the midst of a three-dimensional model of it all, seeing it have a concrete impact on a place that was more familiar. 4 teenagers were sitting along the side of the hallway as I walked by. They stared at me as I passed. I had to work to reassure myself that there was no connection between what I was thinking and the fact that they were looking at me. It did remind me that the wards were here, and whatever else had happened, they might have seen my face. Not my face, but they could easily have seen a deformed evil clone of me. There was that surreal sensation, again. Was it weird that I felt most like Taylor at school? That I was all the more cognizant of the weirdness of all the cape stuff? They were still looking. I gave one a curt nod, and she nodded back. I quickened my pace as I headed to the office. I wanted to be gone. There were a lot of students in the office, and I was soon aware of why. There were capes present. Ones I only barely recognized. Adamant and Seer. Listen. A woman behind the counter raised her voice to be heard over the general babble. She had more authority than I might have expected of a secretary. Get in a line. If you're here to look at the superheroes, you can do it later. They'll be here all week. Nobody listened, of course, and the secretaries weren't really helping, taking requests and giving out information to whoever was closest to the front. It only encouraged the press of bodies. I headed to the other end of the room, hoping I'd be able to work my way around the end of the crowd. I glanced at the clock. 10:40. I had maybe 20 minutes before my dad called me, and getting back in time would be difficult, even if I was lucky enough to have the bus show up at a convenient time. I could postpone, plan a late lunch, but I really didn't want to. Please, Adamant spoke, and his voice was filled with confidence, do as Principal Howell is asking and form lines. That worked, but not all that well. People elbowed and pushed against me as we arranged ourselves into loose columns. I'd never liked the feeling of being in a press of bodies, and it made me think of other unpleasant situations, bonesaw straddling me, being drawn into a massive, monstrous lump of flesh. It made me exceedingly uncomfortable, and being uncomfortable made me instinctively reach for my bugs. That was another reason to not be in classes. How long would it be before my power did something while running on autopilot and drew attention? I studied Adamant and Seer while I waited. Adamant, naturally, wore a metallic costume, featuring metal bands and panels that were loosely linked together by chains, fit over a black bodysuit. He'd been at the fight against Leviathan, if I remembered right. He was a member of Legend's team in New York. Or he had been. Legend was gone now. Seer wore cloth, in contrast to Adamant. He wore a kind of nomadic, desert tribe style of robe, all in pristine white with a fine pattern embroidered onto it. His mask was more stylistic than representing anything, a solid white plate with light blue lenses for the eyes and no opening for his nose or mouth. What made him stand out was the moisture that flowed from the gaps in his hand wraps and from around his mask. It swirled around him like a breath outdoors in winter, pale. Almost an inverse of Gru. Power-wise, I knew Adamant was a bruiser, though I didn't know the specifics. Seer, I did know about, but only because I'd once come across a cell phone video of him brutally taking down a number of thugs, posted online somewhere, months ago. Some capes shot fire from their hands. Seer was the opposite. He could draw moisture to himself with surprising speed and violence. It didn't matter if a foe was armored or behind a force field, he could dehydrate them in a flash. It was the kind of power that might have earned him a villain label if he hadn't had all of the Protectorate's PR at his back. I idly wondered what had made the pair stick with their employer, in the wake of the recent events that had so many leaving the Protectorate with little to no explanation, Legend among them. More than that, I was wondering how I'd fight them if it came down to it. With the way the armor and chains of his costume were arranged, Adamant was just begging to be tied up. Seer would be trickier. You're next, Black Curls, the secretary closest to me spoke. I focused my attention closest to her and approached the counter. What do you need? I need to get in contact with someone. We can't give out personal information. Not even if it's an emergency. If you need to inform a student of something critical, we can make an announcement. No. That'd be the opposite of what I need to do. You could always look for them during the lunch break. I frowned. If there's nothing else, there are others in line. What's the procedure for signing up for classes? You tell us your old schedule. We slot you in as well as we're able. Core classes are in classrooms. We've adopted another system for non-core classes. Non-core. Anything besides maths, science, physical ed, and all those. Non-core classes are held in the computer labs. You'll have a rushed curriculum, alternating reading assignments with quizzes and worksheets on the computers. There are teachers at the front of the lab if you have any questions. I don't suppose you could tell me all the classes that are second period. She gave me a stern look. I was feeling the pressure. This maybe wasn't the brightest move, but I wanted to find Greg, get this solved, then return to life as normal. Lunch with my dad, in an ideal world. What classes did Greg take? I could remember him talking in Spanish. God, it felt like years had passed, not months. World issues. Grade 10. World issues, Spanish. Not English. Charlotte's in that class and she probably would have slipped out to send me a text. History and music, I finished, picking two more that weren't likely to be on the computers. World issues is a non-core class. That'll be your fourth period. You have history now. She struck a key and the sheet began printing. You don't need my name or ID. We have zero notice on who's going to be here or not. For now, everyone is to go to classes. Do your best to catch up for the tests in 1 week, where we evaluate where everyone is. We're adding students to the system on a priority basis. I nodded. Something of a relief, that this wasn't set in stone. She handed me the paper and I took it, turning on my heel to head out of the office. Computer labs first, I thought. I hated to do it, but I drew on my bugs to find the labs in question. With my luck, Kidwin would have put something together, something to track unusual bug movements, and I'd get found in a second. The first lab was a bust. Nobody got in my way or spoke up as I entered the room. There was only an older teacher who pointed wordlessly at a space where computers were unattended. I walked up between the rows and looked at the students. No luck. I left through the back door at the other end of the class. Halfway through the second lab, I saw Emma, clustered with a group of others. Her hair was dyed blonde, done up in a French braid, and her clothes were brand new. Their eyes were on a computer screen where they were watching a video on a streaming site. I wasn't surprised that she'd drawn people to her so quickly. She had that magnetism to her. She looked up and noticed me, no doubt expecting to see a teacher, and I could see her eyes widen a fraction in recognition. But I was already walking, moving on with my search. She wasn't a priority. I deposited a single fly in her bag so I could keep out of her way and headed out of the room. 10 minutes passed as I moved from area to area. I was aware of the moving timeline, and felt a knot of anxiety in my stomach that had nothing to do with school. Fuck him. Seriously. By the time I found him in the smaller gymnasium, where long tables and computers had been arranged to form an impromptu computer lab, it was past 11. My dad would call any minute. I walked up to him and tapped him on the shoulder. The change in his expression when he saw me, with the spreading smile of a child that had torn open the wrapping paper to find the very present they'd wanted, fuck me. I could see where Charlotte had been concerned. There was zero subtlety to him, and a bare minimum of restraint. Or maybe it was the other way around. He pointed at the door, and I nodded once by way of reply. I headed in that direction without waiting for him. At least he didn't blurt out Skitter, in front of everyone. I can't believe you came, you. Seeing his awe, the unrestrained excitement, I decided on a strategy. Are you stalking me? I asked, cutting him off. I could see his expression change, shifting from enthusiasm to confusion. He looked decidedly deranged for the split second he was midway. No, he said. The reason? Can't let him get going or it's all over. He'll keep talking until he says something we'll both regret. Then you have a grudge against me. Some vendetta or something. No. Because you barely know me, and a friend said you were being seriously creepy with the way you were trying to get info on me. I wasn't. I was trying to help. Help? I fumbled for a question that wouldn't give him an excuse to say anything vital aloud. I felt like I was channeling Rachel as I spoke. I don't need your help. In fact, I cut him off. I'm offended you would say it. I know, he strained the words at me, 2 words said in a way that was too excited to be a successful whisper. He wasn't talking about me being offended. He was talking about my secret identity. Fuck me. Greg, I said, reaching out to put the flat of one hand against his shoulder, as if pushing him away, you don't know anything about me. We're not that different, he said. He'd shifted gears to bewilderment. In what way are we the same? I asked. Safe question, unless his answer included a confession that he had powers. We're not social people. We like reading. The answers were weak, and from the look on his face, he knew it. There was a benefit to him being this transparent, and I was counting my blessings that he wasn't very good at articulating what he was thinking. We like computers. And, fuck me, I couldn't help but admit that he was nice. Part of the reason he was struggling to provide an answer was that he was couching his statements to avoid hurting my feelings. The answer was short, we'd both been the losers, but he wouldn't say it outright. I let him flounder for a little bit longer. I didn't want to tear him down, but every second that his confidence wavered was an advantage to me. You don't know anything about me, I repeated myself for effect, then quickly added, you kind of messed up my day doing this. With the reaction I got, someone might have thought I'd slapped him. I wanted to help, he said. I was spooked, I said, feeling like shit even as I continued to leverage his better qualities against him. All I got was a friend texting me to say someone's looking for me like they have a vendetta. That's not it, he said, trailing off, but his enthusiasm was crushed. He was visibly sagging, as though someone had let the air out of him. And I found out it was you, and all I could think was that you were angry and you wanted to hurt me, or maybe you had some crazed infatuation with me and you were stalking me. I could see the look on his face. Horror mixed with panic. Fuck, Greg. No. That's not what it was, he said, breathless. His face betrayed the lie. It was at least part of it. It wasn't like I was crazy over you, it was a little thing, a while back. That's not. I have a boyfriend, I blurted out the words in my haste to cut him off again. It was like kicking a dog. He went silent, and I took the opportunity to get my mental footing and plan out what to say next. A boy stopped in his tracks on his walkway down the hall. A little shorter than me, red-haired. Apparently our atmosphere was screwed up enough that he'd noticed. Problem. It's okay, I said. We're in the middle of resolving it. Personal stuff. That's Greg started, then he stopped, looking at the boy. Even he wasn't so clueless as to say something in front of a stranger. The boy looked between us, and then gave me a curious look. He was one of the ones who'd stayed, I could tell at a glance. Unlike some, though, unlike me, he hadn't gotten much sun. Odd. Maybe he'd holed up in a house or a shelter for the last few months. Staying indoors would have been safest. From the way he was looking at me, I wondered if he saw something like that. Difference was, I had a secret to keep. Thank you, though, I told him, before he could figure anything out. He took it for what it was, me saying go away in the politest way I could manage. He left. Greg, I said, I don't want to hurt you and I don't want to be your enemy. You have to understand, the last while has been scary. I'm guessing you didn't stay in town. I did, he said, then he stopped, breaking eye contact. I was on the outermost edge of the city. Other side of Captain's Hill. There's a mountain on the far side of Captain's Hill, I thought. Which meant he wasn't close enough to matter. I would have hesitated to call that area a part of Brockton Bay, but I could see where maybe Greg had convinced himself it was close enough to count. You didn't stay in town, then, I said. That's fine. Smart. But maybe you don't get what it's been like here. All I want is peace and quiet. I want to spend time with my dad, who I very nearly lost. I don't want trouble. I don't want complications. I was trying to help, he protested. Greg. He bowled over me this time, but I was thinking, you know, if I could figure this out, others could too. I glanced over my shoulder to ensure there was nobody in earshot. A few fruit flies ventured out of a locker and checked around the corners. Greg, what is it you think you know? You're Skitter, he whispered. No, Greg, I said, calm, quiet. I was reading online, and it's like, there were people wondering if you were an adult, and it got me thinking what Skitter must be like in real life, and then it clicked. That was just about the most horrifying thing he could have said, barring near impossibilities like, I got powers and I ate your hair to get pregnant with your child. A feeling, Greg. It's more than that. It all makes sense. I was going to spend time with my dad, I said. That was my whole goal for the day, it's my only goal. I just want to unwind and relax after weeks and months of living in this hellhole of a city. And you pull me away from all that because of a hunch. It makes sense. Your age, your location, your attitude. Even with the bullying, your trigger event. I cut him off. Trigger event. Yeah, you. What's that? I asked. He stopped, trying to think of a way to parse the answer, and I could even see a flicker of enthusiasm, as he imagined explaining the concept. The enthusiasm drained from his face. You're playing dumb, he said, but the confidence had taken a hit. You know that capes hurt my dad? I asked. Both times he got hospitalized. Shatterbird the first time, the explosion at the town hall the second. Superpowers are really the last thing I even want to think about. We can talk, but I really don't want to talk about the superhero stuff. Fuck me, I felt slimy, playing him like this, using my dad for leverage. I can't talk about this without talking about capes. About me being one of the villains? Isn't it kind of insulting? No, Greg. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. But the proportions, the appearance. You're wrong, I repeated. I was feeling enough sympathy for him at this point that it wasn't hard to inject some into my voice. Everything fit, he said, his voice small. Fit, not fits. He'd already come to the conclusion I'd wanted. I kept my mouth shut. I wanted nothing more than to be gone, to arrange things so I could meet up with my dad with a minimum of questions, but I stood there and waited for Greg's response. I'm sorry, he said, in the end. You're not a bad guy, Greg, I said. Sorry I'm not the person you wanted me to be. He nodded, mute. Take care of yourself. Good luck with school. Maybe I'll see you around. I hope your dad's alright, he said. Thanks, I answered him. Then I turned to leave. Goddamned people. I felt like crap, both for manipulating him and the way I'd manipulated him, but there'd been no other choice. What the hell had he even expected? That I'd admit it and be bursting with gratitude that he'd let me know I needed to take some extra measures with my secret identity? Probably. I headed for the front door of the school. As crummy as I felt, I could relax a bit, now. Crisis averted. I'd send Charlotte a text, then see about meeting up with my dad. I wanted to leave. There was nothing for me here. Only ugly feelings. Except the difference from then and now was that I felt a hell of a lot more like an Emma than a Taylor. Speak of the devil. I could sense her by the front door, hanging out with a group of her new friends. I changed routes and found a door in a stairwell, and stepped outside that way. The problem was the gate. A short wall surrounded the grounds, and I couldn't quite bring myself to climb it, not with the attention it would attract. Going through the exit at the parking lot would take me in the opposite direction I'd wanted to go, and I was in something of a rush. And maybe a part of me didn't want to run. Avoiding her was one thing, but going 5 or 10 minutes out of my way to circle a whole city block just to keep out of her way was something else. I walked briskly for the gate. She saw me, walked to intercept. Fuck her. Of course she's starting something. It can't be easy. She placed herself between me and the gate. She was almost playful as she stepped right, then left to cut me off as I changed direction. I was forced to stop. A sly smile was plastered on her face. I was aware of the others looking. The people who were sitting outside, the guards, her friends were approaching to join her. Sneaky, sneaky, she said. She looked like she was having a ball. Trying to avoid me. I didn't reply. I was a little spooked at how quickly my bugs were responding to my irritation. Half of my psyche was saying fight, the other half was saying ignore her, and the bugs were only listening to the first half. The second half was needing a bit of a push on my end. There were few people in this world that had truly earned my hate. I'd put a bullet through the last one's brain. Emma? I couldn't care less about her. That was what unsettled me. Chrysalis 20.3. Yes, I said. I'm trying to avoid you because I have some place to be. I'm hurt, Taylor. It's been a while since we had a chance to talk. We used to be friends, don't you remember? I remember, I replied. Didn't want to get caught up in this. At the same time, I wasn't sure I wanted to back down, either. I glanced around at the others. I needed a better term for the people who'd stayed, a name for that particular clique. They'd approached us, interested, but were hanging back enough to indicate they weren't about to jump to my defense. Couldn't blame them. The last series of events in Brockton Bay weren't the sort that rewarded heroes. These people had made it through by playing it safe and avoiding trouble. Emma's friends weren't the same way. They approached, offering Emma backup and support. They didn't join in, though. Emma was point man here. She was in a mood to start trouble, I could tell, and everyone present knew it. The guards? They hung back, even further away than the ones on the periphery. 2 or 3 of them. As I saw it, they were backing Emma up. If I smashed her teeth in or tore her ear half off like Sophia had once done to me, they'd stop me, and I'd get in trouble. I'd get delayed from getting to where I wanted to be. Changed your look? I have to say, you managed to make any style look great. The sarcasm was subtle. There was also a glimmer of a memory in there, she was referencing something. I brushed it aside. I doubted I wanted to think too hard on it. You're not impressing anyone, I said. So hostile, Emma said. Is that part of your new image? Being rude? Keeping everyone at arm's length? If anyone's trying too hard, it's you. Oh, I just had to take one look at her expression to see that she was reveling in the irony. She didn't give a damn that the accusations she was directing at me could be turned against her. For her, it was all about the reaction she got out of me. Victories, both big and little. And all the while, she was oblivious to what I was holding back, tens of thousands of bugs, insects and arachnids, worms, centipedes, snails, and slugs. I restrained them in the same way I might keep my fist clenched, resisting the urge to swing it at her. It wasn't just the idea of hurting her. That was almost secondary. It was the idea of catching her right now, when she had less of a hold over me than she'd had in years. To see the look on her face in the moment before the bugs forced themselves into her airways. The dawning comprehension, the realization of what she'd brought on herself. One action, and she might experience a share of the fear, the frustration and disgust I'd experienced over the years. The hopelessness, the helplessness in the face of someone with more power to throw around. I could imagine the bugs flowing into her mouth before she thought to cover it, flowing into her nostrils until she covered that. I could imagine the moment she realized she'd have to swallow if she wanted to breathe. I might even dismiss the bugs from flying around between us, just so I'd have a clear visual of it. More likely that she'd throw up, but I'd have a minute or two before the heroes mobilized. Zoning out on me, eh bear? Or did you spend too long outdoors and bake your brain? I don't know what to say, I admitted. Big surprise. Because I don't really think much of you anymore. I've dealt with drug dealers, vandals, looters, and thugs, and the gangs that were roving the city trying to get their hands on young girls. Hell, I was there when Mannequin attacked the boardwalk. All true. Except, I dealt with them in a more direct fashion than I was implying. Big girl. So brave, Emma said. I saw 1 or 2 people on the periphery of the crowd shift position, irritated. They weren't my allies, not exactly, but Emma had just lost points, belittling what they had been through. I have a bit more perspective, I told her. I've seen how shitty people can be. I've seen people who were desperate, fighting just to get by. Others preyed on people, in the midst of it all. I can't say I respect them for it, but maybe I understand it. She started. I cut her off, talking over her, and the thing is, even after seeing all of the starving people, the ones who ate trash or stole to make it through the next 24 hours, I think less of you than I think of them. I could see her eyes narrow at that. You're insulting me. I'm stating facts, I replied. Talking to you even now, I'm realizing how small your world is. You think of popularity in high school, of looking nice. That's not even 0.1% of what's going on in the world at large. Yet you're trying so hard to climb to the top of this tiny, sad little hill. You're missing one key fact there, she said. There was no smile on her face now. You're beneath me on this little hill. So what does that make you? Emma, you're snarling at me and insulting me, trying to make jabs as if each little gesture will give you a higher spot on the totem pole, but there's no point. I'm not even a student here. You're a dropout. A failure. I sighed a little. I really like this approach of yours. You started off really subtle, and in the last minute alone, you've descended to flinging basic insults at me, trying to see what sticks. Except I'm really not bothered, and you're doing more to make yourself look bad. Maybe I should have let her play it out a bit more and try a few more aimless jabs before I called her on it. Didn't matter. One member of her entourage piped up, who do you think you are? Talking to her like that. Another. You think you sound so smart, telling her what she's. The girl stopped as Emma raised one hand. Emma was glaring at me. How long had it been since I'd seen anything besides glee and mean smirks? Something substantial, and not just a look of fear as she huddled with her family at some fundraiser, or being shocked when I'd slapped her in the shopping mall. Was Emma actually angry? The Taylor of months ago would have appreciated it, the realization, she might even have found it healing. Not caring about what she said now came with an equal measure of not caring about her reaction. I was almost disappointed. I've seen you break down in tears one too many times to buy that you don't care. You're a wimp, a bear, a coward. You just want to look strong, pretend you're something other than what you are. No, I replied. I just want to go to lunch with my dad. If you want to stroke your own ego, you can do it after I'm gone. I didn't feel better, as this played along, somewhat in my favor. I was still angry, I still wanted to hurt her, to see the look on her face. But that feeling, in combination with what I'd mentioned to her earlier, when I'd said how small high school seemed in the grand scheme of things, it made my emotions seem out of proportion. Monstrous. And punctuating that monstrous line of thinking was the bugs. Reflecting my feelings, it almost made for a throbbing sensation, insistent, the swarm working to move toward me, being pushed back with a semi-conscious thought the next moment. She was getting to me. It just wasn't the way she'd intended. You keep trying to run, bear, like a coward. You should thank me. Thank you. I'd love to hear this one. God, if you just would have pretended to grow a spine a little sooner, everything would have been fine. Somehow I doubt that. People who stand up for themselves get respect. If you would have tried this a little sooner, laughed more at the pranks and jokes, stood a little straighter instead of cringing like a whipped dog, it would have worked. We would have been friends again. You'd have been part of the group, and things would have been peachy. But you put it off too long, you made yourself into a victim. It wasn't us. I could feel a few ideas fall into alignment. You're talking about Sophia. You mean she would have let me into the group? That's part of it. Now we were talking about Sophia. About Shadow Stalker. Emma knew that the two were one and the same, and I knew as well, but I couldn't let on. Still, it was leverage. That's a lot of it, I bet. How demented are you, that you think I'd fucking want to be your friend, after all the shit you pulled? Are you really better off where you are? Now? Yes. Then? Fuck, even then, yes. I called you pathetic a minute ago, but Sophia's worse than you. She was a sad little basket case who lashed out at people with violence and barbed words because it was the only way she could deal. The only real advantages she had were the fact that she was attractive and how you were misguided enough to look up to her, which is laughable unto itself. Watch it, she said. I would have thought you were better than that, but no. She brought you down to her level, and you saved her from becoming a deranged thug, and made her a popular deranged thug instead. One of her friends stepped forward, no doubt to bark a retort, but Emma pushed her away. Watch it, one of the guards called out. Hands off. He was perfectly content to let this argument slide, but a push was too much. Whatever. Emma turned to her friend, sorry. Wait the girl muttered back. She didn't look too happy. Emma turned to me, and she had that mean, sly smile, like she had all the confidence in the world. You want to play hardball, Taylor? I want to go meet my dad for lunch. I've already said. You've been playing hardball for years. You can't really top using my mom's death to taunt me unless you are willing to pull a weapon. Sure I can, the anger had faded, and she was cool, calm. She seemed to relish her words as she said them. You killed your mom. I didn't have a response to that. My thoughts were momentarily a jumble, as I tried to process how that was even possible. Remember? You were at my house when you got the call? You were supposed to call your mom. She was dialing for you when she got in the accident. Pretty weak, Emma. I don't really buy it, and I don't think even you buy that I'm at fault. Oh, but there's more. See, your dad thought so. Your dad blamed you. He blames you. Remember? He kind of disconnected. Stopped caring about you? You eventually went to my parents to ask if you could stay over some, until he found his feet. I could remember. It had been the darkest period following one of the darkest moments of my life. My dad gave good old Danny a talking to, and your dad said he couldn't get over it. He thought you were responsible, blamed you because you didn't make the call you were supposed to, and your mom had to drive over, worrying something was wrong. I could visualize it, fit this information into the blanks. Emma continued speaking, and her words were in parallel with my own train of thought. Ever think about how distant he got? Maybe how distant he is, even now. He loves you, maybe, but he hates you too. He dished all the dirt to my dad, and told him how if you'd just called, if you'd picked up when your mom tried to call you from home, he'd still have his wife. He'd still have a woman who was fantastic and smart and beautiful, someone way too good for him. Now all he's got is you. You, who he took care of more because he had to than because of anything else. Does he even like you, now? Did my dad love me? Yes. Did he like me? That was up for debate. A hollowness had settled in me. I wasn't sure how much of it was what Emma was saying, how much was my thinking back to those days, and how much was an extension of the dissonance I'd been feeling since I stepped foot on school grounds. I glanced at the others around us. They were quiet, watching. They weren't leaping to my defense or joining in on Emma's side. Observers. Emma, for her part, was smiling, mocking me with her smugness, waiting for the reaction. I exhaled slowly. With all the time I'd spent around Tattletale, it wasn't hard to see what Emma was doing. Identifying the weak points, then making educated guesses, making claims that were difficult to verify, but devastating in their own right. She didn't have powers, but she did have the background knowledge of me, my dad and that period of my life. If I'd ever been close to using my power on her, it was here, now. The fact that she was using my parents against me? Trying to fuck with me on this level? I drew in a deep breath, then exhaled again. Be calm. Was it true? Possibly. But it would be next to impossible to verify, unless I was willing to discuss old, ugly memories with my dad. Right here and right now, the information had only as much weight as I gave it. I had to react to it like I might one of Tattletale's head games. Okay, I said. Are you done? I'd like to go now. The anger was bleeding out of me. If that was all she could do, on the spur of the moment, I didn't need to worry anymore. The smile on her face remained, but it wasn't quite so smug, now. I'm sorry. I should have realized you're a heartless bitch. You don't even care. I don't think I really believe you, I replied. But even if I did, whatever. I've dealt with people who are smarter than you, I've had to handle people who are scarier and meaner than you. I've even had to work with people who are better at manipulating others than you. You don't have the slightest. I stopped. My phone was vibrating. There were too many possibilities for what it could be. Issues with the ambassadors, my dad, Charlotte. I turned away and answered the call, putting the phone to my ear. Taylor, my dad spoke. Hi Dad, I said. How's the work? It's not, I said. I got a call from someone I've been working with on and off, and stopped by the school. Where are you? The boat graveyard. We're trying to do some problem solving, and it's slowing us down. Which school? Arcadia. Want to meet me halfway? Through the single fly I'd planted on her, I could tell that Emma was striding towards me. With only a split second to decide on a course of action, I decided to let her hit me. She struck the phone out of my hand, and then shoved me into the wall that marked the perimeter of the school grounds. Emma didn't say a word, but she was panting. Was she trying to think of something to say? She pulled me away from the wall, only so she could slam me against it again. I could have laughed. She wasn't strong, she wasn't intimidating. I thought about saying something. You're out of cards to play. You've dropped past insults and you've descended to brute force, now? I didn't get a chance. A guard advanced on us and pulled her off me. The guard sounded almost casual as he kept a grip on the back of her shirt and one of her wrists, fighting to stop her from struggling. Now we're off to see the principal. Figured. I glared at him. So you stand back until a fight erupts, and get both attacker and victim in trouble. The job's to stop students from hurting others or getting themselves hurt. Not about to step in the middle of an argument, or I'd be running around all day, he said. I'm not even a student here, I replied. Didn't figure you were, with how fast you were in and out. That's why it's your call. You can go, do that thing you were talking about with your family, or come back to the office with me and the girl. What's the difference? I asked. He shrugged, then grimaced as she continued to struggle. We're supposed to take any troublemakers to the office along with students who might be willing to testify. You're not a student, but maybe you plan to be, so it's up to you. I didn't respond right away. For one thing, I was going to relish the sight of Emma finally getting the short end of the stick. For another, I couldn't shake the notion that this was some kind of trap. For so long, it had been 2 steps forward, and 1 step back. Why should things be any easier now? I picked up my phone and put it to my ear to see if the call was still connected. Hello? Taylor. My dad was still on the other end of the phone. It's okay, I said. I met Emma's eyes. Emma tried to pick a fight. They're taking her to the front office now. There was a pause on his end. Do you need me to come? You said you were busy with something. I doubt anything will come of this, so don't stress over it. Want to meet tomorrow? Okay. Good luck. Thanks. Love you, I said. The memories Emma had just stirred up flickered through my mind's eye. You too, he replied. I hadn't taken my eyes off Emma. She glared at me up until the moment the guard hauled her around, forcing her to march toward the school. You, in the sleeveless t-shirt, and you, girl with the haircut, the guard said, and you, the blonde in the purple shirt. You're witnesses. Inside. He'd named 2 of the people who'd been hanging outside, both with the telltale look of people who'd stayed in Brockton Bay, and one of Emma's friends. There was some hesitation from a girl with the right half of her head shaved. Her friends nudged her, and she joined the group. Eyes were on us as we collectively headed in the direction of the office. Emma pulled her hand free of the guard's grip, and sullenly marched at the head of the group. Once or twice, she tried to change course, but the guard gave her a little push to keep her moving. It meant that every set of eyes was on her from the moment where we entered the school to the point we reached the front office. Principal Howell had given up on managing the late arrivals when we turned up, and was on the phone at the very back of the office. Seeing us, she looked almost relieved to have a distraction. One finger pointed the way to her office, and she quickly wrapped up her call, cupping one hand around the mouthpiece to drown out the babble of voices from the gathered students. We had to take very different routes to get there, with the counter in the way. By the time we arrived, she was seated behind her desk. Emma and I took our seats in front of the desk, with the guard and the 3 witnesses lined up behind us. The principal wasn't terribly attractive, and her roots gave away her bleached hair. Just going by her appearance, and by the colorful blouse and scarf she wore, she didn't give me a sense of an authority figure. I didn't get the sense she'd stayed in Brockton Bay these past few months. Then she spoke, and my initial impressions were banished the instant I heard her hard tone. Collins? 30 words or less, give me the rundown. The guard answered her, pointing to Emma. Extended argument was initiated by the blonde one. The one with the glasses tried to back out. Blonde escalated to pushing and shoving. I stepped in. Okay, she said. Witnesses, any commentary? Keep it short. What he said, the girl with the half-shaved head said, sullen. The one who started it, I think her name was Emma? Yeah. She's a bitch. This was somehow surreal. I wondered if I was caught in some kind of trap. The ambassadors didn't, to my knowledge, have anyone with a power that could mess with my head. Maybe Haven or the Fallen had someone like that, capable of trapping me in some kind of warped world where things actually turned out okay, leaving me in a state where I never wanted to leave. Such a world wouldn't necessarily have Emma in it in the first place, though. Or Greg. Emma didn't do anything wrong, the blonde in the purple shirt said. There's a history. She was only responding to some stuff that happened before. I don't care about what happened before, the principal said. I care about keeping the peace. We've already had 3 fights with weapons, and the day isn't even half over. No less than 10 fist fights. Nearly a third of the students attending this school were in Brockton Bay during the recent crises. Some were merchants, others were members of the white supremacy groups, and many more either found or are still taking refuge in a territory held by the current crime lords of Brockton Bay. Friction is inevitable. I'm certain many of my students have post-traumatic stress disorder, and any number of students haven't yet made the transition from being a survivor to being an ordinary student. She leaned her elbows on the desk. That's fine. I'm willing to accept trouble as a fact of life, given recent events. It would be unfair to hold you, she paused, to eye me, the girl with the hair and the boy in the sleeveless t-shirt, to the same standards as any other student, given what you've been through. That's not fair, Emma said. Emma, the principal said, what you did was monumentally stupid and dangerous. Again, that's a real feeling. This would be the point that I woke up to find I was still buried in echidna, experiencing some warped reflection of past events, only in a more pleasant vein. Or maybe the scene twisted around and I'd realize I was in some modified agnosia fog and everyone around me was a member of the 9. Principal Howell continued, you there, your name. Terry, the boy in the sleeveless t-shirt said. Did you bring a weapon to school today? No. Have you been in a fight, in the last few weeks? A few. Okay. And you, miss? Sheila, and yet. Brought a weapon. Do you have it on you? Sheila reached into a back pocket and withdrew a keychain. A piece of metal dangled from the end, a bar that could be gripped, and 2 spikes that stuck out in front. It was like brass knuckles, but not quite. The same principle applied. Thank you. If you could hand them to Collins, I'd appreciate it. Sheila gave Collins a wary look. Or you could step outside, Howell suggested. Yeah, Sheila replied. I'll do that. She turned on her heel and stepped out of the office. And you? Your name? She was looking at me. I responded, Taylor A. Bear. Were you armed? Yeah, I said. She handed over her weapon without a fuss, Collins said. Cheap knife, basic sheath. And, if pushed, if you'd had it, would you have used it? The principal asked. I hesitated. You won't get in trouble if you say yes. Be honest. I don't know, I said. Define pushed. Never mind. Have you used it? That one? No. But you have used a knife. I nodded, reluctant. I couldn't shake the feeling that the walls were going to close in around me, screwing me over. I hope you're getting my point, the woman said, turning back to Emma. You're saying they could have hurt me, Emma replied, sullen. Would have, in some cases. This isn't the city you're used to, nor the same students. It's fine, Emma said. We'll see. Just putting you into the computer. Emma, what was it? Barnes, I supplied. ES at the end. She typed on the computer keyboard to her right. And Taylor. Hubert. A. Bear. EB. More typing. A. Bear. Just give me a second to pull records, damn. Fancy new school, you'd think they'd give us better equipment. She hit the power button. The computer took a minute to reboot. Long seconds passed. Nobody spoke. The screen flared back to life. She murmured. What is it? Collins asked. A number of past incidents. And we got the emails from Winslow High School. I did a search for their names, and there's one that postdates the Endbringer attack. It's apparently a series of text messages between an Emma Barnes and Sophia Hess. There's a great deal of discussion of the ongoing bullying campaign against Taylor here. I glanced at Emma. She'd gone pale. A final fuck you from Sophia? Guess she wasn't a friend after all. The principal looked me square in the eye. Would you like to press charges? I couldn't even think straight, hearing that. It was so out of tune with my expectations. No. I was still seated on the hard plastic chair, Emma to my immediate left. This was reality. This was everything I'd wanted, as far as the Emma situation, to enjoy a small victory, to see her house of cards come tumbling down. To actually get to press charges? To see justice? No, I said. Emma's head snapped to face my direction with enough speed that I thought she might have given herself whiplash. Why not? Principal Howell asked. Because I'm a supervillain, and I don't want the scrutiny. Because her dad's a lawyer with connections, and it won't work. Because she's not worth the trouble, I gave her the first answer that I could think of that wouldn't cause any more problems. Time spent on this is time I can't devote to my territory. I don't want more conflict. Not with all the other issues surrounding this. The school can take action against her without your consent, she said. Feel free. I want to be done with her, that's all. Very well. Emma? I'll see you again in September. September. The summer classes we're offering are very much a privilege. Now, I'm sure you've faced your share of stresses in having to relocate twice in a short span of time, but I'm not inclined to extend the same leniency to you that I'm extending to those who've been through so much more. I suspected Emma was at least as stunned as I was. When you return, we can discuss whether you'll repeat the 10th grade, and whether you'll repeat it here. I'll have had time to review the emails and past records. She tapped a few keys on the keyboard, then frowned. What was I saying? Right. Given the possibility that Taylor might choose to attend in the future, and even just the basics I'm reading here, it may not be conscionable to let you attend as well. This is ridiculous. My dad's a lawyer. There's no way he'll let this happen. Then I expect we'll have a great many discussions in the future. Collins? Would you please take her to the front? I'd like a word with Ms. Hebert. Will do. Maybe not a delusion. A trap? Head games from a court? Or was she an ambassador, trying to curry favor? I wasn't sure what every member of the Fallen or the Teeth could do. Could one be a shapeshifter? Something else? The door shut behind Collins, leaving the principal and I alone in the room. Satisfactory, she asked me. What? Is this end result satisfactory? If you were holding back because you were afraid your membership among the Undersiders might come to light, rest assured I can be discreet. She did know something. I'm not sure I understand. It doesn't matter. I got the impression you didn't want to be treated any differently. Who are you? A vice principal in well over her head, she said, leaning back in her chair. I didn't see it firsthand, but I felt the effects of this long series of disasters. My predecessor made it through, past an Endbringer attack, past food shortages and disease, past the roving gangs, the thugs and looters, past the Slaughterhouse 9, an amnesia fog and a takeover of the city. So many things. And at the end of it all, just when things started to get better, he couldn't adjust. He got in a fight, was punched in the head, and died soon after of an embolism. I'm sorry. 17 years working together. He was like a brother. I told myself I would keep the peace. Someone gave me a list of names, and I recognized your name on that list. So perhaps I support certain students and keep an eye on the ones who would inevitably cause trouble anyways. Tattletale. She arranged this. I'm not confirming or denying that I am such a student. Of course. But why? What do you get out of it? Peace. It's an ugly road to travel to get there, but it's peace. I lost one good friend and boss to the crises here, I won't lose anyone else. Particularly not my students. Why did she have to tell me? I would have been content to be ignorant here. This was a perversion of justice. The fact that it was perverted in my favor didn't matter. Treat me like you would anyone else, I said. I will. I couldn't quite believe her. If she was currying favor with Tattletale, helping to solidify Tattletale's hold and perhaps feeding Tattletale information on more troublesome gang members, I wasn't sure I could trust her to stay impartial here. I'd won, so to speak, but this small revelation had taken the justice out of it. I'm going to go, I said. I need you to fill out some paperwork, so everything's organized for Emma's suspension. Are you a student? No. Are you intending to be a student? No. Okay. Then I'll have you fill out a form as a visitor. Let me reboot my system again, print what you need, you can fill out one short page, and I'll manage the rest. I was about to protest, to give some excuse and go, but the phone rang. She picked up and pressed one hand over the mouthpiece. Wait at the front, a secretary will bring it to you. I couldn't refuse without intruding on the conversation. I stepped outside. Emma was at the front, too, slouched in a chair with Collins standing beside her. No doubt she'd had a secretary let her call her dad, or would as soon as the opportunity came up. I stood at the opposite end of the room. I felt numb. A little disgusted with how things had turned out, that the only reason this system seemed to be working was because it was already corrupt to a fundamental level. I could still feel some of the anger and irritation from the argument with Emma, the thrill of adrenaline. I raised a hand to adjust my glasses and found my fingers were shaking. I was trembling, and I couldn't identify why. None of the emotions I could single out would account for this kind of response. Even all put together, they shouldn't have gotten me halfway here. I had a lump in my throat, and I felt like I might cry, and I wasn't sad. Was I happy? Scared? Relieved? I couldn't sort anything out in the jumble. Was my emotional makeup that fucked up? I found a chair and fell into it, rather than sitting. I focused on deep breaths, on using my power to contact my bugs and detach myself from things. Hebert? Taylor Hebert. A secretary was calling out for me. I stood and made my way to the front, where I got the paper, already attached to a clipboard. Some had already been automatically filled in, and there was a header asking me to double-check the details. My name, my age and grade, the address. I stopped. Address, 911 Incoming ST. Alt address, 9191 Escape Avenue. I looked up in the direction of the principal's office. She was standing at the window, staring at me, a phone pressed to her ear. She mouthed a word at me. Run. Someone knows I'm Skitter. I ran. Chrysalis 20.4. From the moment Charlotte had sent her text, I'd been bracing myself for the worst-case scenario. I'd resolved the situation with Greg, and I'd had just enough time to let my guard down before things started falling apart for real. A guard stopped me in my tracks before I was 3 steps out of the office, arresting me mid-stride by setting his hands on my shoulders. I resisted the urge to fight him. I wasn't sure I could, without a weapon, my armor, or powers, and it threatened to make the situation worse. He peered down at me, but I averted my eyes, staring down at the ground so he couldn't get a straight look at my face. No running, kid, he said. He let me go, and I resisted the urge to breathe a sigh of relief. My thoughts were a mess, a jumble of half-finished thoughts, 10 times worse than it had been earlier in the day. Somehow, in the midst of it, I managed to establish a few priorities. Slip out, get rid of evidence, assess the threat, and then address it. I walked slower. I had the papers I'd removed from the clipboard, and I started tearing them up as soon as the guard had disappeared through the doors of the office. On a more strategic level, I drew on a share of the handful of bugs in the school to get a sense of my surroundings. I'd be letting people know Skitter was present, if they noticed the odd movements of the flies and ants, but I had good reason to believe someone already knew. Either the people after me were the good guys, and it didn't matter if I clued them in, or it was one of my other enemies, and the heroes showing up could be a good thing. Arcadia High consisted of 2 longer buildings joined by a third, joining them to form something like a capital H. The main office, where I was, and all the other administrative and staff-related facilities seemed to be located around the center. The only exits from this immediate area would open into an open space where I would be surrounded by walls lined with windows, all looking down at me. Worse, the doors all had the heavy horizontal bars that suggested they were emergency exits, and an alarm would sound if I used them. Assuming I had someone after me, I couldn't afford to put myself in that position. That left me 2 options. I could head into the building to my left, which featured 4 stories of classrooms, the cafeteria, and a gymnasium, with a door that led to the student parking lot at the front of the school, or I could head right, into a building that was much the same, though longer, with an auditorium and the front doors of the school in close proximity to one another, and quite a few more classrooms. I headed for the front door, to my right, depositing the scraps of paper in a trash can on my way. I moved as fast as I could without drawing undue attention, discreetly placing bugs on all of the guards I could find. I stopped in my tracks as my bugs made contact with 2 other individuals. Adamant and Seer were in the company of 2 guards, moving from the front door to the intersection immediately in front of me. Making a sharp right, I headed for the stairwell, ducking away before they could advance far enough ahead to get a glimpse of me. I'd worried they were making a beeline straight for me, but they stopped at the junction where the 2 hallways met. I was already reaching the hallway below. The guidance counselor's office and staff meeting room sat behind floor-to-ceiling windows with the same glass that the exterior windows had, hexagon-shaped cells blending near seamlessly into one another. Looking straight at it, I couldn't tell the difference, but the light caught each cell differently if I viewed it at certain angles, making them stand out. Measures against Shatterbird? Behind one of the windows, I could see 2 guidance counselors sitting in a circle with a dozen students. Nobody, not even the guard who was standing on the other side of the glass door, gave me more than a glance. The exterior windows of the building were all securely closed. The building was cool despite being a greenhouse of sorts, but it made getting my bugs into the building a difficult matter, and that left me with a relatively small swarm. I gauged the number of bugs I could spare, and situated the less mobile bugs on doors and at the points where the walls met the floor or ceiling. I might have preferred a denser collection, to map out my surroundings, but it gave me a sketchy mental picture of how the hallways were laid out. A small cloud of flies was only now reaching the front office, slipping inside as a student opened the door, navigating between legs and feet to make their way to the principal's office. Listening in required conscious thought, but I'd been working on training my brain to follow human speech with the insect's alien hearing. It was easier, the more I had nearby, but I'd have to make do. Fight on my campus, she spoke into the phone. I had some information now, for as long as she was on the phone. Not much, and it required me to divert some focus to translating, but it was something. Of my students are, Lee sensitive, to, them feel unsafe. It was an unfamiliar school, and while I had a basic sense of the layout, particularly on the exterior, the interior was something of a hurdle. The hallway I was on ended in short staircases at either end, each of which led up to the main hallways of the larger buildings. I made my way towards the one furthest from Seer and Adamant. If that's an order, yes, fine. The principal hung up the phone, placing it on her desk. She didn't act right away. I quickened my pace. The bugs I had on her pant legs informed me that she was swiveling around. I had to think about the layout of her office before it clicked. The computer. I was at the top of the stairs, the door that led to the parking lot at my left, when the signal went through. Every single guard in the building reacted in the same moment, as did Adamant and Seer. Some withdrew things from their pockets, phones, I could guess, while others were already kicking into action. It wasn't just the guards. The bugs I had on classroom doors informed me of some students slipping out of class. 2 students, both boys. My enemy was the Protectorate, or someone with strong connections in the Protectorate. Nobody else would be able to pull this. Guards stepped into the building and shut the doors behind them. The heavy, mechanical sound of the doors locking echoed down the hall around me. The doors leading outside were all being sealed shut. The gate at the front of the school was closed, and a guard was heading for the chain link barrier at the edge of the parking lot as well. Could I run? Maybe. Fight my way past the guards? It was possible. I could cloak myself in bugs, use my limited repertoire to disguise myself, to disable and slash or distract them while fighting my way outside. Could I get to the end of the parking lot in time? That, too, wasn't impossible. Altogether? With barely 100 bugs available? I wasn't so sure. Any fight took time, it involved a risk to myself, and I wasn't wearing my costume. If any of the guards had a weapon they'd confiscated, or if one of the capes in the area caught up with me, I'd be more than screwed. I didn't have any bugs on my person. I'd been concerned about a pat-down at the gate, and I didn't want to have bugs crawling throughout the inside of my pant leg or in my pockets when a guard searched me for weapons. I wasn't wearing my costume for much the same reason. Stupid of me. I was stuck. May I have your attention please? Principal Howell's voice sounded from speakers throughout the school. The school is now being locked down. For your own safety, please remain in your classrooms. Students not in an assigned classroom should proceed in a calm and orderly fashion to the nearest seating area. Students in the north wing of the school will need to make their way to the auditorium. Students in the south wing should gather in the cafeteria. Remain calm and rest assured, there is no immediate danger. The noose was constricting around me. The students would be contained in select areas, and classrooms would be cleared one by one. If the protectorate was involved, I wasn't even sure I could find a proper hiding spot. Didn't Kidwin have some ability to see through walls or detect heat signatures with his goggles? The two boys had reached a room on the bottom floor, near the gymnasium, and were quickly changing into their costumes. Clockblocker and Kidwin. What did the good guys know? They'd been alerted that I was in the school. I'd been in the office only minutes ago, and the principal had put my name into the computer. That was probably the catalyst, given how fast things had proceeded in the minutes since. The principal got the phone call, and had ordered the lockdown as a consequence. The fact that she'd warned me, it didn't jibe with the lockdown, she probably hadn't wanted to do it. It struck me that they didn't know that I was in the school now. Inside of the building, I was largely defenseless. Outside, I did have my bugs. I doubted I could get out without drawing attention, but I could theoretically get them to call off the lockdown. My bugs moved from the surrounding blocks and collected near one of the fire doors I'd noted earlier. They formed into a decoy, a rough copy of my general silhouette, covered in bugs, and then began moving toward the school gates. One of the guards standing by the auditorium saw and shouted for Seer. The white-shrouded hero hurried for the door. Seer was a long-ranged cape, probably capable of killing my swarm with little difficulty. I split my swarm off into further copies, maintaining their movement towards the gate and the walls. Another announcement was broadcast throughout the school. A supervillain is currently near the school entrance. Students in the central areas of the school should relocate to the cafeteria. Anyone already in a secure place should please remain where they are. The office was emptying, now, and guards were breaking away from their groups to ensure that every student that had been sitting around in the hallways was moving to the appropriate areas. Emma was among the 40 or 50 students heading toward the cafeteria, nestled in the midst of the group, while the principal followed at the rear with 2 guards in her company. Behind me, the guidance office was evacuating as well. The glass door opened, and the soundproof seal broke. I could hear one of the counselors speaking to the 12 or so teenagers around him. Let's go to the cafeteria. If this takes a while, we'll at least be able to eat. He spotted me and gestured for me to join the group. I could have argued and asked to go to the auditorium instead. There were any number of excuses that could have worked, including I have an issue with one of the students who's in the cafeteria. But I was more interested in being invisible. Better to play along, to think of a plan and execute it, while doing as little as possible to draw attention to myself. Here, at least, I'd be hidden among others. I joined the crowd moving in the direction of the cafeteria. More guards were directing other students to the cafeteria, the groups merging into a single mass, with the cafeteria doors as the bottleneck. Inside, everyone was spreading out to find tables. Again, I noted the distinction between the two varieties of student. The bright and cheerful ones were collecting together, filling up every space at the tables closest to the door and to the front of the cafeteria, where all of the food was available. Others were spreading out, alone or in groups of 2 to 5. The principal and other staff members were standing by the door, seeing that everyone filed peacefully into the room. Emma was sitting at one table with all of the secretaries and a few of the teachers who I supposed hadn't had a class to teach. She glared at me as I walked into the room. I found Charlotte, too, identifying her by the cube of paper with the ladybug inside that I had my more prominent minions carrying these days. Taylor, she hissed, as I made my way towards a table at the back of the room. I was dimly aware of Seer striking down one of the decoys. The moisture in the air zipped to his hand, and nearly half of the decoy was ruined, the bugs dazed or unable to move. The spiders, I noted, suffered worse than most. They used a kind of biological hydraulic system to move. Shit. I liked my spiders. They were particularly useful. I reached Charlotte and murmured, "Best if you don't know me." "Hey, Taylor," she hissed the words, twisting around in her seat. When I didn't reply, she repeated herself, "Hey. Is this about you?" "I think so," I muttered. I took a seat at a table near the back, folding my arms in front of me and resting my chin on the back of my hands. Staying out of sight, while keeping an eye on everything. It also allowed me to focus on my swarm. My bugs were discreetly tracing back routes and other options. Was there a place where the cafeteria staff unloaded the day's food? Some back way leading from, say, a gym or custodial entrance? A way onto the roof, even? I didn't have enough bugs to spare that I could leave them on walls. I was forced to personally memorize every corridor and feature of the building that might be important. Outside, Seer was working at destroying my decoys. I split off more copies, and then moved one group to him to see if I could blind him. The bugs were being sucked dry of moisture as they got too close to Seer. I wouldn't be able to disable him with just my swarm. He drew more water from a cloud of bugs, desiccating and killing hundreds. The number that died was indicative of something, though. As devastating as the attack was, the effect didn't cover a massive area. It was a roughly cone-shaped area, with a long reach, but narrow breadth. If he was surrounded by moisture, maybe I could use that against him? My flying bugs started doing bombing runs. They picked up small stones and dirt, using the fine tarsals that helped them cling to walls. There wasn't the suction, but it served to allow them to pick up specks at a time. They flew in tight loops, staying high over Seer as they dropped the fragments, touched ground to collect more dirt, and repeated the process. I was careful to spread them out and collect the fragments from multiple places so he couldn't kill too many at a time. Dense moisture and dirt could become a thin mud, and it might serve to blind him or distract him where my bugs couldn't. In the cafeteria, another group of students was filing inside. 50 or 60 in all, they each bore telltale signs of the kids who'd stayed. Many were drenched in sweat, and the teacher with them held a basketball. Had they been in the gym, burning off nervous energy, working on building social bonds and all that? There were maybe 300 or 400 people in the cafeteria, now, as students from all over the school streamed in, including most of the ones from the auditorium. With the increasing number of students, it was impossible for anyone to have a table to themselves. A group of 3 boys claimed the far end of Charlotte's table, and she stood up. She had issues around unfamiliar men. It might have served as a push for her to do what she'd been debating doing anyways. She joined me at my table, sitting close enough that our shoulders touched. "What's going on?" she whispered. "You know when Tattletale vetted everybody?" I whispered back. Charlotte nodded. She made a list of names, some vetted people along with some others who were safe. Mixing it up. She gave the list to the principal, with the idea that maybe she could cut us some slack and we'd help keep the peace in the school in exchange. So she had an idea that I was related to the Undersiders. She told me to run and hinted someone might be after me, I said. Charlotte nodded again, mute. "I tried," I whispered, "but I couldn't cover enough ground in time." Someone forced her hand and ordered her to put the school on lockdown. "I can't slip out without drawing attention to myself. I'm not in a position to fight, and it's only a matter of time before they find me." "Shit," she said. "Exactly," I said. "I won't blame you if you want to move somewhere else." "I'll stay," she said. "Char. I'll stay," she repeated. I relented. I couldn't afford to focus on this, when I needed to control my bugs and memorize any possible escape routes or hiding places. If anything happens, get clear. You don't know me. Your little brother is counting on you, and he should be your priority." "Little brother?" she asked. I saw the realization as she remembered our code word. Little brother referred to all the kids in her charge. "Oh. Right," she said. Kidwin was making a beeline for the front door. I clustered bugs on the surface of the door, blocking his line of sight as much as I was able. It didn't work. The thermal goggles. Which means he can tell there's no body inside any of the decoys. He pushed the door open and shouted, "Seer." That was about as far as he got before my bugs descended on him, filling his open mouth. "What are you going to do?" Charlotte asked. With the degree of attention that I was devoting to what was going on, she sounded almost distant. Even with the murmuring of hundreds or so students conversing, the cafeteria was eerily still and quiet compared to what was going on outside. Adamant was standing at the doorway to the auditorium, simultaneously trying to keep an eye on the stray students from the north building and the fighting outside. Clock Blocker was making his way to the front. He was slightly different, he wore what seemed to be a gauntlet, out of proportion with the rest of his body. "I have a few options," I whispered my response. "I could be aggressive, take on the people at the door. I think I could slip away." "Why didn't you do that already?" "They were too guarded, and they were anticipating trouble from within the building. My bugs are causing some chaos outside, now, and they'll have their backs turned. I'll have time to improvise a mask, which I didn't, before. You have to get out of the cafeteria first." "I'm not too worried about that," I said. "There's 2 or 3 possible escape routes I've been able to find, if I can get my hands on a set of keys or create a big enough distraction to get away with making some noise. The principal has my back, and she might make it easier. I'd ask her for a key, but I'm not sure she would be willing to risk it, and there's too many people around her. Including Emma," I noted. "One person I could count on to pay attention to me. What if she's the one who made the call to these people who are after you?" "The principal?" I shook my head. "Her priority is keeping this school and its students safe. Besides, I overheard her communicating with someone on the phone. If she was playing both sides, there'd be no reason for her to maintain the ruse when I wasn't anywhere nearby. Unless she knew you could hear through your bugs," Charlotte added. "Unless she knows," I echoed her. "I don't think she does." Kidwin was suffering at the hands of my swarm. He drew a weapon, but my swarm was already prepared with lengths of silk. They constricted the weapon and prevented it from unfolding. Seer, for his part, had his hands full trying to take down the decoys. A large part of what I was concentrating on was the decoys, getting enough details right, and splitting them off in a way that suggested I could be any of them, while simultaneously keeping them far enough apart that he couldn't attack more than one at once. "Taylor," Charlotte whispered. "If they know who you are, they know. They could find you again, or put your face on the news. If they did, it would be breaking a good few unwritten rules. Especially if they only knew who I was because I helped with the echidna situation. They can't afford to punish villains for helping against the big threats. It would mean fewer people showed, and they need all the help they can get. Here, at least, they could say I was intruding on neutral ground." The explanation felt feeble. "It doesn't make sense," Charlotte whispered, echoing my line of thinking. "Doing it here, at a school, with so many potential hostages around. Breaking the code." "I'm thinking," I replied, "I'm thinking everyone knows the Protectorate is falling apart. Legend's gone, Idolins announced he's leaving as soon as things get quieter." The head of the PRT stepped down, a whole bunch of rank and file members left, and so did Weld and a lot of the more monstrous capes. Maybe there's pressure from the top to put one in the win column, remind people why the Protectorate exists. And who better to take down than the creepy teenage supervillain who's leading the team that took over a city. But in a school. I didn't have any guesses to offer on that count. I focused on the fighting outside instead of responding. Getting too close to Seer was killing my bugs just as easily as his long-ranged absorption attack. I had to attack him from range, and the rain of dirt and small stones wasn't doing anything, as far as I could tell. I turned to a tactic that had crossed my mind while fighting Echidna. She, like Seer, had been tricky to get close to. Unlike Seer, she'd been too big to really tie up. Spiders drew out lines of silk and formed them into cords, weaving them into one another to form extended lines, 50 or so feet long. With the combined efforts of dozens of flying insects, half gripping one end and half gripping the other, the lines were flown in Seer's direction, so he was caught by the middle. The bugs holding the ends then continued onward, keeping the cord taut as they circled him, one group flying clockwise, the other flying in the opposite direction. In this manner, they orbited him, winding him up in a single length of cord. With 5 cords being wound around him in that fashion, I soon had him hampered, his arms and legs restricted in movement. He kept moving forward, attacking my decoys. As he passed a signpost, I hurried to have my bugs wind the remaining lengths of cord around it. Lines went taut, cords constricted around him, and he fell. He struggled, but it didn't seem he would be on his feet anytime soon. With Kidwin on the ground, thrashing, that was 2 down. The other 2, I was pretty sure I could deal with them if it came down to it. I wasn't sure what Clockblocker's glove did, but I had a suspicion. Adamant's armor was just begging to have silk cords wind through the chain links and armor plates. My bugs rifled through Kidwin's pouches and armor compartments. Masses of bugs and teams of the larger, stronger bugs working to pull silk cords helped to divest him of various tinker tools and components. His smartphone, a cylinder with a trigger on the front and a button on top, a sphere with a hole through the center, with screw-like rifling and electrical connectors in the interior. There were 2 devices like tuning forks, 2, with tines that wound around one another without touching, and wires beneath the handles. Bugs in his ears helped to work an earbud out of position and carry it off. Once he was denied as many of his tools as I could move, I dragged them away. It was only when I was sure that he wouldn't be able to use them against the swarm or against me that I eased up on him. I let my bugs drift in the general direction my decoys had gone, as though I were leaving or gone. He stood, gagging and choking. Seer wasn't in sight, and I'd taken Kidwin's phone. There was only one place for him to go if he wanted to communicate with the others and touch base. He headed back into the school. I was ready. Bugs flowed out of his pockets, gaps in his armor and from where they'd clustered at the small of his back. I tied his wrist to the door handle. It took him a long few seconds to realize the door wouldn't swing shut until he moved. That bought the remainder of my swarm time to turn around and flow through the open entryway. They headed straight for the guards, and swept into their pockets the same way they had with Kidwin's pouches. Keys? Yes. While Kidwin and the guards were blinded, my bugs fetched the keys. I stood from the bench of the lunch table. I think I'm set. Just like that? Charlotte asked. I looked at the front of the room, where other students were feeling hunger and teenage appetites overcoming their fear of what was going on elsewhere in the school. Only a dozen or so. Maybe they don't have a steady supply of food where they are, I mused. There were areas of town which weren't in good shape. There are pizza slices, I noted. It was a reminder of how the day wasn't going as I'd planned. It shouldn't be a problem, I said. Get out, then see what Tattletale can manage as far as damage control. Wish me luck. I'll send you a message and meet you at the lair after school if everything goes according to plan. I crossed the cafeteria, heading for the buffet tables and Sneezeguard-protected counters with empty trays waiting to be filled by staff. Emma was at her table, I noted, surrounded by secretaries and teachers. I was joined by other hungry students, eager for their free food, and their bodies helped to block me from the sight of both Emma and the staff. Confidence, I thought. I stepped around the counter and through the doors that led into the kitchen. Confidence made it look like I knew what I was doing, being furtive would only arouse suspicion. My bugs were still carrying the keys, bringing them along an air vent. I'd need to find a way to open a vent cover and retrieve them, but it was among the smallest of the problems I'd face today. I found a door to the outside. My bugs clustered on the other side, my hand pressing against my own, separated by an inch and a half of door. I glanced over my shoulder to make sure I hadn't been followed, then started looking for a way into the air conditioning duct. The smallest of the problems I'd faced today. There was an impact, heavy enough that the lights flickered. Even the bugs I'd gathered on the door were knocked loose, both by the force of the landing and the flying dust and debris. Right outside the door. I didn't need to move my bugs to search out the identity of this antagonist. A figure strode through the swarm of bugs. He tapped the door with the end of his weapon, and the breath was knocked out of me. Every bug within 30 feet of the door died, including the ones in the air conditioning duct. I was still reeling as he pushed against the door. It was deadbolt, but the metal of the door's surface buckled, and it tore free of the frame. He was wearing armor, forest green and gold, with the stylings of a lizard's frills or bat wings on the trim, and a faint etching of scales to the green portions. His spear, too, bore a distinctive design, with an etching like a lizard's skull worked into the heavy spearhead. He advanced, his spear point leveled at my chest, and I backed up, maintaining a distance between us. To do otherwise would mean letting him drive the weapon into my chest. On the other side of the campus, another heavy armored suit touched ground, somewhat more gently. He stopped when we were at the front of the cafeteria. I kept backing up, knowing it was futile. Dragon had exited the other suit, and was using a jetpack to navigate the hallway, flying towards us with an accuracy and ease of movement that belied how fast she was moving. I didn't have an escape route. The woman stopped directly behind me, at the entrance to the cafeteria. Dragon, I said. An arms master. The name is Defiant, arms master corrected me. His voice had a funny sound to it. Skitter, Dragon answered me, loud enough for everyone to hear. Her voice was almost gentle. I'm sorry it worked out this way. My hand was forced. Chrysalis 20.5. The appearance of the heroine in gleaming power armor had brought the room to a hush. The silence only allowed Dragon's words to carry, bouncing off the hard floor, reaching the assembled students and staff of Arcadia High. A low murmur ran through the room like an almost imperceptible aftershock, informing anyone and everyone who hadn't been in earshot. I could see Emma too, or I could see glimpses of her, between the students that were backing away from the front of the room. Already pale in complexion, she was white, now, staring. I exhaled slowly, though my heart was pounding as if I'd just finished a hard run. Defiant advanced a step, with the door to the kitchens behind him, while I took a few steps back toward the rest of the cafeteria, putting both Dragon and Defiant in front of me. Some of my bugs flowed in through the gaps around the door he'd rammed through. He'd slammed it shut behind him, but the metal had twisted around the lock, giving smaller bugs a path. He slammed his spear against the ground. The entire cafeteria flinched at the crackle of electricity that ripped through the air around him, flowing along exposed pipe and the heating ducts in a path to the door. Every bug in the hallway died. No use bringing bugs in that way. I looked around me. This wasn't an optimal battlefield. There were counters all around me, limiting my mobility, while barely impacting theirs. Someone had signaled Kidwin, Clock Blocker and Adamant. The three heroes were heading our way. Seer remained tied up outside. 5 capes against me. With the bugs that had flowed into the building with Kidwin, I had maybe 1,000 flying insects and some spiders. Not nearly enough to mount an offensive. I had neither a weapon nor swarm to give me an edge. I didn't have my costume, either, but that wasn't liable to matter. Once upon a time, I'd had trouble getting my head around what Gru had been saying about reputation, about image, and conveying the right impressions. Now it was all I had. I let out another slow breath. Calm down. I rolled my shoulders, letting the kinks out. There was something almost relieving about the idea that things couldn't get much worse than they were right now. Let the tension drain out. If they decided to drag me off to jail or the birdcage, there wasn't anything I could do about it. They weren't attacking. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. Were they not here to arrest me, or were they covering major routes my bugs might travel, to minimize my offensive strength? Or did I have leverage I wasn't accounting for? I backed up until I'd reached a counter, then hopped up onto the edge, tucking one leg under me. It was a vantage point that gave me the ability to look directly at Dragon, with Defiant at the far left of my field of vision and many of the students to my right, Emma included. Low blow, Dragon, I said, finally. Outing me? I thought you were better than that. Another murmur ran through the room, at what was essentially an admission. Emma was frozen. Her expression wasn't changing, eyes wide, lips pressed together. I try to be, Dragon replied. I'm only following instructions. I guess your bosses are a little annoyed at the armored suits my team trashed? Are they demanding that you make up for it by dragging me into custody? Dragon shook her head. Putting the armored suits up against you undersiders was a beta test, and identifying major flaws is PAR for the course. I do wish you hadn't melted down the Azazel. It was expensive. But that's not why we're here. There are rules, Dragon, I said. Expectations. I fought Leviathan, I fought the 9. I was there for the fight against the Class S threat downtown. I don't want to sound arrogant, but I think maybe I deserve to, a little. I've done my share. You don't turn around and reveal my identity in front of a crowd. It wasn't by choice. You choose to follow them. It's not like 20 or 30 heroes haven't walked away from the Protectorate, recently. It's not that simple, Skitter, Defiant said. It's never simple. But sometimes you have to take the hard road. Sometimes you have to recognize that the people calling the shots don't know what they're doing. Because this? Picking a fight in a school? There's no way this makes sense. The Protectorate is doing what they can to pick up the pieces, Dragon said. Things are a little disorganized. The best of us are working twice as hard, with half of the information, or incorrect information. If there are any errors in judgment on that front, I'd hope they're somewhat excusable, given circumstances. Sure, but it's the rest of us who pay the price. The last time we really talked, you were lecturing me about priorities. Do you really want to have this conversation? Where I have words with you about your priorities, in light of everything that's happening with the Protectorate. I left the thread hang in the air. You won't, Dragon said. She stepped closer, and I raised a hand, gesturing for her to stop. I didn't really think about it. She stopped where she was. Why? Why was she actually listening when I told her to stop? If she'd advanced on me, grabbed me, there wasn't much I could do besides kick and scream. When I didn't say anything, she added, it's not in you, Skitter. You'd be surprised what I'm capable of, I said. I've mutilated people. Carved out a man's eyes, emasculated him. I've chopped off a woman's toes. Flayed people alive with the bites of thousands of insects. Hell, what I did to Triumph, he nearly died, choking on insects, the venom of 100 bee stings making his throat close up. Even Seer, outside at this very moment. He's not very happy. Defiant and Dragon exchanged a glance. Your swarm shouldn't be able to get near him, Defiant said. I shrugged. Image, confidence, reputation. I hated myself for doing it, but I was thinking of Jack Slash. He didn't wear a mask or a costume. His power didn't make people shit their pants. What he had was his presence, an atmosphere of confidence. Weeks or months ago, I might have had a hard time wearing that confidence the way Jack did. The history, the long sequence of events and conflicts where we'd come out ahead in our respective teams, it could just as easily be a burden, the accumulated weight of the various precedents we'd set, but we'd made it into our armor, something to make our enemies hesitate at a critical juncture. I'm guessing you are trying to contact Seer somehow, I said. And it's not working. Is he hurt? Dragon asked. I didn't have to give a response. Fear was a tool I could use, here, and I could achieve that through uncertainty and the unknown. I'd been thinking of Jack Slash before, but now I was thinking of Bakuda. She'd been the first one to introduce me to that concept. You've got me thinking, I said, ignoring the question, why set me up like this? You two are too smart to put me in a desperate situation with this many hostages in arm's reach. Is Seer hurt? Defiant growled the words. You put me in a room with 300 people I could theoretically take hostage. Why? You can't be that confident I wouldn't hurt someone. Emma was sitting to my right. She hadn't budged from her position, safe in the midst of several of the school's staff. I directed a centipede to crawl across her hand, and she shrieked. In her haste to get up from the bench, she fell. She scrambled to put distance between us. Both Dragon and Defiant tensed. I raised my hands in a placating gesture, assuring the heroes I wasn't taking it any further. Or you wouldn't be worrying about Seer right now. You wouldn't have reacted like you just did. Seer's fine, by the way, though I'm not saying he'll stay that way. Defiant relaxed a fraction. I could see Adamant, Kidwin and Clockblocker entering the room behind Dragon. She turned to say something I didn't catch, and both Adamant and Kidwin retreated. They'd be going to find Seer, I could only assume. I met Clockblocker's eyes, then looked to Dragon. This is bait, isn't it? You or the people who are calling the shots want me to take hostages. Because you have an answer handy, something that will stop me before they're put in any serious danger. I take hostages to try to secure my release. You. I don't even know. You gas us, or use some kind of controlled charge, like Defiant's bug zapper, and every bug in the room dies. You get to be the heroes, I go into custody, and word gets around that the undersiders aren't so benevolent. The villains who own the city lose both their leader and the trust of the public, all at once. It wasn't our plan, Dragon said. Her voice had a faint accent, just barely filtering through the sound filter of her mask. I've studied your record. I suspected it wouldn't work based on the decisions you've made to date. Defiant agreed, though he based his judgment on your powers and versatility. But you went ahead with it. Orders, Dragon said, again. And because we discussed the matter, and neither of us really believe you'll do any serious harm to any hostages. You seem to be giving me a lot of credit, assuming I'll play nice. And you seriously expect me to keep my mouth shut about all the dirty little secrets I've picked up on over the last few months, after you've played your last card and revealed my identity? An identity you found out because I helped. That wasn't how I discovered it, Dragon said. And you will keep quiet, because you know how important it is. Maybe, I answered her. Maybe not. If I'm going to die or going to jail anyways, why shouldn't I scream what I know to our audience, here? Because you won't, Dragon said, and you can't. Why don't we move this conversation somewhere else? Defiant asked. He shifted his hold on his spear to a two-handed grip, threatening without being threatening. Out of earshot of all of these people? I asked, extending an arm in the direction of the gathered students. I don't think so. If nothing else, I'm entitled to a jury consisting of my peers. I'll settle for you two taking a hit to your reputation if and when you attack or kill me. Which was why I was sitting on the counter. I was less mobile, less able to get out of the way if they attacked, and that was a good thing. A detail that our audience wouldn't consciously register, but they'd take something away from the fact that my opponents were being aggressive while I was so defenseless. We're not going to kill you, Dragon said. We've been instructed to take you into custody. I'm sorry we have to do it this way. We'd hoped to simply talk to you. The both of you? I wouldn't have thought Armed Defiant had anything to say to me. We entered Brockton Bay's airspace, and I was informed that there's a major quarantine in effect here, relating to the portal downtown, and that the airspace is being strictly controlled. We were forced to announce our reason for coming to Brockton Bay, and PRT members with higher clearance co-opted our mission. We were ordered to confront you directly here and to bring you into custody. Why? I asked. Those suits you deployed against my team were supposed to be used to hunt the Slaughterhouse 9. Either you've abandoned that chase, or you're about to tell me that there's something more important than stopping them. That is something we can discuss while we are in transit, Defiant told me. Defiant Dragon said, her tone a warning. I could say more here, he added, but there are too many prying ears. If you were willing to move to a room nearby, I could explain. No thanks, I said. You'd still have your power, and I know you can communicate with that power, Defiant said. You're just as capable of communicating any secrets to them from elsewhere in the school. If I moved somewhere out of sight and out of earshot, I said, my words wouldn't have the same dramatic effect. Besides, I suspect our audience is the only thing that's ensuring that you play fair. They have cameras, and you have reputations to uphold. My reputation isn't a priority, he said. Dragon nodded, but I wasn't sure if it was approval or agreement. You have your organization's reputation to uphold. For those of us who stuck around in Brockton Bay, we had reasons. Something kept us here. There was something to protect, or people to support. Some were just scared, because actually leaving was scarier than staying. Others didn't have any place to go. With the protectorate slowly folding in on itself like a house of cards, I'm thinking you had a reason to stay, a reason you're following orders you don't want to. You're not about to rough up an unarmed, uncostumed girl and make them look bad on camera. Not when you have that big a stake in things. Defiant glanced in the direction of the crowd. A handful of students had cell phones out, watching the scene. Remind you of the hospital? I asked. Similar scenario. Yes, he replied. He didn't elaborate. We could grab you, Clock Blocker chimed in. I can, or he can just walk up to you. No violence necessary. No, Defiant said. Again, there was no elaboration. It dawned on me. Defiant and Dragon were playing it safe because they thought I might have a trick up my sleeve, like I had at the fundraiser. I'd disabled Seer, despite the fact that he was supposed to counter my power, and I hadn't even made a big deal of it. They knew what I'd done to Echidna, and several other events besides. They were worried I'd pull something. Defiant had a grasp on my powers, Dragon had a grasp on me as a person, and they'd gauged that I wasn't a risk to the others in the room. Which, if I was being honest with myself, I wasn't. They had the upper hand, they lost nothing by letting this play out, and so they weren't making a move. They'd talk me down, so to speak, and if I did something, they'd use one of their gadgets or tricks to counter my play. One of the worst possible things had just happened to me, with my secret identity becoming public knowledge, and here I was, unarmed without a single idea on how to get out of this, and the good guys were playing it safe. I smiled, I couldn't help it. Fuck me, Clock Blocker muttered to Dragon. I might not have made out his words if it weren't for the bugs I'd planted on the heroin. It just sunk in. It's really her. Why only just now? Adamant had distorted his metal armor to create a completely form-fitting metal suit, with only the thinnest possible slits for his eyes, before venturing outside. He'd waded through my swarm, mostly blind, and he'd only just found Seer beyond the wall at the school's perimeter. He reshaped an armor panel into a weapon to start cutting Seer free. Could I have caught Adamant too? Probably. But it wasn't worth the effort, not when he could reshape metal, with enhanced strength and durability on top of that. Now that I understood what was going on, I felt like I had something of an edge. Now, how could I leverage it? I'm sorry, Defiance said. That threw my thoughts off track. I tensed, but he wasn't apologizing for an imminent attack. What? In the past, when we've crossed paths, I should have made efforts to meet you halfway. I didn't. I've had time to reflect, I've had another person to talk to and give me some objectivity, and I've come to regret how things played out between us. I could say more, but it would come out like excuses, and I doubt either of us want to hear those. That's what you came here to say. In large part, Defiance said. We'd hoped to talk to you, one cape to another, Dragon elaborated, about the immediate future, with the Undersiders running this city, and your expectations in particular, Skitter. But both Defiant and I thought he needed to say something to you along those lines, and perhaps you needed to hear it. If anything pushed us to come here, it was that. I didn't have a response to that. It was easier when the opposition were assholes. Expressing remorse? How was I supposed to parse that? Except, they'd done one thing that was asshole-ish. One incongruent element in all of this. One last question, then, I said. Why? Why out me in front of everyone? It doesn't fit with the idea of Defiant being remorseful, it flies in the face of the unwritten rules, and I know my team has played fast and loose with those rules, but I wouldn't expect you to break them like this, Dragon. Not Defiant, either, if he's reinventing himself. Defiant and Dragon exchanged a look. What? I asked. It's better you don't know, Dragon said. What is? And better for who? Better for everyone involved, she said. Tell me. She glanced at Defiant, but he didn't turn her way. A precog told us it was our best option for bringing you into custody. A precog? The incongruous elements fit together. A plan of action that was riddled with little flaws and contradictions when seen from an outside perspective, that made sense when seen through the lens of someone who'd seen the future and worked out what criteria needed to be met to get the desired end result. This, mobilizing on the school, it was the same kind of setup I might expect from a plan that Coyle would have hashed together after a long question and answer session with Dinah, his pet precog. Dinah. Who was this precog? I asked, the question abrupt. Skitter Dragon started. Who? You know who, Defiant told me. It knocked the wind out of me in a way that I hadn't experienced with the revealing of my secret identity. My blood ran cold, and all of my confidence just plummeted, as though it had fallen into a pit so deep I couldn't even see the bottom. It was. All of the lengths I'd gone to, the lines I'd crossed, to get Dinah away from Coyle, to get her home to her family, and, this. I was acutely aware of the crowd to my right. They'd backed away from the front tables, and were clustered at the far end of the cafeteria. Still, they'd be hanging on every word they could make out. They were watching my every movement, every facet of this conversation. There were cell phone cameras turned my way, and every second of footage would no doubt wind up on Parahumans Online or some video site. I barely cared. I felt a little numb as I swung my legs around to the far side of the counter and hopped down. I wasn't standing as straight, and some of my hair had fallen down around my face, obscuring it. Did they force her to give up the information? I asked. My voice sounded funny. I couldn't pin down whether I felt angry, sad, or any of that. I had only the external clues, the way my voice had the faintest of tremors, and a strange hollow feeling inside. I stepped away from the counter, away from Dragon and Defiant. My foot had started to fall asleep where I'd been sitting on it, and I felt a touch unsteady anyways. You don't want to hear the answer to that question, either, Defiant spoke, behind me. Dragon and Defiant had flown in, apparently to say hi, and so that Defiant could make something resembling an apology as part of his 12-step Assholes Anonymous process. With the chaos the PRT had been facing as of late, and their own preoccupation with their mission, they hadn't been notified of the quarantine procedures. They'd been questioned, they'd divulged that I was here, and the bigwigs giving the orders used Dinah to plot out a means of attack that would be likely to get me into custody. Each idea seemed so much worse than the other, if I considered it for even a moment. Either the PRT was using Dinah just like Coyle had, or that Dinah had volunteered the information of her own free will. I was willing to take Defiant at his word. I didn't want to hear the answer. What are the odds? I asked. Do you know? I can ask, Dragon said. Please. She paused. 96.8% chance we bring you into custody, Dragon said. We have the numbers on general paths you might take to escape. You understand if I don't give you the chance of success on those numbers, but you should know that violence won't work. Less than 1% chance of success. Ah. It was all I could bring myself to say. It explains why they're playing it safe. It's not just that I have a penchant for problem solving. Dinah told them to watch out for it. I glanced at the crowd. They were still listening. Emma was there, hugging her arms to her body, eyes wide and uncomprehending. Not even a factor. On the list of things I had to deal with, she wasn't even in the top 10, not even in the top 100. I felt irrationally offended that she was here, as if she was only doing it out of some kind of self-importance. As if she'd had a choice. A part of me, bigger than I'd expected it to be, wanted to lash out. To hurt her just because I could, to answer that outrage I was experiencing, in regards to something she had no control over. It wasn't like I had much to lose. Skitter, Dragon said. She made it a warning, almost like she had with Defiant. I couldn't be sure what she was warning me about. Was my line of thinking that obvious? I never liked that name, I said. Skitter. Never quite fit. If there's something else you'd like us to call you, she trailed off, inviting an answer. Her voice was gentle, as if she were talking to someone on a ledge. I noticed Clock Blocker was standing beside her, his glove pointed at me, fingers outstretched. Was I on a ledge, in a matter of speaking? I could hardly tell. No idea, I said, as I walked around a table to put students between myself and Clock Blocker. Felt like commenting on the subject. You know how capable the precog is, Defiant said. Come quietly, and we can all talk to the authorities together. If it would help, I can admit some culpability in your current circumstance. All of us together might be able to get you a more lenient sentence. I was aware of the eyes of the other students. There was the cluster at the back of the room, the ones who were backing away from me, cringing, cowering. Others hadn't left their seats, and were arrayed around me, their heads turning to watch me as I walked down the aisle. The ones who'd stayed, less afraid, or more willing to face their fear. He was admitting it, loud enough for everyone to hear. He was partially to blame for me being, this. A crime lord. A villain. Partially. Much of the fault was mine. Strange, to be confronted with the realization here, at school. Not the place where it all started, but close enough. Okay, I said, more to myself than anyone else. Yes, he asked, taking a step forward. No, I told him. He stopped in his tracks. That was more of an okay, I've decided what I'm doing. I could see him tense. Students. I called out, raising my voice. She's taking hostages, Dragon said, her jetpack kicking to life. A clear shot, Clock Blocker said. He was walking briskly to his left, his glove still trained on me. I'm not taking you hostage, I said. It's really your choice how this plays out. I'm not sure if you heard me say it before, but I described you as a jury. Now it's time for you to vote. That's not how it works, Skitter. Defiant shouted. He stepped forward, then whipped around to kill the swarm that was flowing in through the doorway behind him. I could divert some to the air ducts, but it didn't amount to much. He was stuck near the door, unless he wanted to let the bugs stream in. Stand if you side with me, I called out. I won't make any big speeches here. That's not who I am. I won't feed you lies or guilt you into this. It's your call. What had I expected? A handful of people, Charlotte included? A slow, gathering build-up? Of the 300 or so students in the auditorium, nearly a third stood from the benches where they'd sat. As a mass, they migrated my way, gathering behind me. Charlotte stood just to my left, staring forward without making eye contact with me. Since I'd entered the school, I'd been acutely aware of the distinctions, the difference between then and now. The sense of the undersider's presence in the school had followed me, nagging at me. What use were followers if we couldn't use them? I heard movement, and glanced over my shoulder to see Charlotte's friend, Fern, breaking away from the mass of students at the very back of the room. 19 out of 20 of them were the clean, pristine, bright-eyed kids who'd left the city when the trouble started. As Fern advanced, eyes to the ground, others broke away from the crowd to join my group. Not many. 10 or 12. It was still something. 100 students and change, a small handful of bugs. I could see Emma, standing on the sidelines, her fists clenched. She was saying something, repeating it over and over, under her breath. I couldn't spare the bugs to listen in. I wasn't sure I cared. This is reckless, Defiant said. His voice had a strange tone to it, and it wasn't just the digital twang that I was hearing at the edges of the words. Probably, I replied, raising my voice enough that it could carry across the room. But not as much as you'd think. We're not fighting. I stress, we're not engaging you. What are you doing, if you're not fighting us? Clockblocker asked. Defiant and Dragon wanted to use the hostages against me, putting me in a lose-lose situation where I was caught between them and having to hurt people to try to escape. I think I'm turning the tables, now. We're going to walk out of this school as a group. If you want to stop us, you're going to have to hurt us, and you aren't capable of doing that to people any more than I am. Skitter. Dragon raised her voice. Taylor, I answered her. I'm just Taylor, for just a little while longer. I suppose I'll be retiring my civilian name, one way or another, by the end of the night. Fuck you for that, by the way. I won't forget it. Wasn't me, she said, and I doubted even Clockblocker heard her, from where he stood beside her. It wasn't your choice, I said, but as long as you choose to follow them, you're as culpable as they are. I hadn't even finished my sentence when I raised a hand and pointed. There was a moment's hesitation, and then the group advanced. I waited a few seconds, and then joined them, falling in step. Clockblocker used his glove, and the fingertips shot out with explosive force, with what looked like gleaming white fishing lines stretching between the digits and the glove. The tips punched into a wall. A fence of thin lines, not much different from my spider silk. Dragon put her hand on the glove, and the tips retracted just as fast. My bugs could hear her speaking. LL hurt, civilians. A few members of the group broke away before getting too close to the capes. Others joined in. The group marched forward, reaching the front of the room. Someone pushed a piece of clothing into my hands. A sweatshirt. I pulled it on and flipped the hood up. I took my glasses off, sliding them into a pocket. Clockblocker was pressing through the group. He'd used his power, but the press of bodies was actually causing some damage, as people unwittingly pushed others into the frozen individuals. He was fighting to reach me. Link elbows, I said, my voice low, surround him. He's only about as strong as you are. It took a second for people to get organized. He passed perilously close to me, but his eyes moved straight past me. A few heartbeats later, the members of the group who had managed to get themselves linked together had him surrounded. Everyone to my right, head for the front door. Everyone to my left, to the kitchen. Straight past Defiant. The man barred the door. We were only a dozen feet away when he slammed the butt of his spear into the ground. Electricity and hot air ripped through the serving area of the cafeteria, with visible arcs dancing along the edges of sinks and the metal rails meant for the trays at the front. Steady forward, I said. First ones to reach him, grab him. You don't need to do anything except hold on. Dogpile him, and he won't be able to move for fear of hurting you. I saw some people hesitating. The group almost lost its forward momentum. He might not be a good guy, I murmured. But he's a hero. Trust in that. Or is it the other way around? That apology sat oddly with me. He held his spear out horizontally, barring our path. It was Charlotte that quickened her step, reaching out to fold her arms around the spear in his left hand. Others soon did the same. He stood tall in his armor, nearly 7 feet, and people almost had to climb on top of him to find a place to hold on. I almost wondered if I'd had a second trigger event, if I was controlling them, the image was so bizarre. Then I took a better look at them, at how some weren't listening to me at all, retreating. Others were being far less consistent, showing a wide variety of emotions. Sheila, the girl with the side of her head shaved, was among them. Her face was etched in anger, of all things, as she clung to Defiant. 100 students had joined me, and 100 students had their individual stories. Their sleepless nights, their individual tragedies and moments of terror. That was all this was. I wasn't sure if that was a relief or if it was scarier. Dragon flew over us, her jetpack carrying her into the air, over the crowd. Students were following beneath her, running. 1 or 2 leaped onto tables and jumped to try to catch a hold of Dragon's foot, but she veered easily to one side. With Defiant occupied, I was free to bring bugs in through the back door, not having to worry about them being bug-zapped to oblivion. I directed them straight into the vents on the jetpack that were sucking in huge quantities of air. 1 second it was like a vacuum, drawing in air, the next it was clogged. She lost lift, floating to the ground, and deftly batted aside the reaching hands of the students who were getting in her way. Her jetpack expanded with an almost explosive motion, fanning out to have 4 times the number of intake vents, 4 times the number of output charges, and 2 laser turrets that curved over her shoulders. There was no way she could pack that much machinery in that much space. Either it was all crammed into her torso, which was impossible, or Armsmaster Defiant had tweaked it. She had liftoff, and she was faster. And I'd already slipped past Defiant, stepping into the kitchen, and into the narrow hallway. She didn't have room to navigate, with the other students who were crammed into the entryway. She turned herself around 180 degrees and flew out the entrance of the cafeteria, heading outside. Only 20 or so students were with me, now. Dragon was stopping beside Adamant and Seer. Adamant took her hand, and she lifted off, carrying the pair of them. Still had to deal with 3 heroes. And the massive armored suits that the two had ridden in to arrive. 2. No, Defiance said. You were supposed to protect us, a girl shouted. Sheila, the one who'd been angry, who'd brought a weapon to school and had left the school rather than relinquish it. I won't, he said. He was talking to someone else. The vents on his mask were open, hot air flowing out. Was he trying to disperse heat so he wouldn't burn any students? It's still crude, he said, do more harm than good. There was a pause. Our freedom isn't worth possibly losing you. Defiant, still at the serving area of the cafeteria, moved. With 9 students clinging to him, he was glacially slow, careful to a degree that I might have called agonizing, if it weren't so much to my benefit. He needed 2 hands on his spear to remove the panel in the middle of the shaft. I filled it with my bugs, and he shook it, to try to get them loose. When that failed, he disconnected his glove, letting it strike a student that clung to his leg, before falling to the floor. I tried to use my bugs to bite his hand, but I found it was a smooth texture, not flesh. Metal or plastic, or something combining the two. He found 3 buttons in the mechanisms inside the spear and typed in a sequence. Dragon veered toward the ground, depositing the 2 capes there before staggering forward in 4 or 5 rapid footsteps, dispersing the rest of her forward momentum. She fell into a crouching position. We made our way outside. The armored suit that Defiant had piloted to the school loomed before us, a 4-legged mechanical dragon perched on the athletics field, replete with panels of knightly armor. This wasn't a fight I could win. Simple AI or no, Dragon would have shored up any weakness in logic. It didn't move. We walked between its legs on our way to the parking lot. There wasn't really another route. Dragon stood, abrupt, and I flinched. She turned her head our way, but she didn't pursue, as we walked through the parking lot to the main road. Adamant and Seer were too far away, Kidwin hadn't been willing to venture outside a second time, after the faceful of bugs I'd given him before. Stray Bugs drew out an arrow, pointing him to his things. No use letting some stupid kid get their hands on it and blow their faces off or something. I watched Dragon with my swarm, for as long as she was in my range. I was well out of sight by the time she finally moved. The students had released Defiant, and he approached her side. She extended a hand, and it tremored, the movement stuttering, palsied. Defiant seized it in his right hand and pulled her close, wrapping his gloveless arm around her shoulders. He set his chin on top of her head. My escort and I walked as a group until we were 3 blocks away from the school. Stop, I said. They did. The remaining members of the group backed away, turning towards me. What was I even supposed to say? Thank you seemed so trite. They were all so different. There was Fern, and a boy who didn't look like one of the ones who'd stayed in the city. Some looked nervous, others showed no expression at all. There was no response that encapsulated all of them. I tried to think of something to say, but the harder I tried, the less anything seemed to fit. You saved my dad, Fern said, as if answering a question I hadn't asked. Saved her dad? When? It didn't really matter. Imp found the bastard who was threatening to do shit to my little sisters, one guy said. Tied him to a traffic post. And you work with her, right? You fought the Slaughterhouse 9. Those bastard ABB guys. Fed. When Shatterbird. Mannequin. Leviathan showed up at the shelter, I heard you were. Empire. A collection of voices, a jumble, to the point that I couldn't take it all in. I didn't have a group with me as I walked down Lord Street. I turned right, onto familiar territory, my heart heavy. It wasn't long before I was close enough. My range was longer, now. Odd. It was supposed to get longer when I felt more trapped, but trapped wasn't the word I would have chosen. My bugs rose at my command, tracing over the area. It wasn't so unusual, that there were flies, bumblebees and ants about, the heat of summer, the humidity, the imbalanced ecosystem. Nobody paid them any heed. A small butterfly found its way into the house. It traced over the glossy smooth armor and helmets of PRT officers, touched the badge on the chest of a police officer. It touched my dad's shoulder, moved down his bare arm to his hand. He was sitting at the kitchen table, his head in his hands. An officer swatted at the bug, missing. The action drew someone else's attention. It could be her, the woman in the PRT uniform said. Fan out, someone else ordered. They spilled out of the house. Orders were shouted, and people climbed into cars, peeling out. Still at the kitchen table, my dad reached out for the butterfly. I had it settle on his finger. Cliché? Overdramatic? Probably. But I couldn't bear for my possible last contact with my dad to be through anything ugly. Taylor, he said. 6.5 city blocks away, I replied, I'm sorry. The butterfly and I took off at the same time. Interlude 20. Park there, Stan said, pointing to a space off the side of the road. We'll be facing uphill, and we still have to unload the equipment, Nipper piped up, from the back seat. There's a method to my madness. Park, Marshall. I'll even deign to help unload and carry this time. He got a glimpse of Marshall rolling his eyes, but the boy steered the van to a parking spot. True to his word, Stan was out the door, rolling up his sleeves. Didn't hurt, the humidity was brutal outside the air-conditioned van. His dress shirt was already sticking to his back. They were on a hill, and the vantage point afforded them a view of the city. Cranes dotted the skyline, and the buildings themselves were gleaming, the whites and colors brightened by the ambient moisture in the air. It might have looked attractive, but there were spots where buildings were missing, whole areas where the construction was only just beginning. He could see the white building, not too far away, which was taller than even the skyscrapers immediately around it. He'd investigated it just a few days ago. They'd erected a tall white tent, holding it up with a crane, they'd reinforced it with plexiglass panels and iron reinforcement, and now a more solid construction was going up around it. Slow, painstaking, careful work, filled with redundancies. The workers would be glad to be free of the hazmat suits in this heat. Brockton Bay wasn't lacking in stories to tell. The quarantine building alone was one. Need a hand, Nipper said. He hurried around to the back of the truck. The van had been parked at the side of the road, emergency brake cranked, wheels turned so it would ride up onto the sidewalk if the brake failed, but the steep incline was making it hard to unload the equipment. Much of it was set up to be slid out of the back of the van at a moment's notice, but that same convenience was an obstacle, here. The stuff was expensive, and if it slid to the road. He found a space beside her and reached to get a grip on the far end of the camera. It might not have been a problem, but Nipper was short, petite, built more like a 13-year-old than a 23-year-old college graduate. She wasn't suited for the job. She knew the equipment, she was capable with a computer, she had good eyesight, and the tattoos and array of piercings on her right ear were as good an indicator of her creative edge as anything else. But this wasn't the job she'd been working towards. She wasn't one to complain, but she didn't have stamina, she didn't have strength, and this, all of this, it was too fast-paced for her. She'd have been better, maybe even happier in the newsroom, managing the feeds, maintaining the systems and working on post-production. Marshall hefted the bag out of the back of the van. All the wires, the tripod, the lighting, packed into a dense case. The boy didn't look like a professional, hadn't quite adapted to the job he'd been pulled into, from intern to a jack of all trades, filling in the gaps in Stan's team. Set up, interviewing, driving, gopher, anything and everything. He was drawing in a paycheck, but he was definitely working for it, facing all of the hassles, the intense stresses and dangers of the job, for $11 an hour. Dangers, Stan thought. Images flickered through his mind. Everyone at the station had seen the feeds, had watched them several times over. Purity taking the camera from Manzana's, a guy from Channel 4, then setting her monsters on the man. A man with a wife and a newborn had been murdered, just to make a point. There was a reason for the shortage of field reporters. It wasn't limited to Manzana's, either. The problem was a chronic one. This was a job that put ordinary people on the fringes of events that were dangerous for capes. Set. Marshall closed the back of the van and locked it. Set. Stan set off, with Nipper and Marshall following, Nipper almost jogging to keep up with his long strides. Reason we're parked here is that the school's on top of the hill. We don't know how much parking there'll be, with students possibly taking up spaces, and if we have to drive by, searching for a spot, then someone's liable to spot us and take measures. Measures? Nipper asked, a touch breathlessly. Right. She didn't have the experience to know. You'll see what I mean. There were students gathered outside the walls that bordered the school. Police cars were parked at the front, along with PRT vans, but it was the uniformed guards with Arcadia High School stenciled on their sleeves that caught his attention. Guards? It conjured up an image of a prison, rather than a school. Nip, get some footage of the uniforms, Stan said. She hefted the camera and trained it on the nearest of the uniformed guards. She had to slow her pace to keep the shot steady, but she kept following him. When a group of students obstructed her vision, she shut off the feed and hurried to catch up. They reached the gate, where a woman with a colorful scarf was talking to a PRT uniform. He signaled Nipper, and the young woman raised the camera. Damn it, the woman with the scarf groaned, as she saw them. The police officer took the opportunity to step away. Don't jump to conclusions, Stan said, we're not the enemy. You're here to bog down an overcomplicated situation, she said. I have enough problems without vultures descending. We're here for the story, that's all. You're in charge here. I'm in charge of the school. Principal Howell. He made a mental note. Howell, Howell, Howell. She wasn't the prettiest woman, with old acne scars riddled across her cheeks, a short stature and a nose that didn't quite fit her face. Stan Vickery, Channel 12 News, he flashed her his best smile and extended a hand. She didn't take it. You're not allowed on school property. I would be if you gave me permission, he said, dropping his hand. The job was politics as much as it was investigation, creativity, and presentation. What did she want? Peace and quiet. Give us 15 minutes to talk to your students and shoot a few takes in front of the doors, and I'll get the word out that we got the story first. Other stations are playing it safer, these days, less crew, less willing to act on sloppy seconds. The principal made a face. Stan smiled, sorry. You get what I mean. Give us 15 minutes, and we're one less thing you have to worry about today. With luck, I'll be the only local reporter you see today. With all due respect, Mr. Vickery, he said, already told you my name. But you can call me Stan, Mrs. Howell. Fact of the matter is, you let me in the school, and I owe you one. I pull strings or emphasize certain aspects of a story. Not just this one either. Who knows? The next incident could be worse, or more sensitive. Mr. Vickers, she said. I'm fully aware that you are trying to bait me into giving you a sound bite. I won't comment on this situation, and I won't be letting you onto school grounds. I don't want you talking to any of my students. Fine, he said. Come on, guys. Let's go talk to the cops. Seriously? We're giving up? Nipper asked. Yes, he said. He took long strides away from the front gate of the school, until he was sure the principal wasn't in immediate earshot. No. She's liable to get on our case if we don't pretend to play along. Howell has no authority outside of the school walls, so we interview students there. Marshall, head back in the direction of the van. Talk to students, see if they want to be on TV. Look for the talkative ones and the emotional ones, and point them my way. What about the cops? Marshall asked. They'll be around later, and cops have better memories than civilians. It's the students who were at the scene. Go. We don't know how long we have before other crews show. It was a shame the principal hadn't let him into the school, Stan mused. Silly of her, too. That favor he'd offered her was gold, all things considered. Something she could use to bail a superior out of an awkward position and advance her own. Your Guangzai could be better, Mrs. Howell, he thought. He loved the idea behind the Chinese concept of Guangzai. It fit in the same general category as the concepts of friends, family, acquaintances, but it was more based in business and politics. Guangzai was about being able to call up a person one hadn't seen in years and ask for a favor. To have enough people in one's debt that there was more implied leverage to use when seeking favors from others. He'd been introduced to the idea a few years ago, and he attributed much of his recent career advancement to it. It was something to be aware of at all times, and it changed his perspective on things. He approached a group of teenage girls who were gathered in a group, observing the police and PRT officers. He flashed one of his best smiles at them. He could see one of them glance him over, her body language changing subtly. He directed the smile at her. I bet you are dying to talk about what happened here. Exciting stuff. Sure, the girl replied. Supervillain doesn't attack the school every day. Wasn't an attack. She showed up, and they came after her in her civilian ID. I know it wasn't an attack, the first girl replied. I was just. It's what others have been saying. Skitter, wasn't it? Stan chimed in. He snapped his fingers, and Nipper pointed the camera at the girls. Yet. The bug girl, another girl spoke up. I guess she goes to Arcadia. No way. I heard she was a student at Winslow, before Leviathan came. Geeky kid, was having a hard time with some jerks, apparently. I think her name was Taylor, but you'd have to ask someone from Winslow. He prodded, what happened? Was there a fight? Dragon and this new guy Defiant showed up, along with the two new heroes. Don't know their names. He'd memorized the names. Adamant? Clasp? Dovetail? Halo? Crucible? Rosary? Seer? Seer and Adamant, one girl replied. Seer and Adamant, he said, making a mental note. And two of the wards. Clockblocker was one of them. Anyways, she got away. She didn't do anything to provoke them. Didn't hear about anything. And they mobilized on the school. Sure. He started to ask for more details, then stopped. Marshall was approaching, with a kid in tow. Cell phone video, Marshall said. Long conversation between Defiant, Dragon and Skitter in the cafeteria. Stan raised his eyebrows, looking at the girl with the phone. Pay you $20 to let us copy it. 100, she said. 20. If you got it on camera, others did too, and someone's going to take the 20. She glanced at Marshall, then back to Stan. Fine. You have the equipment? Stan asked Marshall. Laptop and a cord. Give me a minute. We'll watch it later, Stan said, absently. He turned his attention back to the girls. This wasn't the first time he'd walked into a situation almost blind. The job was a stressful one, but he thrived on stress. Racing against the clock, to be the first to the scene, the first to report on the situation. But even reporting was a kind of challenge unto itself. The scene had to be investigated, the story teased out, details verified. To top it off, it had to be presentable. He'd been the producer, before Coyle had blown up the camera crew and reporter that had been covering the mayoral debate. He had an eye for this. Had to, because there was nobody back at the studio that would be able to cover the space for him. Sad and ironic, really. There weren't enough people in the bay, resources weren't consistent. So they'd reduced the size of the staff, cut back on hours. Then 6 people had died, including their lead reporter. Never mind the rumors that the PRT was, on Miss Militia's behalf, investigating ties between Coyle and the killed reporters and camera crews. He'd itched to look into that more, but it didn't fit with his philosophy. Were you there, in the cafeteria? He asked the girls. No. Right. All right. Any thoughts? Were you scared, knowing there were so many capes in the school? 20 more seconds, to grab more details and reaction clips, and then he was moving, searching for others to talk to. 2 more groups questioned, and he didn't have much else. He knew Skitter's name, and Channel 4 had arrived, and the race was on. Got the video? Marshall called out. Stan took the offered laptop. To watch now, it would mean delaying interviews. Memories would fade. But he needed the narrative. How had things unfolded? What were the key, crucial points at the heart of this? That the school was unsafe? It would work, grab attention and viewers, but it felt cheap. No, the public knew that the protectorate was imploding. There had to be a connection, tying this to something greater. Thank you, he said. He'd decided. Now, I need you to find me someone who knew Skitter in her civilian guise. Marshall nodded. He or she will be one of the students who attended Winslow. On it. Stan retreated to the van with the laptop. He took the extra time to open the video in an editing suite before playing it. Without being asked, Nipper hooked it into the van's computers. A little icon notified him that he was connected to the studio. There for the S-class threat downtown. I don't want to sound arrogant, but I think maybe I deserve to, a little. I've done my share. You don't turn around and reveal my identity in front of a crowd. On a notepad of lined paper, he penned down 20th followed by a question mark. The video continued playing, and he noted down times and key phrases, along with questions. When a critical comment was shown, he was sure to copy the clip. There were a few times where the volume was too quiet, the voices too low or things were drowned out by background noise. Nipper worked to tune the sound so they could make it out, raising the volume or filtering out the noise. D&D picked fight? Pushed by authorities, dragged past convo with Skitter. When? Putting children at risk. Violation of truce. And you seriously expect me to keep my mouth shut about all the dirty little secrets I've picked up on over the last few months? What does Skitter know? Aptly important. The Slaughterhouse 9. Either you've abandoned that chase, or you're about to tell me that there's something more important than stopping them. S9? D-check events post-Boston. Hospital? Skitter and Defiant? D&D negotiating with villains? Possible cooperation? Corruption? Stand if you side with me. Both video and audio were distorted by the movements of students, rising from tables, pushing away from the jumble of bodies. Stan smiled. There. He cut out the scene in question, the students siding with Skitter over the heroes, and gave the clip a title. The heart of this story. A second later, a note appeared on the side of the window. The crew at the studio had a RAT connecting them to the laptop, and freedom to make changes or add their own details. Yes, Ed. He had it. The editors at the station were on board. Now to cobble it together into a story. He opened a file and began sketching out the script. At the very top, he put up notes, clips he'd need from the station. There was a knock on the door of the van. Stan opened it to see Marshall with an awkward-looking young man. 15 or 16. He looked despondent. Hangdog. He says he was her friend, once. No, the boy said. Not exactly. But we sort of knew each other. Had classes together, did group work. And I owe her. Stan smiled. Take you now to reporter Stan Vickery. Thank you, Nick. 1,200 students made their way to Arcadia High for their first day back at school, earlier on this sunny day. They hoped to readjust and get a taste of normal life after weeks spent away from home, or enduring the long series of incidents to afflict Brockton Bay. Less than halfway through their day, those hopes were dashed. A video clip replaced the blonde man with the mustache and a face lined by years of stress. A massive metal suit, looming at the far end of the school's parking lot, a mechanized dragon. The school became the site of a confrontation between Dragon, a heroine known across the world, and local warlord and leader of the Undersiders, Skitter. Within moments of their meeting on school grounds, Dragon revealed Skitter's identity as Taylor A. Bear, a 16-year-old student. With this revelation came a dozen more questions. Change the channel, a boy in prison sweats said. News is boring shit. No, Sophia said. Skitter was Taylor. A dozen things fell into place. Anger boiled within her. Outrage. That cringing, whiny, pathetic little scarecrow was the ruler of Brockton Bay's underworld? It didn't fit. It demanded an answer of some sort. But she couldn't. As the voice droned on, Sophia turned her attention to the bracelets she wore. There was a live current running through them, and they could be joined together to fashion handcuffs, but even like this, they were bondage. She couldn't enter her shadow state without passing through the insulated sheath that protected her. She couldn't leave, as much as she wanted to, right this moment. Glowering, a confused, impotent frustration building within her, she fixed her eyes on the television. It swelled within her until she could barely think. She clenched her hands, but she couldn't squeeze hard enough to release any of the building emotion. She unclenched her fists, extended her fingers, as if reaching for something, but there was nothing she could grab. There was no release valve for this, no way to vent. Taylor's face appeared on the screen in the same moment she hit her limit. She rose from her seat, aware of the guards advancing on her, and kicked the television screen, shattering it, amid the protests and swearing of her fellow inmates. A second later, they were tackling her. 2 guards at once, forcing her to the ground. She screamed something so incoherent that even she would have been hard-pressed to interpret it. Who was she? And what motivated these professed heroes to mobilize on a school, risking the lives of students and staff? Skitter herself wondered aloud about their willingness to put hostages within her reach. A clip appeared on the screen. Taylor, sitting on the edge of a counter. She spoke, filled with confidence, almost nonchalant. You put me in a room with 300 people I could theoretically take hostage. Why? You can't be that confident I wouldn't hurt someone. A student abruptly shrieked, thrashing and falling to the ground in her haste to get away. Danny, Kurt said, settling a hand on his friend's shoulder. You don't need to watch this. Danny shook his head. Kurt looked down the man. He hadn't even spoken, from the moment he'd opened the door and Lacey had wrapped her arms around him. This is bait, isn't it? Taylor's voice, oddly out of place coming from the television. The tone of the conversation even implied there were unspoken secrets that Skitter was aware of, that the Protectorate sought to silence. Stan Vickery spoke, reappearing, with Arcadia High behind him as a backdrop. Raising questions about what those secrets might be. You seriously expect me to keep my mouth shut about all the dirty little secrets I've picked up on over the last few months? Taylor's voice, again. Danny put his face into his hands, pushing his glasses up to his forehead in the process. Kurt rubbed his back, while Lacey looked on, sympathetic. What did Skitter know, and does it relate to the event on the 20th of June? Why were Defiant and Dragon willing to abandon their pursuit of the Slaughterhouse 9? Danny started to speak, but his voice cracked. He paused, then spoke again. Is this on me? No. Lacey said. No, honey. Those aren't questions I'd hoped to pose any answers to today, the news reporter said. The real question is bigger than that, and smaller at the same time. What forces drive a child from this? A teenage boy, his eyes downcast. She was nice, quiet. I know people won't believe me when I say it, but she was a genuinely good person. Island is a good person. At heart. I'm sorry, Taylor. To this. It switched to Taylor's voice, calm, unruffled, accompanied by the same long-distance, low-resolution footage of her sitting on the counter in the school cafeteria. You'd be surprised what I'm capable of. I've mutilated people. Carved out a man's eyes, emasculated him. I've chopped off a woman's toes. Flayed people alive with the bites of thousands of insects. Hell, what I did to Triumph, he nearly died, choking on insects, the venom of. Kurt turned off the television. Danny was frozen, unmoving, staring down at his hands. It was context, Lacey said, quiet. She was acting. I'm sure. She broke off as Kurt shook his head. Doing more damage than good. We're going to stick by you, okay, Dan. Kurt spoke. Let's have you come by our place. Better you aren't alone right now, yet? And it'll get you away from those reporters. Danny didn't respond. He stayed hunched over the kitchen table. Unless you want to wait here for her, in case. Lacey asked. She already said goodbye, Danny replied, pushing against the table to help himself rise to a standing position. I think that's it. You'd be surprised what I'm capable of. I've mutilated people. Carved out a man's eyes, emasculated him. I've chopped off a woman's toes. Flayed people alive with the bites of thousands of insects. Hell, what I did to Triumph, he nearly died, choking on insects, the venom of 100 bee stings making his throat close up. And what drives dozens of students to reject the heroes of this city in favor of the villain in charge? Stan asked. The widescreen television showed the students rising from the tables, joining Skitter. Another clip followed, showing students actively wrestling with the heroes. Christ, the director spoke. Beside her successor, Piggott was watching in silence, elbows on the table, hands folded in front of her mouth. This could have been avoided, the director said. On multiple levels. Most likely, Defiant replied. He stood at one end of the long table, Dragon beside him. If you would have cut off the feed, deleted the footage from phones, we would have had time to do damage control. We won't ignore people's First Amendment rights, Defiant said. The PRT and the Protectorate have refused to comment, and the silence is damning. In light of what occurred today, the reporting continued in the background. Brockton Bay has become the latest, greatest representation of the troubles the world faces in this new age, and perhaps a representation of the world's hopes. You're better than this, Dragon, Piggott spoke. To the point that I'm left wondering, did you steer all of this in this direction? If you try to place the blame on us, Defiant replied, I think you'll be unpleasantly surprised. This event, the reporter spoke, points to something else entirely, a fatal flaw in the system, the latest and greatest representation of the Protectorate's steady collapse. Director Tag, Piggott's latest successor, picked up the remote and muted the television. Defiant shifted his weight, clasping his hands behind his back. The body language was smug, somehow. Piggott glanced at each of the people who were seated at the table. Mr. Tag, the director of Brockton Bay's PRT, Director Armstrong from Boston, and Director Wilkins from New York were all present. Mr. Keene sat opposite her. A camera mounted on the table gave the chief director of the PRT eyes on the meeting, where she watched from Washington. Nobody else seemed willing to answer Defiant, some simply staring at him, others watching the segment on the wall-mounted television. She spoke, I would remind you that you are on a strict probation, with terms you agreed to. I am, Defiant said. Would you arrest me for being insubordinate? Or would it take something more substantial? Test us and you'll find out, Director Tag responded. And what would happen then? Would you send me to the birdcage? Defiant asked. The question was heavy with the reminder that it was Dragon who maintained and managed the birdcage. Emily Piggott was caught between a desire to feel smug and quiet fear. She'd warned them. She'd communicated her concerns at every opportunity, through channels that Dragon wouldn't be able to track. She'd been dismissed, shrugged off, when she raised the question of what might happen if Dragon was killed in battle, or if Dragon turned against them. I'd like to hear a response from Dragon, Piggott said. Dragon turned her head to look at her, face hidden behind an expressionless mask and unblinking, opaque lenses. There was something about the movement that seemed off. Both the movement and the silence that followed was oddly disturbing. No? No response. A consequence of our recent visit to Brockton Bay, Defiant said. I'm hoping she'll be better in a few days. Curious, Piggott observed, the note of emotion in his voice, at that simple statement. As if eager to change the subject, Director Armstrong said, Mr. Keene. Thoughts? How does this affect your department? Piggott turned her attention to the man. She'd only had limited interactions with him, but the man had earned her respect quickly enough. He wasn't a director, but rather the liaison between the Protectorate and various other superhero teams worldwide, organizing deals, ensuring that everyone held to the same code of conduct, and ensuring that the groups could all coordinate in times of emergency. It's catastrophic, Keene said. I can manage some damage control, offer further aid, manipulate the grants available, but I can't build on a foundation that isn't there. Where do our biggest problems lie? The CUI is first to mind. The Suits and the King's Men will cooperate, because they have to. For the American teams, it varies from case to case. But we're in the middle of negotiations with the CUI, and this won't reflect well on us. That is, it won't if we can't get our footing here and make a strong showing at the next major event. The next major event. The idea seemed to give everyone pause. Something needs to change, Defiant said. Somehow, Colin, Piggott replied, I think our ideas on what needs to change are very different. Very likely, he said, his voice hard. But this was a last straw for us, in many ways. We have a few stipulations for our continued assistance. Defiant, Tag interrupted him. You're not in a position to make demands. He's a hard man, Piggott thought. Army, PRT squad leader, a general, not a politician. Ironic, that they'd butt heads. Director Tag, you asked me here as a consultant, so allow me to consult. Tag turned his attention to her. She continued, I don't like this scenario any more than you do. But let's hear Defiant's demands before you reject him out of hand. Director Tag didn't reply, but he turned his attention back to Defiant and he didn't speak. Dragon and I have discussed this in depth. We need the present directors to admit culpability for the incident, and we need to clean house, with in-depth background checks and investigations into any prominent member of the PRT. We can't maintain things as they are with the specter of Cauldron looming over us. You'd have us fire any number of PRT employees at a time when we're struggling to retain members. Tag asked, almost aghast. And relieving capes from duty at the same time, Defiant said. With so few employees, it's ridiculous to continue working to shut down leaks and control the flow of information. Dragon has expressed concerns over having to do this in the past, and between the two of us, we've agreed that the censorship stops tonight, at midnight. Tag rose from his seat, opening his mouth to speak. I agree, Piggott spoke before her successor could. Heads turned. It's a misuse of resources, she said, and we do need to clean house. You don't have a position to lose, Tag replied. I wouldn't lose it anyways, she retorted, I've had no contact with Cauldron. Keene clapped his hands together once, then smiled, well said. We have nothing to fear if we aren't connected to them. You realize what they're doing, don't you? Tag asked. How does this investigation happen? Dragon has her AI rifle through all known records and databases. We defeat the sole purpose of the PRT, by putting the parahumans themselves in a position of power. That ship has long sailed, Keene commented, with the revelations about Chief Director Costa Brown, if you'll pardon my saying. You're pardoned, the Chief Director's voice sounded over the speaker, crystal clear. I think this would pose more problems than it solves. We'll have to turn you down, Defiant. Then I don't see much of a reason for us to stay, Defiant replied. And if you leave, the assumption is that we'll be left without Dragon's ability to maintain every system and device she's created for us. The PRT without a birdcage, without our computer systems or database, without the specialized grenade loadouts or the containment foam dispensers. An unfortunate consequence, Defiant said. Not a concern at all, the Chief Director replied. There was a pause. Dragon glanced at Defiant. No. Defiant asked. No. We've been in contact with an individual who has a proven track record with Dragon's technology. He feels equipped, eager, almost, to step into Dragon's shoes should she take a leave of absence. Saint, Defiant said. You're talking about the leader of the Dragon Slayers. Criminal mercenaries. My first priority is and always has been protecting people. If it's a question between abandoning the security the birdcage offers the world at large or requesting the assistance of a scoundrel. A known murderer, Defiant said. I wouldn't throw stones, Tag replied, his voice a growl. A known murderer, even, the Chief Director continued, as if she hadn't been interrupted. I will take security without question. Defiant looked at Dragon. The second dilemma I have to pose to you two, the Chief Director continued, is simple. What do you expect will happen when the next Endbringer arrives? Between Dragon's brilliant mind and Defiant's analysis technologies, I'm sure you've given the matter some consideration. Without the Protectorate, how does the event tend to unfold? Piggott studied the pair, trying to read their reactions. They were so hard to gauge, even if she ignored the armor. It doesn't go well, Defiant said. It doesn't go well even if we assume the present Protectorate is coordinated and in peak fighting condition. We can't afford a loss, the Chief Director said. You know it as well as I do. Now, tell me there isn't room for a middle ground. Dragon turned to Defiant, and moved with a careful slowness as she set one hand on his arm. We get through the next fight, Defiant said. Then we clean house. I think that's an acceptable compromise. This event, the reporter spoke, points to something else entirely, a fatal flaw in the system, the latest and greatest representation of the Protectorate's steady collapse. Too rich, Jack commented, smirking. Across the board, I love it. Fantastic. Hook Wolf, pacing on the opposite side of the television, grunted a response. Bonesaw was crouched by the side of a machine. She watched with hands on hips as Blasto ratcheted in a bolt at the base of a tall, black-handled lever, his movements jerky with the internal and external mechanisms that forced them. The Protectorate declined to comment, and in light of recent events and allegations of deep-seated secrets, their silence is damning. Almost ready, Bonesaw said, her voice sing-song. You're next, Hooksy. Hook Wolf glanced at her, and then at the contraption. Don't tell me you're scared, she said, her tone a taunt. Not of this. I'm questioning if this is the path we should take. I'm expected to bring about the end of the world, Jack said, still watching the television. But this is rather tepid for my tastes. I'd like to hurry it along, inject some more drama into the affair. Event at Arcadia High School is sure to draw attention from Eros America. We, the public, want answers. The death of Vicar marked the end of the Golden Age, the end of an era where becoming a superhero was the expectation for anyone and everyone with powers, and even those who decided to work in business or public affairs with their abilities were termed rogues. Bonesaw took a hold of Hook Wolf's hand and led him to his seat. She stepped back, glancing over the contraption. The only light was cast by a small desk lamp and the glow of a computer monitor, an island of light in the middle of an expansive, wide-reaching darkness. Desk, engine, and Tinker-designed seats, surrounded by an absolute, oppressive darkness. It doesn't sit well, Hook Wolf said. I can't articulate why. My thoughts are still cloudy. Bonesaw hit a button, and the lights began to flicker, the engine beside her starting to hum with a progressively higher pitch. With the flickering of the lights came glimpses of the things beyond. Light on glass and wires. I'd rather a Ragnarok than. Bonesaw hauled on a white-handled lever, and Hook Wolf's voice cut off. The flickering of the lights ceased, and the room returned to darkness. Jack sighed. Threatens to mark a similar occasion. Bonesaw stepped over the body of a dead tinker in a lab coat, stopping in front of Jack. Strip. Jack shucked off his shirt, and then pulled off his pants and boxer briefs. The blades that hung heavy on his belt made an ugly metal sound as they dropped to the tiled floor. And cover yourself up, Bonesaw said, averting her eyes. Shameful. You're in the company of a child, and a girl, no less. Terribly sorry, Jack said, his voice thick with irony, as he cupped his nether regions in both hands. He stepped back and took a seat, leaning back against the diagonal surface behind the short bench. Cold. The reality is clear. The repercussions of what happened today will change the relationship between hero, villain, and civilian. It remains up to them to decide whether it will be a change for the better, or a change for the worse. The segment ended, and the television turned back to the news anchors at their desks. Pretentious, isn't he? Jack asked. Likes to hear himself talk, Bonesaw replied. Which do you think it'll be? Change for the better or change for the worse? Jack smiled. It's a given, she asked. She pressed the button, and the lights started to flicker again. I think so, Jack commented. But I almost hope things do turn out well. The lights were flickering more violently now, to the point that periods of light matched the periods of darkness. Between the spots in his vision, Jack could see more and more of their surroundings. Row upon row of glass case lined the underground chamber, each large enough to house a full-grown man, though there were only fetal shapes within at present. Each was labeled. One row had cases marked crawler, 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 10 iterations in total. The next row had 10 cases labeled with the word Siberian. The one after with 10 repetitions of chuckles. One column of cases dedicated to each member of the 9, past and present, with the exception of Jack and one other. Makes for a greater fall? Bonesaw asked. Exactly, Jack replied. He glanced at the one isolated case, felt his pulse quicken a notch. It was the only one that was stand-alone. Grey boy. I guess we find out soon, he said, raising his voice to be heard over the whine of the engine. Bonesaw only laughed. She hauled on the switch with both hands, and the room was plunged into silence and darkness. Interlude 20. If Accord didn't know better, he might have thought this little soiree was located here with the sole purpose of irritating him. Wait, he did know better. Tattletale. She would have done this just to beleaguer him. The Forsberg Gallery. The building had once been a pristine, albeit distressingly asymmetrical construction of glass and steel. Now it was a shattered ruin. There was little rhyme or reason to the design, and navigating was something of a chore. To his right, as he ascended a staircase, there was a wing that jutted out from the side of the building, 6 stories up, like an architectural tumor. With the damage done by Shatterbird's attack, the only glass that remained in the building was scattered across the floor like a winter frost. The offending growth on the side of the building had sustained some damage, more likely a consequence of the vibrations than damage from the glass itself, and the reinforcements that had been made to shore it up only served to make it uglier. Inelegant, unbalanced. His power immediately began supplying answers and solutions. He was on his guard, and the first thoughts to his mind were of offense and harming others. As clear as if he were seeing it for himself, he could see a pendulum, disguised among the steel frame of the building, swinging from a point above, and he could hear the sound of steel on steel, like a sword being drawn from its sheath, only at 12 times the scale. With the appropriate design, the impact would be clean, almost muted. His enemies, isolated within the wing, would make more noise, screaming as the reinforcing struts and the rivets holding intact beams to the larger structure were shorn away. The end result would see his enemies dead, and the building improved, more balanced. 10 minutes to draw up the blueprint. 80 to 100 minutes of labor, depending on the skill of the craftsman. 245 minutes of labor if he did it himself, and the result would be stronger, better, and more efficient if he did. $1,400 plus salaries. Impractical. Getting his enemies into the area would be hard. Impossible, if they had any intelligence at all. He dismissed the thought, but others were already flooding into place. Him and his 2 ambassadors in the offending wing, connected to nearby buildings by an arrangement of steel cables. Not 1 pendulum, but 7. 1 pendulum would cut the tumorous wing free. It would swing out on the steel cables, between the 2 buildings. With the right angle, it would swoop between the 2 nearest buildings. The right mechanism, and 1 cable could come free at the right moment, allowing a change of direction. They wouldn't even lose their balance, as the angle of the floor and centripetal force kept them steadily in place. With attention to details, they'd even be able to step free of the platform, as though they were departing a ski lift. The wing would then slingshot into the rubble of a nearby building, cleanly disposed of. The Forsberg gallery would be pulled apart, steel cut from steel by the shearing blades of the pendulums, the weight and movement of the mechanism serving a second purpose by magnifying the damage, pulling individual pieces free of one another and setting the complete and total destruction of the building into motion. The unseemly Forsberg gallery would crash to the ground, with many of his enemies inside, while he and his ambassadors watched from the point where they'd disembarked. He loathed making messes, but cleaning up after the fact was so very satisfying, whether it was mopping up the gore or seeing the lot cleared of debris. 32 minutes to draw out blueprints for the pendulums and work out the sequence needed for best effect. 300 to 340 minutes of time to set it up. He could estimate costs north of $11,000, not counting salaries. None of the materials were particularly expensive in and of themselves, and he had any number of businesses in his pocket where he could acquire those materials at a significant discount. Somewhat more practical, but impossible. He didn't have the time to set it up, not for tonight. It made for an elegant image, if nothing else, somewhat soothing. No sooner had he turned away from the idea of violence than other thoughts were forcing their way into his mind's eye. The outstretching wing being transformed from an edificial cyst to a bridge, with similar connections networking the entire city, each bridge and connection point changing individual points of design into a series of gradients. Architectural styles and building heights would change from a stuttering, jolted progression to something flowing, a seamless wave. Accord closed his eyes briefly, doing what he could to shut it out. It didn't help. He had a sense of the building as a whole, could imagine reconfiguring it, removing the parts that jutted out and using them to fill gaps towards the building's center mass. He'd worked with his power to see things through the various lenses of viability, money, resources, time, personnel, but that was almost a detriment now. He opened his eyes to search for something to take his mind off of the irritating aspect of the building's design, but he saw only glass shards, discordant in how they had fallen throughout the building. Some had been swept out of the way by people who'd taken up residence in the gallery, but the heaping, lumpy piles of glass, dust, and debris weren't any better. He caught a glimpse of a soggy sleeping bag and the scattered contents of a supply kit and wished he hadn't looked. Images rifled through his mind. A network of wires, drawn taut by a weight plunging through the elevator shaft, moving in concert to sweep the glass shards and signs of human life into the elevator shaft. The same wires would catch his enemies, mangling them as they were cast down after the rain of glass. Between the long fall and the thermite that could reduce the mess to a fine, clean ash, even more durable capes wouldn't be walking away. No. It wasn't constructive to think this way. On the uppermost floors, plexiglass and a large volume of water mixed with a high concentration of carbon dioxide and a sudsing agent, sweeping through the building. Staggering it, so the water from the highest floor could clean away the soap. Rearranging the glass shards into a kaleidoscopic. Citron, Othello, he spoke, interrupting his own train of thought. Distract me. I'm not so comfortable with this vantage point, Citron said. The climb only tires us out, and the vantage point doesn't suit any of our abilities. It puts us in a weak position. Sir, Othello whispered. Sir, she belatedly added. Accord was ascending the stairs just in front of her. It might normally be impossible, but here, it was easy, to turn and deftly slice her throat with the folded blade within his cane. Quiet, efficient. He stopped partway up the staircase and faced her, saw her unharmed and unhurt. His Citron, young, blonde, wearing a goldenrod yellow evening gown and a gemstone-studded mask. Her hair was immaculately styled, her makeup flawless, with a yellow lipstick that matched her outfit without being garish. Accord's left hand folded over the right, both resting on top of the ornate cane. She stopped, glanced at Othello, beside her. I'm sorry, sir. Everything and everyone in the appropriate place, he said. Not just in terms of physical position, but socially. Courtesy and acknowledgement of status are pivotal. I know, sir. It's not an excuse, but I was tired from the walk and the climb, and I was thinking of strategy, in case we were ambushed. I will endeavor to do better, sir. We all have to do better. We must all strive to improve. A step backwards is a tragic, dangerous misstep. Yes, sir. As if he were watching himself on film, he could see himself pushing her down the stairs. Not so steep a fall as to kill her, but the pain would enforce discipline, and the act of discipline would both help drive the point home for her and quiet his own thoughts. But the bruises, cuts, any broken bones, her inconsistent attempts at suppressing any sounds of pain as she joined him on the trek to the upper floor? It would only make things worse. More disorder. The thoughts were so sharp they were difficult to distinguish from reality. He shifted his hold on his cane, staring into her eyes. She still stood before him. With just the fractional movement of his hands, there was a change in her body language. Muscles in her neck and shoulders grew more taut, her breathing changed. She said, "Sir." "SHH," he said. She fell silent. His left hand cupped her chin, his eyes never leaving hers. More of a reaction, her eyes flickered, moving mere millimeters as she strained to maintain eye contact. He could feel the warmth of her breath on his wrist as she exhaled slowly, the faintest of movements against his hand as she shifted her weight to stay absolutely still. His thumb brushed against her cheek. Soft. He knew she dedicated an hour every morning to caring for her skin, another hour to her hair. Unlike hers, his gaze was unwavering, assured. In his peripheral vision, he could see her chest rise and fall. He wasn't a sexual creature, not in the base, animal sense. The idea of intercourse, it didn't appeal. The mess of it. But she was a thing of beauty, nonetheless. He could appreciate her from an aesthetic standpoint. Citron had shifted out of place, though. A square peg, just askew enough that it wouldn't slide into the hole designated for it. It jarred, and it cast a pallor on everything else that was right about her. As his fingers moved, tracing the line of her jaw, drifting to her chin, the idea of cutting her throat invaded his thoughts. A quick, clean severing of vital flows. He could see the lines of tension in her neck as she stretched it, striving to keep it absolutely still. Again, though, the disorder, the disruption. Blood was so messy, and as much as he might relish the opportunity to take 30 minutes from his day and clean up back in a more secure area, others would see, and it would throw too many things out of balance. There wasn't a right answer here, and it bothered him. Thinking rationally, he knew he was irritated. The location, even this city, they didn't suit him. He couldn't act on that, not yet, and the resulting dissatisfaction affected how he responded to the little things. His fingers broke contact with her chin, one by one, as he contemplated his options. By the time his index finger had dropped away, he'd decided. "You're my best ambassador, Citron," he said. She was breathing just a bit harder than she had been, as the tension that had drawn her entire body tight was released. A flush touched her cheeks as she responded, "Yes sir. I don't want to lose you." "Yes sir, I'll do my utmost to ensure you don't have cause to." "Please do," he said. He noted that the flush had spread down to her décolletage. Not the result of fear or anger. Another base emotion. "Citron." She glanced at him. "Calm yourself." "Yes sir," she breathed the words. He glanced at Othello, who wore a black suit and a mask divided between alabaster white and jet black. The man hadn't commented or flinched as Accord addressed Citron. Accord turned and started ascending the stairs again. "Quicken your paces. I refuse to be late." Intrusive thoughts continued to plague him. He'd once described it as being very similar to the sensation one experienced on a train platform, a ledge, or while standing in front of fast-moving traffic, that momentary urge to simply step forward, to see what might happen. Except the thoughts were sharper, with more weight to them, more physical than ethereal. His power was problem-solving, and every problem demanded to be addressed. The solutions were posited whether he wanted them or not, one-step and 100-step plans alike. And it never ended. Every flaw needed correcting, every imbalance needed to be weighed again. Mediocrity could be raised to greatness. The greater the problem, the faster he could solve it. He'd taken the time one afternoon to solve world hunger. 6 hours and 26 minutes with the internet and a phone on hand, and he'd been able to wrap his head around the key elements of the problem. He'd drafted a document in the 9 hours that followed, doing little more than typing and tracking down exact numbers. 150 pages, formatted and clear, detailing who would need to do what, and the costs therein. It had been bare bones, with room for further documents detailing the specifics, but the basic ideas were there. Simple, measured, undeniable. Every major country and ruler had been accounted for, in terms of the approaches necessary to get them on board, given their particular natures and the political climate of their area. Production, distribution, finance, and logistics, all sketched out and outlined in clear, simple language. 18 years, $3.1 trillion. Not so much money that it was impossible. A great many moderate sacrifices from a number of people. Even when he'd handed over the binder with the sum total of his work, his employer had been more concerned with the fact that he'd shown up late to work for his job. His boss had barely looked at the binder before calling it impossible, then demanded Accord return to work. A mind like his, in an office handling economic oversight within the PRT, looking for the precogs and thinkers who were trying to manipulate the markets to their own ends. It was only one imbalance, one irregularity, but it had been an important one. It had nagged at him, demanded resolution. He had to prove it was possible. So he'd siphoned the very funds that his department was managing. It hadn't been hard to redistribute some of the wealth that the villains and rogues were trying to manipulate. One ambiguous evil for the sake of an undeniable good. He covered his tracks flawlessly. In the process, he failed to account for the full breadth of his newest co-worker's talents. Thinker powers interfered with one another, and despite his ability to work with that particular drawback, even help them to work in concert, the clairvoyant had found him out. He'd been caught, jailed, and subsequently freed by the jailbreak specialist he'd contacted well in advance. Here he was, years later. Nobody he'd contacted had taken to his ideas, and government after government had failed to thoroughly read the documents he sent them. Nobody raised the subject of his work to the United Nations or any major political body. They were too interested in maintaining the status quo. His plans weren't observably closer to fruition, but he had contacts and he had wealth, and that went a long way. He would take the slow, steady path to victory. The binder relating to world hunger had been expanded on, with the addition of further binders to detailing the specifics. Other sets of binders had joined it, each relating to a major issue: disease, population, government, energy, and climate. He spent an hour and a half every morning ensuring that everything was up to date with recent changes to the economy and international politics. The recent altercation with the Slaughterhouse 9 in Boston had been a setback, but he remained confident. 23 years to see it all through. 23 years to bring the world into order. Everything was a step towards those ends. Even this, as much as the setting and the people grated. They reached the top floor and came face to face with the teeth. 7 para-humans, wearing costumes that bristled with blades, spikes and spines. They managed to wear the trophies of their defeated enemies without looking primitive. Teeth, eyes, desiccate body parts and bones were worked into their costumes, a collective theme that promised aggression and violent retaliation for any slight. Accord tightened his grip on his cane. He itched to end them. His mind burned with hundreds of ideas on how to do it. Traps, ploys, ways to set them against one another, or ways to use the other people in the room against them. The teeth didn't get in his way as he led his 2 ambassadors around the periphery of their group. There were no windows, and the wind sent minuscule shards of glass dancing over the tiled floor, periodically glinting as they caught the light from the flood lamps that were set around the room. "Welcome, Accord," Tattletale greeted them. He surveyed the group at the end of the long table. They weren't holding back, in making a show of power. No less than 6 dogs were chained in place behind them, each mutated and grown to massive size by Bitch's power. Their number was bolstered by the addition of a massive spider and a scorpion, both wrought of black cloth. Silk? Skitter silk? Regent stood by Imp, a costume of predominant white contrasted by a costume of black. They seemed to be exchanging murmured words. Bitch wore a mask that looked much like her dog's did, bearing a black jacket with thick, shaggy fur around the edges of the hood and collar. She didn't flinch, even as one of her larger mutants growled and gnashed its teeth inches from her head. The creature's ire was directed at Accord, not her. Parian's style of dress had changed from the images Accord had seen in his research. Her hair was no longer blonde, but black, her frock matching. The white mask she wore had a crack running down one side. She was very diminutive compared to the others, almost demure with the way she sat at one side of the table, hands folded, as though she didn't want to be a part of this. Tattletale, by contrast, was seated on the cloth scorpion, just beside a large monitor. She was cavalier, her hair wind-tousled, disrespectful by her very body language, sitting askew. He had to work to ignore her. He turned his attention to the figures at the head of the table. Gru stood behind the chair, one hand set on the backrest, a demonic visage wreathed in absolute darkness. Skitter sat at the end, backed by her forces, looking over the room. Bugs swarmed her from the shoulders down, but Accord could note a shawl and hints of protective armor. Neither the yellow lenses of her mask or the expanse of black cloth that covered her face gave any indication of her mood or expression. Either the images that he'd seen had been misleading, or she'd done some work to her mask, making the mandible-like sections of armor that ran forward from her jawline sharper and more pronounced. Dismissing Tattletale's greeting, Accord spoke to Skitter. "We finally meet. Good evening." "Good evening," she said, her voice augmented by the accompanying buzzes and drones of countless bugs in the area. "Have a seat." He took a seat midway down the length of the 12-foot table, and his ambassadors sat on either side of him. The Fallen must not have been terribly far behind him, as they arrived less than a minute after he did. Valifor and Eligos. Valifor wore a delicate-looking mask without eyeholes, a woman's upper face with closed eyes. Beneath the mask, he had a sly, perpetual smirk with tattoos that colored his lips black and extended from the corners. The ink depicted fangs poking from thin lips that nearly reached his jaw, the points alternating up and down. His costume was almost effeminate, with white and silver feathers featuring heavily on flowing white clothes that clung to his narrow body, including a corset that drew his waist in. The costume was meant to invoke images of the Cymurg, no doubt. Crass. Eligos' costume wasn't so fine, suited more for a brawl, but it, too, conjured up thoughts of an Endbringer, the behemoth. Obsidian horns that swooped back over his head, heavy armor that resembled rhino hide in texture and claws built into his gloves. Valifor, Eligos, members of the Teeth, now that we're all here, I'll ask that you take a seat, Skitter said. Why should we listen to you? Valifor asked, his voice was incongruous with his outfit, bearing a slight southern twang. He leaned over one chair, his arms folded over the backrest, taunting. It's customary for there to be violent retaliation if someone causes trouble at a meeting like this, Skitter said. Usually involving every other party that's present. I'm not saying I'm intending to cause trouble, Valifor said. I'm wondering why we should follow the schoolgirl. I'm sure everyone here saw the news. Did you see the news, Butcher? Yes, the leader of the Teeth answered. A woman stepped out of the midst of the group of Teeth. She was elegant, long-necked, and long-limbed, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail. Her mask and armor had an Asian style to it, though the costume were studded and trimmed with a number of wickedly barbed blades. More incongruous, there were 3 bleached skulls strung to one another and hanging around one shoulder. The costume, it was asymmetrical, lacking harmony, trying to do too many things at once. The samurai, the headhunter, the bloodletter. None of it fit the title she wore, butcher. Images flickered through Accord's mind. Ways to obliterate both costume and wearer. More difficult than it seemed, given just who she was. As if to punctuate Accord's line of thinking, she effortlessly lifted a Gatling gun and set it down on the end of the table. The sheer mass of the weapon was imposing enough that Accord momentarily wondered if the other end of the long wooden table would lift off the ground. The woman very deliberately refused the offer to sit. She'd spoken only one word, but managed to convey a great deal with her actions. Very embarrassing, Valifor mused aloud. Really, I don't see why you should get to sit at the head of the table. A 16-year-old girl, a victim of bullying, it doesn't conjure up the most imposing image, does it? If everyone agreed to suspend the usual rules, I would be more than happy to go head-to-head with your group, Skitter replied. Of course you would. You outnumber us. Just me, Skitter answered him. That's so. Valifor smiled, considering. Accord surveyed the situation. Valifor was a stranger, less in terms of his ability to hide, and more in his ability to engage in subterfuge. He had only to look on a target with his naked eye, and the fight was over. It was no small wonder, really, that he'd styled himself after the Cymurg. The effect was all too similar, in how the victim was often unaware of what had happened until it was too late. Yet Skitter didn't seem to mind. Was it a decoy? An empty costume? No. A trap? Accord studied the area around Valifor. What would he do, with her abilities? He saw it, almost invisible, except where the light caught it at the right angle. Threads, surrounding Valifor, trailing from his corset, his elbows and knees. They were all trailing in the direction of the window. If they were pulled taut, Valifor would be dragged outside. Depending on how well they held, he'd either dangle or fall to the street below. Valifor, Accord spoke, the layers of his mask shifting to emulate his smile, trust me when I say you already lost the fight. Is that so? I won't spoil the conclusion if you're eager to see this through. One less threat to worry about. But if I may offer my own opinion, I think the response she gave, given the situation, was eminently reasonable. I gained respect for her, seeing how it unfolded. Then you're a fool. Regardless, I won't condone fighting here. It sets a bad precedent. Yes, Butcher said. Valifor frowned. That's that, then, Skitter said. Accord studied her. He could see her swarm in the shadows behind the floodlights, moving in anticipation of a fight, no doubt. Their presence nettled him almost as badly as if they'd been physically crawling on him. They were all of the issues he'd had with the glass, but they were alive. He knew he could make them stop, make them go away, simply by giving an order to his ambassadors. Not that it was a possibility. He glanced at Skitter. I think you and I both know you'd win the fight. But how final would the outcome be? You're in the seat of power. More villains will arrive with every passing day. Are you prepared to kill? Is this some kind of head game? Valifor asked. It isn't any manner of head game, Accord responded. I'm curious. Her response would shed a great deal of light on the discussion tonight. Yes, Skitter gave her belated response. But I'd like to keep to the unwritten rules, as abused as they have been, lately. Killing should be a last resort. I see. She has some other trap on hand? The bugs at the edge of the room? Can I ask if no, wait. Don't tell me. I'll enjoy it more if I discover it for myself. Very well. Now, if everyone would be seated, we can begin, Skitter said, resting both elbows on the table. It wasn't quite straight, Accord noted. The table was askew, in relation to the rest of the room. Solutions flickered through his mind's eye, ranging from ones as simple as standing to push the table into a proper position to a flat-faced wrecking ball that could slam into the building's side. No, he had to focus. He could distract himself by figuring out Skitter's contingency plans. Butcher seemed to come to a decision, but that was normal for her, to take some time, ruminate. To discuss, for lack of a better word. She sat at the end of the table opposite Skitter. She was tall enough to be seen head and shoulders over the massive gun. Her followers didn't sit, but stood in a half-circle around her, a mirror to Skitter's own group. Valifor, Skitter spoke, and her voice was more ominous, hinting at the sheer number of bugs lurking at the edges of the room, either take a seat or leave. Valifor glanced over the room, then shrugged, as if he didn't care any more, sitting. Elagos followed his cue. And Accord realized Skitter's contingency plan in the next instant. Silk wasn't just attached to Valifor, to him, even. She'd connected Silk to the furniture. The table. She could drag the table with the silk lines, each laid out to fit in the gaps between tiles, nearly invisible. In doing so, she'd sandwich any one group between the table and a wall, or leave them clinging for a grip, almost falling. How would she drag it? Another mutant dog? Some counterweight? Regardless of the answer, Accord felt oddly pleased with himself. The danger posed by this trap didn't even concern him. Let's talk business, Skitter said. Whether you like it or not, the Undersiders have prior claim on this city. A matter of a week and a half, Valifor said. Prior claim, Skitter repeated herself. We have rules, and if you bend or break these rules, we'll be forced to act. I've already discussed your rules with Tattletale, Accord said. You had your chance to accept the terms we were offering then. Now the rules we're stipulating have changed, No killing. Cross that line and we kill you. Several members of our team are capable of doing that without you knowing we're anywhere nearby. If you're lucky, Imp slits your throat with you none the wiser, or Regent has one of your underlings stab you in the back, and you go quick. If you're unlucky, Bitch's dogs tear you to shreds, and it's a long, drawn-out, painful process. If you're very unlucky, you get the worst of both worlds, and you deal with me. What if there's someone that has to die? Valifor asked. Sometimes killing is necessary. You come to me. I decide, Skitter said. There's no new detail here, Accord said. Tattletale outlined much the same thing, though with less in the way of threats. I'm not even close to done. Property. We will find out about any territory you acquire. Whatever you pay for the land, you pay us a third. That includes the cost of buying the land itself, rent and taxes. If you're not paying property taxes or rent, we still expect an appropriate amount. Expensive, Accord said. You could have accepted our earlier offer, Skitter replied. If you want out from under that particular constraint, any of you may fold your organizations into ours, coming under our direct authority. This is a passive takeover, then, Accord said. You intend to put the squeeze on us until we cave. I am very, very tired of people telling me what I intend, Skitter answered him. Our territory borders are marked with our individual signatures. Traffic in anything illegal or harm someone within any of these areas, and we retaliate. Target any of us, and we retaliate as a whole. It doesn't sound like it leaves us much elbow room, Accord replied. I have yet to see an area that wasn't already marked as being in one territory or another. Then you grasp my meaning. Skitter added, my next point, during any Endbringer event, or the possible incident at the end of the world, you send half of your powered membership or 3 members to assist, whichever is more. This is bordering on the ridiculous, Valifor said. You expect us to fight the Endbringers? You? No. You're picking a fight, Valifor said. I'm giving each of you the option of obeying, leaving, or fighting, Skitter said. The ambassadors will accept the deal as posed. They won't like it, Accord may even hate me, because of my powers and my less predictable nature, but they'll accept. Is that so? Accord asked. Yes. You'll do it because you have resources that you can use to leverage what unfolds when they've finished scouting the other side of the portal and open it up for business. You wouldn't come all the way here and then leave because you didn't like the terms. There are the other options. Fighting us? You have only 2 underlings that survived the attack in Boston. As strong as they are, you're not equipped to fight. You'll join us because it's the fastest route to get what you really want. Ah, Accord thought. Tattletale filled her in. It made life a little easier, and a little harder, in very different ways. Skitter leaned back, one hand resting on the table. What was it you said to Tattletale? Everyone and everything has a place. More or less. Your place isn't on a battlefield, opposite the Undersiders. It's in this city, building an infrastructure and gathering resources for your long-term plans. You'll accept an expensive rent and a limitation on criminal activity for that very reason. You would have me risk good help on fruitless fights against immortal killing machines, Accord said. That too, Skitter replied. I don't expect the Fallen will accept the terms, with the restriction about fighting Endbringers, but I doubt they're long for the city anyways. Valifor stood from the table. Elagos joined him. Together, they strode from the room, silent. That was a touch rash, Accord commented, insulting them. I wasn't lying. Imp and Haven will handle them soon. Valifor is more cunning than you'd assume. An arrogant young man, impetuous and immature, but history suggests he's rather cunning when he puts his mind to something. Not a concern, Skitter said. If you say so. Skitter turned her attention to the other leader. Butcher. No, the woman replied, standing from the table. I didn't think so. Do you have any other business you'd like to bring up, while we're all here? You die, Butcher said. You can't kill me. I will win. With that, her longest statement yet, she turned and walked away. Not good enemies to have, Accord commented. It was just his group and the Undersiders now. We'll manage. The first Butcher had super strength, durability and the ability to inflict enough pain at a distance that his enemies went into cardiac arrest. His other powers only became evident later. He was killed by a subordinate, and the man who would later be known as Butcher 2 inherited a fraction of his powers and a share of his consciousness. Butcher 3 inherited it too, along with a share of 2's powers and consciousness, Tattletale said. He was a hero, though. Accord rankled at the fact that she'd spoken out of turn. Her voice rang in his ears, as though each syllable were the echoing toll of a bell, growing louder with each iteration. Out of turn, out of sync, out of place. He bit his tongue. Yes. And the 2 voices in the hero's head worked together to drive him mad. He was gone from this world well before he died in battle. The teeth reclaimed the power, and the legacy has largely remained within the group since, each successor inheriting powers of the ones before. The voices and consciousnesses only work with rightful heirs, members of their group who challenge the leader and beat him in a fair match. Which one is this? Regent asked. 14, Tattletale said. This one's number 14. Regent asked. Which means she's got 13 sets of powers. Another one, speaking out of turn, Accord thought. Citron was giving him a sidelong glance. He met her eyes, shook his head fractionally. Tattletale answered, only a small share of each power. Don't forget she's got 13 voices in her head, giving her advice and helping her work stuff out, and all the powers she brought to the table, besides. Her attacks don't miss. She imbues them with an effect which means they bend space so they strike her target, bullets turn in midair, swords curve, all means she's pretty much guaranteed to hit you if her attack reaches far enough. She hopped down from the scorpion's head and walked around the table until she was opposite Accord. One by one, the undersiders who'd been standing behind Skitter found seats. The other groups had left, and they were making themselves more at home, now. Regent put his boots on the table, right in front of Imp, who pushed them away. Overly familiar. Presumptuous. Accord closed his eyes for a moment. The table was unbalanced now, in a metaphorical sense, but it felt very real. I don't recall anyone giving you leave to sit. Tattletale raised her eyebrows. I don't recall anyone giving you permission to complain. Our territory, our house, our rules. I could kill you. Car bombs, other traps. I could manipulate the heroes into going after you. When I direct my ambassadors, they win their fights. You'd break in the face of what I could do, the pressure I could inflict, everything and everyone in the world suddenly a threat, with me pulling the strings. He drew in a deep breath. Too much at stake, to say such things. In his most patient tone, as though he were speaking to a well-meaning but misguided 8-year-old, he explained, I'm talking about the way things are meant to be, Tattletale, understand? Tattletale bristled as though he'd slapped her. Enough, Skitter said. Her voice was quiet. The silence that followed was both surprising and relieving. She had control over her subordinates. Good. It took a measure of talent to exert control over such disturbed individuals. He studied the girl. She was composed, despite the fact that less than 12 hours had passed since her identity had been revealed to the world. And her bugs, it had grated how disordered they had been, but now that he was looking at the ones she wore like a second layer of clothing, he could see how they were ordered, all in formation. Skitter was calm, collected, reasonable but willing to act with a heavy hand when needed. Clever. She thought at the scale necessary for a true leader. Do you accept the deal? Skitter asked. Best if I ask now, because your answer dictates the tone of the conversation that follows. I accept, he replied. She was right, he really had no choice in the matter. He'd dealt with worse deals and worse circumstances before. I suspect there will be friction, and we will have our disagreements, but we'll be able to find a common ground. You and I are very similar people. She didn't reply. The silence yawned, and his fingertips twitched involuntarily, dangerously close to the trigger that would turn his cane into a weapon. In saying that, he said, doing his best to remain level, I was inviting a response. And I was taking a second to think before giving it, she responded. Starting a sentence with a conjunction. He grit his teeth and smiled, his mask moving to emulate the expression. Beg pardon. Let's talk about details, Skitter said. The city is too dirty. Too disordered. The thoughts were intruding again, oppressive, insistent. They were at the point where they were repeating, cycling back on one another. He'd have to do something to break the cycle. It could be time spent at a workbench, sorting out the projects in his binders or eliminating some of the more chaotic elements. Murder was out, but there were other options. He'd sent capes to the YA with grave NGBN before. It was more constructive than killing. Cleaner. It also built relationships with the CUI. Talk, he said, after too many long minutes of silence. We can take them, sir, Othello said. Any one group, we could handle, but not two groups at once. I agree, Accord said. Do you think you could handle them if things went sour? With little trouble, sir. The only ones I'd wonder about are Tattletale, Imp, Valifor, and 14, Othello replied. Imp and Valifor, your stranger powers against theirs makes for a troublesome fight. Imp is the one I would worry about first. Unpredictable, impossible to track. I'm suspicious my power cancels hers out, sir. My other self saw her get close to Butcher. I think she had a weapon. Interesting. Citrian. I don't know, sir. Forgive my saying so, but a lot of people have thought they could handle the Undersiders, and they were wrong. I don't know how my power would interact with theirs. Very true. Sensible. I'll need to recruit, regardless of whether we encounter them. Focus on the teeth and the fallen for the time being. Yes sir, the pair echoed him. Skitter and Tattletale, he thought. They were the real issues for him. Tattletale's power might have seemed similar to his own, but it was almost the inverse. He'd heard himself described as falling somewhere in between a thinker and a tinker, and perhaps that was APT. It was how he applied his power, starting with the end result and building backwards, and the designs that he fashioned that were so tinker-like. But his real ability was as a thinker, involving planning, awareness, and ideas beyond the reach of the unpowered. He hoped it wouldn't come to that, but he had to plan for every contingency. They'd reached their accommodations, a newly built office building. He owned the two uppermost floors, and was buying the floors beneath as the owners agreed to the sales. Soon he would have it set up his way, with escape routes and traps to target his enemies. Othello, he said. Yes sir. Send the 5 first-tier employees with the best grades to my room. I expect them in 15 minutes. Of course, sir. Once you're done, retire for the evening. Rest well, he said. There are big things on the horizon. Yes sir, the 2 ambassadors echoed him. Only 2. It wasn't enough. He settled in his room. Too much of the furniture was pre-made. He preferred things he had made himself. Cleaner, simpler. He knew where it had all come from, knew how it was put together. Accommodations he had crafted himself were as soothing as the outside world wasn't. The 5 employees arrived right on time. Satisfactory. He opened the door to his room and invited them in. 3 men, 2 women, immaculate, all in proper business attire. His vetting process was strict, and each step up the ladder required both his invitation and the employee's acceptance. Each step required them to prove their worth, to face progressively more stress and heavier workloads, and to hold themselves up to his increasingly exacting standards of perfection. It might have made for reality television, if it weren't for the blood that was shed along the way. Theirs and others. You are being promoted, he said. After tomorrow, you will be my ambassadors, my representatives to the rest of the world. The displays of emotion were well hidden, but they were there. They were pleased. That is all. Wordless, the 5 marched out of his room. Withdrawing his cell phone, Accord dialed a long-distance number. He smiled a little at that. He wasn't much for humor, but it had its places. The ringing stopped, but there was no voice on the other end. Accord. Brockton Bay. The doorway opened at one end of his room. His hair stirred as air pressure equalized between the 2 planes. The number man stood on the other side, in the white hallway with white walls. 5 vials. Of the same caliber as the last set, same price. Done, the number man said. Where do we stand? It's promising, but I wouldn't make any guarantees. Of course. Everything's progressing according to plan, then. Accord nodded, once. As well as we might hope. We lost Coyle, but the Undersiders may serve as a model in his absence. Good to know. I'll inform the doctor. The gateway closed. Accord sat down on the end of the bed, then lay back, staring at the ceiling. Coyle had been the focus of the test, unaware. The man had also been Accord's friend, the one who'd sold him the PRT databases. His death had been a tragic thing, on many levels. There were few men Accord considered worthy of being his friend. Now it hinged on the Undersiders. They'd taken up Coyle's legacy, after a fashion, and just like Coyle, their ambitions fell in line with Cauldron's. The organization's hopes rode on them and their decisions. Accord's hopes rode on them, his 23-year plan, saving the world from the worst kind of disorder. In the end, they were responsible for billions. Not that he could tell them or change his actions in respect to them. It would defeat the point. Everything and everyone had their respective places in the grand scheme of things. For one 16-year-old, the decisions she made in the immediate future would have more impact than she imagined. It all came down to whether she could embrace this new role, and whether the city could embrace her in turn. Accord drifted off to sleep, his weary mind grateful from the respite from the endless assault. Arc 21 Amigo 21.1. Tattletale stood at the very edge of the floor, with the 25-story drop just in front of her. The wind whipped her hair around her, and she didn't even have a handhold available. Shatterbird had cleared out all of the window panes, long ago. She lowered her binoculars. He's gone. If he was going to pull something off, he'd want to watch and make sure everything went off without a hitch. I could have gone with them, Imp said. Listened in. Not without us knowing their full set of powers, Tattletale said. Imp folded her arms, pouting. I thought you were one of the cool ones. Othello's a stranger, Tattletale said. I'd think he has an imaginary friend who can mess around with us, but I didn't see any sign of anyone invisible walking around. Isn't that the point? Regent asked. No dust or glass being disturbed, none of that. I might think his friend is invisible and intangible, but then what's the point? Accord tends to have people with good powers. Citron, only bits I could figure out were that she's got an offensive power, something with substance, and her focus was in a strange place. She was more focused on places in the room where the strongest powers were clustered, and her focus was fairly indiscriminate beyond that. Either her power wasn't anything that anyone here would have been able to defend against, like Flechette's arrows or a controlled version of Scrub's blasts, or she's a Trump classification. What's that? Regent asked. Official classification for capes who can either acquire new powers on the fly, Tattletale gestured towards Gru, have an interaction with other powers that can't be categorized or they nullify powers. She's powerful, then, Regent said. She acts like she's powerful, Tattletale said, and she probably is. But that database of PRT records we had didn't have anything in it about those two. I don't know where he finds those guys, but Accord collects some damn heavy hitters. Parian broke her spell of silence. You keep talking like we're going to fight them. Threat assessment, Tattletale said. She made her way back to her chair, sitting at the long table. Be stupid not to know what we're getting into, especially with someone like him. Not to mention we've gotten in fights with pretty much everyone who ever set up shop in the Bay, Regent commented. There's nothing imminent, Gru said. Let's focus on more immediate problems. He turned his attention my way. Me? I asked. He's right. We've been so busy preparing for possible fallout that we haven't had time to discuss this, Tattletale said. I'm a non-factor. The damage is done, and it's a question of the dust settling, I said, staring down at my gloves. I'd altered some of my costume, but the real adjustments would have to wait until I had time. I'd made up the extra cloth in an open area of my territory I was devoting to the purpose, but hadn't had time to turn it into something to wear for tonight. Some of my mask, the back compartment of my armor and my gloves were more streamlined. Or less streamlined, depending on how one looked at it. Sharper lines, convex armor panels that flared out more, gloves with more edges for delivering damage if I had to get in a hand-to-hand fight. I'd only done some of the armor, pieces of my costume that were already battered and worn. My gloves, my mask, and the back compartment of my armor tended to take the most abuse. I'd update the rest later. I'm not sure it's that simple, Gru said, his voice quiet. He reached across the table and gripped my hand, squeezing it. Have we double-checked to see what bridges they've burned for us? My parents aren't showing any sign of interference. Mom wouldn't care either way, Aisha said. She might try to capitalize on the attention with appearances on television if she could get money for it. Yeah, Gru agreed. My family wouldn't care, Tattletale said. I'd be surprised if they didn't already know. They'd choose to ignore it, I'd bet. Parian? You've covered your bases. Most of my family is dead. The ones who aren't dead already know, Parian said. She looked out toward the window, at the city lights under the night sky. Tattletale nodded, let's see. Rachel isn't a problem, not really. Never had a secret identity. Rachel shrugged. Her attention was on her dogs. They were shrinking, their extra mass sloughing away. She already had Bastard sitting next to her, his fur spiky and wet from the transformation. And if they tried to come at me through my family, they'd get what they deserved, Regent said. Why? Parian asked. His dad's heartbreaker, Tattletale said. Oh. Oh wow. Funny thing is, Regent said, if you think about it, we might be bigger than Heartbreaker, now. People all over America know who we are, and I'm not sure if Heartbreaker is known that far to the south or west. That's not our focus right now, Gru said, squeezing my hand. It's good that we're talking about safeguards and damage control, but discussing villains and the rest of America can wait. They came after Skitter while she was out of costume. How are you coping? Tattletale asked, leaning forward over the table. You were pretty heavy-handed tonight. We discussed it, sure, but I thought you'd at least pretend to play ball with them. I didn't need superpowered intuition to figure out they weren't going to cooperate no matter what I said, I replied. But you were provoking them. Valifor especially. You up for this, with all the other distractions? This is what I've got left, isn't it? The good guys decided to play their biggest card. They couldn't beat Skitter, so they beat Taylor. As far as I'm concerned, there's no reason not to throw myself into this, to deal with both heroes and villains as a full-time thing. I lay down the law, because now I've got time to enforce it. I can be stricter with the local villains, back you guys up if they cause trouble, and dedicate the rest of my time to my territory. Dangerous road to travel down, Tattletale said. You need to rest, to have downtime. And do what? Go to a movie? I'm not sure if any theaters are open. They are, Tattletale said. And I couldn't go even if they were. My face is plastered all over the news, and I've got a tinker who might be watching every computer system and surveillance camera in the city, because she's not willing to go against her bosses. I can't go shopping, can't leave my territory unless I'm in costume and ready for a fight. More time to go after them, Regent said. You can't let this slide. I'm not planning to, I said, standing from my seat. Hold on, Gru said, as my hand came free of his grip. Walk with me, I said. All of you. The city may be getting better, but there shouldn't be lights on in this building, and it's only a matter of time before one of the local heroes decides to stop by and see why. We can take them, Rachel said, from the rear of the group. We can, and we will, I said, entering the stairwell. On our terms, not theirs. There's enough enemies to fight, Parian said. She had to hurry around the table to catch up. We don't need more. I agree, Gru said. Not that I don't understand the need for some response, but you're talking aggression. I'm feeling aggressive, I said. I think. I don't know. Hard to pin it all down. Might be better to wait until you have a better idea of what you're feeling, Gru said. It doesn't matter, I said, stepping down onto the staircase. Logically, there's no choice but to act on this. You heard Valifor. The villain community won't respect us until we answer the PRT, and the so-called good guys won't have a reason to think twice about doing it again. The rest of us aren't as vulnerable as you are, Regent said. Don't want to sound disrespectful or anything, but we don't have the same kinds of civilian lives to protect. There are others, I said. Part of the reason we uphold these rules is because it sets precedents. Other villains hold to the rules and we benefit, the opposite is true. The flip side of it, Tattletale said, is that we're risking an escalation in conflict. I don't see how they can escalate, I said. As I see it, they played the last card they have. The harder we hit them now, the more clear it is to outsiders that the PRT doesn't have an answer. I can show that it doesn't bother me, and the effect is the same. Doesn't it, though? Tattletale asked. Doesn't it bother you? Yes, I said. In terms of me, I don't know. I can't say for sure whether it's justified or not. But they went after my dad. I get that, Gru said, I'd be pissed if they went after Aisha. God, you know, when I was swallowed up by Echidna, and she was filling my head with all the worst stuff I could think of, revised memories, it. He stopped, and I paused to glance back up the stairs at him. Bro? Aisha asked. He took a second to compose himself, then said, I get what you're saying, Taylor. Believe me. I was buried in it. If anyone here knows what it's like to want to protect people. That's not it, I cut him off. No. It's not about me wanting to protect my dad from the aftermath of all of this. That's done, and right now he's hurting more than he has since my mom died. Some of that's on me, and some of it's on the people who sent Defiant and Dragon into the fray. The damage is done. And you want to go after the non-capes who made the call. Yeah, I said. I'm sick of being on the defensive. I hate waiting for the other shoe to drop, because there's always another shoe, and always a bigger threat. Speaking of, what's your interpretation on the company we had tonight, Tattletale? How do you think they're going to play this? The ambassadors are on the up and up, as far as I can guess their direction. Accord's unpredictable, which is kind of ironic. I'd say they're lower priority. They're going to stick to the deal. Until Accord's neurosis pushes him to break it, Tattletale said. Then who's a higher priority? The teeth. Lots of aggressive powers. Butcher's at the forefront of it all. Spree has rapid-fire duplicate generation, Vex has the ability to fill empty spaces with small, razor-sharp force fields, Hemorrhagia is a limited hemokinetic with some personal biokinesis, Onimos can transform for limited times and packs a power nullification ranged attack while in his other shape. There's 2 or 3 others. I'm asking about their goals, I said. Any clue what they're thinking? Are they going to come after us? Probably. We seem weak and unbalanced right now, especially with Parian not doing the absolute best job protecting her territory. I'm trying, Parian said. You'd be doing better if you'd accept help, Tattletale retorted. Except you don't want to do that because you haven't committed to this. I will. I'm still figuring out the more basic stuff you guys figured out ages ago. Commitment on a mental level, P. That's more than just coming to meetings. You don't have to like us, but respect us, get to know us, trust us, and maybe allow for the occasional intimate moment. Parian snapped her head around to stare at Tattletale, in a way that was rather more dramatic than the statement warranted. Not that kind of intimate. Sorry Han. Trust me when I say we're all pretty accepting here, and there's no reason to lie, none of us girls here bet for the other team. I didn't say anything. Of course, Tattletale said, smiling. But I was talking about letting us see more of the girl behind the mask. Share those vulnerabilities, let us give you a shoulder to cry on. I don't need one, Parian said, and that has nothing to do with me defending my territory. More than you think, Tattletale said. She glanced at me, they're the type to prey on weakness, and Parian's capable of only protecting a short section of her perimeter. Hire people? I asked. Henchmen, mercenaries. I don't want to put innocents in the line of fire, Parian said. You don't want others to suffer if the teeth come after the people you wanted to protect, either, I said. I don't know what you want me to do. If I call for help, they'll retreat and we wind up wasting your time, while leaving me looking and feeling useless. There's an alternative, I said. What? What I was talking about before. Going on the offensive. Only it's not about just the good guys. I'm talking about targeting our enemies, wiping them out before they hurt us and give us cause. That's dangerous, Gru said. You guys keep saying things along those lines, I responded. I shouldn't be so strict with our enemies, I shouldn't ratchet up my involvement in things, I shouldn't be aggressive. It's more dangerous to leave them loose, to always give our enemies the first move. The flip side to that coin is that it gives everyone else we deal with less reason to play ball. We need to get other villains to parley if we're going to seriously hold this territory. The ambassadors are only step 1, Gru said. If some other group comes into town and they're considering joining us, are they going to look at whatever humiliating defeat we visit on the Fallen and feel it's better to attack us first? Escalation, Parian echoed Tattletale's earlier statement. I sighed. Atlas had descended from his vantage point above the building, and flew into land next to me. I ran my hand along his horn. We're not, the idea here isn't to attack you, Taylor, Tattletale said. Hell, what they did was low. You said it yourself, in that cafeteria. But you're talking about changing our dynamic, and it's a dynamic that's been working. We've already been through some high tension, high conflict scenarios. A bunch of times when we went days without a chance to breathe. You want to ratchet that up? Not entirely, I said. If we do this right, if we play this smart, then this should reduce the amount of conflict. I need to know if you guys are on board. Yeah, Rachel said. I'm in, Regent replied. Imp nodded. My vote doesn't count, Parian said. I only wanted a show of force, to see if we couldn't scare the teeth. Only I think it had the opposite effect, because what you guys were saying about Butcher is spooking me. If you guys want to help me with them, okay. But I don't want to commit to anything major here, and I can't tell you guys how to operate, because I'm new to this. Skip my vote. Okay, I said. Tattletale? Gru. I've already said my bit, Tattletale said. You call the shots in the field, and act as the face of the group, I do the behind-the-scenes stuff. That's how we worked it out. I'm kosher with that. Gru said, I have one thing to say. Think it over, or keep it in mind. We made it further than most groups do. Some villains set their sights high, and they fall. Others try to eliminate their enemies and get eliminated in turn. Still others set their mind on a goal and they strive for it, only to get worn down along the way. He paused, glancing away. I didn't interrupt. Picking the right words? Thinking about himself, as one of the ones who were worn down by circumstance? Or maybe he was thinking about me in that light. Maybe part of the reason we made it this far was because you weren't striving for that. When we were villains, you were trying to be the good guy, behind the scenes. When we were trying to take out some pretty nightmarish opponents, your focus was on surviving more than it was on attacking. I didn't get the impression you craved to be team leader or to rule the city, but you took on the job because you knew the alternative would be disaster. I nodded. Even if I'd wanted to say something in response, I wasn't sure what I would have wanted to say. Maybe the reason I'm less comfortable with this is that it's not your usual pattern. I feel like you are wanting to be aggressive because you are hurt and angry. There's nothing to temper it. Think about it, okay? I won't tell you not to do this. Despite everything I just said, I do trust your instincts, and I'm not sure I trust mine these days. Gru. I don't. That's me being honest. Do what you have to do, but do it with your eyes wide open. Okay, I said. I'll try. I had a sudden impulse to hug him, to hold him as close and as tight as our costumes allowed, my arms tight around his broad back, his muscled arms holding me just as tight. The idea alone made me feel like I might suddenly burst into tears, and I found it startling, inexplicable. I didn't hug Gru, I wasn't sure enough about what I was feeling or why, didn't want to come across as anything but a leader. Leading this team was something I could do. Something concrete, with real dividends. Why had I brought Atlas here? Had I already been thinking about running? Avoiding further contact with these guys? Avoiding Gru? It was disconcerting to think about. Tattletale was staring at me. Could she read what I was experiencing, or get a sense of the emotions that were warring inside me? Okay, I said, and I was surprised at how normal I felt. We're playing this much like we did against the 9, only we aren't waiting for better excuses to do it. Groups of 3, one group active at a time, one target at a time. Who are we fighting? Rachel asked. The Fallen, the PRT, and the Teeth. And you're in this group of 3 for tonight's mission? Tattletale asked. Yeah. I needed a release, to do something. She glanced at Gru, and I suspected there was some kind of unspoken agreement there. She met my eyes, or the opaque yellow lenses that covered my eyes. I'll come. Your ops, I said, I thought the whole point of that was that you'd stay behind the scenes and out of trouble. I'll come, she repeated herself. No argument, no manipulation. Only the statement. I sighed. Me too, Rachel said. Not sure that's a good idea, Tattletale said. Maybe someone more subtle. No, I said. It's fine. Subtlety wasn't what I had in mind. Bentley crashed into the side of the PRT van. The vehicle rocked, but it was set up to be in the field amid villains with super strength and literally earth-shattering powers. It didn't tip over. 2 more dogs crashed into the side of it, and the thing fell. The PRT officer in body armor fell from the turret at the top, his armor absorbing just enough of the impact that he wasn't badly hurt. The containment foam sprayers might have been an issue, but none of the uniforms were in a position to use the stuff. I'd come prepared, and each sprayer was either thoroughly snagged on spider silk at the top of the equipped trucks, or the PRT agents who were wearing the portable tanks were bound, blind, and under siege by masked bugs. Dovetail flew after Atlas and I, a trail of luminous slivers of light falling in her wake. She was good at maneuvering in such a way that the sparks didn't fall on the PRT uniforms and heroes below, even with my swarm crawling over her head, shoulders, and arms. Where the slivers touched something solid, they ballooned out into what Tattletale had described as soft force fields, encasing the subject. Anyone could push hard enough against the force fields to break them, even with multiple fields layered over one another, but it impeded movement, and she could hover over a target to keep reinforcing the force fields until the victim could be smothered in more permanent containment foam. It might have been a crummy power, but she was fast. If she could have thrown the force field generating slivers further than she did when she flung her arms out, she might have had us. It was to my advantage that it was easier to dodge pursuit than to match someone else's course exactly. Didn't hurt that she had bugs in her nose, ears, and mouth, and that she was being bound by silk, limiting her range of movement with every passing second. She was already unable to use the compact containment foam sprayer she had built into her costume. Nothing I did would stop her from flying, but so long as she was blind and unable to use her arms, I didn't see her being too much of a threat. She wasn't making headway on the offense, but retreating wouldn't change her circumstances. I'd still bind her in silk, blind and choke her. Her costume had a flared collar, and my bugs were crawling inside, between skin and cloth. That attack was as much about the psychological effect as about getting to more skin to inflict bites. I wasn't sure if it was just me, but her movements were bordering on the frantic, now. No holding back. I only had so many wasps and hornets, but I did what I could. Mosquitoes were a good one. Welts. Leaving a mark. Rachel's dogs knocked over another one of the vans that had been circled around the PRT headquarters. The van was knocked into the side of the building, bending the bars that were supposed to protect the windows. Each window cracked, with the lines spider webbing out between the hexagonal sections, but they didn't break. Adamant got into close quarters combat with the dog, slashing at it with pieces of his armor and driving the animal back. Rachel whistled, shrill, and 2 dogs tackled him. He delivered one good swipe before the other blindsided him. The disadvantage of forming a full covering of armor was that it limited his peripheral vision. She wasn't going even 2 seconds without giving a command. There were 5 dogs in the field, or 4 dogs and 1 young wolf, and many were lacking in serious training, so she managed them with lengths of chain between their collars and Bentleys, and by giving enough commands that they wouldn't have time to get creative and go after one of the PRT uniforms. Seer was indoors, along with Triumph. Binding Seer had been a first priority, and I'd achieved it in much the same way. He'd done what he could to target the bugs managing the threads, and to disentangle himself, but time spent on that was time he wasn't moving outdoors and shooting me or one of the dogs. As with Dovetail, I'd managed to make enough progress that he was more or less out of the fight. She was blind, he was immobile. The other heroes would be arriving soon. I double-checked Dovetail wasn't in a position to give pursuit, then ventured inside, entering through an open window on the uppermost floor. I felt calm, which was odd, given the scene. Bugs swarmed every employee, from the official heroes to the kids who might have been interns. Some howled in pain, others screamed more out of fear, or yelped as bugs periodically bit them. The bugs gave me a sense of the route I needed to take, my destination. There were offices in the back corner, but I had a sense of where I was going. I'd been here before, when Piggott had been director. I saw the labels on the door. Commissioner. Deputy Director. Director. I opened the last door. Director tag. He held a gun, but he didn't point it my way. There was a woman behind him, using him as a shield. I'd had statements ready, angry remarks, any number of things I could have said to him, to punctuate what my swarm was doing to his assembled employees. Statements, maybe, that could have surprised him, woken him up to what he'd done to me. Then I saw the steel in his eyes, the sheer confidence with which he stood in front of the woman, they had matching wedding bands. His wife. I knew in an instant that there wouldn't be any satisfaction to be had that way. Rather, the word that left my mouth was a quiet, why? His eyes studied me, as though he were making an assessment. His words were gruff, the gravelly burr of a long-time smoker. He very deliberately set the gun down on the desk, then replied, "You're the enemy." I paused, then pulled off my mask. I was sweating lightly, and my hair was damp around the hairline. The world was tinted slightly blue in a contrast to the coloring of my lenses. It's not that simple. Has to be. The ones at the top handle the compromising. They assess where the boundaries need to be broken down, which threats are grave enough. My job is to get the criminals off the streets and out of the cities. By starting fights in schools. Didn't know it was a school until the capes were already landing, he replied. Had to choose, either we let you go, and you were keeping an eye out for trouble from then on, or we push the advantage. Putting kids at risk. Dragon and Defiant both assured me you wouldn't risk the students. I sighed. Probably right. Someone behind me screamed as a group of my hornets flew to him to deliver a series of bites across his face. Barbaric, Director Tag said. Inflicting pain isn't the point. Seem to be doing a good job of it, he commented. There are heroes on their way back from patrol, your guys called them in. But there's also news teams on the way here. We called those guys in. They'll find your employees covered in welts, every PRT van damaged or trashed. Your employees won't be able to get any cars out of the parking lot, so they'll have to walk, which will make for some photo opportunities. A handful of heroes will be a bit the worse for wear. You can try running damage control, but some of it's bound to hit the news. Uh-huh, he said. I couldn't let you get off without a response from us. Didn't expect you to. This was as mild as I could go, I said. I think you know that. I'm not looking to one-up you or perpetuate a feud. I'm doing what I have to, part of the game. Game? Little girl, this is a war. His voice took on a hard edge. I stopped to contemplate that. Rachel was destroying the last containment van, and Tattletale was saying something to her about incoming heroes. I was low on time. If it is a war, my side's winning, I said. And the world's worse off for it. You can't win forever, he said. I didn't have a response to that. He must have sensed he had some leverage there. All of this goes someplace. Do you really see yourself making it 5 more years without being killed or put in prison? I haven't really thought about it. I have. Bad publicity fades with time. So do welts and scabs. 5 or 10 years from now, provided the world makes it that long, nobody will remember anything except the fact that we fought back. Good publicity will overwrite the bad, carefully chosen words, and some favors called in with people in the media will help whitewash any of our mistakes. We're an institution. So you think you automatically win? Or you're guaranteed to win in the long run? No. They didn't pick me to head the city's PRT division because I'm a winner, Miss Taylor. They picked me because I'm a scrapper. I'm a survivor. I'm the type that's content to get the shit kicked out of me, so long as I give the other guy a bloody nose. I'm a stubborn motherfucker, I won't be intimidated, and I won't give up. The last few directors in Brockton Bay met a bad end, but I'm here to stay. You hope. I know. You want to fight this system? I'll make sure it fights back. So you want to escalate this? Despite what I said before. Not my style. I'm thinking more about pressure. I could pull your dad in for questioning every time you pull something, for example. Doesn't matter where, doesn't matter who it's directed at. You or your team do anything that gets an iota of attention, I drag the man into the building, and grill him for a few hours at a time. I felt a knot in my stomach. That's harassment. I was aware of Tattletale approaching me from behind. She leaned against the doorframe, arms folded. It's a war of attrition, Tag said. I'll find the cracks, I'll wear down and break each of you. If you're lucky, then 5 years from now they'll remember your names, speaking them in the same breath as they talk about the kid villains who were dumb enough to think they could keep a city for themselves. He's playing you, Tattletale murmured. He knows he's got you on a bad day. Best to just walk away. Remember, the Protectorate hasn't had a good day against us yet. I thought about asking him about Dinah, but there wasn't a point. It was something he could use against me, and I already knew the answer. I approached the desk and turned around the photo frames. The second showed Tag with his wife and 2 young women. A family portrait. You have daughters, I said. 2, going to universities halfway across the world. And you don't feel an iota of remorse for hurting a father through his daughter? Not one, he replied, staring me in the eye. I look at you, and I don't see a kid, I don't see a misunderstood hero, a girl, a daughter, or any of that. You're a thug, Taylor a bear. A thug. His mindset was all us versus them. Good guys versus the bad. It wasn't much, but it served to confirm the conclusion I'd already come to. Dinah had volunteered the information. Whatever else Director Tag was, he wasn't the type to abuse a girl who'd been through what Dinah had. We should go, Tattletale said. Rachel's downstairs with all her dogs, we can run before the reinforcements collapse in on us. Yeah, I said. Nearly done. You, back there. Are you Mrs. Tag? The woman stepped a little to one side, out from behind her husband. I am. Visiting him for the night. Brought him and his men donuts and coffee. They've been working hard. Okay, I said. And you stand by your husband? You buy this rhetoric? She set her jaw. Yes. Absolutely. I didn't waste an instant. Every spare bug I had flowed into the room, leaving Director Tag untouched, while the bugs flowed over the woman en masse. She screamed. He reached for his gun on the desk, and I pulled my hand back. The thread that I'd tied between the trigger guard and my finger yanked the weapon to me. I stopped it from falling off the desk by putting my hand on top of the weapon. Tag was already reaching for a revolver at his ankle. Stop, I said. He did. Slowly, he straightened. I'm illustrating a point, I said. My bugs drifted away from Mrs. Tag. She was uninjured, without a welt or blemish. She backed into the corner as the bugs loomed between her and her husband. Not sure why. Doesn't change my mind in the slightest, Tag said. I didn't respond. The swarm shifted locations and dogpiled him. Stubborn as he professed to be, he started screaming quickly enough. I picked up the gun from the edge of the desk, joining Tattletale. We marched for the exit together, moving at a speed between a walk and a jog, passing by 20 or so PRT employees, each covered in bugs, roaring and squealing their pain and fear to the world as they stumbled blindly and thrashed in futile attempts to fight the bugs off. Nothing venomous, the wasps and hornets weren't contracting their bodies to squeeze the venom sacs. There was nothing that could put their lives at risk. It was still dramatic enough. He's right, Tattletale commented. About. You won't change his mind with a gesture like that. Sparing his wife. Okay, I replied. I opened a drawer and put Director Tag's service weapon inside, while Atlas ferried Tattletale down to the ground floor. Atlas returned to me, and I took to the air, flying just above Lisa and Rachel and the dogs as we fled the scene. I made a point of leaving every single bug inside the PRT headquarters, to infest it until they had the place exterminated, which would only be another photo opportunity for the media, or to serve as a perpetual reminder as it took weeks and months for all of the bugs to be cleared out. The news teams were already arriving on the scene. No doubt there was a camera following us. I remembered Director Tag's threat, to bring my father into custody. Only a threat, going by his wording, but it did make me think about how every activity, everything I did that brought me into the public consciousness, it would be a little twist of the knife that I'd planted in my dad's back. Not a good feeling. Maybe the little demonstration I'd done with Tag's wife hadn't been for him. It could just as easily have been me trying to prove something to myself. Imago 21.2. Atlas started to falter. Compared to humans and other animals, bugs didn't quite have the same ability to push themselves past the breaking point. Most bugs were small, and their bodies were hyper-efficient, condensed down to the essential elements. If a bug needed to be able to leap, to lunge, or to fly, it maintained a certain capacity and it didn't generally go beyond that. It wasn't absolute, but I'd found it was a definite trend. In brief, there wasn't really 110%. When Atlas started demonstrating fatigue and difficulty in carrying me, I wasted no time in setting him down on the ground. I ran my hand along the giant beetle's shell while Tattletale and Rachel caught up. Problem? Tattletale asked. No, I said. Yes. Can I catch a ride on a dog? Yeah, Rachel said. She whistled, loud and sharp enough that I flinched, and swept her finger in my direction. One of her dogs took the cue and approached me. What's wrong with Atlas? Tattletale asked. He's wearing out, I said. My voice sounded flat. During the echidna fight, I saw how quickly he was getting tired, and I chalked it up to the fact that he hadn't eaten properly while separated from me, but I've been realizing that it's more than that. I haven't figured out the perfect diet to give him absolutely everything he needs, and I'm only barely managing to maintain an equilibrium. Every time he gets hurt, every time he gets tired, there's general wear and tear I can't compensate for. I'm sorry, Tattletale said. That's the way things go, isn't it? Nothing works 100% right. I suppose you're right, she said. I have to wonder, when you named him, what was the idea behind calling him Atlas? My mom raised me as a reader, I said. He's a giant-sized Hercules beetle, and the only name upgrade I could think of from Hercules was the Titan Atlas. The Titan who bears the weight of the world on his shoulders. Apropos. I shrugged. And like his master, he's having trouble with his burden. I'm really not in the mood for the Tattletale psychoanalysis. I climbed onto the dog's back. It wasn't one I knew well, and moved away from me as I climbed up its side, making the process more awkward. Rachel made sound that was almost a bark, almost an ah, and the animal went still. Maybe it's not exactly what you want, but what if it can help? Tattletale asked. My issues aren't ones that can be fixed with words, I said. Unless you have any insights to offer about tag, a way to make this world suddenly make sense, or a way to make people stop being such assholes, such morons, then I'm not sure I want to hear it. He got to you? No, I said, shaking my head. Nothing he said. But he got to you, even if you ignore everything he said. Arms Master, I said. Kaiser. Purity. Miss Militia. Pighead. Dragon, a bunch of others I can't even be bothered to think of. Why is it so hard to find someone who's willing to cooperate? To find someone that's on the same page as me? They keep making these calls I just can't understand, sometimes unfathomable, stupid calls, and things keep falling apart. They probably look at you and wonder why you can't fall in line with their perception of the way things should go. I shook my head. It's not like that. Tattletale didn't interject or argue. I struggled to find the words. What I'm talking about, ideas like keeping the peace, keeping people safe, making sure that everyone's safe, they're not complicated. This is basic stuff. If we can't get the fundamentals right, then how are we supposed to handle the more complicated stuff, like keeping this city running, or stopping war from breaking out? If we could all handle the fundamental stuff, the larger issues wouldn't exist. No, there's no way it makes any sense, whether you're talking fundamentals or larger scale. He attacked a school too, how did he say it, to give me a bloody nose? It's probably more complicated than that. You know as well as anyone that we put on a mask and play a role when dealing with our enemies. He was playing up a certain attitude because he knew it was the only way to get to you. Why did he have to get to me? You attacked him. I mean, why did it even have to get to that point? They weren't as aggressive with Kaiser and Purity, when unpowered members of Empire 88 were dragging people from their homes. They didn't act on this scale when the ABB was dealing in hard drugs and ambushing people on the street to tell them that because of where their parents were born, that they had to be soldiers, prostitutes or pay money every month in tribute. They were doing that to middle schoolers. You took over a city. How is that worse? How does that even compare to those other guys? It doesn't compare, Tattletale said. She hopped down from Bentley's back. She paced between Rachel and I, thumbs hooked into her belt. Rachel stared at me, her expression unreadable, her mask dangling around her neck by a strap. Tattletale continued, not really. But it means a world of difference to them. They have to care about appearances. Maintaining appearances is so important that they have to attack a school? Break the unwritten rules. I could go on a whole spiel about the unwritten rules. But that's not important. For people like Tag and Pigott, it's Cape business, and they're not quite part of that. And yet, appearances are worth putting kids at risk, for what they're facing. Things are just calming down here. Rachel snorted. But they're only picking up for the PRT. They're running scared, hemorrhaging members. They're falling apart, and they're big enough in the grand scheme of things that we don't even know the repercussions if this keeps going on. Every team that fights the Endbringers relies on the Protectorate for information, for backup, equipment and even periodic training. But even beyond that, beyond the Capes, there are hundreds of millions of people around the world who are watching the Protectorate, looking to them for reassurance. Our perspectives and feelings are barely a factor in the face of those hundreds of millions of watching eyes. Barely a factor. Tattletale shrugged. They put on a brave face, they put a tenacious fucker in office here, and they gear up to take a bite out of us. They don't want to win. Not completely, not all at once. They need us, because they don't have the capes to dedicate to protecting this territory, not even with the possibility that the portal becomes something big. They aim to take you out, destabilize us, and maybe then they hope to focus on the other bad guys. The Teeth, the Fallen, anyone else who shows up and doesn't play by the rules. They do something to assure the world that they're still relevant, and they keep the balance, all with a minimum of resources expended. And in doing that, they fuck with the rules, and they attack a high school. Are you really surprised that they broke the rules? We have, Pigott did, when she wanted to drop bombs on us while letting us act as decoys for bigger threats. The rules are only useful so long as they protect the status quo, and Brockton Bay bent the status quo over backwards and fucked it a long time ago. And the school? Dinah, she said. They had some basic, hard numbers saying that you wouldn't do something disastrous, and they have PR to clean up the mess afterwards. I suspect there'll be something in the news early tomorrow. They'll say you were an undeniable threat, they'll twist things around, fudge the truth or outright lie, and they'll suppress anything that contradicts that line. After that, they'll have Tag and the local heroes keep looking to take a bite out of us, do some damage they can put on camera, for the benefit of the hundreds of millions of watching eyes, and they'll keep at us until they do. He was being honest about that much. I clenched my fist. I didn't want to think about Dinah. Sorry, she said. But it's better you know this in advance, so it doesn't blindside you when the news. Rachel, I interrupted Tattletale. What? Rachel asked. Her eyes hadn't left me. Can I borrow this dog? I'll look after him. He needs to eat. Can you get him back to me by tomorrow morning? I asked Tattletale to ship dog food to every headquarters, the same kinds you feed your dogs, just in case, I said. Not tomorrow morning, but I'll make sure he eats. Tattletale frowned. Skitter, we need to talk about. I got the gist of it, I said. Did you ship the food? Yes. I looked to Rachel. I'll walk him, make sure he has food and water. No need for a walk, Rachel said. Boston Terriers don't need more than one a day. Okay, I said. I'll come for him tomorrow afternoon, she said. As an afterthought, she said, his name is Radley. Thank you, I said. No questions, no pressure, no explanations. It was just Rachel, stepping outside of her comfort zone and trusting one of her dogs to someone. It helped more than everything Tattletale had said put together. Not that that was saying much. Let's go, Radley. Radley hesitated to obey. I half expected Rachel to urge him forward, but she didn't say a thing, apparently content to let me take charge. I was glad when he started running, glad on so many levels. Moving felt good. It wasn't me running, my feet pounding on the ground, but feeling Radley's muscles shift beneath me, feeling the impacts of his feet on the ground, jolting through my body to the point that I had to clench my teeth to keep from biting my tongue. It was good. I'd always liked the sensation of the wind in my hair. It was cleansing, soothing, if not relaxing. It was cool, when the air around me was warm and humid. I shifted position, holding on with only one hand, and pulled off my mask with the other. The world was blurry, I didn't have the extra hand to don my glasses, but I could feel the wind in my face now. I shut my eyes, trusting to Radley and my swarm sense to navigate the streets. But where was I supposed to go? I wanted to see Dinah, knew it was the last place I should go. I already knew the answers, already knew that the conclusion was a foregone one. Didn't want to think about it, just like I didn't want to think about those 2 pieces of paper she'd left in the car before we'd parted ways. I was actively trying not to think about them, as a matter of fact. Dinah had left me 2 messages, and I had little doubt that she'd done it that way for a reason. To meet her now, it would go against that, it would put me in the hero's sights, and it would crystallize things I didn't even want to think about into a single discussion. My dad? No. There was nothing to say, no signal that would work. If he was even there, I wasn't sure I wanted to see the media around his place, or the protectorate, the reminder that I hadn't just abandoned him, but that my very existence was inconveniencing him. I steered Radley around a corner, hauling on one of the chains. I wasn't really strong enough to make him turn his head, but Rachel had trained him to respond to slight cues, and it seemed his personality was more cooperative than not. If he'd been stubborn, he could have chosen to run up until bitch's power wore off. Not that I really minded. Good boy, I said. What was I supposed to do? I didn't have any hobbies. For 1.5 years, I'd just been trying to get by, managing with school, reading, surfing the web aimlessly. Once my powers had manifested, my hobby had been preparing for the idea that I'd go out as a superhero. I'd had only this in my day-to-day life as Taylor since then, and only one of those things had survived the day. We ran with no destination, until Radley had foam flecking the corner of his mouth, and the meat of his back started shifting position in a way that suggested he was shrinking. At my instruction, Radley slowed to a walk, then a complete stop. I slid off his back. Holding the chain, I led him in a walk. It served to help me work the kinks out of my arms and legs, and it let Radley cool down after the run, flesh sloughing away around him. Atlas followed, flying above us. I wanted to see Brian, didn't want to continue our discussion from earlier. I itched to deal with one of my enemies, to ride off to battle and do something about the teeth or the fallen, but I didn't trust that I'd be focused enough to tackle the situation and fight at my best. I couldn't imagine I'd be focused after a good night's sleep, either. Radley couldn't walk anymore, and I waited while the last of his body sloughed away, gathering up the chains. It made for a surprising amount of weight, especially when it was all coiled up into a single length. One chain had a collar on it. I found Radley's real body in the fluid-filled sack that encased him, and punctured it to get my hands on him. I managed to attach the collar, and clipped one end of a chain to it. I gave Atlas some of the chain, and lifted the remainder over my head, shouldering the burden. Without Atlas or Radley to carry me, I faced a long walk, even if I wasn't sure where I wanted to go. Time to think, without any outside forces to interject. Damn tag. I hated that my conversation with him was among the most recent, the one that I couldn't help but dwell on. Where the hell had Radley and I even gone? What was even close by, here? Captain's Hill? The woods? The upper end of Gru's territory? What would even motivate me to come this way? I kept walking. Part of it was that I couldn't bring myself to go back to my territory, to answer the questions of my underlings. Another part of it was that I knew I'd wake up after a fitful night's sleep, and I would resume being Skitter. I would be Skitter with anyone and everyone I interacted with for a long time. My confused thoughts crystallized into a realization when I found a short stone wall topped by an iron grill railing, sharp points spearing toward the sky, protecting the inhabitants of the property. I scooped up Radley with one arm and scaled the wall. The ground was soft, thick with bugs. The area was dense with trees, once young, now overgrown. The air was cooler here, thanks to the shade the trees had offered during the day and the wind that blew down from the surrounding hills. I took a seat on the grass. Oh boy, I said, where do I even begin? Radley seemed to think I was talking to him. He approached and nudged me with his nose. I scratched behind his ears, gently. I'd altered the armor of my gloves, and they ended more in points. Radley seemed to like it, pushing against my fingertips, his eyes half closing. I guess I should say I'm sorry it's been so long, Mom, I said, still scratching Radley. The headstone, naturally, didn't respond. There were only the words. Annette Rose Bear. 1969 to 2008. She taught something precious to each of us. It's sort of humiliating, to think about everything in context. I get this knot in my chest, right up near my collarbone, when I think about getting into everything, about filling you in and catching you up on the past few months. It's almost harder than it'd be to explain to Dad, and I never even managed to do that. Silence lingered. We were remote enough that there weren't even the sounds of the city. Oblivion, as clean as it might be in Gru's darkness. I guess things have kind of turned upside down. That whole superhero thing I told you about, before? It really didn't work out. I laughed a little, a small sound, humorless. Radley climbed into my lap and turned around until he was nestled in place. And it's like, if I even started to tell you everything that went on, all of the stuff that Dad's probably finding out about? Stuff maybe worse than what I was saying to intimidate Dragon and Defiant, on the cell phone videos that made it to the news? I don't think I could manage it. It's how did I even get to this point? I did horrible things, stuff that makes me feel 3 feet tall when I just imagine telling you or Dad about it, and the stupid thing is I'm not sure what I would have done different if I had to do it all over again. So where do I begin? How do I even frame it all? Everything's flipped around. I'm not alone anymore. I have maybe 150 people working for me, some people who trust me with their lives, others who owe me their lives. I've got Lisa and Brian. Rachel. There's Alec and Aisha too, but I'm not as close to them. We've been through a lot. Life and death stuff. On television, in the movies and in books, you sort of get the impression that you make it past the one big hurdle, and you're bound together by circumstance. It happened a lot in the books you read to me at night. Not so much in reality. Except getting through the crisis doesn't mean we're all together forever, without our issues. We're close. We're closer, in the aftermath of it all, but I'm not sure where Brian and I stand. Right now, when I'm maybe feeling lower than I have in forever, I don't even feel like I can talk to them. My swarm detected someone traveling the grounds. I glanced over in that direction, saw the dim glow of a flashlight. It didn't turn my way, and in a minute, he was gone. A caretaker of the grounds. Groundskeeper? Whichever. Brian wants to address the problem, Lisa wants to understand it. I'd go to Rachel, we'll probably go to Rachel, but I don't know that I can really talk about any of this with her. I don't know if she has any real conception of what I lost, today. I don't want to suggest you're the last person I'd turn to, but I think the real reason I came here was because I wasn't sure where else to go, to have someone to listen. I sighed. Radley echoed me, doing the same, supine in my lap, eyes closed. I've gone from an insignificant nobody to someone that's being talked about all over the world. I didn't even really mean to, but I kind of wound up taking over a city. It needed doing, so I did it, and we can't give up the job because others would step in to take over, and they wouldn't be as fair to the locals, I don't think. Tattle Lisa was saying she thinks the authorities are holding back because they need us here. They don't like us, they don't like me, but we're a fixture, now. So here I am, and governments on the other side of the planet are probably discussing contingency scenarios and the possibility of bad guys taking over their towns. I'm on the news, and I'm all over the internet, and I guess even your names come up. Dad's too. I pulled my mask from where I'd tucked it into my belt and turned it over. I held it up so it was facing the headstone. I guess I should get around to saying it outright. I'm a supervillain. Crime lord of Brockton Bay. It's not as bad as it sounds. Or maybe it's worse. I've saved lives. Fought Leviathan, fought the Slaughterhouse 9 and Echidna. I've also taken a life. Fought the heroes, and hurt people who probably didn't deserve it, just to make a point. I had to stop there. I sighed, then turned to stare out over the unlit graveyard and the city beyond the short walls. This whole thing, I didn't really ask for any of it. I made myself into this entity, just to get by. I'll probably have to keep doing it. I tried to avoid hurting people out of anger, but that sounds pretty feeble when I look at what I've done. A little while back, there was this guy who was dying. One of the merchants. The man had taken a boy away from his sister and did some shitty stuff in general. Hurt people. I left him there to die, and part of the reason I did it was because I knew I needed to be harder, to reassure myself that I could kill another man when the time came. Which I did. I told myself I was doing that to save a little girl. I don't even know why I made it as big a deal as I did. Saving Dinah. Some of it might have been because I was trying to do what was right, and because I wasn't sure anyone else would be able to do anything about it. But the more I think on it, the more I think I was trying to make up for the bad stuff I'd already done. There were a fresh set of flowers in the small, narrow vase at the base of the headstone. I picked it up and studied it. Had my dad paid a visit earlier in the evening? She turned on me, you know, I said. The girl I saved. And I think I sort of know why she did it. I understand the rationale. I don't even blame her. I fished the 2 little notes from my belt. I'd crumpled and flattened them out so many times they were little better than tissue paper. I hadn't wanted to read them, but I hadn't been able to throw them away, either. Shit, I muttered. What gets me, more than anything, is the injustice of it all. There's no karmic retribution, no reward for good deeds or punishments for the bad. It's almost the opposite. It might explain why the Protectorate's in such rough shape. I do horrible things, kill a man, and I can't even bring myself to feel bad about it. I scared innocents, did property damage, attacked good heroes who were trying to protect the city and the shitty heroes who were doing the job for selfish reasons, and I get rewarded. Power, prestige, respect. I straightened out the notes so they were each flat, being careful not to tear them. And I save a girl from the clutches of an evil, scheming crime lord, and this is my reward. I held out the papers for the tombstone. 2 squares of paper. Each had a number in the upper left corner, circled, to indicate the order the notes should be read in. 2 words for the first note, 2.5 for the second. 1 cut ties. 2 I'm sorry. Let me tell you, Mom. If there are 2.5 words you don't want to hear from a person who can see the future, those words are I'm sorry. It's terrifying. She gave me instructions, and I didn't follow them. I knew, I almost did it, several times over, but I didn't make the call. I didn't leave Dad. So maybe that's why she forced my hand by going to the authorities and telling them to out me. I took my time folding up the notes, tucking them into my belt. I guess this next bit must be important, if she was willing to do this to me after everything I did for her. Maybe it's for the greater good. Maybe it gives me the greatest chance at surviving what comes next. I tensed as the groundskeeper with the flashlight appeared again. The flashlight turned my way, but he didn't seem to notice me. She says she's sorry, and it's like, I'm not mad at her. I don't blame her, because she's just one piece of a bigger picture, and she's a pawn in it all, just like me. It's everything that's fucked up, isn't it? The whole dynamic where wrongs get rewarded and right gets punished, some of the good guys turning out to be worse than the worst of the bad, the sheer lack of cooperation, when there's not just one apocalypse coming, but 2. The Endbringers and this thing with Jack Slash. I sighed. I've spent far too much time looking at these notes, wondering why she wrote them, interpreting them, and considering the worst-case scenarios. I've thought about it until I started thinking in circles. I keep coming back to different facets of the same idea. I could imagine her there. My mom, standing in front of me, a physical presence. All of her gentleness and warmth. Her silent, quiet disapproval. Her brilliance, which she couldn't share with me right now. I felt a sort of relief. Being able to talk it out, it helped clarify my thoughts where I'd felt so lost, before. I was feeling more direction, now. I could see a goal, something to aim for. I didn't like it, but I'd known from the moment I read Dinah's notes that I wouldn't like the outcome. I've got to be heartless, I think, I said, and my voice was barely above a whisper. I was aware of the groundskeeper approaching, but I didn't move. I know you and Dad won't approve of this, but Dinah seems to think I have a bigger role to play in what comes next, and maybe I won't be in the right position, in the right place at the right time, if I don't do it. Radley stirred, reacting to the noise of the groundskeeper's footsteps. I held his collar to keep him from attacking. I moved Radley, stood and faced the groundskeeper. I could see the whites of his eyes in the gloom, even through the glare of the flashlight. He was older, round-faced, with a potbelly, his hair a bit too long. His look was wary. The girl in a black bodysuit complete with grey body armor, in the company of a small dog, sitting by a grave. I'm sorry to intrude, I said. I'll leave. He peered at me, then glanced at my mom's headstone. You're visiting my mother. Not causing any trouble. I shook my head. I won't begrudge you that, so long as you don't cause any trouble or leave any mess. You clean up after that dog. I nodded again, silent. I didn't have bags, but I had bugs. His expression softened a touch. You need anything? I'll be making some tea before I get another walk-in later tonight, but I could brew a spot of coffee if you think you'll be sitting out here for a bit. I felt tears in the corners of my eyes. Odd, that they hadn't appeared earlier. Tea would be, I struggled to find the word. I almost said lovely, but it sounded wrong. Tea, please, if it's no trouble. I'll bring out a cup. And paper. I blurted out the words. I only have printer paper, I think. That's fine. How many pages? I opened my mouth to say, but I had no idea. Again, a gentle expression that I didn't deserve crossed his face. I'll bring you a good amount. You bring the leftover back to my office when you return the teacup. Thank you, I told him. It was a little while before he arrived with the tea, the paper, and a pen. I didn't speak to my mother's headstone in the meantime, and even after the groundskeeper stopped by, I couldn't find anything to say. I wrote, 12 pages, front and back. It wasn't a fast process. 2 hours passed before the groundskeeper did another patrol of the grounds. I wasn't sure if it was his job or a thing he did because he had nothing else to do, but he finished up and retired in a little house a little ways up the hill, turning in for the night. My hand was cramping and I had a stitch in my neck by the time I'd decided I was finished. Too many hours spent writing with the paper pressed against the armor on my leg, considering how to phrase things, knowing that there was no perfect way to say it. I penned the final words. I love you, Dad. I'm sorry. Taylor. I removed the flower from the vase, and laid it at the foot of the headstone. I rolled up the paper and slid it into the vase, then placed it upside down so the rain wouldn't filter inside. My dad would be the only one to see it. If someone like the groundskeeper investigated, I didn't particularly mind. I stood, stretching. Radley wagged his tail at me, excited to be moving again. He was a happy, easygoing little guy. Had Rachel sent him with me with his personality in mind? I thought about saying something more to my mom, but the illusion had been shattered. I'd made a decision, and it wasn't one I'd been prepared to make when I'd left the PRT headquarters. Talking had helped to clarify my thoughts. I didn't feel as lost as I had, nor as frustrated. I'd been able to pen out an explanation for my dad. Not as long or as in-depth as he deserved, perhaps, but an explanation. Thanks for hearing me out, I said, acutely aware that she wasn't there, that she wasn't listening. I'm going to be busy, so it'll probably be a while before I drop by again. Sorry. I walked away with a lump in my throat, my head held high, and a direction in mind. Imago 21.3. Regent's base was in the midst of renovations. The exterior was tame, unassuming, but the interior was becoming something else entirely. The floor and walls were being covered in stone tile, suits of armor stood on either side of the doorway, and I could see ornate chandeliers at one side of the room, each individual segment separated from the others by extensive bubble wrap. There was a dais at the far end of the room, almost a stage, with a throne laying on its side on top. 4 people were working in the room. Workers Tattletale had hired, who would get enough steady employment and money to reward their silence. 2 were working on the walls, 1 worked on the floor, and the 4th was preparing the dais so the throne could be bolted into place. Found it, Regent said. He raised his scepter, tossed it into the air and let it spin twice before catching the handle. I winced. Careful. You really don't want to catch the wrong end and electrocute yourself. He only chuckled. It's daylight. It's fucked up that we're doing this in the middle of the day, Imp groused, as we ventured outside. Atlas was waiting, and started half crawling, half flying alongside us. What does it matter to you? I asked her. It's not like it makes any difference with your power. It's the principle of it, Regent said. He was walking briskly to keep up with Imp, Atlas, and me. Despite everything we'd been through, he wasn't one to exercise or take care of his body, and he huffed just a little to keep his breath. This is the sort of maneuver you pull in the dead of night. I shook my head. Circumstances are ideal right now. You don't handicap yourself by trying to conform to any preconceived notions. Keep a goal in mind, look at everything through the lens of that goal, and look for paths to get what you want. If they're prepared for you, you strike from an unexpected direction. If everyone else is expecting a maneuver from an oblique angle, you take a direct route. See, that sounds like a whole lot of work, Regent said, constantly thinking about that stuff. When do you sit back and chill out? Either you make that kind of thinking a part of yourself, you lose a little sleep to achieve that me time, or you don't get to relax, I said. Doesn't sound fun at all, Regent said. If it was easy to take over a city, more people would have managed it, I said. This is work. There's always more to be done, whether you're dealing with your enemies, dealing with your subordinates or coordinating with your allies. If you find you have free time, you're probably fucking up. Or, he said, raising a finger, I could delegate. That's a recipe for failure, I told him. My dad managed it. Heartbreaker, I thought. I was put in mind of the images of Heartbreaker that had made the web. The villain, by virtue of his personal, extensive harem, had a whole cadre of women virtually climbing over each other for the chance to fawn over him and worship him. The pictures were a consequence of that, released by his girls, as Regent had termed them. Each picture depicted a man in his 30s or 40s, depending on the time the picture in question had been taken. He had black hair, the scruff of a beard, and was invariably seen sitting or reclining on couches and beds, often shirtless, with women at the periphery of the image. He oozed confidence and raw sexuality, languid, more lanky than athletic. I could envision Regent in a very similar picture. Years older, grown to his full height and proportions, surrounded not by women, but by the people he had claimed as his tools. Capes he controlled with his power. Acceptable targets perhaps, people who would be destined for the birdcage or long sentences in prison, but still people. A different underlying theme than sexuality, Regent would be sitting casually on his throne, pampered in a very different way than I'd seen with his father, having been fed, washed, and dressed by a half-dozen pairs of hands working in unison. Regent controlled people so absolutely that he would essentially be pampering himself, it was a charade. Almost the inverse of his father, in some ways, but still narcissistic at its core. The idea bothered me more than I wanted to admit, and it bothered me in a way I couldn't put my finger on. Did I not want him to become that? I did. I wanted him to be powerful, and that was what he'd naturally become, given his personality and powers. I wanted him to customize his lair like he was, because he'd inevitably have people he was controlling in there, and it would be worth 1,000 times the amount it cost if it helped him convey a certain image. Maybe part of it was the ease with which I could put Imp in that imaginary crowd of people who were waiting on him hand and foot. I'd have to talk to Gru about that. You've gone quiet, Regent said. Oh. Imp closed the distance between us, wrapping both of her arms around one of mine. Did he win the argument? Tell me he won the argument. We're discussing, not debating, I said. People say that sort of thing when they're losing, she said. I ignored her. I was just wondering, Regent, do you really want to follow in your dad's footsteps? He didn't respond right away. He looked away from Imp and I both, as if he were idly observing the scenery. You're a little bit of an asshole, aren't you? Regent asked. Only when I have to be, I said, mildly surprised at the reaction. Fuck it, Imp said, letting go of my arm. Us 2 lesser members of the group need a little victory here and there. Need to win arguments, get more rep. That's why we're here, I said. If everything goes well, today should serve several purposes, and one of those was that I wanted to see how you 2 are operating. Great, Regent commented, giving Imp a look. Mom's watching over us, making sure we're doing it right. For any of our enemies with the sense to realize it, you 2 are the scariest members of the Undersiders, I said. Let's focus on using that. I'm already using it, Imp said. Probably, I replied. You mean this is about me, Regent said. You ask us both to come along to tutor us in how to freak people out, but Imp doesn't need any help, so this has to be about me. I suppressed a sigh. These two. Not only you. Imp was doing a terrific job of terrorizing troublemakers in the territory she shared with Gru. She graduated to owning her own territory, and the fact that she's there has been keeping Valifor and Elagos at bay. That's good. But it can't hurt to get an objective opinion and find out how to do it better. I do that, with Gru and Tattletale's feedback. I'm versatile, Regent said. Give me credit. I'm not saying you aren't, I'm saying we can always stand to improve, I replied. Regent tossed his scepter into the air and caught it. It bugged me, the idea that he might accidentally tez himself and collapse, with some bystander catching the thing on video. He knew it bugged me, and it was undoubtedly a very deliberate way to get on my case. I ignored it. I thought about what Imp had done in Gru's territory. Gru had filled me in on the basics and I'd heard more from people who'd been in that area. As standalone individuals, none of the members of our team had fully matured. We were finding our way, figuring out the roles we wanted and needed to take, adjusting our images. Who would Imp be, a couple of years down the line? It was maybe bizarre to think about the future, with the way Tattletale had outlined the possible ends of the world, but it was defeatist to let things slide because things might end prematurely. I'd seen Imp change from someone on the periphery of the group, struggling to find a position, to a lesser terror. She'd cut down superpowered clones with ease, and she was fearless and reckless in a way that could only ease her journey down a bloodier path. Would Imp become an assassin? At age 18 or 20, would she be an unholy terror, coldly and remorselessly executing enemies who couldn't even be aware enough to guard against her? If Tattletale erased all records of Imp, if we employed measures to restrict people from tracking her on video cameras and the like, what might Imp become? Both Regent as a successor to Heartbreaker and Imp as a murderer with a body count were possible. Even likely. I wasn't entirely sure what to do about that. With Imp, maybe I could have words with Gru, but Regent? I was still thinking on the subject of Regent, searching for an angle I could use to convince him, when I was distracted. My swarm noted a number of soft movements, like a flurry of leaves in the wind. Autumn was months away, there weren't many trees around, and there wasn't wind. Found them, I said. Which? Regent asked. Haven. The Fallen will be nearby. We've got Rosary in a combat mode, and Halo's not in the air, as far as I can see, so they're obviously geared up for a fight. In your territory, I said, eyeing Regent. I could have done something if Tattletale called me first. I drew myself against a building, increasing the number of bugs I was using to scout for trouble. What would you have done? Waited until they were done fighting each other, go after the stragglers. There's a lot of flaws with that idea, I said. He shrugged. I'm flexible. I could figure something out. The more I thought on it, the less sure I was that there was any way it'd really work. It was an easy way out. I had a growing suspicion that Regent was interested in being in charge for the sake of being in charge than anything else. It made his position tenuous because he wasn't doing much to hold it. If this was his modus operandi, then he risked being seen as more of a hyena that preyed on the weak than someone powerful. So, if Haven won, they'd arrest Valifor or Elagos, cart the pair off to jail and then leave. What would you do? Don't know. Would have to see the situation for myself. Or if Valifor won, what would you even do? The members of Haven would be too dangerous to get near. Again, I don't know, he said. He glanced at Imp. Today's going to be a fun day. I frowned. Rosary wasn't close, but her presence was unmistakable. Bugs I'd settled on a car were scattered into the air, carried aloft on paper-thin slices of stainless steel and glass. I had them take flight, returning in the general direction of the car, measured the progress of her power as more of the debris filled the air, surrounding her. I knew of her from some internet browsing and a few videos, but this was concrete information. They were details I could use in the event that I had to fight her. 3 or 4 seconds in all, for her power to erase the car, scattering it into the air as a storm of incredibly light, thin flakes of matter. Those same flakes flew around her like a tornado. She raised one hand, covered in a fingerless glove with hard, metallic feathers or scales at the edges. The storm of petals altered in direction and intensity, the flakes flying forward. A small few of my bugs died where the flakes struck them at the right angle and speed. A storm of tiny, fragile blades. A lot of the petals were actually bouncing off of my wasps, bumblebees, and cockroaches, leaving me suspicious that it would take a good while to kill someone with her power. Up until the point where the petals converged together, reforming into a car tire, 10 feet in the air. A man hurried to leap out of the way before it struck him. I realized it was Elagos. He wasn't wearing the Endbringer costume. Something similar, but without the same theme. He hurried out of the way as more tires appeared above him. We're going on the offensive, I said. We don't come out looking like the top dogs if either of the two groups win. We sucker punch them, Regent said. Better to forewarn them just enough that it doesn't feel like a sucker punch, I told him. Don't you get it? Imp said. She feigned a condescending tone, it doesn't count if we don't do it the hardest way possible. It won't be that hard, I told them. I closed my eyes. Let's focus. Rosary. Deconstruction and reconstitution of matter, minor telekinesis with the fragments she creates. Apparently she can take things apart and then reform them so they fall on you. Not a problem, Imp said. Elagos manipulates wind, creates blades of telekinetically altered air that grow as they travel and boomerang back to him. You'd be better at handling him, Regent said. His wind will probably mess with my bugs. We take him together. 1-2 punch. Right. Halo packs a special ring. Kind of like Sundancer, but the thing doesn't burn. It's a hoop with a cutting edge, and it acts as a force field generator and spits out lasers. In the distance, Rosary was blocking Elago's path by reconstituting 2 trucks, blocking off 1 road. I take Halo? Regent asked. Do. That leaves Valifor. I've got him, I said. I paused, bringing my swarm to the battlefield. I'd used Atlas to travel to Regent's territory, and I'd walked a short distance. Throughout, I'd been gathering flying insects and bugs. I'd been forming silk threads and cords. Now they rose, flying in formations, just over the tops of the buildings, as they approached Rosary and Elagos. They meshed together into a barrier, nestled close enough to one another to filter out sunlight. The area darkened visibly, and the droning of the bugs filled the air. Rays of golden light speared into the swarm. They were persistent, unending, 5 steady beams that concentrated on areas where the bugs were thickest. Halo. That left only one unknown. Valifor had to be somewhere nearby. The second he got a glimpse of me, it was over. My swarm hit Elagos and Rosary. Elagos created a strong wind that whipped around him, driving the bugs away. Rosary used her power to shred the silk lines. In the face of the biting insects, however, she couldn't do as much. The petals around her cut into the swarm, but it was minimal damage to a great many attackers. She gathered the petals together to create a car without either wheels or a driver's side door, and though she'd formed it with some bugs trapped inside, she climbed in and had the petals reconstitute into a door, creating a perfect seal. Elagos put an end to that when he sent a blade of wind at the back of the car, shearing one corner of the vehicle. My bugs flowed into the open area, covering Rosary from head to toe. Her mask was hard, around her eyes, cheekbones, and nose, ending in a sharp point, an edged metal plate, worked into her hood. It didn't cover her lower face and it surrounded but didn't cover her eyes. Come, and stay close, I said, drawing the bugs around us. I walked briskly forward. Rosary had her petals, I had my bugs. If Valifor wanted us, he'd have to be clever. And Regent? What? I'm going to ask you a question later, and I'll have my arms folded. I want you to lie. Lie? Imp asked, aghast. So dishonest. We're honest villains, Skitter, Regent said, taking a stern tone. We earn our victories the right way, not through deceit and dishonesty. I rolled my eyes. As we approached, I found Halo in my reach. My swarm approached him, and his halo zipped to his side, 5 feet in diameter and razor-edged. A force field protected the hero. He was still rooted in place. One less person to deal with. Regent, I said, touching his shoulder. My bugs spread out to create a clearing around us, and I pointed. He turned to face Elagos, and I parted the bugs. Elagos was wearing only the bodysuit that went under whatever armor he'd been wearing, and a mask that covered his face, leaving only one eye exposed. With a wave of his hand, Regent knocked Elagos over, causing one leg to buckle just as the other was involuntarily straightened. Elagos sprawled, and the wind briefly cut out. My swarm descended on him, and I began binding him in silk. I had Atlas take to the air, as I worked more silk cords into the surroundings. Be nice if this works. What are you doing? Imp. Her presence caught me off guard. Threads, I said. He can cut threads, Imp commented. It won't work. I know he cuts threads, I said. Watch. Atlas passed over a space between 2 buildings, then dropped out of the sky. The string that extended between him and Elagos went taut. I had a series of threads strung between 2 buildings, and Atlas served as a counterweight, so Elagos could be hauled into the air. No way that holds, Imp said. Never intended it to, I told her. Mandibles severed the thread, and Elagos fell. 3 stories, give or take, and he landed on all 4s. He screamed, and wind ripped through the area, scattering both bugs and petals. Elagos flopped over onto one side. 2 left. Rosary and Valifor, I said. Rosary had disintegrated what remained of the car and was facing me, the multicolored petals a tight storm around her. I could only make out glimpses of her general silhouette. The rest I could fill in from my research. A young woman in a rose-tinted robe with gold leaves at the edges, and a gold-colored mask. She was silent. We have no quarrel with you, she said. We're only here to deal with the fallen. Then kneel, I said. I banished the bugs, and she almost staggered in relief, after holding firm against their onslaught. She straightened her back and squared her shoulders, but didn't respond. Kneel. This is our territory. If you pay the proper respect, I hand you Elagos and Valifor, and you can leave the city with no problems. I could drop a car on your head. And I could take you down as easily as I did Elagos. Without silk. Without silk, I said. She nodded slowly, then slowly knelt, dropping to one knee. Her eyes, behind her mask, were glaring at me. What would you have done if I hadn't? She asked. Not my style to give away plans to the enemy, I said. You could be bluffing. I'm not. I would have disabled you, knocked you out, and Regent would have used his power to seize control of you. Her eyes widened a fraction. Regent, you can use your power on unconscious people, right? I asked. Regent shrugged, obviously. There was the lie. That simple, I told Rosary. He can assume control instantly, once he's had control over someone once. That crosses a line. I'm far less concerned about crossing lines these days, I told her. But you only broke one rule. We'd let you go, with the idea that we'd seize control of you if you ever came back. We'll do that with anyone and every. I stopped. Imp had appeared at a grocery store nearby. She was speaking in a low voice, murmuring. Skitter said she'd take you on and she can use her bugs to attack you without being seen and she can hear and see this so she knows. Fuck. I growled the word. Valifor got her, Regent drew the obvious conclusion. I told her to stay close, I said, breaking into a run. Rosary wasn't even a consideration. She's not the type to listen. Regent huffed. Rosary started to follow us, then hesitated, glancing at Eligos. Watch him. I barked the order, augmenting my voice with the combined drones, chirps, and buzzes of all the bugs in the area. The heroine stopped where she was. Regent and I were thoroughly shrouded by bugs when we reached the grocery store. There were only a handful of people inside, every one of them rooted in place. Stranger-type capes were classified that way due to their capabilities in stealth and subterfuge. Valifor was more the latter. He wasn't stealthy, exactly, but his ability to perpetrate subterfuge was devastating. One look, and his target was stunned, rendered eminently suggestible. A hypnotic gaze, so to speak. He'd played up the telepathy angle before people caught on, and the costume that echoed the Cymurg was a token to that. The fact that he could leave suggestions that only triggered under certain conditions was another part of it. Attack so and so next week. Set fire to your workplace the next time your boss pisses you off. Capes with powers that allowed them to compel others walked a fine line. Even without murder, Valifor was pushing that line. To everyone listening, if that swarm or any of the people inside move away from that spot, or if something happens to me, a young girl spoke in a man's voice, stepping out of the sheltering embrace of a middle-aged woman. Kill yourselves or do your best to kill them, I don't care which. I'd taken her for a scared kid in the company of her mother. No. He'd compelled a woman to pretend to be his mother, and my roving insects hadn't thought twice about it. It was Valifor, in a teenage girl's top and skinny jeans, with long, straight blonde hair, and makeup caked onto his face to hide the tattoo. And forget I gave these orders, he finished. That would be one reason for the stranger classification, right there. The orders to kill or commit suicide were a surprise to me, but he was more than capable of covering his tracks. Imp, Valifor said. Find and kill your teammates. I want you to kill yourself when you're done trying. Go, and forget I gave this order. Imp drew her knife with one hand and her taser with the other. She paused a second, and then charged for Regent and I. I tensed. I had options, but if any of his hostages read it as a cue to kill themselves, no. I could shoot from the midst of the cloud, but then we'd be paralyzed. There was no guarantee that Valifor's influence would end with his death. I'd told myself I'd be heartless, but this wasn't what I'd meant. Imp turned a right angle, moments before plunging into the swarm. She charged for Valifor. He reacted, giving an order, everyone listening, kill yo. He didn't get any further. She kicked, directing the attack between Valifor's legs. Valifor hit the ground, and Imp kicked him between the legs once more for good measure. Cancel the orders, fuckwit, she growled, dropping on top of him. Her knife pressed against Valifor's throat. How? She backhanded him across the face, striking him in one cheekbone with the knife handle. Cancel. I could sense the crowd relaxing. People hurried away from the scene. It took more than a minute before they were all gone. Imp struck Valifor again. Stop, I said. Regent got one in, I wanted one too, she said. She spat at Valifor. I tentatively moved bugs, then settled them around his eyes. Valifor struggled, but froze when Imp pressed the knife against his throat. Regent got one in? Oh. You, voluntarily gave him control over you? I asked. Little while back, Imp said. I wanted to see what it was like. Could come in handy. Did come in handy. It's Regent, I thought. I'd fought beside him in life and death scenarios and I would never have allowed him to take control of me. Couldn't fathom it. Was there a way I could diplomatically say as much? None I could think of, right this minute. I can't imagine submitting myself to that, I said. Riskier for you, she said. For me, his power over me shorts out when I use my power, and that's any time he slips up or goes to sleep. Then he forgets who I am, and I'm free to come after him and fuck him up. Eviscerate me in my sleep, Regent said, too jovially. Exactly, Imp said, sounding just as pleased with herself. And I know him. He's not about to fuck with me with the amount of work it'd take to keep track of me. Told you, dork, Regent commented. I'm versatile. I didn't have a response to that. I glanced at Imp. Tell me something only Imp would know. Seriously? Regent asked. I could tell you that there's a mole on your back, Imp said. That took me a second to process. When had I ever had my clothes off where she could see? Not her. Brian. You were there. I stopped in. I wanted to see if my brother was okay. Believe me, I wish I hadn't. She was there. Then. Wait, what's this? Regent asked. It's not important, I said, my voice tight. I'll tell you later, Imp said. Don't, I said, in a warning tone. There was a pause. I could tell the pair of them were having too much fun at my expense. But there was still an enemy to deal with. She looked down at Valifor. Her tone was more serious as she said, I didn't think this man-slut would be able to see me. You know his powers, I said, glad for the change of topic. Hypnotic stare, Tattletale said he might have other senses or augmented awareness to track his victims. It's fine, Imp said. She adjusted her hold on the knife. Worked out. Yeah, Regent said. I guess you two got a victory, I said, a little, what did you call it? Rep, Imp said. Republic. Long seconds passed. I could control him, Regent said. What's the point? Imp asked. It'd be an advantage, I said. And I suppose it's up to you two what we do next. It's your territory, Regent. And I want to see how you operate, when left to your own devices. Pain in the ass, Regent said. We let him go, he's going to come after us, Imp said. Probably, I agreed. You want us to turn him in, Regent told me. I'm not saying that, I answered. Regent studied me, you're here for a reason, and it's not just babysitting us, being an overbearing boss and making sure we do the job right. Let's not waste time. Out with it. I kept my voice low, so Valifor couldn't hear. I said you and Imp were the scariest members of our group. You heard what I said to Rosary. How I was going to let her believe that we could take control of her at any second, so long as she's in the city. Sure. Fear. Ruling through fear. How do we get the maximum result for the minimum effort? I like the sound of this, Regent said. We make our enemies paranoid, I told him. We get them scared enough that they start devoting more effort than is necessary to dealing with us. Feed them misinformation. With your power, we have an easy way to keep any enemy we capture from wanting to enter the city, and so long as we let them go, rather than using them, we're not drawing enough heat to get a kill order put on our heads. It was the best I could do. This was the crossroads, as far as I was concerned. If he didn't take to this idea, the Regent I'd envisioned was likely to come to pass. If he did accept the idea, well, it was still likely, but I could have hope. Hey, Regent said. Apparently that was the only answer I was about to get. What do we do with him? Imp said. She had the knife in Valifor's mouth. I'm going to get a cramp, leaning over him like this. We can hold on to him long enough for Regent to seize him, I said, then let him go. Or turn him into custody. But there's no guarantee he wouldn't use his power to control someone and turn them into an unwitting assassin. If he hasn't already set some up, Imp said. If he hasn't, I agreed. I thought briefly of my dad. If Valifor had been feeling malicious. I put the idea out of my head. We could trust the PRT to look after him, Regent said, somber. They're professionals, they know how to deal with dangerous villains. He didn't manage to hold it in for long. He chuckled in near silence, his shoulders shaking. The other possibility, I said, is stripping him of his powers. I reached behind me, and found a small metal container. I tipped out the contents into my palm, and then held out my hand so Regent could see. Seriously? Regent asked. Seriously. If you're up for it, Regent trailed off. I'm done with holding back, I said. Decisive action. No mercy for those who don't deserve mercy. Right, Regent said. I approached Valifor and Imp. Valifor heard the footsteps, must have felt the impact as I stepped forward, standing over him. He shook his head violently, oblivious to the knife Imp had placed in his mouth. That, or he'd overheard something I'd said and didn't care anymore. He managed to shake enough bugs off that he could open his eyes. He fixed his gaze on me, and I froze. My thoughts dissolved to warm, wet, white noise. The maggots, millipedes, and centipedes dropped from my hand. A part of me that was aware without being quite conscious controlled them, carried out my intent. They spilled onto his face, and moved toward his eyes. The stronger bugs helped pave the way for the others, leveraging the eyelids away from the eyes so the maggots could pass beneath. No, he shouted, around the knife. Stow. Imp shifted position. She was kneeling on his chest, and she moved the knife, bringing one knee into Valifor's chin. I could feel the force of the impact through the bugs on his face. Oh God, Imp said, gross. Gross, gross, gross. Did I get any of them on me? My thoughts were clearing. I blinked, and the movement felt painfully slow, as though I were almost asleep. You didn't get any bugs on you, I said, stepping on Valifor's right hand. Imp held his left with one hand, and held the knife's blade against Valifor's makeup-caked lips. He groaned and writhed beneath her grip. They stink, Imp complained. You're imagining it. I'm really not. Valifor's struggles continued. His writhing intensified, and it got to the point where he had to turn his head to throw up. When he turned his head my way, his eyes moved over me, unseeing. His chest was heaving as though he'd just run a long distance. Let him up, I said. Imp backed off, we pulled Valifor to a standing position. Walk, I told him. He was almost defeated in demeanor as we marched him in the general direction of Rosary. He looked like he had tears streaming down his face, but it was only the leaking vitreous fluids. Fear, I said. Remember what Bakuda said? You have to be unpredictable, but you balance it with certainties. Realities. It's a little fucked that you are taking cues from the psycho bomb girl, Regent commented. Yeah, I said. I wasn't about to deny it. But I'd prefer more certainties than unpredictable elements. The punishment fits the misdeed. And if you take that to heart, then today's worth whatever bad karma I reap from this, I thought. The look on Rosary's face is going to be delicious, Imp said. Doesn't Haven have a major hate on for the fallen? They do, I said, but when we meet her, don't say anything. What's the fun in that? It's the effect, I said. Trust me. What's in it for me? I'm supposed to bribe you. F.O. show, she said. Ice cream, I said. I can't buy ice cream as Taylor anymore. I'll pay for it, you pick it up. Sweet. Rosary was on guard as we approached, her stance intensifying as she recognized Valifor. The petals were a storm around her. I shoved Valifor, and he tripped and sprawled in front of the heroine. She stared down at him. He raised his head, and I could see her tense. I was expecting Medusa's head, Rosary said, when Valifor hung his head again. It looked like he was trying to avoid gagging. What? I could remember the myth, but, what? I kept my mouth shut rather than ask. He's blind, she voiced the realization out loud. You blinded him. I nodded, still silent. Permanently. I had to give a response, now. He'll need antibiotics. Both Valifor and Eligos will need medical care. It's up to you whether you save his vision. Just like that. I nodded once. We had it handled, she said. Our city, our business, I said. Next time, ask. We'll deal with it. You leave, now, and you ask permission before you set foot in Brockton Bay again. Or we can expect a fight. Expect consequences, I said. I looked down at Valifor. See to his eyes. I turned and led the other two in walking away. What region started? I held up a finger. When we were out of earshot of Rosary, I dropped the finger. What's with that? He asked. We got what we needed. You didn't even mention how you blinded him, Imp said. It's about using fear as a tool, I told her. The unknown is always better than the known. Silence is better than almost anything we could say. For example, you can leave them wondering just why Valifor's power didn't work on you. And consider the reaction when they realize just why he's blind. Maggots packed into his eyeballs. Imp shuddered visibly. How? That's the exact question they'll be asking, I told her. In case you're wondering. I'm not. Centipedes and bigger bugs opened a path through the external layers. Maggots crawled inside. Nothing critical damaged. Probably reparable, though I'm not an expert in anatomy. She shivered again, my eyes are watering. Total heebie-jeebies. I didn't reply to that. I was more focused on Regent. We okay? I asked him. He shrugged. Sure. Non-committal response, no clue as to whether he'd take my suggestion on using his power to scare people away without creating a harem like his dad. I hadn't really expected anything else. So gross, Imp muttered. But he had the ability to take control of Imp. I needed to have a discussion with Gru. A very careful discussion. Imago 21.4. Had Tag done me a favor, by getting me to think along these lines? For what felt like too long, I'd been overly focused on the now. Getting through the next few days, surviving, staying sane, parceling out the time I had to relax and striving to find moments where I could feel safe. That state of mind hadn't started when I put on my costume. Odd, to be taking someone's words to heart, when I had so very little respect for them. I was in plain clothes, and they were clothes I wouldn't normally have worn, which was sort of the point. The idea was to be hidden in plain sight, as I walked in the midst of the crowds downtown. I'd removed my glasses and regretfully donned contact lenses, slathered on sunscreen and donned a white summer dress and sandals, along with a big, wide-brimmed sun hat that was incongruous enough to mark me as a possible tourist. Shopping bags and loosely braided hair helped complete the image. Maybe the sun hat was conspicuous. The clouds were heavy overhead, and the wind was moving them across the sky at a decent pace. Hopefully it would brighten up. If anything would give me away, I suspected it'd be my eyes. I eyed everyone that crossed paths with me, looking at them without looking directly at them, watching for that glance and that restrained reaction that might suggest I'd been spotted. Were that to happen, I'd change direction, take a different route to my destination. If that wasn't enough to shake the attention, well. I did have my bugs, flowing through my hair, beneath my hat and between the dress and my bare skin. I had weapons, my costume, and more bugs in the shopping bags, beneath the shoeboxes and spare clothes I'd put over top of them. I stopped at an intersection, and was briefly relieved of the need to watch the people around me, free to look at their movements as a whole. The crowd was moving like a river, separating into streams of people who moved through the streets that had open shops and restaurants, avoiding the ones where construction was prevalent. I detoured into one of those construction-heavy side streets, fully aware that I was abandoning the hide-in-plain-sight ploy. It didn't matter. Nobody could really see my face, and I had my bugs. There were a few crude catcalls from the construction workers at the sites to either side of me. Not because I was attractive in any way, I suspected, but because I was over 14, under 40, I weighed less than 200 pounds and I was wearing a skirt. This area was the site of the fight against Echidna. Walls bore the marks of laser blasts and gunfire, blood still marked the streets here and there were divots and holes in the road, surrounded by rings of bright spray paint so pedestrians wouldn't step into one and break an ankle. Holes created by blasts of energy, small explosions, large explosions, and the heavy footfalls of a gargantuan monster with clawed toes. Bugs notified me about a change in the wind before the wind even reached me. I already had my hand on my hat to keep it in place as hat, hair, and skirt were stirred by the gust. The weight of the swarm bugs that clung to the inside of the dress helped to keep it in place. I found I was tense, as the wind dissipated, the muscles of my legs tight, ready to shift me to either side, to push me into the air with a leap or throw me to the ground. But it was only a strong breeze. Rosary was gone, I hoped, or she'd be gone soon. We'd taken care of Eligos and Valafor yesterday. It would be so easy to get paranoid over the slightest things, if I let myself. Para-humans kind of opened a lot of doors on that front. There was no way to be on guard against every eventuality. Bystanders could have been manipulated by Valafor before we confronted him, cloth in store displays could be Parian's work, the mannequins some trap laid by, well, mannequin. The ground, the wind, changes in temperature, shadows, anything could be a sign of incoming attack. Not that I was in a position to complain, but, was it any surprise that capes tended to get a little unhinged as they grew in prominence? I reached one construction site with plywood strapped to a chicken wire fence, protecting the interior, graffiti painting the plywood with a large face. Eye on the door, I thought. I let myself in. Gru and Citron were inside, both in costume. Citron in her yellow evening gown and mask, adorned with her namesake gemstones for both jewelry and embellishments, a file folder tucked under one arm. Gru, for his part, was wreathed in darkness. They couldn't have been more different in appearance, sunshine and darkness. But both, I knew, were professionals. I suspected they were very similar people. A part of me felt like I should be jealous that the pair were keeping each other company. Except, rationally, I knew they weren't. Rationally, I knew there was no reason they'd be together, or even that they'd be attracted to one another. Citron was pretty, but I couldn't imagine she was Gru's type. Why did it bother me that I wasn't jealous, then? Skitter. Citron asked. She looked me over. Yes, Gru said. Hi, Taylor. You look nice. Thank you, I said, and despite my efforts, I smiled. I'd sort of hoped to maintain the contrast between appearance and demeanor. No major loss. I looked at Citron. You wanted to meet. I have a few points to go over, details my employer wanted to raise. Nothing troublesome. It depends on your response. I don't think it's anything troublesome. Keeping you abreast of his operations. No complaint here, Gru said. I expected Tattletale would be here. If it's all right, Gru said, we'll record the conversation and pass it along to her. She's occupied with some other matters. The difficulties of being a thinker, Citron mused. More than you know, I thought. Tattletale was occupied with little more than an intense migraine. She'd pushed herself too far and was now paying for it. I cleared my throat. Any objection to stepping upstairs? It's too nice a day to stay inside. She shook her head. We ascended 2 staircases to the roof. It was sunny, and the wind was strong enough that even the long, dense braid of hair at my back was stirred. I put the shopping bags down at my feet. The location had seemed incongruous, even inconvenient, given where Gru and I were headquartered. I knew that Accord and his ambassadors weren't anywhere near here either. Now that I saw our view, I had a sense of why Citron had asked that we meet here, and the topic of the conversation. Ahead of us, just a block away, the portal. A white tower in progress, surrounded by 3 cranes. A white tent was framed with a rigging of criss-crossing metal poles, and that rigging was being covered in turn by a solid white building, windowless. We couldn't make out the base of the building from our vantage point, but I could make out the ramps that led to the interior, like the on-ramps to a highway or the entrance to an above-ground parking garage. They curved up around the building, a geometrical arrangement like the petals of a flower, and led into the tent at different heights. There were signs of construction and recent demolition in neighboring lots. The adjoining buildings would support the main structure, administration and defense. It was so complete, considering that so much about the future of the portal was in question. Nothing had been confirmed yet, as far as the ownership of the portal. Accord's design, Tattletale's construction, the government's rules on quarantine. The government had sent people inside, and Tattletale had followed suit. It was technically her property, they had no evidence it was anything but the curiosity of an invested businessperson, and they hadn't complained. Yet. It was a mingled blessing and curse. The portal, the door, as some were calling it, was taking some of the spotlight from us undersiders. There was a great deal of national debate over whether the landowner or the government should get the rights to the property. I almost wished people could ignore it. Things threatened to get out of control if and when it was verified that this thing was usable. Accord is recruiting 5 new capes to his team, Citron said, interrupting my thoughts. That gave me pause. Not the topic I'd expected her to raise. I turned on the tape recorder, held it up so she could see. She nodded. I repeated her statement for the tape. Accord is recruiting 5 new capes. Who? We don't know yet. You'll let us know who they are as soon as you find out? Give us a sense of their personalities. Citron lifted the file folder, opened it and handed me a set of pages, neatly stapled. The entire thing was high resolution, complete with a picture and lines of text in labeled boxes. Much of it was neatly censored with black bars. A young man, in his mid-20s, his hair immaculate, parted to one side, wearing a high-quality business suit. Kurt, last name censored. Date of birth censored. Age 25. The next page was more details. Personality tests, psychiatric tests, GPA in middle school and high school, post-secondary education, work history. Kurt had ascended to the role of head chef at a record pace, returned to school to get a 4-year education in 3 years, then started working for Accord. Pam. Contract lawyer for a major firm, made partner at age 28, stepped down to work for Accord. Shaw, Laird and Kaisha followed the same pattern. They are going through the vetting process as we speak. Experienced members of Accord's businesses, on board with his plans, and loyal, Citron said. I'm not sure I follow, I said. I handed the papers to Gru for him to look over. My apologies for being unclear, Citron said. I waited a second for her to elaborate or clarify, but she decided not to. She wanted us to draw our own conclusions? You don't know who they are, but they work for you. I asked. She means she doesn't know who they're going to be when they get powers, Gru said. Don't you? Citron nodded once, the rest of the file folder held behind her back. Cauldron, I said. Accord's using Cauldron to empower his employees. Yes. Why are you telling us this? Gru asked. This is your territory and we are your guests. It's only natural to request permission to bring 5 new para-humans into the area. Are you a Cauldron Cape, Citron? I asked. Yes. So you know something about how they operate, then? She shook her head. Very little. We get our powers with Accord serving as the middleman, and I'm not entirely sure how much he knows. Either I would have to ask him for details, and I have no reason to, or you would have to ask. I frowned a little. Accord wanted me to inform you that the product has a slight chance of causing physical defects and mental instability. A possibility of an incident. I thought of Echidna. No shit. More diplomatically, I said, and you wanted to warn us, so we were forewarned and forearmed about possible issues. We hope and expect to keep things wholly internal. There are very few powers I cannot counter, and I will be there to act if something goes awry in any way. In any way? Did that extend to physical deformities? I couldn't see Accord tolerating something like that. I could have stipulated something, warned them to let the deformed ones go, except it would destabilize the alliance. They've been informed of the risks. I asked. These, soon-to-be capes. Fully. Why? I asked. Why leave a successful, ordinary, happy life behind, and go to that risk? Why work for Accord, of all people? Power, Citron said. She turned her back to the portal to meet my eyes, her dress flaring slightly with the rotation of her body. Power isn't magical, I said. It creates as many problems as it solves. Power is less a thing unto itself than it is a journey. To where? Her eyes were penetrating as she gazed at me. Not all journeys have destinations. Power is the ability to effect change, and people who create change ride that tide, with far-reaching effects. For some of us, that's something we're born into. Our fathers or mothers instill us with a hunger for it from a very early point in time. We're raised on it, always striving to be the top, in academics, in sports, in our careers. Then we either run into a dead end, or we face diminishing returns. Less and less results for the same amount of effort, Gru said. Others of us are born with nothing. It is hard to get something when you don't have anything. You can't make money until you have money. The same applies to contacts, to success, to status. It's a chasm, and where you start is often very close to where you finish. The vast majority never even move from where they began. Of the few that do make it, many are so exhausted by the time they meet some success that they stop there. And others, a very small few, they make that drive for success, that need to climb becomes a part of themselves. They keep climbing, and when someone like Accord recognizes them and offers them another road to climb, they accept without reservation. Which are you? Gru asked. Did you start with power, or did you fight for it? Citron smiled a little, looking over her shoulder at the tower. I suspect Tattletale will tell you, if you're curious enough to ask. And your power? I asked. She arched one of her carefully shaped eyebrows. Tattletale didn't share. Tattletale had some ideas, but nothing definitive. I wouldn't normally share, but Accord told me I should disclose any information you request. I attune areas to particular functions. To what ends? Gru asked. More gravity, less gravity, more intense temperature variation, less intense temperature variation. Friction, light intensity, the progression of time. More possibilities than I can count, many so minor you wouldn't notice. But if someone powered is in the area, and I find the right attunement, as though I were searching a radio station, I can cut off their powers. If I'm exact enough, which never takes more than 20 or 30 seconds to narrow down, I can use my power to cancel out the filters that keep someone's powers in their control. I can also remove the filters that keep their power from affecting them. Turning their power against them, I said. Yes, Citron said. I could picture my bug slipping from my control, gravitating towards me in response to my stress, biting and stinging, even devouring me, perpetuating the stress, pushing the cycle forward. Or Gru, what would happen to him? Rendered blind and deaf by his own power, dampening his own abilities until they sputtered out, or creating a feedback loop by draining his own abilities, until he was overwhelmed? And Othello? I asked. He has a mirror self, she said. Who walks in a world very similar to this one. This self has a limited ability to affect our world, and can't be affected by us. Othello can push himself into that other world to bring his other self into ours, and vice versa. One leaves, the other enters. It looks very much like teleportation or invisibility. It isn't. Accord buys good powers then, I said. The best. There would be no point if he didn't. And there'll be 5 more? Of your caliber. Allowing for variations in results, yes. What else do you know about Cauldron? Very little. An Accord is sitting out this meeting because he thought Tattletale might be here, and he didn't want her to dig anything up. Which meant Accord would be avoiding us, avoiding Tattletale from here on out. That made life easier. It meant he wouldn't be pestering us or trying to subvert us. Not to our faces, anyways. 5 new members is fine, I said. Each of them should meet Tattletale on an individual basis. She'll vet them in ways Accord can't. Agreed, Citron said. The deal we struck with Accord stands. He buys no territory, holds only what Tattletale gives him, and he doesn't get to expand his territory to account for new members. Agreed. How long until they have powers? I asked. 2 days. We'll devote a week after that to training their abilities and ensuring they meet standards. Accord likes to handcraft masks for us, picking out appropriate colors and names. Would he object to giving them the teeth as a job? It can be a collaborative effort between Ambassador and Undersider. I'll raise the idea with him. I have little doubt he'll agree. Good, I said. I turned my attention to the tower. Citron looked as well. The door. You've heard the world ends in 2 years, I said. Yes, she said. When Tattletale set up the portal, she made an escape route. Not for us, but for the world. As much as they're able, they're leaving room for mass evacuation. You can't see it from here, but the bottom of the tower doesn't have a road or a ramp leading into it. If the city cooperates, they can route train tracks through there. The trains wouldn't even have to slow down as they passed through, if there was enough set up on the other side. Many would live here for the possibility of easy escape alone, Citron said. There's also the work, Gru said. Making the space on the other side livable, research on the other world, investigating differences in plant and animal species. When I had a discussion with Director Tag, I said, he told me to consider where things would stand in a few years. The doorway is going to be a big part of it. I'd like to ensure that we still have a presence here, that there's a measure of peace, both from heroes and villains, and that the portal remains an escape route. Any particular thoughts on how things should be arranged? Gru asked. Some, as far as our group is concerned. But I'd have to talk to the others about it before I put any ideas out there. Do the ambassadors fit into that image of the future? Citron asked. It depends on Accord, I said. You know him better than I do. Is he stable? No. Not in the sense you mean. My heart sank. But you can trust him. I suppose we'll have to, I said, not feeling much better. Do me a favor, sound him out on what limits he'd set in terms of bringing others on board. Other teams, other groups. Individuals. We should set standards, hard rules for people in the city and people in our alliance. I'm not going to mince words. His response to this is a big factor in how all this plays out. Including his presence in this hypothetical future you're envisioning, Citron said. I shrugged. You say we can trust him. I'd like to believe you, and I will, until I have a reason not to. That's all we can ask for, Citron said. Is that it? You wanted to meet to address the recruitment of your 5 members. No. Here. She handed me the folder, and my arm sagged with the weight of it. I approached Gru and stood next to him as I paged through it. It was a 300-page treatise, complete with binding at the spine and a grey cover printed with the simple words Brockton Bay, Crime and Public Safety. I handed Gru the folder and the dossiers on the 5 recruits to the ambassadors, keeping the tome. I paged through it, holding it so Gru could read alongside me. It was less an essay than a technical manual. A step-by-step guide to bringing the city in order. Size 8 font, bolded and centered headings, annotations, continually referring to other sections. It was readable, though, almost seductive in how it made it all sound so possible. The language was simple, clear, and unambiguous, as though it were outlining little more than how to build a bookshelf, without more than the occasional diagram. There were branching paths, too, clearly outlined, detailing the routes to be taken if something didn't work out. I could only assume that the bulk of the text was Accord's accounting of all the various possibilities. No murder, nothing totalitarian. Not at a glance. It was merely a very involved analysis on Brockton Bay, the various criminal elements, the various players and how things could be brought into alignment. I'll read it, I said, and I'll make sure Tattletale gives it a thorough looking over. Okay, Citron said. Don't worry about giving him a response. He already knows. Nobody ever accepts the proposals. We'll give it a serious look, I stressed. Who knows? Tattletale might get a kick out of being able to debate the finer points of the plan with Accord. Citron arched an eyebrow. I'll tell her to play nice, I said. Then I suppose those are the key points covered. Thank you, Citron said. If there's nothing else. Nothing springs to mind, I told her. She offered me a curt nod, then headed for the stairwell. Gru and I stayed put. The pair of us stood on the rooftop, just out of sight of anyone on the ground. The portal tower loomed a short distance away, taller than the surrounding buildings, rippling slightly as the wind pulled at the upper areas where there were only the tent and metal framework. So much talk of the future, Gru said, and no guarantee there'll be one. There will, I said. With everything else Dinah said, we know there'll be some kind of future. It might not be a pretty one, but people will survive. We'll slip away to other dimensions, the best of us will persist, and we'll slowly make our way back to where we are now, but we'll survive. Or maybe, with all the powers out there, we'll find a way around this, and it doesn't come to pass. And we establish some kind of stability in Brockton Bay? Bring Accord's plan to fruition. I didn't have an answer to that. I looked down at the book. You're skeptical. Skeptical, I said. Ever notice how every power gets turned to violent ends? Even the people with powers that could benefit humanity wind up losing it. Accord, sphere, there's Parian on the smallest end of the scale. And you think there's some ugly twist to this? Accord works out some scenario where it's possible to establish peace in Brockton Bay by exerting pressure in the right areas, promoting the right people, and allocating resources in the right way, but it turns out like a wish from a malevolent genie. It turns ugly, or there's some loophole. I think Tattletale should look at it. That's all. We need to be very careful. You're obsessing over what Tag said, Gru said. I'm trying to see everything through the perspective of what they'll be in a year or two from now, and maybe what they'll become 10 years from now, if we're lucky enough to get that far. What form will the team take? How will the team run, and how will personalities change as time passes and we get more comfortable with where we stand? There's time to figure this out, Gru said. I frowned. Not as much as you might be thinking. Not nearly enough time. The Undersiders need to solidify a hold on the city, become a fixture. It's impossible to do that by scrambling here and there and struggling to defeat each enemy that crosses our paths. We needed a reason for the crazier and more reckless enemies to think twice before interfering with us. People like the Slaughterhouse Nine, the Teeth, and the Merchants, Lung and Bakuda. All of them are very different kinds of villain, with a different sort of momentum. The Merchants weren't ever going to maintain a consistent hold on a territory. It was less a question of whether they'd hold an area for years and more a question of the damage they'd do in the meantime. You may be underestimating what they could have become. Maybe, I admitted. I get that the Merchants had the benefit of being the right people in the right place at the right time, but they didn't really have any sense of self-preservation. There's going to be others like them. I'm not underestimating that. There are teams who exist only because they earned attention through luck or circumstance, and those are the teams that have to throw themselves at the biggest targets available. They have to prove their worth to the world at large, or they collapse in on themselves. Brockton Bay and the Undersiders are going to remain a target for guys like that if we can't create a big enough deterrent. Gru folded his arms. And here's the thing, there are ones like the Slaughterhouse Nine, too. I could see him react. His arms dropped to his side, darkness trailing after them. He seemed to realize he'd reacted, that he had nothing to do with his hands, and shifted his weight with his feet instead, leaving them dangling. Sorry, I said. He shook his head. After a second, he prompted me, the Slaughterhouse Nine. There's the monsters who were drawn to the city because it was vulnerable, because others were already paying attention to it, or because it was different in a way that appealed to their warped sensibilities. We have to account for all these different people who are going to want to come after us in our city, and each demands a different response. Can the Undersiders be boring enough to not be a desirable target to take down, scary enough to drive away the troublemakers, and still have the cold efficiency needed to take out ones like the Nine? It's not impossible. We're on our way there. Except there's a whole other set of checks and balances in terms of the authorities. Need to play along to a certain degree, cooperate, but also need to convey the right image. A lot on your plate. Are you going to be able to manage? I hesitated. What? When I phoned you, I said, I wanted to talk about some things. 2 things. And you wanted to talk in person, he said. In person, I agreed. I guess I'm thinking about things in the same way Accord does. Looking toward the future, accounting for the possibilities, simplifying. If something happens to me. Skitter, Gru said. We know something goes down in 2 years. You know we live a high-risk lifestyle. We're going to have enemies, I'll be risking my life. I guess what I'm trying to get at is that there's no guarantee I'll always be here. I need to know if you think you'd be up to taking over. Becoming leader again. I couldn't do what you do, he said. What's the alternative? Tattletale has her hands full with just the management side of things. Imp? Regent? Rachel? That's a disaster waiting to happen. Do you really want the team to work for Accord? I don't see it happening. No. Let's look at what happens in the future. If you had to take over, could you? No, he admitted. Okay, I said. We stood there for a while. I reached out and took his hand, my fingers knitting between his, the oily darkness slithering against my bare arm. We stared up at the portal tower, backed by an increasingly overcast sky. So much depended on it, but we wouldn't hear the verdict for a little while yet. I raised the idea of you maybe getting therapy, I said. I could use it too, to be honest. Yeah, he said. Do you think, maybe, if you were in a better headspace, you could handle the leadership thing better? I don't know, he said. Maybe. Would you be willing to try? I don't want to guilt you into it, but it'd give me a lot of peace of mind, knowing that you'd be there to keep things going. I'd be willing to try, he murmured, his voice a hollow echo from within his darkness. But why are you being so fatalistic? I don't think I'm being fatalistic, I said. But maybe I sort of lost one half of my life. I lost Taylor, not so long ago. So I'm thinking about what happens if the other half were to disappear, too, and that's in conjunction with my focus on the future, on the team. I trailed off. It sounded feeble, but he didn't call me on it. Regent and Imp, I said, stopping when he turned his head my way. A heavy-handed way of changing the subject. What about them? They're together, I said. I don't know if it's romantic, but they're together. I'm aware, he said. It's a problem. It is, he agreed. But there's nothing I can do about it. Rein them in. I suggested. How? Aisha bucks at rules and restrictions. She'd use her power and run before I could talk to her more seriously. She was always one for flight more than fighting. Fitting that she got that power. Infuriating. Then talk to Regent. Not much better. He's never one to face confrontation, but he handles it differently. He doesn't run, he evades. He'd say or do whatever it took to stop me lecturing him, stop me from threatening him, and he'd go right back to what he was doing, in a different way, a different angle, so I'm less likely to catch on. And if I angered him, or upset him, he'd make me answer for it somehow. I don't think I've really seen him angry or upset. You don't, Gru said. Because he doesn't show it. I don't think he even fully realizes it, that he feels that way. But his jokes get a bit more barbed, he pushes back a little harder when pushed. He makes dealing with him annoying or toxic in 1,000 small ways, until you can't continue to press him. Then he uses that, goes right back to doing what he wanted to do. It's not worth the trouble. They're friends. I don't like it, but I can live with it. He controlled her. Gru let go of my hand, stepped away so he was facing me. What? He controlled her. She let him, because she thought it would be interesting. It made a difference in us winning against Valifor, yesterday, but... I thought you should know. Gru didn't respond. He folded his arms, so I at least knew he hadn't gone catatonic. Maybe they're not romantic now, I said, but who knows where they'll be a few years from now? Their trust is born of mutually assured destruction, because neither can absolutely control the other, but it's still trust. It could go places. I'll talk to him, Gru said, and there was a hint of a growl in his echoing voice. There was a distant rumble of thunder. Surprising, given the amount of blue to the very north and south. A summer storm? Rain started to patter down around us. In wordless agreement, we ventured to the staircase and into the building, to take shelter from the weather. I reached up to my face to take my glasses off, ready to wipe them free of moisture, before realizing that I wasn't wearing them. I let my hand drop. Gru was looking at me, his expression hidden by his mask. I felt momentarily embarrassed, then let the feeling drop away. I reached up and pulled his mask off. He let the darkness start to dissipate, his face half hidden behind a veil of wisp-thin darkness, almost as if he weren't even aware I'd removed the mask. He seemed pensive. Sorry to be a downer, I said. Bearer of bad news. It's not that, he said. You've been looking forward. That's good. Except I'm wondering, where are we, in the future? Suppose we made it through the end of the world. Are we together in 10 years? Do we have kids? Are we married? Are we together, King and Queen of Brockton Bay? Have we retired? Can you imagine a scenario like that? Like any of that? I was caught off guard by the question. I could visualize it. Us in some mansion, little kids running around. Just outside the window, Brockton Bay as it could be, swelled with industry and life and vigor and development, nourished by that portal and all the promise the portal held. Inside our home, a mess, not so different from the mess that I'd seen on first walking into the loft. A good mess, the kind of mess that came from life and living. I could imagine Gru blanketing me in darkness to drown out the screaming, to give us a momentary privacy so he could hold me, kiss me. Yes, I thought. Yes. Please, yes. But I couldn't bring myself to voice the thought aloud. Me either, Gru said, his voice quiet, in response to an answer I hadn't expressed with anything but my expression and body language. I couldn't lie and say that the mental picture, the fantasy, was a real possibility. I couldn't see it unfolding the same way I could see a thriving Brockton Bay secured with equal measures of fear and fairness. It had been busy, hard, and violent, with too much to do. It was too easy to see how things could continue down that road. Was it possible that this relationship could become something? Yes. Likely? No. Shit, he said. He must have seen something in my expression. I should have kept my mouth shut. No, I replied, shaking my head. I put his mask aside on a workbench, along with the booklet Citron had given us, reached out and plucked the folder and papers from Gru's hands, putting them aside as well. Taking his hands in my own, I stepped close, pressing my body against his. The bugs under my dress moved away from the points of contact so they wouldn't get squished, flying down and out of the way or crawling down my bare legs, making me very, very aware of the bare skin of my legs. He was cool, between the moisture-beaded fabric of his costume and the darkness, but if I pressed hard against him, I could feel the warmth of his body where the darkness didn't sit between us. I slowly, carefully drew his hands up so his arms were around my shoulders, arranging them. When I was done, I wrapped my arms around his neck, felt him adjust his hold on me. Skitter Taylor. I had to crane my head up to kiss the tip of his chin. It had been a fantasy. Two damaged, lonely people clinging to each other for warmth in a dark time. He'd needed a rock, I'd needed warmth and gentleness. There's no regrets? I asked him. About us, together. No, he said, and his face was less than an inch from mine, his breath as warm as his power was cool. I felt his chest rise and fall as it pressed against me. It was right. It was right. Then let's make this one place where we don't have to give any thought to the future, I murmured. Focus on the present. He lowered his head and kissed me with surprising tenderness. I hated to do it, but I broke the kiss, pulled away a fraction. I murmured, besides the usual precautions. He murmured his agreement, an inarticulate, wordless sound that vibrated through his body and mine. Imago 21.5. The rain had softened to a light drizzle by the time we finished. My sundress was lying on the floor, a little worse for wear where I'd thrown it to the ground and used it to sweep much of the grit, plaster, and sawdust from the spot where we'd laid down. I shook it, then called my swarm, let my bugs crawl up my body to sweep and brush my skin clean. The bugs made their way up the sides and back of my neck to my hair, then weaved through it as a mass, their bodies and mandibles helping to set it in order. Others progressed down my arms, making their way to the dress, doing much the same with the fabric. I was just about finished when I caught Brian staring at me. I raised an eyebrow, and he smiled a little, shook his head, turned his attention to his costume. I pulled the sundress over my head, and it was my chance to take a look at Brian. He had only the leggings of his costume on, and was working one arm into the sleeve, his chest bare behind the V of the unzipped upper body. The way his muscles shifted fluidly beneath his skin, the lines of his body. I felt an ache that wasn't heartbreak. A pang of loss on a baser level. I wanted him, damn it. Wanted to nourish every sense with him. The visual of him, the taste of his sweat when I kissed his skin, his smell, the bass of his voice and the little noises he made. The feel of him, warm, the way every part of him was firm without being unyielding. But no, it wasn't going to work out. There was no long term, and trying to cling to one would only spoil it all. We hadn't said anything for a few minutes. I didn't want to taint the silence with something that would only be awkward or ineffectual, couldn't think of anything meaningful to say, but I didn't want to leave him feeling like I was ashamed or unhappy, leaving it like this. While he was still pulling on the upper part of his costume, I approached him, stood on my tiptoes, and then kissed his cheek. Brian didn't respond as I got the bags, collected the paperwork, folder, and booklet Citron had given us and headed down the stairwell to the street, moving at something between a brisk walk and a jog every step of the way. There were no catcalls as I made my way back to the upper end of downtown. Many of the construction workers had taken shelter while the rain was heavier, moving indoors, and the ones who'd stayed outside were still in a state where they were focusing more on the work than on the wet, noisy, damaged world beyond the work site. The thin drizzle of rain was bothersome. It wasn't so much the wet, or the fact that it threatened to draw attention to me. It was the fact that it was raining just enough that it was uncomfortable, but I'd still look lame if I used an umbrella. No matter, in the grand scheme of things. I stretched as I walked, one arm over my head, one hand gripping it and pulling. It was a good feeling. For a while now, it had been hard to put a finger on my emotions. What I was feeling now was crystal clear. Loss. Disappointment. Relief. All things considered, I felt oddly upbeat as I boarded a bus and caught a ride to my territory. I had to take off my hat to avoid bumping it into people, and felt conspicuous, the ends of my hair wet, hat gone, my light, tourist-y appearance a little the worse for wear. I headed to the empty seats at the back, and I couldn't help but notice that one 30-something-year-old guy was studying my face as I walked by. He was with 2 or 3 of his friends, all of them tanned and dressed like the construction workers I'd passed. Laborers. I directed a small few mosquitoes to him as I brushed past. One on each elbow and knee, to give me a sense of where he was moving and what he was doing. It was thanks to the bugs that I could get the general idea of his movements, him reaching out to one of his friends, tugging on their arm, then leaning close to say something I couldn't hear. Damn it. Not a problem, like it would be if someone spotted me on my way away from my territory, creating the possibility that heroes might crash the meeting with Citron, but nonetheless inconvenient. I sat in the back corner and set the bags beside me. They were loaded down with hostile bugs, I had the handle to the bus emergency exit beside me, and my weapons were near to hand if things really got ugly. The 4 men approached me, and I kept looking out the window, feigning a lack of concern. They sat around me, all well-built, tall men, a barrier between me and the rest of the occupants of the bus. The one who'd noticed me glanced my way, I met his eyes, and he gave me a curt nod before deliberately ignoring me. I wasn't sure how to feel about that. I appreciated the idea behind it, assuming it was for my benefit. Was it the notion that I was a girl who needed protection? Or was I more bothered by the fact that I probably needed a shower, and they were sitting a little close to me? It might help to get a license, I thought. And a car. I smiled just a little at the idea that I might get a Volkswagen Beetle. It'd be stupid, impractical, and it would be too obvious. A van would be better in every respect. Not that I couldn't buy a number of cars. A bug, a van, a boat, even a helicopter, assuming Atlas wouldn't hold up. No. I was being unrealistic. Still, it was an amusing thought. Everyone exited the bus at the final stop, the area where the ferry had once been. My self-styled escorts were among the last to leave, departing without so much as a glance my way, and I was last to step out into my territory. I made my way deeper into my territory, my hat still stuffed in a bag, the soft rain wetting my hair and beating my skin. My escorts made their way to a construction site, but other people were recognizing me now that I was in my territory, and their recognition only helped others to notice. Groups of people stepped out of my way in respect, in fear, or a mingling of the two. There was no rush. I took a roundabout route, watching over my bugs and ensuring that everything was in an appropriate place. Rats were still something of an issue, having feasted and multiplied many times over in the aftermath of the Leviathan attack, and I made a point of finding and exterminating any litters I found. Mosquitoes had multiplied in the early spring, with shallow water everywhere for them to lay their eggs and multiply. They were one species I wanted to keep away from people, and I made a point of moving them away from all residential areas. They were the filler in my swarms, one of the only species around that I could eradicate or use up entirely without doing too much to upset the local ecology. I wanted Brockton Bay stable, everything in order. That wasn't limited to the human aspect of things. I entered an area where the damage had once been heaviest, and where much of the construction had recently finished. Here, things had been brought up to standards. The roads were still wide, owing to the fact that this area had once been intended more for industry and the movement of big ships and trucks, and that had been preserved. Even the alleys, marked clearly with new one-way signs, tended to be wide enough that trucks and cars could potentially pass through in pairs. But where there had once been dilapidated warehouses and factories, the buildings were quaint, neat and tidy, with siding in whites and light colors. Seaside colors, I'd heard it described. Colors that were warmer and more enticing, fitting with the boardwalk in progress, the beaches that were being thoroughly cleaned, and the bay itself. The water was grey now, reflecting the overcast sky above, but it was capable of being a brilliant, stellar blue. People were already officially moving into this area, which had once been the part of Brockton Bay that people were urged to stay away from. Couples, laborers, people with kids. I felt a measure of distaste as I spotted a crude attempt at my tag on the side of one of the nicer, newer homes, a narrow, pale blue condominium. I'd made requests that the graffiti be kept subtle, and I'd told people who worked for me to pass on word that others shouldn't take it on themselves to repeat the mark elsewhere, to limit confusion. My emblem, a beetle with wings spread, marked walls and signposts, predominantly on the buildings that had yet to receive attention. Still, there were crude replicas here and there. I'd have to make sure someone was watching out for that and passing on the word. People were still watching me, eyeing me as I walked through the area. Mosquitoes I'd brought to myself were clinging to me, leaving little doubt about who I was. There was no need to hide. I'd have other measures in place before too long. My detour brought me around to what had become a makeshift memorial. There were flowers and the like forming a ring where a fence had been erected. In the center of the ring, an oval shape sat embedded in the ground. This was the area where we'd fought Leviathan. A time distortion grenade had gone off, and 3 heroes had been trapped inside. Brockton Bay's own Dauntless among them. The center of the bubble was as impenetrable as Clock Blocker's power, while the effects were more nebulous around the edges. Dust and moisture were caught in the sphere, obscuring the contents, all moving a fraction of a glacial pace. There was a handprint at one point where someone had tried to touch it, shifting the dust and moisture, losing some skin in the process. In other spots, less respectful people had thrown things at the sphere. Pennies, sticks. That had stopped when others had tidied up the area and the flowers had started appearing here and there. There had been talk of blanketing the entire thing in flower petals, so it wasn't a grey-brown egg with a neat pattern, but others wanted to leave it be, protecting it with a bubble or shelter so the rain and dust could clear away, and people who visited could see the 3 heroes as they were when they were caught within, in the midst of being thrown through the air, the very moment they effectively gave their lives for the sake of the city and the world. The entire thing was framed by the surrounding buildings. There'd been too much damage from the skirmish with Leviathan for them to stand, and I'd made a special request to the designers for the rebuilding. They were shaped so that there was something of a clearing around the bubble. The city could decide what to do with the bubble itself. I'd done what I could with the surroundings. I reached into one of the shopping bags, retrieving a small bouquet. I laid it just outside the fence, where it joined innumerable other tokens of respect, letters, flowers, an action figure, a dauntless poster with something illegible scribbled on it. The city was healing, but there were still scars. Some were smaller, like this. Others, like the appropriately named scar downtown, or the lake Leviathan had created, weren't so minor, would loom in the awareness of the people who lived here for a long time to come. The scar had been encased in a squat, windowless, zigzagging piece of architecture. The lake would likely remain as it was, until the city found a way to make more use of it. Neither was particularly pleasant to think about, either in terms of what had happened or the ideas about what could come in the future. I could only hope that we could be so lucky in other areas, to have only scars and unpleasant reminders. I was halfway back to my lair when I sensed intruders. In an instant, my nerves were on edge, bugs stirring from the surroundings to investigate as discreetly as I could. I thought of Leviathan attacking the area, of Mannequin's visits, of Burnscar. Except these were heroes present. I let myself relax a fraction, waited until I was as calm as I could get. Then I approached. Perian was sitting on a bench under some eaves, Miss Militia leaning against a wall a few steps to her right, holding a bottle of water, and Flechette was a little ways away, staring up at a building in progress. My people hung back, staring or watching the heroes with a wary eye, hesitant. They couldn't be sure if there was a confrontation in the works or if they should keep working, so they weren't leaving and they weren't really working. Others were staring at me, noticing me. Miss Militia seemed to catch on to the reaction of the crowd even before I was in her field of view. She straightened and a rifle appeared in one hand. Flechette saw the heroine move out of the corner of one eye, turned my way with her arbalest in hand. Neither of them pointed their weapons at me. A good sign. You're in my territory, I said, when I was in earshot. Apparently, Flechette said, her voice level, we can't go anywhere in this city without being in someone's territory. Miss Militia shot the girl a warning look. Perian invited us. I glanced at Perian, who was still sitting in her seat, a cloth doll in her lap. I would have preferred if she'd asked me first, but fine. We wanted to talk, Miss Militia said. Yeah, I said. Because that's worked very well in the past few days, hasn't it? Or did you miss the notice? The PRT outed me. I'm aware, Miss Militia said. I was there when they made the decision. I spoke against it, for all the good it did. For the record, I said, and I let bugs crawl from beneath my dress to progress along my arms and legs, up my neck and around the edges of my face. I didn't have my costume, but I could use intimidation to armor myself. Your stay here is a very temporary one. I can ask you to leave at any time. Your choice whether that's peacefully or if I evict you. I could see Flechette tense. We're not looking to fight, Miss Militia said. Good, I said, glancing around me. The rain was still pattering down around me, and the street was damp, not flooded, but it wouldn't be good to offload my bags there. I ventured under the eaves and set the bags down in a dry spot. I folded my arms. Give me your weapons. There's no point to giving you mine, Miss Militia said. I could call it back to me, switch it to something else and shoot you before you could react. That's fine, I told her. This is a symbolic gesture. Please give me your weapons. She stared at me, taking me in. Then she looked down at the gun. It flickered and became a Bowie knife. She tossed it into the air, caught it by the flat of the blade, and then approached me, extending the handle in my direction. I took the blade, and I could swear it reacted, vibrating. It's alive. Yes, Miss Militia said. It's a part of me. A part of her, as in, a part of her mind? Or is it her passenger? I felt like there was something more I should say in response to that, but I decided to focus on the matter at hand. People were watching from the sidelines. Flechette. You're arbalest, I said. She looked far less agreeable than Miss Militia had been. She glanced at her superior, received a nod in response. Flechette placed the arbalest on the ground halfway between us, then backed off. I was willing to bet she had other weapons, but it wasn't worth the effort to get them from her. You owe me, Flechette told Perian. Perian didn't respond, staring down at the ground. She owes you? I asked. I was home. I came back because she asked, and it's probably coming out of my time off. And you weren't even here when we arrived. We waited 20 minutes. I would have been if I had any notice, I said. I don't want something ugly to happen on my vacation day, Flechette said. That's all I'm saying. Not happy cool about this as it is. Were you shopping? Miss Militia asked, as if she were trying to change the subject or distract me from Flechette. When I looked, her eyebrows were indicating mild surprise. I can't go shopping anymore, I said. I don't want to sound hostile, but reminding me of that isn't going to help anything. You're upset? Miss Militia said. Before I could think of a retort, she added, you deserve to be. I shut my eyes briefly. When I asked my question, I sounded almost exasperated. Why are you here? The first reports came back from inside the portal, and they're promising. I nodded. Fresh water, lumber. Geological surveys suggest there's mining, and that's all in close proximity to the portal. Plant, animal and insect life seem to have evolved in rough parallel to our own. Worldwide, there's few signs of pre-existing human civilization, and no human life that we've been able to detect. The deviation point seems to be nearly 5,000 years ago. Several teams are working on analyzing the sites where humans settled, looking for the cause of extinction. We'll have reports back soon, and we expect to make a statement to the world at large in a few days. That's good to know, I said. I didn't mention that Tattletale had her own teams present. If she weren't nursing a bad migraine, I suspected she would have already informed me of the details. Even if it turns out there's a plague, parasite, or hostile agency in this other world, the sheer value of the resources on the other side are going to make this portal very valuable. I think it's safe to say Brockton Bay stands to become a rich city, and that begins the moment the news gets out. I nodded slowly. You don't look surprised. Expected something like that, I said. I suppose this means you want to talk to the villains that are currently controlling this soon-to-be rich city's underworld. Dragon and Defiant came to Brockton Bay with the interest of setting up a plan, drawing a truce between your group and ours. I suspect Dragon already had suspicions about this other world and everything it entailed. Except things got screwed up along the way, I said. Yes. And on the other side of things, particular events came to light, validating things you'd said, on several fronts. I glanced at Flechette. I'd given her directions to find the armband. There was also the business with the leading heroes of the Protectorate being complicit in the Cauldron debacle. I wasn't sure Flechette was up to date on that one. You checked out the armband? I asked Flechette. It was Miss Militia who answered. I was informed about possible tinker material being passed around and investigated, possible contraband. It was Flechette investigating the device. We contacted Defiant together and got the answers we were looking for, in a much more direct manner. He was your friend. A colleague and a friend, yes. We were very good at different things. He told me he was sorry he couldn't attend this meeting. He's preoccupied at present. Flechette, Defiant and I had a long series of discussions that led nowhere in particular. It only pointed to an increasingly ugly situation without an easy resolution. Until Perian contacted Flechette about a meeting. With me, I said. With you. I glanced back at Perian. She wasn't moving, still sitting in a chair, not looking our way. Okay, I said. We can talk. Good. Let me start off by extending an apology. I'm sorry things turned out as they did. I don't agree with the way that incident played out. That incident. The thing at the school. We looked back at what happened with your history at the school, the allegations of bullying. Stop, I said. She did. If you're going to say anything on the subject, don't mince words. You know who Shadow Stalker was beneath the mask. You probably have an idea of the kind of things she did. Don't pretty it up by using words like allegations. Flechette stared at me. Not allegations then. The bullying, the abuse you endured. I don't like that it happened. I don't like that we were complicit in it. It fills in quite a few blanks, helping me make sense of what happened after you uncovered Shadow Stalker's secret identity. Defiant knows too, now. I recognize that it might even have pushed you to take a different direction with your newfound powers. I got my powers because of her, I said. Miss Militia fell silent. Early January, followed by a hospital stay. You can look it up. I'm sorry, she said. I suspected it was your mother's passing that caused your trigger. See, I told her. There's one thing that's really grating with you heroes. You keep saying sorry. Oh, you guys are sorry your top members were kidnapping people and turning them into freaks. You guys are sorry that some of your members bought their powers. You're sorry that your bosses crossed a line, trying to drop bombs on our team members after we did the grunt work of facing the Slaughterhouse 9. You're sorry that you went to such extremes to rehabilitate your group's sociopath that you let her get away scot-free with the abuse she was inflicting on a bystander. But you don't change. You don't do anything about it. There was enough venom in my voice that Flechette had started eyeing her arbalest, where it sat in the rain. One of her hands was poised in the air, as if she were preparing to reach into a pouch at her side. She was looking at the crowd around us, and I couldn't tell if it was because she was worried they'd respond if she attacked me, or if she was double-checking they were out of earshot. That's why we're here, Miss Militia said, calm. That's why we're here, I echoed her. Yet. Well said. All those events I just mentioned, they're part of why I'm here. I'd say you have nobody to blame but yourselves for the fact that you have me to deal with, but I'm willing to admit I'm largely at fault for the decisions I made. You guys, you just greased the wheels, I suppose. We'd like to change that dynamic. Defiant, Dragon, myself. You want to change, but you're still working for them. For the Protectorate, I said. We have to. I frowned, forced myself to relax. Dragon said the same thing. Tattletale filled me in on the reasoning. You think we need the Protectorate? We do. And if everyone with enough of a conscience to feel regret over these events were to leave, I don't think anyone will be happy with the group of those who stayed behind. There's another route, I said. Accept that it's broken, accept that it needs to change, and do something about it. Recognize that what Tag did was fucked up, act on that. It's dangerous. Things are sensitive. There's only an 18% chance of success in the upcoming fight if we face Behemoth. 29% if it's the Cymurg, with a great deal more fallout after the fact. Without the Protectorate, chances drop to an even lower number than they are, and the damage gets worse. Dinah. The only way they'd have these numbers would be Dinah. You're afraid of rocking the boat when the ship's sinking, I said. Something like that. I sighed. But, Miss Militia hesitated. In light of revelations over this past month, keeping recent events in mind, and perhaps because we have more of an insight into who you are, Taylor A. Bear, I think we might be more open to more discussion than we were. Who's we? The Protectorate, the wards. The PRT. Miss Militia shook her head. It wouldn't be enough if the PRT wasn't on board. There was some argument I wanted to make, something I wanted to say, but I couldn't articulate it, couldn't quite form the thought in my head. What do you think of this? I asked Flechette, to buy myself time to think, or maybe in hopes of rounding out the half-formed thought. It doesn't directly affect me, she said, glancing away. I'm still trying to decide if I should trust you. If it doesn't directly affect you, why does this matter? Because I got home and saw my family, and they said I was different, angrier. And they were right. Because I'm hearing about everything that's happening, all these secrets coming out, and I can't even look at my teammates without wondering if there's something nefarious about them. Because Parian was the one good thing I found in this city, and you recruited her, Flechette said. Parian looked up. That costume, it's like a slap in the face. Like, it wasn't obvious enough you corrupted her. You had to take the playfulness away? The joy. Hey, Parian said, standing. It was my decision. She was following advice I gave, I said. She wanted to stand up to the people who are trying to attack her territory, and she wanted to do it without our help. Being a little more intimidating doesn't hurt. You. Flechette, Miss Militia cut her off. Flechette went limp, the fight gone out of her, just like that. I don't know anymore, Flechette said. I don't know where I'm going. Everything was all laid out, a career with the wards, a career with the Protectorate. Except I'm not even sure there's going to be a future anymore, and I'm not sure what happens if there is. I think you and I are very similar on that front, I said, my voice quiet. She looked at me, her lips pressed together in anger, then looked away, unable to disagree, as much as she might want to. I guess what it comes down to, I said, is that you have to decide what you want. What you're willing to fight for and make sacrifices for. Flechette's eyes flickered over to Parian, then down to the ground. I'm alone, she said. I've never been alone, never been good at being by myself. Last few days I was here, I wanted nothing more than to go home. And when I finally got to, I've never felt more disconnected from everyone around me. It wasn't what I wanted, or what I needed. I can't trust my team, can't talk to my family, can't confide anything in my friends. Sounds stupid when I say that. Sounds weak. I'm fully aware I don't have much stock with you, so maybe what I say isn't worth much to you, but I don't think less of you for saying that. The prospect of being all on your own is scary. It's harder, and things are hard enough as it is. Miss Militia was staring at me. I met her eyes. Interesting to have a conversation with you, she said, with a greater understanding of the girl behind the mask. What do you want, Taylor? I'm not Taylor, I said. In costume or out, I'm Skitter, up until I decide on a new name. Skitter, then. Compromise, I said. Give me compromise. I can try. You can, the wards can, but the PRT won't. You said as much. They have other burdens to bear. And until they work with us, they're going to be a bucking bull in a china shop, I said. Strutting around and doing catastrophic damage to a delicate situation. Tag said this is a war. I could see a look flash across Miss Militia's face. And you can't reason with people like that, I said. Not people who are hungry for conflict, willing to fight until someone's too beat up to fight back. No, Miss Militia said. Her tone of voice had shifted. You can't. I've heard him say something along those lines before. A small part of the reason I'm here. Then you agree. He can't be leading the PRT if we're going to reach any kind of consensus. I can speak to some people, but I don't think I'll be able to change anything. The very structure of the PRT is built around the idea that the unpowered call the shots, and the capes follow them. We both know that it's not that cut and dry, I said. I glanced at Flechette. Did she know about Alexandria? I'm sorry, Miss Militia said. It's not in my power. It's in mine, I said. I think. I hope. I could see the furrow in between her eyebrows. What are you thinking? More violence? You won't be able to twist Tag's arm to get what you want out of him. I'm still not entirely sure, I said. I think I can twist his arm. It'll be easier if you are willing to compromise. I need your help to make this work. What sort of help? A mixture of support and passive resistance. Nothing that hurts the PRT as a whole. Nothing that hurts the result against the Endbringers. Okay, she said. Specifically. For starters, we treat every situation like you treated the ABB, back in April. We address threats, tag team them. Only we communicate more this time around. The teeth are a problem, but others are going to arise when word about the portal gets out. Done. The PRT may not play ball, but we can communicate by other channels. The heat's off the Undersiders and Ambassadors both. We can't do anything constructive if you guys are after us. The PRT will continue to order us to engage you. Fine, I said. Then that's when you apply passive resistance. You return to your bosses and you say the mission against the Undersiders was unsuccessful. Bitch ran, Gru used his darkness, Tattletale must have passed on information. We do our best to avoid giving you cause to come after us, you don't attack when the bosses order you to. She frowned. This is giving you amnesty for past misdeeds, in practice. Yes. But it ensures we're all in fighting shape when the next Endbringer fight goes down. Accord remains a problem. We'll keep him busy, put him in the background. Tattletale has a sense of his motives. We can keep him occupied while keeping him from having a direct hand in things. Our passivity would hinge on his. Deal, I said. And you can't keep pushing things like you have been. The degree of aggression you've been demonstrating, with the attack at the PRT head offices in Valifor, it tests our patience. They noticed, then? Valifor's eyeballs. That's the kind of event that provokes a response from the PRT. I nodded. It's supposed to, just a little. It was a message to Tag as much as a way of dealing with Valifor. It's not the sort of thing that will get him to abandon his position or back down. I think it is, I said. But that's only one aspect of a greater plan. I could see her frown. Not that I could see the lower half of her face, but I saw it in her eyes. A day or two, I said, then I stop. I'll fill you in on the details as soon as I have them. She frowned. Flechette, I said. What? Is this satisfactory? If we call a truce, the local heroes will be free to assist Parian. I suspect she'll be willing to accept their help where she's less accepting of ours. I will, Parian said. Would that make things easier between the two of you? I'm not local, Flechette's words were a whisper. You could be, I told her. Or you could visit. I can't do a lot, but I can maybe help give you your friend back. We can use all the help here we can get, Miss Militia said. If you wanted to join the wards team on a permanent basis, I could see about arranging something. Let me think about it, Flechette said. It'd mean leaving my family. Or moving them, depending. Then that's as settled as it's going to get, I said. I still have concerns about your continued swathe of destruction, Miss Militia told me. If your vendetta against Tag gets any uglier, this idea won't hold. I'd hoped the distraction of talking to Flechette would keep her from returning to that topic. Give me the benefit of the doubt, I said. Please. I could see the lines around her eyes deepen as she frowned. Just this once. It's all I've been asking you guys for, from the beginning. Trust that I'm doing what I'm doing for a good reason. I just need you to maybe turn a blind eye here and there, support me when the situation calls for it. I'll fill you in where I can, and I'll make a leap of faith and trust that you'll know what to do otherwise. Okay, Miss Militia conceded. A second passed with nobody speaking. I'd extend my hand for you to shake, I told her, but we probably don't want something that blatant popping up on a cell phone video. For now, at least, this truce stays unofficial. She offered me a curt nod. I held her knife out towards her, and it dissolved into a mess of green-black energy. It zipped to Miss Militia's hand, became a pistol. She holstered it. Together with Flechette, she left, making her way out of my territory. 100 pairs of eyes watched them leave. Maybe I could pass word around to get people to keep quiet on the subject. Thank you, Perian murmured. I glanced at her. For what you said to Flechette. How you said it. I have more respect for you than you'd probably believe, I told her. I hope it works. I think it will. I watched the heroes as they departed. I'm going to take a shower, I said, eyeing the light rainfall beyond the eaves of the building. I shrugged, heading towards my lair. Redundant, maybe, but I think a shower is the least of the luxuries I'm entitled to as a wealthy, nationally recognized supervillain. I'll talk to you later. Let me know if you hear back from Flechette. I'm sorry, she said, to my back. I looked back, gave her a quizzical look. I could have arranged that better, she said. I sprung it on you. No, I shook my head. It was necessary. No worries on that front. I didn't voice my true thoughts aloud, though. The conversation with the heroes had needed to happen. The fact that Perian and Flechette had been present was a stroke of luck. The downside, the other side of the matter, was that I now had to act before someone in a position of power caught on to what was happening with our truce and ended it prematurely, or before Miss Militia herself reconsidered. I had to act before I started having second thoughts. Which was harder than it sounded, because I hadn't even figured out if there was a way to pull this off without alienating everyone that counted. Perian had inadvertently accelerated my plan. For that, I hated her, just a little. That feeling was clear enough, small as it might be. Imago 21.6. Hate to do this with the weather like this, I thought. I thought about the meeting Perian had arranged with Miss Militia. But my hand is being inadvertently forced. One more step forward. One more phase in the plan. The wind was worse than the rain. I had to wonder how much of it was the aftermath of the Leviathan attack. The city had been flooded, and those same floodwaters had evaporated into the air, trapped within Brockton Bay by the surrounding trees and hills. How wide-reaching were the effects of that one incident? The downpour was steady, moderate. The wind was what turned it into a barrage, a persistent pelting of droplets that moved horizontally as much as it moved vertically. The noise of it, tapping against my armor and lenses, made for a steady patter. My bugs were lurking and gathering in spots where there was shelter, and where things were dry. With only the light of the moon above, these were the same areas that had shadows, by and large. The masses of bugs only seemed to give those shadows substance, made them seem deeper, through the masses of dark brown, grey and black bodies. Through other bugs I felt the movements of the wind, felt how it formed eddies, curling into itself when it met with dead ends, large or small. I could, with a small number of bugs, feel how strong and steady the gale was where the buildings weren't tall enough to break it up. They helped me track the others around me, through bugs that took shelter in the drier folds of their costumes. The Undersiders were here. Minus Tattletale, we were all standing in the street a distance away from a squat building. Regent was off to one side, ready to trip up our enemy if they made a sudden appearance. Rachel hung back, corralling her forces, while the rest of us watched the building for any hint of trouble. But Gru stood next to me. I appreciated his presence, his casualness in light of the way we'd effectively parted. I could sense the ambassadors. Citron and Othello were there. So were 4 new recruits, Jack Light, Legia, Lizardtail, and Codex. The 5th potential recruit hadn't been so lucky. The 4 of them stood off to one side, in the shelter of Citron's power, listening as she gave instructions. The area around them was somehow faded in terms of the colors there. The area she was affecting looked as though I were viewing it through colorblind eyes that were capable of only seeing yellow. Water wicked off of them as though they were waterproof, leaving them utterly dry even in the wind and rain. Lizardtail's power was pressing against me, even from the other side of the street. It penetrated my costume to the skin, making my skin tingle and ensuring that I was always aware of where he was. It was like the sensation of standing in front of a fire, just close enough to feel as though that he'd had a physical form, just close enough to be bearable. It wasn't hot, though. It was cold, if anything. The rest of our forces were marshaled throughout the area. A handful of volunteers from my territory, surviving members of the O'Daly family, had made their way to rooftops, stood at the ready with walkie-talkies and binoculars. They'd have to make up for the fact that my bugs weren't as mobile in this weather. Tattletale's mercenaries were here, though she was still largely incapacitated. Miner, Brooks, Pritt, Senegal, and Ja. Regent had 2 followers, and I was doing my best to avoid paying attention to them. It wasn't the time to investigate whether he was controlling people or legitimately hiring them. Rachel's underlings were present too, hanging back enough that they were out of sight of the building. Biter, Barker, the veterinarian, the boy with the eye patch, others I didn't recognize, a young teenager with darker skin, a tall man with a broad belly. Each of them held a chain. The tall man and Biter held 2 and each chain had a dog harnessed on the other end of it, grown to a fair size by Rachel's power. Only Bentley and Bastard were full size. Inside the building, the Teeth were recuperating from a recent conflict with Miss Militia and the other heroes followed soon after by an attack from Perian's stuffed animals. As a whole, the Teeth amounted to 20 or so unpowered troops, plus a half-dozen or so powered ones. Even the unpowered Teeth had costumes of a sort, were dressed in a hodgepodge of armor that made it hard to tell them apart from the powered members. As a whole, they were bandaging minor injuries, preparing food, talking, joking, relaxing. There were 2 televisions on, each playing something different, volume turned up, and the noise was discordant, even to the muted, confused senses of my swarm. Porn on one television, I was pretty sure. The other channel was either a cartoon or a news broadcast, judging by the words I was able to hear. There was a fight in progress, a duel, between 2 unpowered members. One was getting the better of the other, pounding his face in while others jeered and laughed. One of the female members of the Teeth, I suspected hemorrhagia, was cooking food for her team. A distance away, Butcher was sitting on a stool, her feet up on a table, her mask off. She had a cloth in hand and was wiping her gun clean, oddly disconnected from the clatter and chaos of her team. I supposed the 13 other voices in her head kept her company. It had taken time to analyze them, to assess what each of the Teeth were doing and make a note of every individual part of it. To do it discreetly, with no more than the bugs that were already in the building. The ambassadors were patient. I got the sense that they could have waited for 2 hours in this wind and rain, and their only concern would be that their clothes and hair were a little worse for wear. My teammates were a touch more restless. Rachel moved from dog to dog, enforcing her authority, keeping them in line, and making sure they were listening to the underlings. She was putting her trust in me, but I could tell she was getting tired of this. Tired of the minutes passing with nothing happening. Regent, too, was reacting. He was maintaining a running commentary on everything from the weather to the surroundings, our allies, and me. And, 20 minutes in, the rain's still pouring, the wind's still threatening to drop a house on our heads, and we're still not doing anything. I think our fearless leader needs to remember that some of us aren't as good at being imposing when we're drenched and standing around in the dark. She does that whole shtick where being gloomy and creepy only make her scarier. You know how scary I am with a wet shirt clinging to me. Shut up, Regent, Gru said. I'm just saying. She could be more considerate. Maybe we could wait indoors, and she could stand out here in the rain, using her power to investigate our enemies. If she's even using it. Maybe she fell asleep standing up. Been a hard week for her. Regent, I said. Be quiet. She's awake. Excellent, Regent's jovial tone was forced enough to border on the sarcastic. There are no vantage points that are also indoors, I said. I'd bet that's why Butcher chose that building. The parking lot that surrounds it, the terrain, it's all to her benefit. So we pick a mediocre vantage point. Or a shitty one. So long as it's dry. Or, here's an idea, maybe we attack. We have them outnumbered, we have better powers than most of them. We win absolutely, I said. Or we don't fight at all. Too many of them have powers that could help them escape. Vex fills an area with her power and runs, Onimos transforms and runs, or Spree masks their retreat with his power. This way, we take all of them down, or we at least affect them on a psychological level. Then why don't we have them surrounded? Because we don't need to, I said. Keeping Butcher from picking us off is a bigger priority. We do that by forming battle lines. Hey, he said. There was a pause. 23 minutes, standing in the rain. Inside the building, Hemorrhagia called out, "ST ready." The Teeth collectively began to make their way to the kitchen, while Spree headed for the washroom. There. We're attacking, I said, and I spoke through the bugs that were near each of my allies. Be ready. The bugs I'd kept in reserve swept into the building, not from the direction our forces were standing, but from the opposite direction. They flowed in, swarming over the Teeth. Less useful bugs plunged themselves into the food. They scattered money, where money was left out in the open, caught unattended weapons and pieces of armor and either buried them or started to drag them from sight. No. Hemorrhagia shouted, trying to cover her chili with a lid. No, no, fuck you, no. Hearing the shouting, Spree stood from the toilet, only to find a handcuff connecting him to the towel rack. Fight, one of the Teeth shouted, rather unnecessarily. He was joined by others. Kick their asses. Kill them. Spree managed to tear the towel rack from the wall and made his way out of the washroom, working to get his belt buckled, other armor gathered under one arm. I was well aware of how costumes made using washrooms a pain in the ass on the best of days, getting everything necessary off, getting it back on again, attaching everything essential. Spree had the added issue of innumerable trophies and pieces of armor in his suit, all loaded down with spikes and hooks, and he was now in a rush, running forward into a swarm of biting, stinging insects. He dropped one piece of armor, and bugs swarmed it. He cast one backwards glance at the item in question, an elbow pad or knee pad, and then decided to leave it behind. It was the little things that would deliver a hit to their morale. Attacking while they were tired, spoiling a meal they were anticipating, throwing everything into disarray. If they happened to come out ahead in this fight, or if any of them slipped away, they might return to reclaim their things. They'd find cockroaches had chewed through the cords and internal wires of their televisions, that pantry moths infested their food supplies, and every article of clothing was infested with lice. And if they entered this fight mad, all the better. It would mean they were gunning for us instead of running. The first person out the door was caught by a tripline of spider silk. Others trampled over him. One fired a gun into the darkness beyond. Wrong door, wrong end of the building. And the door had somehow closed and locked behind them. The powered members weren't in that group, though. As disorganized as the rank and file members were, the capes and the gang were only looking to their boss, gathering in the kitchen. Butcher didn't react as bugs bit and stung, and capsaicin-laden bugs found her eyes and nose. Her skin was too tough, and she didn't feel pain, thanks to Butcher 12's powers. She was composed as she lifted a gun that would normally have been mounted on the back of a truck. Without putting it down, she held it with one hand and donned her mask. She turned our way, as though it wasn't even a question. A sensory power. Butcher 2, the ability to see people's veins, arteries and hearts through walls. She had the powers of 13 capes, watered down, plus her own. Some of those capes had possessed multiple abilities. By power or by cunning, each had managed to kill the last. This butcher had the resources of each of them. She led her group through the doors towards us, as silent as they were noisy. I'd almost expected her to do the inverse of what she was doing and send her foot troops in first. Instead, she was the first through the doors, her powered allies immediately behind her. Her foot troops were last to arrive, traveling around the full length of the building, swearing all the way. They filled in the gaps of her group and gathered behind. It was a different dynamic than some groups we'd fought. These weren't loyal soldiers or people fighting because they had nothing to lose. They were opportunists, riding the coattails of the ones with the real power, hyenas picking at the scraps that were left behind after the lions had supped. Spree was the first to use his power, and I got a sense of just how and why the group had arrived at this present strategy. It wasn't just that Butcher was dangerous enough to walk face first into danger. They had Spree to form their front ranks. 4 Sprees split off from him as he stood there, slightly hunched over as if bracing himself against recoil. They were produced with such force and speed that they briefly flew through the air, stumbling slightly as they hit the ground running. 3 more Sprees were a fraction of a second after the first wave, with even more following a half second behind them. 15 or so Sprees in 3 seconds, before I'd even had a chance to call out an order. Duplicates produced at the rate that a machine gun spat bullets. They ran, some screaming, others swearing aloud as they closed the distance between our two groups, charging as a mass, limbs flailing, weapons. Weapons? It was hard to see in the rain, but the Sprees were all subtly different. Some had knives or pipes they could bludgeon with, others had guns, and more had improvised weapons. The mixing and matching of their armor was different as well. There was a drawback, though. Whatever they were, as solid and innumerable as they might have been, they were dumb, getting dumber every second they were alive. He was producing a living tide of bodies, but they weren't capable. They were good for little more than sheer body mass and violence. By the time the first ones reached us, they were barely able to put one foot in front of the other. One reached me, swung a table leg at me in a wide, predictable swing. I caught it, twisted his arm, and pushed him into a Spree that was stumbling forward from behind him. They both fell, and neither seemed to have the wherewithal to climb to their feet before they were trampled underfoot. It was like fighting an infant with the size and strength of a grown man, except there were 50 or 60 of them. 100? The street was nearly filled with the bastards, from sidewalk to sidewalk, a mob between the teeth and us. They didn't seem to be smart enough to realize they could actually shoot the guns, where the occasional Spree had one in hand, but the sound of a gunshot going off suggested that one had accidentally pulled a trigger. The shot rang through the air, cutting through the thrum of raindrops striking ground. Like the gunshot that marked the start of a race, it was the moment that brought the real fighting to a peak. The teeth in our side all jumped into action. My bugs flooded into the group, condensing on the key members. I couldn't seem to touch the Spree that was generating the mindless clones, as his body vibrated and rippled, but I could attack Hemorrhagia, Onymos, Butcher, Reaver, Vex and the underlings. The press of near-identical bodies was almost useful, giving my bugs shelter and dry surfaces to move on. Codex advanced, breaking away from the rest of the ambassadors. She was a pale woman dressed in a white evening gown, wearing a simple, featureless white mask. A temporary costume. She reached towards the crowd. I could see the eyes of the Sprees lighting up as the effect reached further back into the crowd. They stumbled, slowing, blocking the ones behind them from advancing. Groans and grunts echoed from the crowd, all eerily similar. Their powers were new. Less than 6 hours old. Accord had agreed to lend them to us, though their costumes hadn't yet been designed, their powers not fully explored. We'd offered Tattletale's analysis of their capabilities in exchange. She'd barely been capable, hadn't yet recuperated from the migraines she'd suffered earlier in the week, and the use of her power had only brought the migraines back with a vengeance. Still, we'd talked it over and agreed that the assistance of the ambassadors as a whole was that much more useful in this scenario than a worn and weary Tattletale. Tattletale's feedback was essential, but we already had a sense of who the teeth were, and Tattletale had been able to fill us in on the new ambassadors just as readily as she'd filled Accord in. Codex was a blaster-thinker hybrid. Tattletale had speculated that the woman caused permanent brain damage and memory loss, briefly augmenting her own processing power in exchange. The duplicate Spree was generating weren't gifted with much in the way of brains to begin with. Even a little damage was having devastating results. Jacklight was launching forth the minuscule orbs of light, each growing as it traveled before stopping in midair. Each warped space around it, accelerated movement, enhanced the output of certain forms of energy. Where one of his lights was set next to a wall, it redirected one running duplicate into a wall. Another, closer to the ground, swung a Spree that stepped over it into the ground face first. It was Ligia, though, who slowed down the enemy the most. She created water out of nothing, geysers of the stuff that drove the mob back and sent them sprawling. Then she sucked up the water. I wasn't entirely sure, but I got the impression she caught 1 or 2 duplicates in the process, drawing them into whatever place she'd taken the water from. It took her a second each time she switched from creating water to drawing it in. Clones slipped through the gaps in the defensive line as she changed gears. Rachel. I gave the order. Before Jacklight's power makes it impossible to go further or more slip through. Her responding whistle cut through the night. Bentley and 3 more dogs were released, charging forward, leaping over our defensive line to crash into a sea of duplicates. The duplicates were now too closely packed together to even fall down, and were literally climbing over top of one another. The dogs stumbled or slipped as the jacklights tugged at one or two of their legs, then proceeded to tear their way through the crowd. They were brought to a stop when they found the second of the teeth's defensive powers waiting for them. Vex's force fields were countless, numbering in the hundreds, each sharp enough to cut exposed flesh. Alone, they weren't strong, but the shards had a collective, cumulative resistance. I'd hoped Rachel's dogs would have enough raw strength to power through. Still, we had the advantage here. The tide of the duplicates was slowed as the bludgeoning power of the dogs crumpled them underfoot or crushed them against one another, and both Barker and Biter were free to join the defensive line. I was able to step back and get a brief respite from the hand-to-hand fighting with the spree duplicates. Kip up! Rachel bellowed the words. One dog leaped to the side, planting its feet on a wall, then leaped for the teeth on the far side. A four-legged creature just a little smaller than the dog lunged into the air, brought the two of them crashing down into the midst of the sea of tiny force fields. Anemos. Cape teams naturally found their own synergies and strategies. This was how the teeth fought. Two defensive lines protecting the reserve forces while the truly dangerous members acted. Butcher raised her gun, setting one finger on a trigger of her gun. It started spinning up. Butcher incoming. I called out. She teleported past the worst of Vex's force field barrier. Flame billowed around her in a muted explosion as she appeared. Butcher 6's explosive teleporting. It's weaker than it was when 6 had it, shorter range, and the intensity of the explosion isn't nearly what it once was. She pushed past the remainder, and leveled the Gatling gun at the nearest dog, pulled the trigger before anyone, Regent included, could do anything to trip her up. 10 bullets were fired in a half-second. A moment later, the weapon jammed. Wounded but intact, the dog turned and snapped at her. She was gone a heartbeat before the teeth snapped together. Butcher 3's danger sense didn't do him much good. Driven mad, died in a suicidal attack against the teeth. Window of opportunity is lower, application limited to more physical danger. She reappeared in a cloud of rolling flame, reversed her grip on her Gatling gun and swung it like a club, knocking Bentley clean off his feet. Super strength, courtesy of 1, 3, 6, 9, 11, and 13. Cumulative effects. A little bit of super strength from multiple sources added up. Anemos was pinned by another dog, a yellow light surrounding both of the unnatural beasts. He screeched at the dog, a high-pitched noise that made me wince, but the effect didn't take hold. Anemo's scream could strip someone temporarily of their powers, but Citron was dampening the effect. That, or there was nothing to take away from the dog. The mutation was Rachel's power, technically. Butcher approached the pair, and Citron abandoned her assault, letting up. As Tattletale had warned Gru, she'd warned Citron as well. Butcher's power was too dangerous to muck with. Gru risked absorbing the consciousness of the prior Butchers, and Citron risked striking on the right attunement and accidentally killing Butcher. But Citron was still a leader, didn't waste a moment. She gave the signal, shouted something I couldn't make out, and her followers opened fire. Jacklight and Codex lobbed their attacks towards Butcher, and the leader of the teeth teleported away before either could do any real damage. Legia produced a geyser of water that sent duplicates flying 10 or 12 feet in the air. Othello, for his part, was standing by, his hands in his pockets, his two-tone mask expressionless. Which wasn't to say he wasn't contributing. Hemorrhagia was enduring an assault from an invisible, immaterial foe. I could feel him, feel the movement against my bugs, but the bugs didn't settle on him, simply passed through. He was only partially there, focusing on allowing certain aspects of himself, his weapon, to affect our world. Shallow cuts appeared on Hemorrhagia's face, chest, and arms as she tried ineffectually to shield herself, and those same cuts exploded violently as she used her power to draw her blood from her body and turn it into hard, physical, cutting weapons. More blood congealed into broad scabs that protected her and reduced the damage of the continuous slashes. A distance away, Imp appeared, electrocuting Spree with a jab of her taser and bringing an end to the stream of duplicates. Not that the duplicates were doing as much damage as they had been. Like lemmings running off a cliff, many were scaling the piles of fallen clones and promptly running into Vex's force fields, only adding more corpses to the virtual hill of corpses that separated us from the other members of the teeth. Our two strangers were doing much of the work in dealing with the back line. That left us to deal with Butcher. Bentley had recovered and charged her. She responded by hitting him with a wave of pain, putting him off his guard so she could strike him aside. Butcher 1. Inflicted agony at range. Bentley was quick to recover, quick to push past the pain that she was inflicting and attack. She prepared to strike him again. Regent knocked her off balance, and she was caught off guard as Bentley struck her with one paw. She teleported out of Bentley's way before he could follow through with the attack, appeared in between Regent and I, surrounded by our capes. We staggered back as flame washed over us. I felt my focus begin to slip, thoughts of violence filling my mind. I itched to attack, to hurt her. I sent my bugs in, but that was the one gesture that set the others in motion. Without realizing it, I found myself charging her. Biter and Regent were among those caught in her spell. We attacked her as mindlessly as spree duplicates had attacked us. My knife stabbed at her armor, doing too little damage. I stabbed again, found a vulnerable spot at the back of her neck, just below her hairline. I dragged the knife through her flesh. Without even turning to face me, she elbowed me, and all the strength I had went out of me. I careened a distance away, tumbled, landed amidst spree clones. They clutched feebly at me while I reeled. Lizardtail's power pressed even harder against me. I could feel the edges of my injuries tingling, the wounds slowly knitting closed. Far slower than they should have been, given the earlier demonstration of Lizardtail's power. Either he was weaker, or her ability to inflict wounds that progressively got worse over time was taking away from the power of his regeneration. Butcher had a grip on Regent, threw him into Biter with enough strength to take the two of them out of the fight. Possibly enough strength to kill one, if Lizardtail's power wasn't able to outpace the internal damage done. Induces mindless rage. Power from Butcher 9. Very low range. Inflicts wounds that fester. Power from Butcher 4. Less effect than 4 had. Far shorter duration. She teleported. I could sense where she'd arrived as my bugs died en masse. She was going after Rachel. I had lines of silk prepared, did what I could to bind Butcher. She struggled briefly, then teleported free of them. Codex and Legia directed attacks her way, and again, Butcher disappeared before either could really affect her. I felt something shift inside me, and the pain dropped to a fraction of what it had been. I got to my feet. Go. I shouted. Get the wounded. Rachel whistled, and the dogs converged on our location. Butcher had appeared in the midst of the ambassadors, but the variety and ferocity of their attacks had her teleporting from moment to moment, doing more damage with the flames that appeared around her than through any action she could carry out. It seemed that even though Codex's attack hadn't connected full force, Butcher wasn't keen on giving her an opportunity to deliver any more grazing hits. Rachel stopped next to me, offered me a hand up. Fetch Codex, I said. The ambassador in white. Butcher's going after her. It might mean Codex is doing the most damage. Rachel gave me a curt nod, and we charged, leaving Gru to help Regent. Butcher teleported away as Bentley hurtled at her. I reached for Codex, took her hand. She looked at Citron, as if asking permission. Go, Citron said. I helped Codex up onto Bentley's back. She had to sit side saddle. Those ridiculous dresses. They weren't meant for fighting. But, then, I suspected that Accord was used to shock and awe tactics, when he had to engage in a direct assault. How many of his enemies were as tough, versatile, or persistent as Butcher? She'd teleported away, effectively leaving her team to fend for themselves. Only Reaver, Vex and, to a lesser degree, Hemorrhagia, were in fighting shape. Butcher was interested only in the fight. She was the central pillar of the teeth, and stopping her would stop them, and for much that reason, her team was a secondary concern to us as well. Run. I told Rachel. Codex, hit her where you can. I was versed in fighting teleporting foes, had engaged in a similar conflict against Oni Lee. Butcher wasn't him. She didn't obsessively use knives. No, she was drawing a configuration of metal rods and panels from her back. Her gun abandoned in the course of the fighting, she was unfolding the device into a different weapon. A compound bow. I already knew which power she was using next. Imp had sabotaged the gun, jamming the ammo feed, but she hadn't been able to get at the bow. It was massive when fully unfolded, nearly 6 feet long, not counting the extra length as part of the curve. Large enough that it required superhuman strength to draw. Less than a year ago, Butcher had been known as Quarrel, and as Tattletale told it, Quarrel had used a much smaller version of that same bow to kill Butcher 13 in a drawn-out fight in New York. Regent wasn't in fighting shape. My bugs weren't able to move fast enough to reach her. Legia wasn't in a position to hit her with water, and Jacklight's orbs didn't reach nearly that far. If she started shooting, we'd drop like flies. Hit her, I said. Codex. Codex reached out to use her brain drain attack. It was visible only by the effects it had, but I'd seen it move through the spree clones. It was slow. Butcher had time to string her bow before she had to teleport out of the way, appearing on top of a building with a vantage point of the battlefield. She knelt, touching the rooftop, and reformed the stone into arrows. That power was Butcher 8's, except he'd had more reach, was faster. Bugs clustered at her eyes, but she barely seemed to notice. Nearly blind, she drew her string, pointed the arrow at us. Before I could react, shout a warning, Codex hit me with enough force to nearly unseat me, despite how I was sitting astride Bentley. Something else struck my shoulder with enough force to tear half the armor away. The new villain slumped and fell, joined by the piece of my armor that had been shorn off. An arrow neatly penetrated her neck. Butcher drew her bow again. She didn't miss. She did something to warp space or adjust the very fabric of reality, so her shots always struck the intended target. She aimed towards my teammates, paused, lowered her weapon a second as if momentarily confused. The bow swept in the ambassador's direction. Then she turned, her body rotating, the massive bow and long arrow pointing at us. Rachel and I. Go. I shouted. Go, go. We could only get out of range. How far could a bow like that send an arrow flying? Apparently Butcher didn't think it would be this far. She teleported, paused, then teleported again. A small fire erupted at each destination point. Another teleport, and she killed a swarm of bugs I'd left lying in wait. I'd hoped she would fall short, and that I could bind her weapon with silk. No such luck. She's following. I shouted. Rachel grunted a response, kicked Bentley to drive him to run faster, then whistled. Her dogs broke away from the rest of the ambassadors and undersiders, trailing after us. Butcher had to teleport as one spry, smaller dog noticed her and ascended to the rooftop to give chase. Buying time, but she was closing the distance. I drew from the silk I had stored in my utility compartment. Coils of it, braided together into lines strong enough to suspend a grown man. Hopefully strong enough to hold Butcher. We had a plan, I just hadn't counted on her being quite as tenacious as she was. I'd looked at the teleportation power, had failed to account for what it meant in conjunction with her danger sense. I formed the silk into nets. I could guess at her next destination, track her possible arrival points. Again, she teleported right on top of a net. The flames destroyed it. One net left. We'd reached the edge of the city. There were fewer buildings, fewer rooftops. Wet clumps of sand flew behind Bentley's feet as he dug deep to find traction. Butcher appeared on one of the last remaining rooftops, killing a cloud of bugs. Other ambient bugs clustered on her, biting and stinging, doing ineffectual damage. Too tough, courtesy of Butcher number, fuck it. Didn't matter, really. She deemed herself close enough to take a shot, drew her arrow back, raising the bow so it pointed nearly at the sky. The net closed around her, unseated her arrow from its mount. Bugs wound more strands around her knees. The wind pushed at her, and she tried to extend one foot to catch her balance, succeeded only in tipping herself over. She fell from the roof of the 5-story building. She teleported herself right to the ground, cutting the height of her fall in half and freeing herself of the net. It was still a hard landing. Get her. Fetch her. Rachel nodded, whistled 3 times, pointed. The dogs that trailed after us were quick to follow the order, snatching up Butcher. She'd heal, was probably healing the brain damage Codex had inflicted. Butcher was tough enough that the dogs probably wouldn't do enough damage before she regained her senses. I might have been wrong in that assumption, but we couldn't afford to think otherwise. Go. I shouted. We ran. Rachel and I on Bentley, a pack of her dogs following behind. There was no telling how much time we had. We'd gone into this with one plan. One solid way of putting an end to Butcher. It was why we weren't hiding in the safety of Gru's darkness. Though we were in less danger than we'd been since the battle started, my heart was pounding harder than ever. Stop. I called out, to be heard over the wind. Rachel pulled Bentley to a stop. She knew what came next, gave a hand signal. Dogs, stop. Rat dog, forward. The dog that had Butcher ran on a little further, passing over a line of stones in the wet sand. Shake. Rat dog shook Butcher like she was a chew toy. Good dog, Rachel said. Drop her. Rat dog dropped Butcher. Come. Rat dog whimpered. Good boy, come. Tail between his legs, Rat dog approached, passing over the line of stones in the wet sand. Long seconds passed. Bentley virtually heaved with the exertion of the run. My eyes didn't leave Butcher. Butcher roused, and it wasn't a slow affair. One instant she was lying prone, the next she'd teleported, appeared next to the narrow, light-bodied dog and bludgeoned it, sending it flying. Dakota, go. Bear, go. 2 more dogs charged Butcher, drove her back. Stop, I warned Rachel. I lowered my voice, she has that rage aura. It didn't matter. Butcher dispatched the 2 dogs just as easily, eyed us warily as Rachel commanded them to retreat. Good dogs, Rachel said, as they hurried to her side. My eyes still didn't leave Butcher. I watched, waited. She didn't understand what was going on, why we weren't pressing the attack. But she wasn't confident either. She strung her bow, as if testing us. She started to create an arrow out of sand, condensing it into a more solid form. Then she gave up, stepped back. The hardened rod of sand crumbled. Stop it, she said. I shook my head. She lashed out, hit us with raw pain. In the agony, the feeling of fire running through my veins, I toppled from Bentley's back. I'd anticipated this, or something like it, knew it was temporary. I could only grit my teeth and tell myself it was almost the best-case scenario, even when it didn't quite feel like it. Rachel's dogs bristled, but the pain dissipated, and she found herself free to command them to stand down. It didn't matter. Butcher was on her knees now, face turned toward the ground. Don't say anything, I murmured. With more focus than before, Butcher formed a spike out of hard sand. She was murmuring to herself now. Conversing under her breath with the voices in her head. She sounded oddly insistent, plaintive in a very childish manner. When the weapon was formed, she glanced skyward, murmured something indistinct. Then teleported a distance into the air, directly above the spike. There was a wet sound, a pause. Nothing. I asked Rachel. You don't feel her powers? She shook her head. Then let's go. We began our long journey back to the others, leaving Butcher with a spike through her heart. No rush. The fight was over. One more foe taken down. If the PRT happened to wonder if any of the Undersiders or Ambassadors had acquired Butcher's powers, all the better. Mind if I come by tonight? I asked, my voice low. Rachel shot me a glower over her shoulder. Why? To talk. We can talk now. And so I can see how you're coping with your minions. Whatever, she said. Is that a yes? It's a whatever, she said. Do whatever you want. Okay, I said. There was no more conversation as we closed the distance to the others. They were more or less in shipshape when we arrived. Regent was propped up against a wall, but he wasn't pulverized. The only one we'd lost was Codex. Success? Gru asked. Success, I said. The entire group, even the straight-backed ambassadors, seemed to react with relief. Guess my sister has one more kill under her belt, Regent commented. 14 voices in Cherish's head to keep her company as she spends the next few centuries alone at the bottom of the bay. Daddy, a toddler squealed. No older than 3, the small child waded past a pack of dogs to her father, the tall, large-bellied man who had seen handling some of Rachel's dogs. Rachel ignored the reunion, greeted the dogs who milled around her, barking and whining in joy as their master returned. Food, she asked me, almost as if it were an afterthought. Sure. Someone make food, she declared. I will, a darker-skinned teenage girl declared. She looked to be of mixed race, with brilliant blue eyes that didn't match up with her brown, coarse hair and skin. Hamburger, Rachel said. Okay, the kid said. Anything else? No. Vegetables, I cut in. Something healthier. Rachel shrugged. That grilled crap you made before, with the long green vegetables. The asparagus. Yeah. That was good. The kid looked like she'd just won the lottery, almost bursting with joy. Barker, Biter and the veterinarian all set to basic chores around the place, as if it were routine. No one seemed to begrudge the fact that Bitch was taking it easy while they worked, not even Barker, who had been somewhat prickly the last time I'd run across him. Either she'd earned their respect, or they'd learned how stubborn she was. I wanted to talk to you about the future, I said. Rachel said, reclining. The dogs were clustered around her feet, the larger ones laying their heads in her lap. It's problematic, having you patrolling the area out here, scaring the locals. You know that, right? Rachel shrugged, apparently unconcerned. I watched as the man with the 3-year-old girl joined one of Bitch's other followers, a woman who had apparently been babysitting the child. He fished in one pocket for money, then handed it over. His voice was quiet, a mumble. When some DY helps you out, what do you say? Thank you, the toddler chirped. The woman only scowled. I saw Rachel out of the corner of one eye, watching. The man made his way past the kitchen, nearly running into the darker-skinned girl who was already cooking, past Barker and Biter, before finding a place to sit with his child. Despite his size, his presence, the man with the child didn't make eye contact with anyone. Almost flinched at it, even in the face of a 100-pound girl. Mentally disabled? Developmentally delayed? Or had he suffered a trauma? Between the way the girl had been so overjoyed at the slightest praise, and this man's attitude, I was wondering if maybe Rachel's people were somehow just as damaged as she was. There's one possibility, I said to Rachel. A role you could play in this. You don't have to. Just putting it out there. What's that? The portal, it sounds like it's going to be a thing. There's a whole world out there with nobody around. People will be settling there, establishing a society. I'm imagining there'll be something of a society popping up around the portal, a mirror city to Brockton Bay. But there'll be pioneers as well. People striking out on their own. And some of the Undersiders' enemies are going to try to slip through, control things on the other side. And if you're willing, maybe you could serve as an aide to the Undersiders, but you patrol for trouble, track down troublemakers and fugitives. That could be your territory, more than just the fringes of this city. She frowned. It's just an idea. It'd be hard to feed my dogs. Manageable, I said. Tattletale aims to control one of the fleets that brings supplies to the other side. We don't know how restrictive the government will be with the portal, or where ownership will lie, but I don't imagine getting dog food to you will be a problem. And as the area gets settled, maybe you could supply trained dogs to pioneers or hunters looking to capitalize on the area. She didn't reply, focusing on her adoring dogs, instead. 2 hands, no less than 20 ears to scratch in her reach. Think about it, I said. She grunted. The man was playing with his daughter, who was squealing and reaching out to pet the dogs who were standing by, almost protective. They're okay? I asked. The dogs won't hurt the kid. None of the dogs at this shelter, Rachel said. Pick them carefully. I was a little stunned at that. To give that much thought to something like that, it wasn't in her character. Why? I asked. You said I should think about what people need from dogs. If I'm going to find them homes, the dogs need to be able to live with families. I nodded. There were more questions I wanted to ask, but I didn't want to spoil the quiet relief I felt at hearing her say that. We sat for 10 more minutes before Bitch rose and began playing with dogs. She incorporated training into the play, dividing dogs into teams and having them fetch in shifts, among other things. I stood, joining her, and she handed me a ball. There wasn't much more conversation beyond that. Most of the talking was reserved for the dogs. Time passed quickly enough that I was surprised that Rachel's hench person announced that the food was ready. Not everyone collected some. Barker and Biter held off. The vet had her hands full. Rachel loaded up a plate with 2 burgers and a pile of grilled vegetables. I took about half the portions she did. It wasn't very good, but the kid seemed so pleased with herself that I couldn't say anything to that effect. Rachel didn't seem to care, nor did the big man and his daughter. Thank you, the toddler piped up, sing-song, when she was done eating the bits of crumbled-up hamburger and bun. Rachel, for her part, only stood to grab a soda. She mussed up the cook's hair on the way back, as if she were petting a dog. Not quite a leadership style I might have suggested, but the kid looked happy. I finished what I could, considered throwing the rest to the dogs, then decided it was best not to risk angering Rachel. It was late at night, now, but I didn't return to my lair. We tended to the dogs, grooming them, cleaning their ears and brushing their teeth. Certain dogs were due pills, and Rachel saw to it that they got the pills. It was an endless sequence of those little tasks I'd always found frustrating. Cleaning up, doing jobs that would only be undone by the next day, if not within minutes. I'd always found them frustrating, found it tolerable only now that I could delegate bugs to many of them. Rachel reveled in it. It seemed to calm her, center her. The others found their way to their beds, or made their way out the front door to head back to wherever they lived. Many dogs retreated to the kennels that were set out for each of them, and Rachel took the time to lock them in. The night was creeping on, and I wasn't leaving. I knew why, didn't want to admit it to myself. Exhaustion overtook me eventually, though I would have been hard-pressed to say exactly when. I woke in the middle of the evening, found myself slumped on a couch with a crick in my neck, a blanket over me. Rachel was on another couch, and the blue-eyed girl, the cook, was lying beside her, her back pressed to Rachel's front. I stood, stretched, winced at the knot at the muscle where my neck met my shoulder. The movement seemed to stir Rachel. She started to extricate herself from behind the girl. "Don't let me disturb you," I murmured, keeping my voice quiet enough that it wouldn't disturb anyone. She shifted position, keeping herself propped up. "You leaving?" I frowned. "Yet." "Okay." She settled back down, and the kid curled up against her. Kid. The teenager was probably older than Aisha or Vista. I couldn't help but see her as younger, because there was something about her that screamed lost. Maybe that was the role that Rachel filled, here. Forming a screwed up, antisocial family with those who had nobody else. Damaged people. I was okay with that. I could believe that, even if she didn't heal them or help them get better in any explicit way, she wouldn't make them worse. I felt like I should say something more, but I was tired, my thoughts increasingly occupied by greater matters. "Bye. Bye," she said. I headed to the door. I was already gathering bugs to me, just to ensure I had a safe walk back. A walk home in the dark would be nice. Time to think. Thanks. I stopped in my tracks, looked back. Rachel had her head down against the armrest of the couch. I couldn't see her through the other girl's head. But it had been her voice. I revised my opinion. Maybe they could heal each other, in their own ways. It helped, as I stepped outside and started my long, quiet trek home. I was riddled with doubts, with countless worries, but knowing that Rachel was in a better place was a light in the darkness. I had let 2 days pass since my conversation with Miss Militia. Dealt with the teeth. They weren't all gone. Hemorrhagia had slipped away, as had Reaver, and there were rank-and-file troops. Parian still had some cleaning up to do, at the very least, but the teeth weren't the presence they had been. Now I had to face everything I'd been dreading. I'd spent time here because I was procrastinating. Putting off the inevitable. I couldn't put it off any longer. If I didn't bring myself to do it soon, it would only get harder to bring myself to do it. Tomorrow morning, I thought. I face off with Tag and the rest of the PRT. Imago 21.7. I eased the door closed, then paused to let my eyes adjust. Every window had the blinds closed and curtains shut over it. The room was dusty, and needle-thin rays of light caught the flurries of specks, making them glow. I grew aware of my surroundings, distinguishing dark gray shapes from an oppressive darkness. A desk sat in the middle of the room, shaped like a C, with a cushy computer chair in the middle. 4 monitors were arranged at even intervals across the desk. Beyond them, 3 widescreen televisions were mounted on tripods. The walls and open spaces beyond the televisions, in turn, were filled with bulletin boards and whiteboards. I glanced at my phone. The last text I'd received was still displayed on the main screen. The nearest keyboard to entrance. Don't wander and don't turn monitor on. Type WQTKSDH2. I followed the instructions, making my way to the desk, carefully angling my body so I wouldn't touch any of the bulletin boards, and so that I didn't bump anything with the loose fabric of my running pants or my backpack. I didn't want to risk using my bugs to check for obstacles, so I was forced to rely on my eyes alone, in this near-total darkness. I found the keyboard, found the little nibs on the F and J keys so I could center my hand, and very carefully typed out the password. A series of barely audible beeps sounded throughout the room. What had I just disabled? Claymores? Did I really want to know? Free of whatever safeguards that had been set in place, I turned on the monitor. The faint glow lit up one half of the room, casting light on Tattletale's costume in one corner, and the heavy metal door leading to her bedroom. I found a dimmer switch on the wall and turned the lights up just enough that I could see. The details on the bulletin boards became clear. They were color-coded by subject, but there were threads connecting elements, pieces of yarn tacked into place or held in spots with magnets. I approached the nearest boards. The set furthest to the left were each headed cauldron with subheadings and had either green construction paper or words in green marker. The board closest to me had photos of various capes, organized into 40 rows and 25 columns, headed cauldron, unconfirmed. 1.5 inch by 1 inch images of various masks, their names penned in underneath. Here and there, portraits were missing, presumably where Tattletale had found better spots for them. So many capes. It was startling really, and I was suspicious it was incomplete. Was she planning on expanding that? The upper half had sections marked for likely and confirmed. Many of the likely capes had a series of letters and numbers by their name, 5 digits long, reference numbers. There were only 3 confirmed capes on the board. Capes that had been more or less verified, through a combination of admission and Tattletale's powers, Eidolon, Alexandria, Legend. Lines were drawn on the construction paper behind them, pointing to one portrait-sized rectangle of paper at the top, as though indicating a hierarchy. It was blank, and the name at the very bottom was only Cauldron. The back of the same bulletin board had confirmed trigger capes and case 53. Each trigger cape had a trigger event marked in pen below the name, along with the same series of letters and numbers by their name: Jadeite, post-brainwashing dissonance sput. Gethsemane, lost family in war H2UXA. Skitter, bullying 9ZW3T. The rest of the undersiders were on that section of the board as well, but the trigger events had been left off. Chances were good that she didn't want prying eyes to dig up details, while my information was presumably public knowledge. I walked across her setup, my hand trailing across the index cards and pictures as I walked, as though I could take in the information through touch. Lengths of yarn connected the cauldron board to the PRT board, which was a whiteboard, magnets affixing index cards to specific areas. A black piece of yarn extended from Alexandria on the cauldron board to the recently retired chief director on the PRT board. Black for a direct connection. Yellow yarn extended from the cauldron board to index cards regarding PRT funds. The whiteboard held scrawlings of notes, musings, and possibilities, some half erased. Degree of involvement with cauldron? Funding: is PRT siphoning official funds to pay for powers? Agenda? It wasn't reassuring. The number of questions, the idea that the PRT might be far larger than I'd conceived. I moved on to boards of a different color. The red bulletin boards and white boards with red writing: Brockton Bay. Potential threats: the Teeth, Red-Handed, Heartbreaker, Lost Garden, Adepts, the Orchard, the Fallen. Each was labeled with a code, much like the trigger events had been, and a letter number combination after that. It took me only a minute to find what they were referring to. Things were organized beyond the initial veneer of chaos. A small bookshelf, knee-high, held file folders with the same letter number pairings as I saw on the bulletin board. I picked one out at random. Adepts. Self-professed magic users. One page of information listing names and powers. Another page with the PRT's information on them, a series of codes and symbols I didn't quite follow, numbers inside colored circles, squares, and diamonds. From what I could gather, they had a low threat level, moderate crime rate, moderate engagement level, low activity level. Led by Epoch, a time traveler. Fun. I didn't even want to think about the headaches that power would cause. I put the folder away carefully, picked out another. Lost Garden. High threat level, low crime rate, low engagement level and moderate activity level. Leader: Barrow. A powerful shaker, similar to Labyrinth, only rather more single-minded in what he did. He couldn't leave the altered area he created around him, only extending it slowly to an area while letting it fade behind him, an effect described as a depression with overgrowth extending into the surrounding neighborhood. Tattletale's own notes in the file suggested he was making slow but steady progress towards Brockton Bay, and that he had been since the portal appeared. I flipped through the rest of the file. What kind of people gravitated towards someone like that? Apparently a lot of very young parahumans, boys and girls around Aisha's age, had gathered around the middle-aged Barrow. A little creepy, when I imagined that collection of capes and the resulting dynamic. I put the folder away, returned to the boards. Brockton Bay had several more. Money. Planning. Property acquisition priorities. Property sales. A whiteboard with the word door written in red, circled and underlined several times, surrounded by question marks. Who would own the portal? A single blue-lettered whiteboard with pale blue index cards. At the very top was the title, in bold black letters: Powers, Source. I looked at the index cards that were fixed onto the board with magnets. There were no real answers there. Only questions and theorizing. It was Tattletale's stream of consciousness distilled. The whole? Pieces of greater puzzle but don't know what shape it takes. Place, person, thing, or something less concrete. What are powers? Mirror/extrapolation a consideration? Is there link between there and here? Why? Power distribution aimless, simple, chaotic. Mistake? Something go wrong? Is this only part of something greater? Scheme or something more base? Why trigger events? Why go to trouble? Connection to the source? Tied to something primal or some scheme? Simple or complicated? What is deviation between cauldron and typical trigger? Was there leak to water supply from cauldron? Parasite? Look into epidemiology. Prob not. Get someone's story about process for getting powers from cauldron for hints. Who has answers? If not thinkers, then capes with closer connection to passenger? PRT? Cauldron? S9? Other gov TS? What channels can I use to get these answers? Theft, coercion, money, goodwill, barter? Have to set a value for an answer before raising idea with coil skitter. I frowned and stepped away. The last board, far right, was backed by black construction paper. At the top, printed on white index cards in bold black letters: End of the world. The board was disturbingly empty. Jack's picture was in the upper left corner with pieces of paper arranged below it, tracking everything that he'd done since he left the city. Each piece of paper had names of known entities he'd interacted with in any direct fashion. Sites the Nine had attacked, a string of small towns as they progressed in a zigzagging fashion away from Brockton Bay. Capes recruited to the group, capes slain. The other 3/4 of that board were almost entirely clear, but for one index card in the upper right. Limits to Dyna ability: can't see accurately points of interaction with power immune capes, precogs, situ change thinkers. Limited sight past points of interaction. These are stoppers. Hartford, no known stoppers in area. Enfield, no known stoppers in area. Chicopee, no known stoppers in area. Southbridge, no known stoppers in area. Boston, Charlestown area, yes stoppers, no direct interaction B/W any stoppers in 9. Call to double check with still. No interaction. Toy box, no known stoppers. It made a lot of sense. Tracking Jack's trail of destruction from the point he'd left the city, finding the point where Dinah couldn't or shouldn't be able to see, using them to narrow down possibilities. But the expanse of black on that board was daunting, considering everything that was at stake. I made my way to the desk, set my backpack down on the ground, and took a seat in Tattletale's chair. I pressed the power buttons for each of the other monitors, and they flickered on. Checking the drawers, I found a remote, and turned each television on in turn. 2 televisions dedicated to news, 1 to business, each on mute, with captions spelling out the words as the reporters spoke. The password I'd entered had apparently logged me into the computers as a guest. I kicked off my shoes and set my feet on the desk, as I'd seen Tattletale do, slipping into her shoes for a moment. Everything was arranged so it was in clear view, monitors, televisions, bulletin boards. Looking at the notes, the different colors, the disorder, and the number of questions, it made me think of a kind of paranoid schizophrenia, seeing connections everywhere. Except she was right. Even logged in as a guest, I could see vestiges of the programs she'd installed on her main accounts, a stock ticker, a news ticker, weather, time, trending topics, social media feeds, several alert boxes for when pages relating to certain topics were updated or created. Even the background was a series of 4 video feeds from cameras that overlooked Brockton Bay. That was just what was worked into the desktop, with no windows opened. The monitors flickered with new information at a speed that was 2 or 3 times that of the televisions, and the material on the televisions wasn't exactly slow-paced. The bulletin boards, conversely, were static. It was like a physical representation of what was going on in Tattletale's mind. Information streaming in, details from other sources intruding as I tried to focus on only one. And always, there were the questions in the background, the same ones marked on the bulletin board. Things to keep in mind while she took in other details, constantly seeking out the connections that tied things together. Did she simply sit here, taking it all in, while using her phone and the computer to manage the undersider's business? No small wonder she had overloaded on her power. I opened up a browser window on the computer, logged into Parahumans Online. 2 new tabs. A search for Skitter, a search for Taylor A. Bear. About 95,000 posts relating to Skitter. About 5,200 posts relating to Taylor A. Bear. I sighed, closed the tabs, and then investigated the board for Brockton Bay. It wasn't anything I wanted to read. I had checked most of the pages up to the halfway point on page 2 of the Brockton Bay subboard when the heavy metal door clicked and opened. Tattletale Lisa stepped out, wearing an oversized t-shirt and pajama pants. My momentary confusion on how to define her was due to the fact that her hair was down, which I associated with Tattletale, while she was in civilian clothes, which was naturally fit for the name Lisa. So oh hell, she broke off, recoiling in pain in the face of the dim lights and the glow of the various screens and monitors, shielding her eyes. I hurried to reach for the dimmer switch, but she was already calling out a command: System, lights off. The lights went out. System, screens off. The televisions and computer monitors went dark. Sorry, I said, keeping my voice low. Thought you'd have recovered more. Nah, she said. She still wasn't opening her eyes, and was speaking with a care that suggested even the sound of her own voice hurt her. I could see dark circles under her eyes. She probably hadn't slept recently. But no big. You could go back to bed, I said. No way am I missing this, she said. My chair. I climbed out of the chair and turned it around so the seat was available to her. She made her way there as if she were an old woman, eased herself into the seat and reclined, putting her feet on the desk. One arm draped over her face so her eyes were hidden in the crook of her elbow. This setup, all of this is too much for you, I said. You're trying to handle too much at once. Ironic, she mumbled, coming from you. I took a seat on the edge of the desk. You're bombarding yourself. You should try to tackle one thing at a time. Can't. I focus on one thing, I let others fall by the wayside. Too many bases to cover. Maybe you should let things fall by the wayside, I commented. Is it so important to understand where powers come from? Isn't it enough to run the city, watch out for enemies, and maybe devote weekends to figuring out this business with Jack? She groaned. Sorry, I said. I was only giving her more cues and prompting involuntary uses of her power, making the problem worse. Asking questions was cruel, with her like this. No. No, it's okay. It's all related. I described my power as being like a massive, 3-dimensional game of Sudoku, right? Spaces get filled in. Yet. This, if I get stuck somewhere, maybe there's something on the periphery that helps me figure it out from another angle. If I'm going to tackle the problem, I gotta tackle the whole problem. Helps keep the facts straight. Notice sooner when the wrong piece of information's in a spot. You forgot to note that Accord buys powers, I said. Came up a little while ago, didn't see them on the back of the green board. She put her feet down on the ground, as if she was going to spring up and make the necessary adjustment, then seemed to think twice about it. She rested her elbows on the table and buried her face in her hands. I'll do it, I said. Index cards are on the shelf by the door. I got up and walked over to the shelf, fished around until I found the green index cards and a black felt tip pen. I wrote down, reminder, Accord buys powers from Cauldron to empower qualified underlings. They don't know much about process, but he will. I pinned it up in the likely section. When I was done, I glanced back at Lisa, still resting her head in her hands. I let a minute or two pass in silence, while she got her bearings. So, she finally said. So. Sorry I took so long to show, she said. Not a problem, I said. I enjoyed the piece. A moment of quiet before the storm. I'm not messing up your schedule? What time is it? 8. I started to shake my head, then realized she wasn't looking at me. Hard to tell in the gloom. You aren't. And it's about 7:45. Not sure I follow this plan of yours. That's a bad sign, if I can't get my head around it. You're not exactly in the best shape. Still, I echoed her, sighing. I leaned against the wall, hooking my thumbs in my pockets. Maybe you're right. She slowly raised her head, grimaced, and then shifted back to a reclining position, moving at a glacial speed. I felt a pang of sympathy. Can I get you anything? I asked. Drugs don't help. Something besides drugs, maybe. Water. No. Nothing makes a difference except time, being very still, very dark and very quiet. Let's just. She trailed off. Let's just what? I prompted. I was going to say we should get this over with, but, we don't want that, do we? No, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Silence lingered. I stared at the room, all the unanswered questions now illegible in the darkness, reduced to shades of dark grey on black, and black on dark grey. Those questions were Lisa's province. My focus was on the team, the dynamics of the group, and the how we handled those beyond our inner circle. Our enemies, allies who could become enemies. Even the public at large had to be handled, managed, addressed as a possible threat. Those were the concerns I had right now. Wish I could use my power more, Lisa said, give you advice so you're going in with your eyes wide open. I wish you could too. Don't be upset with yourself, though. I didn't give you much advance warning, and you'd already overloaded your power. The sentiment's enough. It's not, really. Fuck me. I'm not very good at this. Being uncertain. Frustrated. Disappointed in my inability to offer anything. She trailed off. I thought of the Lisa I knew, her personality, her general demeanor. Slightly reckless, confident, cocky. Fearless. And scared. I offered. Scared, she agreed. I'd never really seen her vulnerable. I'd seen her hurt, had seen her reactions after her arm had been dislocated, after Jack had slashed her face open. I'd seen her worried, even spooked, when the Endbringer was en route, and when she'd been concerned for me. But this was Lisa, temporarily bereft of her powers. A mere mortal. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. You know, Rachel said thank you last night, I said. Yeah. Got me thinking, I said. Don't know if I ever said it to you. I owe you the most, in a way. Lisa smiled, but it wasn't a joyful expression. She murmured, don't know if you should be that thankful. What I did, bringing you on board, trying to help you, if I can even call it help, considering where we wound up. The means justify the end, maybe, I suggested. Maybe. I appreciate it, whatever the case, I told her. Then you're welcome, she said. She changed position, and I made out a nearly imperceptible noise of pain. And I think that's my cue to go, I told her. She frowned, damn. That's it. I shrugged. What more is there to say? I'm supposed to give you advice. Some insight. But I'm crapped out. Give it a shot anyways, I suggested. She frowned. After a few seconds, she said, give em hell. Will do, I said. I approached her, then leaned down and wrapped my arms around her, while she was still sitting in the chair. One gesture, as if it could convey everything I couldn't say with words. Gru had worried I was fatalistic. That wasn't quite the term that applied, here. But the underlying idea was sound. We'd established something of a rule, way back when, on the night we'd first found out about Dinah and her powers, the same night Leviathan had arrived. I'd very nearly turned my back on the group, and Tattletale had established a rule. No goodbyes. I collected my backpack, turned, and then left, wordless. The sun and the heat were working on destroying the fog that had settled around the city in the wake of the grim weather. The result was that the sky was very blue overhead, the city still harboring traces of the early morning's fog. It couldn't be later than 9. I wasn't wearing a costume, but I wasn't hiding in clothing I wouldn't normally wear, either. A simple white tank top, black running pants and running shoes. For all the bystanders could see, I was Taylor Bear, indistinguishable in appearance or fashion from the girl who'd appeared on the news. Nobody gave me a second glance. I moved with purpose, and that was enough. The eyes in the crowd looked right past me. It had taken me some time to get used to the sheer obliviousness of people. Even Rachel, with her distinct appearance, had been able to manage with brief public appearances. It was less about getting caught, more about escape routes. Being spotted while I was on my way to visit Gru and Citron would have been problematic. Being spotted on my way back to my territory wasn't a problem. By the time the heroes could respond, they wouldn't be cause for any concern. The same principle applied here. The only distinction was why the heroes weren't a cause for concern. Tension sang through my body with every step. My stomach felt hollow. I hadn't had much of an appetite this morning. At the same time, I felt an almost zen calm. My thoughts were clear. I'd already decided on a plan of action. It was a similar calm to the one I'd experienced against Dragon and Defiant. I approached the PRT headquarters. Many of the bugs I'd infested the building with on my last visit were still there, and the occupants of the building had adjusted to them. Nobody gave a second thought to the bugs that made contact with them, unless it was to absently slap at a mosquito or brush an ant from their leg. I could sense Tag in his office, talking on the phone. People were filing in through the front doors, some were employees, others were tourists, eager to check out the newly opened gift shop and inquire about a tour. It was puzzling. Did Tag not anticipate another attack? Or had he decided that my attack with my bugs was the very extreme to which I was ready to go? The full extent of the threat I posed when angered? The PRT officers stationed just inside the door, grown men and women who had the job of looking out for troublemakers, barely glanced at me as I joined the crowd and walked right under their noses. Then again, I'd said something to Regent about that. Attacking from an unexpected direction, doing the last thing one's enemy expected. This was definitely that. There was no way they expected me to walk into the building, first thing in the morning on a sunny day, when they hadn't even done anything in recent memory to provoke me. I made my way into the center of the lobby and stopped to look around. Maybe it was that I was standing still, while the rest of the people in the lobby were moving. If not moving against the flow, resisting it. But someone noticed me. A PRT officer by the front desk. I could see him out of the corner of my eye, reaching for his weapon. I exhaled slowly. I felt eerily calm, while my power roared at the periphery of my consciousness. It was as if my bugs were screaming at me to attack, to retaliate. To strip flesh from bone, sting, and bite. I pushed my bugs back, told them to go still. It had been months since my power and I were this at odds. Months since I'd been in the bathroom of Winslow High, telling myself I didn't want to fight, that I didn't want to retaliate against the bullies. But now I was left to wonder if that was my subconscious or my passenger. Villain, the PRT officer bellowed as he trained his gun on me. The reaction was oddly delayed, as each one of the 50 or 60 people in the lobby turned to the PRT officer for a cue, for some indication of the danger or the direction of the threat. They saw the direction that he was facing and the direction his gun was pointing, and turned their attention to me. Only then did the civilians and unarmed staff scream, run, and seek cover. Only then did the PRT officers around me draw weapons and point them at me. A half-dozen PRT officers in full body armor, with their lethal and non-lethal weapons trained on me. Get down, one officer screamed. I slowly dropped to my knees, then folded my hands behind my head. There were sounds of footsteps. I could see Miss Militia and the wards exiting a room behind the front desk. I tried to think of what my bugs had told me about the layout on past visits. It was a meeting room, if I was remembering right. Miss Militia, Clock Blocker, Flechette, Vista, and Crucible stared, eyes wide. Miss Militia's expression was one of concern, her eyebrows furrowed. She was still, compared to the PRT officers around me, who were shouting at me, asking questions I couldn't answer. I bowed my head and closed my eyes, as if I could find the same kind of refuge Tattletale had been seeking, find a stillness by shutting out the chaos of the outside world. I'd said my goodbyes to my team, as much as I'd been able. I'd put my ducks in a row, again, as much as I could. I'd have to trust to Gru to see to Regent and Aisha, keep them on the right path. I'd have to trust Tattletale to look after Gru. I'd decided, in the course of talking to my mom, that I'd have to cross a line if I was going to follow Dinah's instructions, if I was going to achieve everything I needed and wanted to achieve. To do it, I'd told her, I'd have to be heartless, and this was the most heartless, inhuman thing I could do. Leaving my people. Leaving Rachel. Leaving Brian. I thought of the paper, of the words from Dinah. Cut ties. I hope you know what you're doing, Dinah. Because this is as cut as I can get them. My eyes met Miss Militia's. I surrender. Interlude 21. The number man swept one finger over the touchscreen display. $2.6 billion here, $100,000 there. Money was the blood of civilized society, its currents running through everything and everyone. Where money was insufficient, things withered. People starved, sickened, and died, constructions eroded, even ideas perished. Where funds were plentiful, the same things blossomed with new life. And money was, in the end, little more than the product of collective imagination. A slip of paper or a coin had no value beyond that of the material it was fashioned of. It only took on a life of its own when people as a whole collectively agreed that certain papers and coins were worth something. Only then did people bleed and die for it. For a fantasy, a faith given form in hard, concrete numbers. Then again, much of society was built on a series of shared delusions. Clothing was little more than scraps of particular materials with particular geometries, but people clung to the idea of fashion. Style. Good and bad fashion was another belief system, one which all members of a culture were indoctrinated into. Breaking certain conventions didn't only challenge the aesthetic sensibilities of others, but it challenged their sense of self. It reminded them, subconsciously, of the very pretendings they clung to. Only those with power could stand against society's tides, flaunt the collective safe aesthetic. When one had enough power, others couldn't rise against them and safely say something calculated to reduce their own dissonance and remind the offending party of the unspoken rules. When one had enough power to take a life with a twitch of a finger, a thought, they earned the right to wear skin-tight clothing and call themselves hero, or legend. To wear a mask and name themselves something inane like the cockatoo and still take themselves seriously. He armored himself in normalcy. He wore only a button-up shirt and thin-rimmed glasses, his blonde hair cut into a short style that was easy to maintain. To anyone on the street, he wouldn't appear to be anything but a bookish middle-aged man. He hadn't always been this bland. The number man stepped away from the screen. His office was plain, white tile with white walls. The rear of it was a floor-to-ceiling window, looking out on a foreign landscape, a place far from Earth. Still an Earth, but not the one he'd been born to, not even the one he was in at this very moment. The doormaker maintained a portal to that foreign landscape, just behind the number man's office and changed it on request. Today, it was a mountaintop view of a wilderness with a crimson foliage and grey branches, the sky perpetually overcast. One of a number of Earths where humans had never been. The number man had gone to some lengths to spruce up this place. He'd never liked the eternal white of this complex, so he'd adorned his walls with other images. To his right, there was a large print of the golden mean, the phi decimal as a fractal image in gold against black paper, with mathematical notation surrounding it. Opposite it, Dali's crucifixion, Corpus Hypercubus. The painting was blown up to 1.5 times the size. Jesus crucified on a fourth-dimensional cross. No chairs. He'd worked out the dangers of sitting against the convenience and decided it wasn't worth falling into that trap. When he did enter his office, he walked, paced, tapped his foot while pondering deeper problems, stood and stared out the window at whatever landscape he had outside his window in a given week. He crossed his room and touched a screen. It lit up, filled with data fed to his computers from a doorway to Earthbet. The pulse of society, right under his thumb. The elite, a villain group expanding a subtle control over the western seaboard of America, putting pressure on rogues to bring them under their thumb as performers, thinkers, designers, and innovators. He could see the numbers, extrapolate from the data to gauge their rate of growth. They were developing too slowly to be useful, not developing fast enough to outpace the predicted end of the world. They'd reach Brockton Bay in about a year. There would be time to decide if countermeasures were needed in the meantime. Gesellschaft, a nationalistic organization half a planet away from the elite, was moving large funds in anticipation of a small war. Money was being laundered through cover operations and businesses, almost impossible to track, unless one was able to take in the bigger picture, to see the intent, the beginnings and endings of it. They were investing in transportation, and their funding seemed to decline at the same time some notable arms dealers in southern Europe found themselves richer by an equal amount. The number man flicked his way past a series of windows detailing the transaction amounts. Arms dealers who specialized in nuclear materials. This was pointing towards terrorism, and not on a small scale. Troubling, but the system would address them. The major hero group in Germany, the Meisters, would attend to the problem. It didn't warrant an expenditure of Cauldron's full resources, not when things were already on shaky ground. Still, it wouldn't do to have a disaster at this crucial juncture. The Protectorate was required for just a little longer. If they were going to make it through this, there couldn't be any substantial distractions. Gesellschaft hadn't elected to seek out the number man and make use of his services, as so many supervillains around the world did. He had no compunctions, as a consequence, about interfering with them. He tapped into a series of bank accounts he hadn't touched in some time, then scheduled a large number of transfers to the personal Gesellschaft accounts. 10 or 20,000 euros at a time. Where funds weren't likely to be held for moderation, he scheduled more transfers and disputed the charges. The transfer amounts were large enough to raise flags, to draw attention to the accounts in question. The banks were on the lookout for suspicious activity, and a total of 500,000 euros appearing in 6 checking accounts with typical balances of under 1,000 euros would be suspicious enough to merit a serious look. That was only to slow them down. They would want to investigate, to be careful and find out where the money came from. Later, if the situation was resolved and they somehow managed to hold on to the money, they would want to know where the money disappeared to, as he reclaimed it with a severe interest rate. They would suspect interference, would wonder if this outside agent had connected their civilian identities to their personas within Gesellschaft. Which he had. The transfers took him less than 30 seconds to arrange, and it would occupy them for 1 or 2 days. Freezing the larger business accounts would take only a little more time. 1 or 2 minutes. The meetings with the arms dealers had fit a vague schedule. The arms dealers always took a different route, but they traveled enough that they needed to buy gas at one point on the way. There was always a large transfer of funds. He laid a trap, calculated to start falling into place when the gas was bought in the time window. The main accounts that the Gesellschaft used to manage their funds would be frozen by the time the meeting was underway. They'd likely find themselves at the meeting, the product delivered, but with no funds to pay for it. He swept his fingertips along the window, dismissing the task. Who else? Where were the priorities? The CUI had bought a parahuman. Not so unusual. Higher rates, as of late, but then, the CUI faced a slight chance of an Endbringer attack in coming weeks. They would want to bolster their forces, add parahumans to their peculiar team. Tattletale had been actively separating herself from the number man, issuing new accounts to the undersiders in her organization. Not so surprising. Eidolon had outed him, announcing the number man as a Cauldron-involved cape to a crowd. Irritating. At least it had been manageable. He didn't exactly have a great deal of traction with the hero community. Tattletale was one loss, and he was hands-off with the undersiders, regardless. The King's men were in debt. Easy enough to manage an anonymous donation, keep them afloat for another 2 months. Child's play, all of it. The money, with its imaginary value, it was something he breathed. Setting up the tools to manipulate it had taken a little time, but that was it. Numbers were the fundament of the universe, as much a fabrication as money in some ways, more real than anything else in others. He understood numbers, and through them, he understood everything. A soft beep marked the arrival of somebody at his door. He turned. Enter. There was only one person it could logically be. The doctor only sent her personal bodyguard and right-hand woman to him, the others didn't have access to this building. Except it wasn't a person. The door swung open, but there was nobody on the other side. You can't handle it yourself? He asked. No reply, of course. He broke into a quick stride, hurrying through the door. Contessa is busy, I take it. Again, no reply. He reached an intersection and felt his hair stir imperceptibly, little more than what one might excuse as the exhaust from an air conditioning vent 30 feet away. He took that as his cue to change direction. He knew where he was going, now. He was relieved that it wasn't the worst-case scenario, if one could call it that. A mercenary calling herself Faultline had been leading a team that was opening portals for exorbitant amounts, traveling the world. It was a matter of time before someone contacted her to ask her to open a portal to here, or her own curiosity about Cauldron happened to lead her down that same road. If and when that happened, the young woman and her team, perhaps organization was more fitting now that their numbers had grown, would get a visit from Contessa. They would be removed from consideration, the portal would be sealed, and Cauldron would be safe again. In the meantime, they'd let things carry on like they were. Faultline would make contacts, she'd find like-minded individuals, and through her, Cauldron would uncover enemies, to be eliminated in one fell swoop. At the very least, right here and right now, the threat wasn't an invader. Given the layout of the complex, and the fact that whole wings of the structure were on separate continents, linked only by the doormaker, there were only a few possibilities for why an invader would be here. Not that it really mattered, it would be near impossible for someone to find their way here, now. No, this was a threat from within. Double doors unlocked and slid open. The number man wrinkled his nose as he entered the basement areas of the building. When the Cymurg had attacked Madison, she'd copied Haywire's technology to open a gate to a building much like this one. A research facility. The portal had dumped the buildings, soil, plant life, and all the residents into the city on Earth Bet, costing Cauldron a horrific amount. Even a stockpile of formulae had been lost. Perhaps most frustrating was the knowledge, the near certainty, that they'd been near a breakthrough. She'd sensed, somehow, had known, and had dashed it to pieces with the ease that a person might tear down a painstakingly made sand castle. They'd rebuilt, and this facility was somewhat different. More reinforced, connected to the surrounding terrain. Silly, to think she'd do the same thing twice, but they'd felt it necessary, after feeling the losses of that last attack. The architecture here wasn't white, and he was somewhat relieved at that. The tile was dark grey, lit by fluorescent bulbs and the light from windows at the end of the hallway. At regular intervals down the hallway, there were cells. Only some had windows to keep the occupants within. Others had only 3 walls and a white line that marked the division between the cell and the hallway. In each cell was an occupant. Large metal plates engraved with numbers helped track who they were, matched to the numbers hidden in the right arm of the tattoo that each subject received, a series of white dots that looked like nothing more than areas where the tattoo hadn't taken. The cells on the right were new test subjects, lost and angry. He didn't hesitate as he walked past them. The angry words they spat in alien languages were nothing to him. Their glares and hatred less than that. Their powers were only a small consideration. It was a rare para-human that didn't try to move beyond the boundary of their cell. There was no force field to stop them. They inevitably ignored the warnings and gestures from those in neighboring cells, stepping free, or they used their power, teleporting free or lashing out at one of the staff. The doctor, the number man, Contessa. They learned after the first time. Several staff members were housed in the cells to the number man's left. Those cells didn't open directly into the hallway. There were short paths that led around to the back of the room. It helped mask the noise, gave them some privacy. The cells were bigger too. 023, with a placard beneath. Doormaker. 265. No name. The number man knew him well enough, regardless. He'd been too young a subject when he'd taken the formula, his brain too malleable for the required changes, too slow to form natural immunities and defenses. Not a problem with regular trigger events, as it was. The boy's eyes had burned out of his sockets as he tried to process the vast amount of information he was capable of perceiving. Even now as he was reaching his late teens, the boy's mind had never developed beyond the mental age of 8, and his eyes remained like twin ashtrays. A partner to the doormaker, capable of granting clairvoyance, seeing whole other worlds at once. It left most subjects incapacitated for a week after use, and it overrode any other perception powers. No use to the number man, but essential for Cauldron in vetting universes and finding individuals. Most individuals. There were some, like the dealer, and 777, who'd escaped. 293. Incapable of talking, barely able to move. Limbless, obese. Another key member of the staff. No sign of interference. The odds of the threat being an assassin dropped. He quickened his pace, reaching the stairwell at the end of the corridor. Second floor basement. He stepped out of the stairwell and progressed down the main hallway. There were rows of cells to either side of him. 2048 para-humans, each with a number, both on the wall of their cell and in their tattoo. You need to narrow it down, the number man said. Help me find the trouble. His voice resulted in an outcry, the people in the cells nearest him realizing he was there, shouting, swearing, insulting him in 29 different languages. He ignored the shouting, instead extending his right hand. Is it this floor? Yes. He extended his left hand, or no. The faintest brush of air touched his left hand, so faint he might not have felt it while he was walking. He turned back for the staircase, made his way down. The third floor basement. Here, the special case studies could be found. 777 had been one. They got a name, more space, some quiet. He paused. Again, a brush against his left hand. Damn, he said, meaning it. It was on the fourth floor. He took the stairs two at a time, moving with an uncharacteristic haste. He also spoke, more to himself than his companion. There are others who are supposed to attend to these matters. Which suggests the escapee is smart, is strong enough to deal with them, or, as is more typical for the denizens of the fourth floor, interesting. Smart, he could deal with. Strong, he could deal with, barring certain exceptions. Interesting escapees, well. There'd be degrees of unpleasantness. He was still hurrying down the stairs as he reached the bottom. Two doors, both heavy, stainless steel top to bottom, capable of withstanding a small bomb blast. Only the doctor entered the rightmost door. The number man turned his attention to the door on the left, and entered his access codes, pressed his hand against the disguised plate to the right. As security measures went, it wasn't impossible to crack, not when one considered the breadth of para-human abilities, but if anyone who got this far decided to pass through this door, they deserved what they got. The deviations, the ones who didn't take to the formula, tended to fall into certain categories. There were those who had some minor physical or mental changes, they were little different from the most extreme deviations that appeared in typical trigger cases. Such deviations occurred a mere 1/8% of the time. They weren't what he was thinking of. The formula wasn't exact. Though they learned more every day, there were still unknowns regarding powers. Whatever connection the agents formed with individuals before or during a trigger event, it didn't manifest as strongly through the formula. When the subject was stressed, their body engaged by that distress, the connection grew weaker. In typical cases, the agent seemed to momentarily reach out to search the entire world, many worlds for reference material, to seize on the subject's conception of a bird or conception of movement, to build up an understanding of things that didn't exist in the agent's realm of experience. And in cases of a deviation scenario, the agent noted the physical stress and searched the subject's frame of reference for something, anything that might reinforce what it saw as a damaged host. For 93% of the unfortunates who were so afflicted, the agent drew from plant and animal life, from physical objects, materials, and designs in the subject's immediate vicinity. But 7% of the extreme deviant cases didn't find something physical, and there was little to nothing to rein things in. Such cases were not, as a general rule, released into the wild. It would be counterproductive. They were briefly studied, then disposed of. The number man's office was in this building because he was but one line of defense against escapees and threats, even in this department. He paused, concentrating. As though it were penciled in the air, in thread-thin, elaborate notation, he could see the geometry and the numbers unfolding across the world around him, through the air. He withdrew a pen from his pocket, spun it around one finger. The notation billowed around it, and through it, he could see the movement of the pen, the plotted trajectory, the velocity and rotation of it. The numbers clicked into place with a speed that made the rest of him, his very perceptions, seem like slow motion. Here and there were incongruities. Painting an entirely different picture. His companion was here, near him. Bending the most fundamental rules. The custodian. In another scenario, she would have been kept here and disposed of once we'd found a way to dissect her. I know you want to help, he commented. He wasn't even entirely sure if he was being heard. You see it as your responsibility. But it's best you stay behind. That said, he pushed the door open. If the cells on the third basement floor were twice as large as the ones on the second floor, these were larger still. Each was isolated, standalone in the vast, dark basement. The space allowed countermeasures to be maintained in each space. And here, experiment number 3016 was out of his cell. The number man knew of this one. He'd paid particular attention, once he'd heard about the peculiarities, heard about the power. The man was only half-dressed, his upper body bare, his beard a shaggy growth, his hair long and greasy. Showers were provided, where patients were able to make use of them, but the solitude wore on them, and few partook with any regularity. But the part of the man was unusual was what wasn't there. One leg of his uniform flapped in the wake of a wind turbine used to keep 2990 contained. There was no right leg beneath the pelvis, but his right foot was there nonetheless, set firmly on the ground. He stood as if his weight rested on it. Other parts of him had been carved away when he'd had his trigger event. An area of his stomach, around one eye, his entire left arm. Where they had been severed, there was only a grey plane, featureless, without shading or definition. But the number man could see it. Could see it in the physics of the way the pants leg moved, just slightly out of tune with the way it should have been flapping. There was something there, a disturbance. The test subject had destroyed one wind turbine, was facing the occupant, who was hidden in shadow. We escape, 3016 said, his voice a rasp, heavily accented. Together. I stop the spirit, you take. He stopped, turned to face the number man. The pair was separated by an expanse of 100 feet, in an open area with a high ceiling, only the lighting around each standalone cell allowed them to see one another. No conversation, no pleading. 3016 struck before he could be attacked, leaning back and then swinging, using the left arm that wasn't there. The number man was already moving, the mathematical notation filling his field of vision, singing in his ears, running along his skin. He could taste it, virtually swam in a clear, precise, organized outline of the world around him. His weight shifted as he found his center of balance. He kicked out to push himself to the left. 3016 manifested the strike as though his arm were exponentially larger, the attack repeated in almost infinite variations through the space in front of him, as though he were leveraging every possible version of himself that could have been here, in this basement, drawing them together in one coordinated strike. Concrete and steel were obliterated, and the blow carved divots into floor and ceiling both, disintegrated layers of stainless steel that sat behind and beneath the concrete of floor and wall. The number man was airborne. He'd measured the trajectory of the first hit as it carved through the ceiling, letting it slide past him by a mere 1 3/4 feet. He angled and oriented his body to absorb the rush of wind and dust, used it to carry himself just a little further, a little higher. His shoes squeaked as they found traction. He chanced one glance backwards. The attack had left a hole in the wall, the shape matching the impression that one might have made with an outstretched hand, fingers grasping, except it was 52.76 times the man's hand span. More notation, more numbers to work with. He could extrapolate, get an estimation of his opponent's weapon. He'd need a point of reference. He hesitated, as though he were catching his balance, glanced briefly at the nearest cell, while keeping the test subject in his peripheral vision. Another attack, baited so it would fall in a particular direction, not striking anything vital to Cauldron's operations. If this test subject got the idea of repeatedly striking in a downward direction, or striking up, then it opened up a whole mess of problems. There were test subjects on upper floors, and below, well, it was best to leave everything below to the doctor. He evaded the attack as he had the first, but allowed it to fall closer. Even without looking back, he knew he had the numbers right. The attack with the left arm was the same size each time. The strike passed within an inch of the number man. Probability, time, he thought. He was expending less energy on evading the attacks, now. He focused instead on the possible attacks, the range of motion. The notation that sprung forth put him in mind of the Vitruvian man, expanded to encompass every possible strike that might occur. Not seeing the future, but rather the possible consequences that might unfold. Now the number man was free to evade even before the attacks occurred. As a tennis player might move to cover the open court as the opponent's racket was drawn back in anticipation of a strike, he was bolting for the safe zone, the area where incoming attacks weren't as likely to fall, where his opponent would have to take time to adjust his orientation to effectively strike. Which would be a fatal mistake on his opponent's part. No. Test subject 3016 didn't use his left arm. He kicked out with the one leg that had only the foot attached. The number man ducked under the strike, throwing himself forward, rolling, found his feet in the same motion. The kick demolished whole tracks of flooring, tearing into the bottom of the stairwell. The distance between himself and his foe was now a mere 57 feet and 8 inches. 2 more strikes, sweeping attacks with a fist that could gouge floor and ceiling both at the same time, and each time, the number man slipped by unscathed, closing the distance at the same time. He could see the fear on the man's face. Dimos, the number man thought. It was an old thought, a familiar thought in the same way someone might find their mother's cooking familiar, and it wasn't his voice he heard it in. Another strike, this one coming dangerously close to 2990's cell, followed by another strike in the reverse direction. Phobos, the number man thought. First terror, then mindless panic. The attacks were more frantic now, but that was to be expected. The number man had conserved his strength, had the stamina to move more quickly. Twice, his opponent tried to feint, to change directions mid-strike. He caught on quickly enough to take advantage, closing the distance to 30 feet and 7 inches away, then 20 feet, 2 inches. Subject 3016 had 2 options. One was to be clever, to claw at the ground between them and create a divide, a moat. The other was to strike. The number man forced the decision. He calculated his movements, let one foot skid on the dusty ground, sprawled, rolling with his own momentum. He could hear the rasp as it tore through a section of ceiling, the attack incoming, saw the probable strike zones unfolding before his eyes. Rolled until he had his feet under him, then sprung. The attack missed by as narrow a margin as he'd permitted for the others. He straightened, studied the confusion and fear on his opponent's face. Every action on his part was measured, performed for effect. To dust his clothes off, walking forward at a measured, unhurried pace. To not even flinch as his opponent drew his hand back. He was still able to dodge. Barely. Stop, he said. There's no point. The test subject backed away a step instead. He tensed, readying to kick out with that non-existent leg of his. You'll miss, the number man said. And I'll close in and strike you, using my pen in my hand. I can see the stress points of your body, clear as day. I can shatter your skull like a glass, and it would be an exceptionally painful way to die. Slowly, he saw the fight go out of the test subject. Why? Return to your cell, and we can talk. I can't. I'm going mad, the test subject sounded almost morose, defeated. There's only one alternative, 3016. My name is Rainer. You lost that name when you came here. Why? Rainer died. Maybe it was war, maybe it was plague. But we sent our people to collect you before you passed. Some of the collectors were like me, others more like you, made to think the way we needed them to think. The test subject's eyes widened. You're mad. Rainer died. It's a purgatory. I do not know the word. Not in his lexicon? Purgatory? A limbo. A place between, the number man said. He advanced, and the test subject retreated. Between what? Hell and paradise. The mortal coil and the world beyond. This is a neutral ground. Neutral? Can you even understand what you are doing to us? I'm a child's toy, pieces missing. The number man studied 3016. He couldn't imagine any toy like that. Another cultural distinction, hailing to the man's universe. I understand a great deal about what we're doing to you. I could explain the experiments, the effects on your body, as we understand them, inform you. Morally. Ah, the number man replied. Morals. Another delusion perpetuated by society. Useful, valuable, much like commerce, but still a delusion. It only served its purpose so long as it was more constructive than not adhering to those beliefs, but people often lost sight of the fact, made it out to be something it wasn't. He'd suddenly lost a great deal of interest in this conversation. I have a family. A wife and children. I told you. You died when you came here. You left them some time ago. No. Yes. But what you are doing here, helping us, it's going to make a difference. It will help save your wife and kids. When you die, we will autopsy you. We will use what we learn to find stronger powers. Those powers will expand our influence and help us against the true threats. Threats? To my family. Yes. To everyone. You'll save them. We'll try. 3016 slumped. I can't go back to my cell. I could kill you, if you wished. If I'm going to die, I'll die fighting. You'll only make it violent, painful. It will be drawn out. He could see the man's expression shifting, the dawning realization that there was no way out. Was there a chance I could have won? Yes. Luck. A little more cleverness. If you were in better shape, perhaps. My power is better at range. Better still as I get further away, attack from other angles, in more subtle ways. Then I could have escaped? A chance I might have returned home. No. There was never a chance you might escape. The door slid open. He made his way to the chair, a laptop tucked under one arm. The doctor was present. She looked weary, but her hair was immaculate, pinned into a bun. She stared out the window at this world's landscape, so different from his own view. That's 2 escape attempts in 2 weeks. We had 3 in the last 4 years before that, only 1 successful, he said. I'm aware. We'll need to change our approach. She turned around. How? We need Contessa closer to home. She's required for damage control. Too many capes who were present for the Echidna incident think they can destroy us by spreading the word about Cauldron. Perhaps we stop performing damage control. Let the pieces finish falling where they will. We'd fall further behind in our agenda. Undoubtedly. But as it stands, it's only a matter of time before we're destroyed from within. Our operation is too big and too delicate to manage like this. The doctor frowned. It would mean less voluntary subjects. Very likely. The doctor frowned. And we're behind schedule, even if we ignore that. I'd hoped to use Shatterbird or Siberian. Unlikely anything would have come of it. But if it had. The number man had no reply to that. He set his laptop on the desk and booted it up. If they had been able to leverage either of them to defeat an Endbringer, or to find why they had wound up so powerful, compared to the typical para-human. It seems we may have just lost Brockton Bay. The number man's eyebrows rose, though his expression remained placid, his gaze fixed on the computer. Skitter turned herself in. With that, he did look up, meeting her gaze. He saw the truth in her statement and closed his eyes. Mourning one more lost possibility. They'd lost Coil, had lost Hero, and the Triumvirate had dissolved. They were in the process of losing the Protectorate. Everything they'd put together, falling apart over time. Is it settled? He asked. No, the doctor said. But she turned herself in, and as far as I'm aware, there is no mischief at work. Then it's not necessarily over. We can't interfere. I'm aware. We have to take more risks, the doctor said. If we're going to recover from these last few setbacks. What risks? If we're to decipher the formula, find the strongest effects, we can't keep tempering the mixture with the balance concoction. Creating more deviations. Far more, the doctor said. But we found the strongest powers before we were diluting the doses. We'd lose up to 23% of our potential client base. We lower the price. It's almost trivial at this point. The only reason we set a price in the first place was to wean out anyone who wasn't fully committed. We've supplemented virtually every other part of our operations with para-human powers. That only returns us to the issue of how we control our interests. We can't have deviations running around, or we'll bring disaster down on our own heads. I was thinking we use you in the field, number man. The number man leaned back in his chair. Me? You'd perform. You have performed in the past. I suppose, he mused. He rubbed his chin. He needed to shave. A long time ago. I know you wanted to get away from that business, but... He shook his head. No. This is bigger than things I want. If I can participate in this, I can get my hands dirty. We'll be looking for the Slaughterhouse 9, I take it. No. The heroes are already looking, I'm not sure what we could contribute. There are other matters to consider, and we're giving up a great deal of control behind the scenes by having you in the field, rather than working elsewhere. I take it this is another risk we're taking. Yes. Increasing the volatility of the formulas, deploying you while we reserve Contessa for the more severe situations, allowing the public to discover more of Cauldron's role in things. Hopefully not too much, he said. The doctor shook her head. Not too much. When will you be prepared to relieve her? A day or two. Let me get prepared. He stood. I left the data on the laptop. Funding, the movements of key groups. Thank you. He left the room. His power alerted him about the custodian's presence as he entered the hallway. The sum of a million infinitesimal details. It also informed him of the seam in the hallway, marking the nearly invisible doormaker portal. He stepped from the doctor's headquarters to the hallway leading to his own office. Doormaker had changed the landscape beyond his window. An earth of black magma and brilliant sunsets in the middle of the day, apparently. He moved his dolly picture, sliding it to one side, and stepped into the doorway beyond. Barring incidents like earlier in the day, it had been a long time since he had exercised his power in any serious way. The costume, neatly folded on a shelf at the end of the closet, seemed so very small as he unfolded it. Even the smell, it brought back memories. 1987. The pair of them were breathing heavily. They exchanged glances. Two faces, spattered with flecks of blood. Jacob carefully stepped around the expanding pool of blood. He crouched by the body, then grinned. The other face wasn't smiling at all. It was grim, a stark opposite, just as their hair colors were nearly opposites. We're nearly opposites in more than hair color. He can die after all, Jacob mused. Yes. Wasn't all that, Jacob mused. He looked almost disappointed. Maybe not. Bastard. Jacob kicked the body. Prick. I'm worried he'll get up all of a sudden, even with his guts hanging out and half his blood on the ground. Jacob stretched, and wet blood ran down his arm as he raised it over his head. He still held the murder weapon. One of the murder weapons. It had been a shared effort. This doesn't end it. They'll come after us. We could lie, Jacob said. Tell them he used mind control. They won't believe us. Then we run with it. Everyone will have an idea who we are. After this, we can make a name for ourselves. We have names. A reputation. Don't tell me you don't feel like there is something bigger, something better. You call yourself Harbinger. That's all about the things to come. His name for me, not mine, Harbinger said. But the idea. There's something bigger than this, something at the end of the road, Jacob said. I don't see the point. But you feel it, don't you? The rush. Yes, Harbinger said. Forget the stupid names and spandex. Tell me your heart isn't pounding, that you've never felt more alive than this. Harbinger shook his head. We can live this. Together. Every waking second. Jacob. Jack, Jacob said. He kicked King's body again. Fuck it. He always called me Jacob, practically purring. His little killer in training. As if I could match up to his grey boy. I want to be more than that. Get out from under his shadow. Okay. Jack. If it's a farce, a joke, let's run with it. We take simple names, dumb names, and we make people quake in their shoes at the sound. Jack. Slash. No. I won't. Jack wheeled on him, knife in hand. You want to fight? Jack asked. The smile had dropped from his face. The look in his eyes, hungry. No. That's just it. I don't want to keep doing this. You said it yourself. You feel the rush, like you're on the cusp of something greater. I do feel it, but I think I can get there by walking a different road, Harbinger said. He could see the disappointment on Jack's face. See the way Jack's knuckles widened as he tightened his grip on the blade. His power blossomed around the boy, showing possible attack vectors. Too many. Harbinger wasn't sure he'd survive. He might have to throw himself in the way of the attack and kill his friend before a more serious attack could be delivered. Or. I'll play, though, he said. Play. Make a name for myself. Jack smiled. Present. The number man set the costume down. He picked up the knife. The same one he'd used to stab King in the back, buying Jack time to open the man's stomach. He wouldn't wear a costume. Wouldn't do anything particularly fancy. He'd even keep this name. A measure of respect to an old friend. Something to challenge convention. Jack was his other number, his inverse. The number man was working to save lives, and he killed as a matter of kindness. Jack considered killing a matter of fact, and any life he spared was only for his own twisted ends. The number man still considered the man a friend, as much as he knew that friendship was one of those ephemeral constructs. One of the delusions people subjected themselves to make the world make sense. Or maybe Jack was family. They'd started out on the same path, after all. Did Jack know that there was another parallel? That the numbers and the research with Cauldron were illustrating something else entirely? The number man had been gifted with powers of perception. To see the underpinnings of the world. In a roundabout way, he used his power for killing, for destruction. Jack had been gifted with a power that was good only for killing, but the number man harbored a suspicion that Jack was more than that. Research within Cauldron had included tinkers, drawing many conclusions about how tinkers operated. Some were well vested in mechanical details, drawing a great deal from it to fabricate their work. Others had little idea about the technical aspects of what they created, relying more on instinct and creativity, relying more on their agents to draw up an idea of how their work would function. It was quite possible that other capes were doing the same thing. There was no way Jack should have made it this far on luck and instinct alone. Not dealing with the monsters he interacted with on a daily basis. The idea had started as a theory, but had taken on a life of its own. Was it possible that Jack was drawing on the same agent that granted him his powers? Wittingly or unwittingly? Did he have a second set of eyes watching out for him? Sharpening his instincts? Giving him a sense of imminent danger or his vulnerable targets? And more to the point, why? Was Jack, perhaps, in particular sync with his agent in mindset? And if he was, did that suggest something about their motives? Interlude 21. How did the others do it? They entered into a room and people respected them. Saba walked through her territory, a black, bipedal unicorn just behind her. She had muscle, but the stares she got were hard ones, challenging. Was it that she'd inherited territory that bitch had controlled, once? Territory where people had been afraid to go outside for fear of being attacked by dogs? She'd tried to make it clear she wasn't that kind of leader, had tried to emulate Skitter, even, but it hadn't worked. Gifts she'd brought in were rejected outright, or taken wordlessly, as if people thought she owed them something for being in charge. She'd saved people from the teeth, saved them from extortion, threats. Not even a thank you. She couldn't shake the suspicion that, well, she hadn't been here when the disasters hit Brockton Bay. She hadn't been a line of defense between these people and the Slaughterhouse Nine, the merchants, the chosen, or the pure. She'd been one of those people, instead. She'd escaped being the victim, but, she'd lost so many people she cared about. It wasn't the first time she'd done this. Gravitating towards one idea, feeling like she'd finally found the one thing she had to do. It was never easy. Always an uphill climb. High school had been hard because she'd immigrated from Basra with her family. She'd had an incomplete understanding of English, had been forced to learn the language as she learned the subject matter. Her parents had been too occupied with their own issues and their own adjustment to help her out, so she'd done it alone. Saba was still kind of proud that she'd managed it, even if it wasn't something that anyone else had ever recognized. A private, personal victory. She'd attended university, and had gravitated towards the grittier subjects. She'd taken math courses, focusing on engineering after her first year, because they had been the subjects she'd found easiest in her transition to an English high school. She'd been okay with it, not happy but not miserable, but still, she hadn't had a person to confide in. She'd stuck it out on her own, quietly uncomfortable with where she was in every sense of the word, unwilling to burden her family with her relatively minor issues. Being a girl in a male-dominated field, she'd drawn attention from one student. A boy. He'd been nice, but he'd also been under the impression that being nice demanded reciprocation, as though every action deserved an equal and appropriate reaction from her. He was always there. They had the same classes, because they were in the same program, barely 25 of them in all, and Brockton Bay's college wasn't that big. He was always interested in talking to her, and her more demure rejections had had no effect. She tried a clear no, and it didn't work. He'd gone away for a few days, then came back, making another casual hint about them maybe going out. She tried a harsh no, laced with all the anger and frustration she'd been feeling, and she got labeled a bitch. The other students, friends, or acquaintances of her would-be paramour, wound up hearing and turned on her. Her schoolwork started to suffer, because she didn't have the study groups, nobody willing to work with her on projects and presentations. So, after 6 weeks of that, she'd caved. She told him she'd had a bad day, apologized for her attitude. She'd hated herself for doing it. It only served to put her right back where she'd been before, dreading going to class and dealing with him. Always with that vague fear that he'd escalate, that he'd start sending her emails or phoning her. And because of the way she'd done it, she'd burned a bridge. She couldn't defuse the relationship with a statement to the effect of, "I don't like boys." He would have seen it as another manipulation, and she couldn't have managed if she were cut off again. Her father's terminal heart attack had been another straw on the camel's back. Alone, it was nothing, but in combination with everything else. Saba had triggered on what was only one in a long string of nights spent alone, stewing in frustration, fear, and anger in her dorm room. She'd glimpsed something bigger, something that was beyond her recall now, and she'd gained her powers. That had been the push she'd needed to walk away from the boy and the engineering program. She'd found a new goal. Success in fashion design. As far away from engineering as she could get. Her mom had been disappointed, but she'd felt like she maybe had a direction. She'd made friends. Even moved out of a coveted single-bed dorm room to a double to socialize more. It hadn't lasted long, that motivation. Even before Leviathan came and dashed the college to pieces, she'd had doubts about whether it was what she was meant to do. Even before the Slaughterhouse Nine had killed her mom, her aunt, her cousin, and her roommate, she'd been feeling hopeless, desperate. She'd taken Skitter's offer, hoping that maybe, this time, it would be different. That maybe, if it was something she needed to do, rather than something she wanted, she'd find that direction, find that focus. She hadn't. From beginning to end, it had felt as hollow as each of the earlier ventures. Saba made her way to her headquarters, her atelier, and she couldn't help but notice the way people stared, or the way they didn't show her the respect that Skitter seemed to naturally accept and respond to. She hadn't been here when it counted. Now they were moving on, and she was rudderless once again. Always an uphill climb. She'd just reached her atelier when her phone rang. A text. Flechette. Skitter showed up at PRT office and turned self in. They taking her to cell right now. She had to reread it to make sure she wasn't getting the wrong impression. Skitter. The ramifications of this. They. What? Before she could even wrap her head around the subject, there was another text. Flechette. You know anything about this? The hero seemed as confused about this as Saba was. Perian. Nothing. She found Tattletale on the contact list, tried calling. A busy signal. A text instead? Perian TT Skitter just surrendered to heroes. The reply was almost immediate. TT I know. Come to, meet place from other night ASAP. First floor. No answers, no information, only an order to meet up. The unicorn wouldn't do, put together like it was. It had to be deconstructed, repurposed. Her power gave her fine control with lightweight materials. That wasn't a problem. Threads unwound, seams coming undone. But her control of larger things was an entirely different beast. Her telekinesis fell apart when she tried to move anything heavier than a half-pound or so, her dexterity and speed in moving those objects that much slower. Worse, her telekinesis exploded, and not even in a constructive manner. It got more and more unstable as she tried to move larger things, until it simply expanded, dissipated over an area in an attempt to extend control to a multitude of tiny, lightweight objects. She began reconstructing the unicorn into a quadruped. She'd experimented, after getting her power. Found that she could contain the telekinesis and keep it from dissipating. It hadn't been constructive until she started working with more flexible materials. Porous materials worked best, because her telekinesis could soak into them, through them, and allow her to move the fabric rather than just the material within. The gaps in the fabric allowed her to feed power into the shell without it building to critical mass and collapsing. Cloth worked best. Torn or ripped seams could be mended, any other damage proved easily fixable, compared to the issues sturdier material posed. It was plentiful, cheap, and effective. Cloth was her ideal material. And once the construction was formed, a shell that trapped the telekinetic energy within until it was heavy, she could move it as a collective whole. The unicorn, at her bidding, bent down to allow her to climb onto its back. Once she was securely in place, belted onto the cloth animal for security, it took off. There was no instinct here. It was all forced, all clumsily hobbled together with a power that probably wasn't intended for this use. If powers even had an intent backing them up. As such, it took time to find the unicorn's stride. She had to watch where it put its hooves, fashioned of work gloves and the scraps of rubber boots. She could feel with her power, where it was, but she couldn't see through its eyes, and any coordination it possessed was limited to what she could give it from her current position. She wasn't good at this. Navigating the streets, where they were congested with cars, or making her way through the areas where there was construction, littered with obstacles and pitfalls. At being a cape, at being an important cape. The Forsberg Gallery appeared, and she ducked off to one side to deconstruct the unicorn. The material formed two smaller creations, for a smaller profile, and for some muscle to move a barricade meant to keep bystanders out of the construction area around the gallery. Tattletale, Regent, and Imp were already there when she arrived, along with two of Tattletale's soldiers and one of Regent's underlings. A television was hooked up, standing in the center of the room. Not yet confirmed, but sources suggest that the supervillain is within a containment cell, as authorities convened to discuss. Perian glanced at Tattletale, who was sitting on the stairs, head hanging. She was wearing full-coverage sunglasses over her mask. Solemn, staring at the ground, or just resting, with her eyes closed. Any details? Perian asked. No, Regent said. Nothing but the obvious. Gru entered, and he was a storm of darkness, to the point that his body wasn't even visible. Hey, big brother, Imp said. There was a notable, very deliberate pause. How are you doing? I should have known. Should have put it together, he growled the words in that voice of his that made Perian's hair stand on end. He turned to Tattletale. Did you know about this? Power's out of commission, she said. Still have a headache. Keep voices down, please. He didn't reply, turning his attention to the TV. I can't help but note you didn't answer the question, Regent told Tattletale. Did you know? Gru turned back to look at her. Had an idea. Yes, then. Yes. Why? Gru asked. Why keep it a secret? Why is she doing this? I kept it a secret because she asked me to, and she's doing this because she thinks it's going to fix more things than it breaks, Tattletale said. She shifted position with care, as though every movement was painful. Even after she stopped, Perian could see her clenching her jaw, as if staving off waves of pain. Remains to be seen, Gru said. Why didn't she discuss this with us? It was Regent who replied. She thought we'd convince her it was a bad idea. That's not a convincing reason, Gru answered. This is the team, Perian thought. Skitter was always at the core of it, a group forged by innumerable challenges, each trusting the others to have their backs as they risked life and limb. And she just betrayed that trust. There's two major issues we have to deal with, Tattletale said. Accord is going to be one. The other is... Bitch. The girl entered the room, two large dogs flanking her, the wolf cub trailing behind, unmodified by her powers. The young American bulldog, still not fully grown, an older pit bull that bore the scars of old dog fights. The wolf cub was comparatively small. Adorable. Adorable and capable of turning into a murder machine the size of a pony. Bitch was imposing in an entirely different way than Gru was. Gru was intimidating, but he was fair. Rational. Bitch wasn't either of those things. Her blonde hair was shaggy, having grown in, combed with little more than fingers, if appearance was any indication. The glimpses of her face that showed in the midst of the hair were a wary glower. The girl had her jacket slung over one shoulder, otherwise wearing a simple white sleeveless undershirt with no bra. She was muscular, but she had to be to control the dogs when they were growing, to exert enough strength to get them to turn their heads or change direction. Other parts of her bore similar signs of her day-to-day activities. Her knuckles were scraped and raw, and she had a scratch on one cheekbone, taped shut. The chain that attached to the pit bull's collar was wound around one arm. She was beaded with sweat, likely due to the exertion of the ride coupled with the heavier pants and boots she wore. I hate being short, Perian thought. To look at them, few people would have guessed there was a 4-year difference in ages. Or they would have guessed the difference in ages went the other way. Primal, unpredictable, dangerous. Bitch was imposing for those reasons, and because she was emotional. She could and would lash out with physical violence if provoked. Even if she imagined that someone was provoking her. If she was really provoked, she wouldn't move a muscle, which was worse. She'd whistle and set her dogs on anyone that crossed her. Perian felt her heart rate pick up as Bitch approached, felt that sense of danger peak as they briefly made eye contact, before the girl moved on. As unfriendly as the girl was, Bentley was friendly, the young bulldog nudging Perian's hand for a scratch before hurrying to catch up to his master. Regent turned off the TV. Bitch stood there, turning to look at each of her teammates in turn. What? Christ, Gru muttered. Tattletale. You didn't tell her. Tell me what? Bitch asked. She glanced around. Where's Skitter? Nobody volunteered an answer. Is she hurt? Bitch asked. She didn't even sound concerned. When nobody spoke up, she expanded her question. Is she dead? Fuck it, Regent said, I'll say it. Skitter's at the PRT headquarters. So? We break her out. She went there on purpose, Regent said, almost offhandedly. Carelessly. Perian couldn't help but notice the way Bitch clenched her hands, one gripping the metal chain until her knuckles went white. Regent, Gru said. What? You don't want to deliver the news, you don't get a say in how it's presented, Regent retorted. Bentley and the wolf cub both planted their feet further apart, while the pit bull was looking around, all of a sudden. There. Bentley's shoulders were bulging slightly. Bitch was using her powers. So? Bitch asked. So, that's it. That's why we're here, Regent said. We're here to talk about this, to plan. She'll be back, Bitch said. Will she? Perian couldn't help but wonder. I'm not so sure, Gru said, echoing Perian's thoughts. She makes plans, Bitch said. She's smart like that. I'm not. I don't try to understand what she's doing. She paid me a visit, Gru said. I didn't realize it until I got the call from Tattletale. She was saying goodbye. Not out loud, but, checking I was okay, making sure I'd be able to manage, after she was gone. Bentley was still growing. His flesh split at the shoulder, and he brought one back leg up, kicking at the air as if he had an itch he wanted to reach but couldn't. The pitbull and wolf puppy were growing too. The pitbull looked a lot less comfortable with the process than the other animals, more alarmed. Bitch tugged the chain absently to keep him in line. She visited us too, Regent said. Imp and me. Me too, Tattletale spoke from her perch on the stairs, quiet. Not me, Perian thought. Unless I count that meeting with Miss Militia and Lily. That served the same purposes, didn't it? Getting things settled? Making sure things would be okay in the future. Ensuring the heroes could help out with my territory. Perian felt a sinking feeling in her gut. Skitter hadn't been leaving for the short term. And that sinking feeling couldn't even compare to what the others were feeling, here. Tattletale, nearly incapacitated. Gru, with his darkness a virtual storm around him. Regent and Imp, standing back, together. And Bitch. Stock still, radiating something more than tension. Restrained aggression, even. Doesn't mean anything, Bitch said. It's telling, Gru said. She was saying goodbye. It doesn't mean anything, Bitch said, and her voice was harder. It's a plan. Why am I even here? The thought struck Perian, out of place, out of time, a non sequitur, yet somehow profound. As if this point, in the middle of the discussion, was when she realized how out of place she was in the dynamic. Of course it's a plan, Regent was saying. It might not be a good plan. Bitch cut him off. She goes there, she defeats them, and then she comes back. Imp said. Why wouldn't she tell us? She'll have a reason, Bitch said. Loyalty, Perian thought. Misguided loyalty, blinding Bitch to the truth, but loyalty nonetheless. Look, it's not important, Tattletale said. It's important, Bitch growled. You're supposed to be her friends, and you're talking about her like she's gone. The pitbull seemed to take her cue, and began growling steadily. He was still growing, his body straining against the chain harness he wore. She's not gone for sure, Tattletale said. We don't know how this is going to play out, not exactly. Bitch didn't seem the least bit satisfied with that, but the pitbull stopped growling. Had she stopped using her power? What do we know? Regent asked. That she wanted to keep us in the dark, Tattletale said. That she wanted to go. And she planned to be gone long time, Gru said. She was asking me about leadership, about whether I was ready to take the reins. I said no, but she did it anyways. She thought this was important, Tattletale said. Enough to put you out of your depth, as much as you don't want it, as much as she didn't want it for you. I don't even figure into this, Perian thought. I'm not even sure I'm an official member of the group. So I'm leader in the interim, Gru said. There was a note of something in his voice, behind that haunting echo that his power laced it with. Not as severe as despair, bigger than unhappiness. Defeat? Unless there's any objections, he said. Hopeful? Nobody voiced any. Then we run damage control, Gru said. Her territory. We can fold it into adjacent territories, Tattletale said. Perian, Gru, me. Maybe the others take over some of our territories to give us an easier job of it. She made other arrangements, with her residents. I can contact them so we can discuss it, put it all into action. Her people aren't a big priority, Gru said. If they're not going to riot, let's put them on the back burner. I'm more worried about anything that could go up in flames in the next hour. Literally, Regent said. Possibly literally, Gru said. Accord. I called him just after Regent and Imp showed, Tattletale said. He'll be here at 9:30, on the dot. Would have mentioned sooner, but we got caught up in talking. Gru nodded, glancing back towards the TV. Perian did the same. A number blinked on the box beneath the screen, 9:26. That doesn't give us much time to organize. The longer we wait, the more upset he'll be, Tattletale said. And he's a planner. If we give him time, he'll work out some scheme to retaliate against us. We're stronger against him if he's on his toes. Granted, Gru said. He sighed, God, I'm not up to this. Damn her to hell. There was no reply from the group. How many members of this group were voicing silent agreement? Perian shifted her weight nervously. How many people here had taken a life? All of them? Most? Perian couldn't help but feel out of her depth. The terminology had never felt so apt, feeling like she was in the water, at that one point where she realized she couldn't reach safety, the water around her face. She felt like that now, here. Taylor had been undercover once, hadn't she? She'd immersed herself in this. It was impossible to imagine. Accord, Tattletale said. Perian thought at first that Tattletale was returning the group to the topic of conversation, but Tattletale was taking off her glasses, grimacing. Undersiders, Accord said. You're early, Tattletale said. Rest assured, I'm on time. The clock is slow, Accord said. I arrived when I said I did, and I'll ask you once to please stop suggesting otherwise. If bitch was an I'll punch your face in for no reason kind of intimidating, and Gru was an I'll explain carefully just why I'm about to punch your face in intimidating, Accord was something else entirely. It was really easy to imagine him nonchalantly standing above her while she stood in a pit he had dug out, a cement truck slowly filling in the space around her. Or very politely eating someone's severed leg with a knife and fork held in the proper manner. He was the kind of scary guy they made movies about, only he was real. And that made her think about the Slaughterhouse 9. She hated him. She understood everything about why the Undersiders were working with him, understood that they'd be at the mercy of others like the Slaughterhouse 9 if they didn't have muscle like his on their side, but she hated him. He was her height, dressed in a white business suit and tie, his intricate wood and silver mask moving to replicate the expressions beneath. He was joined by his ambassadors. Each wore a finished mask, a suit for the men and a dress for the ladies, citron in yellow, with gemstones, Othello in alabaster white and jet black, all stark contrasts, Legia in a deep blue-green that contrasted her dark skin, with a conch shell mask that swept back over the corner of her forehead, with an up hairstyle to match, Jack Light, with a deep royal purple dress shirt and pockets square, his mask a grinning visage that would be fitting for a child's Jack-in-the-Box, and lizard tail. Bigger than the others, with a green dress shirt and pockets square, an ornate mask that looked more like a Celtic knot than anything lizard-like. Maybe the segments or spiral of it were supposed to represent a cut tail. He'd arrived with firepower, in short. Perian didn't consider herself very combat-savvy, but she was aware of that much. I rather dislike surprises, Accord said. You and me both, pal, Tattletale replied. It didn't seem like a smart way to talk to the perfectionist supervillain. Accord was dangerous, so why was Tattletale provoking him? It seemed to take Accord a second to compose himself and get his thoughts in order. It would be polite to stand, when a guest arrives. Feeling a bit under the weather, Tattletale said. Forgive my bad manners. I take it you caught the essentials on TV. On the radio, while we drove, Accord said. Did you know of this scheme? Of course, Tattletale said. Do you think we're crazy? Everything's golden. Golden, Accord said. Copacetic, peachy keen. I wasn't informed of any plans. You don't have to be, Tattletale said. We're allies. You're subordinate to us, Tattletale said. If you have an issue with that, I urge you to submit a written complaint and formally declare war. 24 hours notice, if you please. I know you like rules and regulations. You're mocking me. Yes. And you're letting me mock you for some reason. You're making a lot of concessions in our bargain here. You have a reason to be doing that, Tattletale said. I'm comfortable leveraging that. I made concessions because I was led to believe that Skitter was going to be the one in charge of matters here. I investigated her, I met her in person, and I decided she fit the necessary qualifications. Now I'm finding that things are definitely not what they appeared to be. She's not in charge, for one thing. There's the reckless attack against the teeth that saw one of my very expensive recruits killed. You don't really care about that, Tattletale said. You wanted to wean out the ones who couldn't cut it. Codex couldn't cut it. Good at administration, fantastic cook, skilled when it came to managing people, and could even spar, sure, but she didn't have the wits about her in a combat situation. Couldn't switch gears. He closed his eyes, and metal shutters flicked into place as the mask mimicked the movement. Please don't interrupt me. I don't think you are getting my point. I don't bend to your rules, Accord. If you want to talk about your dead underling, let's talk. She was shot in the throat from behind. Are you saying I'm wrong? Tattletale asked. About her being poorly equipped for Cape life. No. The analysis is right. I won't disagree. But I have other concerns. This business with how you murdered Butcher. The girl at the bottom of the boat graveyard. Cherish, it was a risky decision. Not so risky when you've done a read on the situation. I had all the notes on Butcher 14. She couldn't teleport free, not into open water. She still can't, and I had a crew use a remote control device to lash a cable to Butcher 15's pod. They've dropped her into a deeper area of the ocean, and the only thing she'll be likely to kill are fish. If we're lucky, maybe Leviathan will float that way and off himself. It was risky nonetheless. There was no assurance the plan would work. And we shouldered that risk. Bitch and Skitter, specifically. If it didn't work out, it was their lives on the line. And now we have Skitter taking another risk. This seems to be a pattern. She's taking the risk on our behalf, Tattletale said. But that's not your concern. It's very concerning to me. But it's not your concern, Tattletale said. There was a strain in her voice, and her fingernails were digging into her costume-covered thighs. We aren't partners, Accord. Let's get that straight. Do we work together? Yes. Have we arranged a division of labor? Yes. But this is our city, and you're renting a space. Tenants have rights when interacting with their landlords, Accord said. Rights, yes. But we're supervillains. Don't forget that, Tattletale relied. It's our prerogative to be assholes. And right now? I'm going to be an asshole. The contract stands. Your provisions stand. There's an escape clause. And you're free to use it, Tattletale said. Take the clause, leave, abandon the investments you've already made in this city. Or attack, Accord said, and seize everything you have. Or attack, Tattletale said. She sounded more tired than upset. You could do that. Or you can take my offer. Which is? Skitter provided your notes on managing crime in Brockton Bay. I don't think either of us can agree to implement it, without knowing the exact outcome of Skitter's expedition. I agree, Accord said. His interest was clearly piqued. Parian could see the way the eyebrows of his mask had raised a fraction. But I like it, Tattletale said. And if your concern is about instability within this city, I can read your work, see the solutions you propose and consider implementing them. We would give you a hand in shaping policy beyond this group. You'd agree to a contract where you implement a set number of my plans. Hell no, Tattletale said. Parian felt her heart skip a beat. She could see Accord bristle, and his ambassador's head tensed, as if expecting an order to attack at any second. But, Tattletale said, I can consider them. And that might be the best offer you'd ever get. You know your ideas are good ones. You know there are ideas that would be worth implementing. If I agreed to read through them, bring the better points up for discussion within the group, across our entire alliance, and I'm hoping we recruit more than just you, well, there's a chance they'd see the light of day. Accord frowned. You're not promising anything concrete. No. I am sticking to the deal we arranged. This is a bonus. It doesn't have to be big. It's fucking generous as it stands. Please be more civil, Accord said. I'd rather you didn't swear. And I'd rather you didn't storm in here and act like you were personally offended by our particular way of doing things, Tattletale said. I've offered you a fucking nice deal. Are you fucking interested? Tattletale, Gru said. Enough. I think he gets the point. You're in charge, then, Gru. Accord asked. There was a pause. Yes. But I'm standing by what Tattletale said. I'll have to content myself with that, and I'll give my answer to you, as one team leader to another. I hope to continue working with the Undersiders, and I very much hope that things don't degenerate any further, as they have with the situation at the PRT offices right now. There'll be enemies, Gru said. Yes. But there won't be further disturbances? Nothing further that makes national news about your group. National, Parian thought, stunned. We're national news. She couldn't help but think of her family, of her friends and neighbors. Her sole remaining family member, her friend from the fashion program. The people who'd come to her territory for protection that she'd ultimately failed to provide. She felt a sick feeling in her gut at the thought. They'd been surgically altered, and, according to the most recent emails, they were getting surgery to slowly regain their old faces. Were they watching the news right now, thinking of her? I'm on the same page as Tattletale, Gru said. That's our business, not yours. I see. Well, I can hope. Accord extended a hand. Parian felt her pulse quicken. A trap? A sneak attack? Gru took the hand and shook it. Parian could feel the blood pumping in her ears as she watched Accord and the ambassadors for any sign of betrayal. Nothing. Accord lowered his hand, then extended it again, in Tattletale's direction. She stood, then staggered. Trap, Parian thought. Except it was only Tattletale's mental fatigue. The villainous, with her mercenary's help, made her way to the foot of the stairs. She leaned on the man as she crossed the room to Accord. Injury? He asked. I'm thinking a concussion. Migraines. I overused my power. Ah, Accord said. He extended his hand a fraction further, and Tattletale shook it. I suppose I can sympathize with that. I bet. I appreciate your willingness to meet, in light of your condition, he said. That said, it would be best if we did not interact further. I'd rather not terminate our alliance by being forced to murder you. It wouldn't be polite to say how many times I came close, just tonight. I think we're on the same page there, Tattletale said. I don't want you to kill me either. Just know that if you tried, succeed, or fail, I have a lot of questions about your involvement with Cauldron that could start circulating specific channels. Ah, you're proposing mutually assured destruction. Is there any other way we're going to manage this long term? No. No, I suppose not, Accord said. Great, Tattletale said. She managed a feeble smile. Then I wish you a good day, Accord said. He managed to make it sound like fuck you, the way people in the Victorian era might have. That done, Accord turned to leave, marching out of the doors with his cadre of ambassadors. When he was out of sight, Tattletale sagged. Her mercenary had to catch her to keep her from falling to the ground. Okay, Gru said. What was that? Me doing the best I could, Tattletale said. And speak quieter, please. My head's throbbing. I feel like someone's hitting my eyeballs with hammers. In a marginally quieter voice, Gru said, you provoked him. I dealt with him the only way I could. Working with old info. Don't even have my power, only what I got on our earlier meetings. Shit, I haven't even read that booklet Skitter gave me. Well, Regent said. This is fantastic. Skitter really screwed the pooch here. Bitch tensed at the idiom. We don't know what she did, Gru said. Or what she's doing. There was a pause. Perian had felt lost, in well over her head, since she'd set foot in here. These guys were a group, an organization, they had their way of doing things, their rhythm. It was so hard to jump in, to say anything. But now, maybe, she felt like she had a role. A reason to be here. I think I understand what she's doing, Perian said. All eyes fell on her. Even Bitch's gaze, intimidating and angry. Generally, Perian said. I get what she's. Spit it out, Imp said. She's a lot like me, Perian said. She wants to protect people. She's willing to make sacrifices for the people she cares about. I've discussed that with her, Gru said. Terribly unhealthy, Regent commented. Worse than smoking, even. So maybe this is a way to do that, Perian said. A way to protect all of us. She gives Director Tag exactly what he wants. Gets him to back down. And this is how. She uses herself as a bargaining chip. I don't fucking care about Tag, Bitch growled. I'd rather have Skitter than have him gone. It's more than that. Perian raised her voice, hurrying to speak before she could get lost in the jumble, unable to cut in and find a voice in their dynamic. She had objectivity they didn't. The ability to see the big picture. I think she's decided on a way to help all of us. With more things than just Tag. And maybe she helps herself, too. Herself? Regent asked. I know what it's like, to be on a single track, to feel compelled to keep going forward. It isn't easy, to disappoint the people you care about, but sometimes it comes down to doing that, or doing what they want and being unhappy. Unhappy, Gru said. Was there ever a time when she was with us, where she really seemed happy? Content. I know my brothers made her happy, Imp said. Ick. Regent sniggered. I didn't, Gru said, his voice quiet. Make her happy. I don't know anything more than you guys do, Perian said, but, maybe she needs to make peace with her guilt and whatever, go to jail, and try to make amends with her dad? If that's part of it, can we really say no? What if it isn't part of it? Tattletale asked. What if leaving us is the last thing she wants, but she's doing it anyways? Are you saying that's the case? Gru asked. No. My power's out of commission. I can't say anything for sure, Tattletale said. Except we respect Taylor. We've been through hell with Taylor, Gru cut in. And we trust her, Tattletale said, glancing at Bitch. So she picked up on that too, Perian thought. So let's trust that she has an idea what she's doing, Tattletale finished. Bitch moved, stepping forward, her boots making a heavy noise on the floor as she advanced. She struck out, kicking. The widescreen television with its tripod mount came crashing down, shattering. Nobody spoke in the aftermath of that small gesture of pain and frustration. They looked amongst one another, searching each other for some validation, for a response. It was Bitch who broke the spell. If the PRT fucks her, we destroy them, Gru finished. Bitch nodded. The most sensible member in the group in agreement with the most violent, Perian thought. All we can do is wait, Tattletale said. How long? The question had come from Bitch. She was tense, rigid, her jaw set, eyes narrowed. Nightfall, Tattletale said. We wait until the sun sets. That's the only instruction Skitter gave me. What are we waiting for? Gru asked. A signal. If we don't get a signal, Tattletale said, we act. Perian's thoughts were buzzing with possibilities, more details, more responsibilities. Taking on more territory, giving up some to Gru. Still struggling to find a way to be relevant. She reached her atelier and dismounted from the six-legged horse, stepping down to the floor of the alley. It had been a little more stable than a four-legged unicorn. She'd have to refine the idea, find a balance. Specific forms for specific tasks. She was behind. Behind in her territory, behind in applying her powers to combat situations, in being able to understand and interact with people like a cord. And until she figured those things out, she couldn't truly be a part of the Undersiders. And if she wasn't a real member of the group, she couldn't change anything where it really mattered. The unicorn came apart into scraps of cloth. The individual scraps rolled up, were neatly tied by braids of thread. She lifted the largest bundle and made her way around the corner to her front door. 10.5 hours before sunset. That was the deadline. Skitter's deadline, and the point that would determine whether this became an all-out war against the PRT or something entirely different. Perian stopped in her tracks. Lily leaned beside the front door, in full costume as Flechette. The stainless steel shoulder rest of her arbalest sat on the ground, and she used a single fingertip to keep the weapon upright, unloaded and pointed at the sky. With a flick of a finger, Lily made the thing spin, stopped it, spun it the other way around. You know where I live, Perian said. The PRT knows where you live, Lily said. It's on record. But we're not supposed to act like we know. I thought you'd forgive me that, given our history. Is there news? About Skitter? Lily shook her head. They asked me to go out and make a phone call, outside of Skitter's range. But they didn't seem to know how far that was, so I made your way to the far end of the city, Perian said. Yeah, Lily said, just under her breath, looking down at her weapon. Again, she spun it. You didn't even know I'd be here. You weren't. I just got an angry call from Miss Militia, Lily said. Been out here for a bit. 30 minutes. Ah. Perian put the bundle of cloth down, resting the end on the ground. After a moment's thought, she leaned it against the wall by her front door. By Lily. She felt so conspicuous. She knew Lily hated the black costume, with the black hair, the black dress. Lily, who'd been maybe the only person to give her support without being asked. Lily, who was chivalrous, gallant, stubborn. So very stubborn. Did you come here for a reason? Perian asked. In the same second Lily asked, where were you? You first, Lily said, after the momentary confusion. Why did you come here? Don't know, Lily said. That's a hell of a reason to wait 30 minutes. Lily glanced left, then right, as if looking for bystanders. This area isn't occupied, Perian said. My atelier is the only one on the block that you can live in. The rest are sealed up. Atelier. Workshop. Studio. Only fancier. Ah, Lily said. Then, as if she remembered why she'd been looking for bystanders, she let herself slide down until she was sitting with her back to the wall. That's it for answers? Perian asked. Don't know. No. Just talk me through what's going through your head. Doesn't have to be relevant. Don't have to censor your thoughts. Definitely have to censor my thoughts, Lily said. She glanced up at Perian. She felt her heart rate pick up with that, oddly enough, just like it had with bitch. Except Lily wasn't dangerous, was she? God, I hate this city, Lily said. It's a hard city to like, Perian said. But it's not a city that lets you throw it away. It's tenacious, both in the big picture, and in how it attaches itself to you. Yeah, Lily murmured. Before I came here, everything was on track. I could see my future ahead of me, straight as an arrow. Career path, eventual Flechette action figures. Every single one of my teachers and superiors seemed to know I had potential. One of the only people who could hurt an endbringer. Lily raised her unloaded arbalest, aimed it, pow. Critical damage every time, and I don't miss. I remember what you said when you talked to Skitter and Miss Militia. You don't feel so confident, now. I've been trying to think of where I might be comfortable. Where I could find what I've lost. During the whole post-Leviathan thing, I was always most comfortable here. Here. Perian looked over at her atelier, an unassuming, simple building. With you. Ah. And, fuck me, because I'm not acting confident. I told myself I'd act confident, but I'm blowing this. Don't stress so much about acting, Perian said. She reached up and detached her mask from the metal frame that held it over her face, then pulled the wig off as well. She let them fall to the ground. A pure white mask, in contrast to her own Arab ethnicity. She'd meant to make a point of it, to challenge people to wonder more about what was behind the masks, about their assumptions about heroes and villains. That had fallen apart when Leviathan and the Slaughterhouse 9 had derailed her plan to unmask herself and start a career as a fashion designer. More than the fashion designer part, it was the sudden recollection of what the Slaughterhouse 9 had done that took the wind from her sails. She tipped over the roll of cloth and then seated herself on it, facing Lily. Belatedly, she said, we act too much. Hide behind masks way too often. Lily looked around to double-check, then removed her visor. I don't think I can do this, Lily said. Do what? I don't know. But whatever it is, I can't do it. I know the feeling, Perian replied. Where were you? You don't get to ask that, Perian said, quiet. Just like you don't get to act like you own me, to say that my costume is anything but my choice. You remember that, Lily said, looking down at the ground. Hard to forget. Skitter asked me what I wanted, Lily said. I gave her my answer. You wanted me. Lily nodded. I've already had someone try to claim me, you know, Perian said. They thought that I was something that was owed to them, because of what they'd done. That being nice meant I was obligated to accept a date. And that line of thinking goes one step further. They think flowers and a few dates mean I'm obligated to come over to his apartment to spend the night. That's not what I'm doing, Flechette said. Perian didn't answer. I mean, it's not, my motives aren't carnal. Sketchy, Flechette supplied. That doesn't make it any better. No, Lily agreed. Fuck. I was hoping this would go better. And I'm not so sure your motives were pure. I've seen you sneak glances. For someone who has a superpower that gives her enhanced timing, I'd think you'd be better at it. Lily turned red, very deliberately not looking at Saba. Once bitten, twice shy, Saba said, almost to herself. I've been bitten once. Is that a no? 2. You haven't asked me anything. Lily shifted her grip on her arbalest, then set it on the ground, spun it on the end again, as though it were an oversized top. Skitter asked me for what I want. What do you want? Direction. No, not even that. It's almost like I don't care as much about what I do, as me feeling like I want to do something well, but I can't. The Japanese-American girl frowned. And this is what you want to do? Yes, Saba answered. Why? Because it's the only way to get the rest of the money that my people need. Your people? Lily started to glance around, then stopped. Not these people. Your family, friends. From Doll Town. Saba nodded. Her heart was heavy with the thought alone. And because I need to be a part of the undersiders if they're going to listen to me, and I need them to listen to me if I'm going to influence them, keep them on a straighter path. To protect people from them, and to protect them from themselves. And that's all worth giving up the life you want to lead. Perian thought of Skitter. Of the motivations that could be driving the girl to turn on her friends. I think it is. Then, would you take me along for the ride? Saba glanced at Lily. Lily was staring at her, an intense look. Scary in its own way, but not quite in that way that was a reminder of uglier days. No, Saba answered. I don't think I can. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust you. I can't have someone try to possess me, to control me. She couldn't find a graceful way to say it, and she could see the pain on Lily's face, the doubt, the embarrassment, as the pause lingered. Then Lily seemed to compose herself. Not as a partner. No. I meant, a lieutenant. A lieutenant. I'm not good at being alone, Lily said. I found that out a while ago, and what's happened these past few weeks, they only made it clearer. I need company, and your company is what I want the most. I can't say it'll be forever, but for now. Being together, having a helping hand where it counted. Having firepower and authority both, to help win over the locals. It wasn't perfect, it wouldn't be fast. But maybe it wouldn't be such an uphill climb. You'd leave the wards. They're falling apart anyways. I'd have to give up my arbalest. Without tinker maintenance, it won't keep working. But I always liked the idea of the rapier, been meaning to go back to it. And I have darts. You're rambling. I'm terrified, Lily said, meeting Saba's eyes. She looked at. She's taken a leap of faith, and she hasn't touched ground. You're saying I call the shots. You're my lieutenant, my right hand. Yes, Flechette said. My knight in shining armor. I'd need a new costume, and a new name, probably. For legal reasons. If you said yes. I was thinking more a stylized musketeer look than a knight, but I can work with whatever. Still rambling. A new costume is something I can do, Saba answered. And yes. Yes. Yes, Saba said. You'll be my lieutenant. And you're okay with that. That's what I'm offering. The last thing I want is to make you uncomfortable. That's good enough, Saba said. She stood, approaching Lily. Needle and thread. Somehow it felt more right, more solid, than any of the paths she'd started on, only to later abandon. Maybe because she wasn't doing it alone. She put 2 fingers to Lily's chin, raising it, and then she kissed her lieutenant.